On February 12, 2023, in Jiangcheng, at the Polygarden community, Zhang Xun, with a hint of fatigue, retrieved his keys and unlocked the door to his home. Gazing upon the 83-square-meter abode, excluding shared spaces, a faint smile graced his face. This was his sanctuary, a reward for 7 years of relentless toil in Jiangcheng, where he had finally managed to scrape together a down payment alongside his girlfriend. The property, valued at 1.6 million yuan, bore both their names on the deed. Hailing from a rural background, devoid of connections, and holding a degree from a third-tier university, he had meticulously saved over 300,000 yuan through frugality. Coupled with his girlfriend's 200,000 yuan, they had swiftly secured their dream home through a lottery win, promptly paying the down payment. After receiving the keys in May of the previous year, they eagerly moved in after investing 70,000 yuan in minimal renovations. Upon entering, Zhang Xun changed his shoes and headed to the kitchen to prepare dinner, ensuring to cook in advance. His girlfriend, a surgical nurse at a top-tier hospital, worked tirelessly every day. Once he had everything ready, he planned to ride his electric scooter to pick her up, grateful that their home was not far from her workplace. 20 minutes later, after splashing cold water on his face to wash away fatigue, he grabbed his keys and set off, whistling as he rode. He was abruptly halted by a traffic officer ahead. Startled, he quickly stopped and donned the helmet that had been carelessly resting beneath his seat. Approximately 10 minutes later, he spotted his girlfriend, Jing, standing at the hospital entrance, scanning the surroundings. "Xiao, hop on," Zhang Xun called out as he made a swift turn to face her. Jing, whom he had affectionately called Xiao since they had started dating 5 years prior, insisted on keeping the name, claiming it sounded more endearing. "Put on the helmet in the back. There's a traffic officer up ahead," he reminded her. "You're the one who never wears it. Yet you lecture me," she retorted, donning the helmet while playfully pinching his waist. Homeward bound. Home. In reality, Jing's workplace was quite close, and she could ride her own electric scooter. Zhang Xun had long desired to purchase another scooter, but Jing insisted on him picking her up and dropping her off every day. "Having a boyfriend to escort you every day makes every girl feel cherished," she had once remarked. Zhang Xun, accepting her sentiment, continued to dutifully follow her wishes. Soon, they arrived home, and Jing tossed her bag aside, collapsing onto the sofa. Zhang Xun poured her a glass of warm water and gently placed her legs on his lap, massaging them tenderly. "Why are you so exhausted today?" he inquired. Don't even mention it. Tomorrow, our department is receiving a visit from the health commission leaders. We not only have to care for patients, but also maintain cleanliness. How can we not be worn out?" Jing complained as she sipped the warm water he offered. "Take a breather. I wouldn't want my future wife to tire herself out," Zhang Xun joked. Jing shot him a disapproving glance before picking up her phone. "Rest for a bit. I'll call you when dinner is ready," he said, placing her feet back on the sofa as he returned to the kitchen. He prepared a simple meal of 2 dishes and a soup: braised Crucian carp, stir-fried baby bok choy, and seaweed egg drop soup. After serving the rice, he called out to the living room, "Xiao, dinner is ready." Jing sluggishly made her way to the dining table, receiving the bowl from Zhang Xun with another complaint. "Next week, I have to switch to night shifts again. My skin is going to suffer. Why not consider changing jobs?" Zhang Xun suggested hesitantly. Jing shot him a glare, scooping food on her plate. "Easier said than done. I have no skills outside the hospital, and we're also paying over 4,000 yuan a month in mortgage." Hearing this, Zhang Xun merely sighed, choosing silence as they dined amidst the tranquil ambience of their home. After a prolonged silence, Jing suddenly turned to Zhang Xun, her expression softening. "Can we discuss something?" "What is it?" "I want to bring my father live with us," she murmured, her voice growing faint. Both were only children from single-parent families. Zhang Xun's roots lay in a rural area at the border of Hubei and Jiangxi provinces. His father had tragically passed away when Zhang was 10, a casualty of a drunken bike accident. His mother had raised him alone since then. Jing hailed from Guizhou, with only her father remaining, as her mother had succumbed to complications from an illness last year. "That sounds good. After dinner, you can call him," Zhang Xun replied, taking a spoonful of soup. "Eventually, once we marry and have children, we will need someone to help us." Jing set down her chopsticks, her tone sweetening. "Really? I thought you'd oppose." Zhang Xun playfully tapped her nose, grinning. Silly girl, the house isn't just mine, it's ours. You hold the reins. But don't forget my mother. She'll want to come stay too. Jing nodded. Yes, I worry about my dad being alone back home. Before we didn't have a house, so it was impractical. Now that we do, having him here would lighten our load. Let's ask him first. He might not even want to come. As you saw last month, my mom couldn't wait to leave after just 5 days here. She prefers her friends back home and isn't accustomed to city life. Zhang Xun noted that Jing made an okay gesture in response. After dinner, Zhang Xun washed the dishes and collapsed onto the sofa, watching his girlfriend engage in a video call, feeling a profound sense of contentment. Both came from humble beginnings. 5 years prior, when Zhang Xun's rent was about to expire, he contacted an agent to view apartments, where he met Jing, who was also searching for a place. They exchanged contact details, agreeing to inform each other of any promising listings. Sometime later, after Zhang Xun had injured his leg in a biking accident and visited the hospital, he was treated by Jing, which gradually led to their blossoming relationship, evolving from roommates to a couple in a beautifully simple manner. Though Zhang Xun lacked wealth, Jing never expressed disdain for his financial situation nor pressured him to buy luxury items. Their occasional playful bickering never hinted at the notion of parting ways. How did it go? Zhang Xun asked when Jing ended her call. Shaking her head in frustration, she replied, he refuses to come, saying he'll wait until we're married and have children before he considers it. To help us with childcare, I knew it. Zhang Xun remarked lazily that Jing shot him a glare and went to fetch a mop to clean the floor. As she approached, she caught Zhang Xun grinning at her, prompting her annoyance. Could you lift your feet, please? Instead, he wrapped his arms around her waist, pulling her close, and teased, I have a surprise for you. A surprise? What is it? Her curiosity piqued. She ceased her struggles and leaned in closer, eager for the revelation. Finish your chores first. I'll tell you later. Spill it already. She pinched his waist, causing him to wince in mock pain. All right, I'll tell you. He relented, retrieving a bag from behind the sofa cushion. I remember you often complain about your phone lagging, so I got you a Huawei Mate 50. Jing eagerly accepted the bag, though she playfully chastised him for spending money unnecessarily. Sitting up, she unboxed the new phone, fiddling with it for a while before embracing Zhang Xun and planting a passionate kiss on his cheek before returning to her cleaning. As he prepared to scroll through Douyin, he heard Jing's voice again. What are you doing with these lottery tickets? If they're no good, just toss them. Why are they still lying around? Zhang Xun had a penchant for buying lottery tickets, though he only indulged modestly, purchasing a couple of entries for the double color ball each week. He often fantasized about striking it rich overnight. Yet fortune eluded him. The one time he tried his luck, he merely won 5 yuan. Employed in after-sales service, specifically for mechanical equipment, he frequently traversed factories and often traveled for work to distant locales. However, his salary was modest, ranging from 7,000 to 8,000 yuan per month. Having studied electromechanical engineering during his academic years, he found the job market to be quite challenging, particularly in a central city like Jiangcheng, where salary levels are notably low. Despite his extensive experience over the years, he remained a frontline employee, unable to articulate himself effectively, and his wages had barely seen any increase. After purchasing a home, his financial situation became even more strained, leading to a reduction in his lottery purchases from 2 tickets per week to merely 1. Picking up an expired lottery ticket, Zhang Xun rose and discarded it into the trash bin. Chapter 2. Dreams and Memories. At the break of dawn the following day, Zhang Xun's alarm clock chimed. He gently shook his girlfriend, but upon noticing her reluctance to rise, he decided to wash up alone. After using the restroom, he commenced brushing his teeth. As he gazed into the mirror while brushing, his spirits lifted. Observing his reflection, Zhang Xun inwardly sighed, lamenting the relentless passage of time. Approaching his 30s, he noted with dismay the thinning hair on his forehead, a sign of impending baldness. Just as he prepared to rinse his mouth, a sudden darkness enveloped him, accompanied by a sharp pain in his head. One hand braced against the sink for stability while the other clutched his aching forehead. A series of vivid images flashed through his mind, reminiscent of an old film projector. Each scene flickering by. Some depicted countless fireballs raining down, causing the city's buildings to collapse amidst a sea of flames. Others showcased torrential rains transforming the ravaged city into a marshland, and still others presented a desolate, snowy landscape, where only a few skyscrapers pierced the white expanse, hinting at the remnants of a once thriving metropolis. Soon, Zhang Xun reopened his eyes, his vision returning, yet the haunting images lingered in his mind, etched into his memory. Am I under too much stress? He murmured to his reflection, hands resting on the sink. After a prolonged moment, he heard his girlfriend stirring awake. Taking a deep breath, he hastily finished rinsing and washing his face, then sat nonchalantly on the sofa in the living room, though his head still felt heavy. 15 minutes later, his girlfriend had completed her morning routine, and they prepared to leave. Why does your complexion look so pale? Are you unwell? Jing asked, noticing Zhang Xun's ashen face as she placed her hand on his forehead. Zhang Xun feigned nonchalance, chuckling. I'm fine. I probably just didn't sleep well last night. I'll catch up on sleep this afternoon. Jing, sensing the warmth radiating from his forehead, remained unconvinced. Perhaps I should take you to the hospital for a checkup. You don't seem like someone who merely had a bad night's sleep. There's no need. By the time I return from work, I'll be back to my lively self. Come on, we'll be late if we don't hurry, Zhang Xun interjected, pulling her out the door before she could protest. As they strolled toward the hospital, the incessant flow of passing cars evoked an uncanny feeling of unreality, and his heavy head grew increasingly burdensome. The hands wrapped around his waist suddenly tightened, and Zhang Xun fought against his discomfort, shaking his head to clear his thoughts. Before long, they arrived at the hospital entrance. Just as he reached for the helmet his girlfriend offered, a wave of excruciating pain surged through his head, akin to being forcibly submerged in mercury, painful and heavy, like a mass of sludge. Once more, darkness enveloped him, and he collapsed, both he and the bike tumbling down, with faint cries echoing in his ears. Zhang Xun, what's wrong? Get up, don't scare me, Zhang Xun. It felt as though he had entered a long, surreal dream, the experiences within it instilling fear, yet remaining profoundly memorable. In this dream, set in October 2024, a year later, they were married, planning to save money for a child the following year. In the days leading up to the Lunar New Year in 2025, a man, buoyed by the recent purchase of a car and accompanied by his wife, ventured out to the cinema, filled with anticipation for the future. However, on that fateful day, the mobile signal was poor, and the vehicle's communication system malfunctioned, attributed by some to a solar storm, though he paid little heed to such matters. As he parked in the underground garage of the shopping mall, everything shifted dramatically. A throng of people surged toward the entrance, the garage becoming a cacophony of confusion, with some attempting to enter while others sought to escape. Astonishingly, certain drivers pressed their accelerators, careening through the crowd. The sudden chaos struck terror into Zhang Xun and Jing, who sat in their car, bewildered by the unfolding scene. 20 seconds later, an announcement echoed through the garage, declaring an asteroid impact on Earth. Rather than directing anger at the inadequacies of governmental warnings and responses, an overwhelming sense of panic and despair enveloped them. The news was jarring, and they soon realized that those outside had likely received information via television and other media long before they did. Hindered by the compromised mobile signals caused by the solar storm, in a frantic attempt to reach their family back home, they found themselves unable to connect, the phones failing them. In their desperation, they could find no immediate solution. Recognizing the untenable situation in the first level of the garage, they packed their snacks and water and followed the crowd down to the third level. Around 8:57 p.m., a tremendous tremor shook the ground, followed by the ominous sounds of collapsing structures, the violent earthquake and shockwave resulting from the impact. They remained in the subterranean garage, hearts racing, for 3 harrowing days. With their food supplies dwindling and the oppressive heat nearing 40 degrees Celsius, some individuals managed to breach the walls of the underground warehouse, discovering new provisions within. Yet, with nearly 2,000 people crammed into the space, the available food was woefully inadequate. Following a chaotic scramble, hundreds perished in the frenzy. Eventually, a group of robust individuals formed a temporary organization, coercing others to relinquish their resources for communal distribution. They also addressed the grim necessity of disposing of the deceased, as the intense heat accelerated decomposition, posing a risk of infectious disease outbreaks. Each day witnessed more individuals falling ill or taking their own lives. In such dire circumstances, human life became merely a statistic. Zhang Xun managed to secure a fair share of supplies, yet ultimately, his provisions were confiscated. The rations he received were scant, and a pervasive hunger loomed over him and his girlfriend. Fortunately, his girlfriend, a nurse, began assisting with the treatment of the sick, which slightly improved their circumstances. However, she too succumbed to illness, suffering from heat stroke, a fate shared by many, and soon fell into a state of unconsciousness. In the third week of the disaster, the day after Jing fell ill, the temperature finally began to decline, though it remained high. The remaining 1,000 souls resolved to venture outside, realizing that staying here would inevitably lead to their demise, despite the lurking dangers of nuclear radiation and other perils beyond the garage doors. The young adults, armed with any available tools, began to break through the debris, finally creating an exit passage by the following day. The collective excitement was palpable, yet upon their emergence, they were confronted by a world far more devastated than they had ever imagined, strewn with corpses and engulfed in flames, the temperature soaring. The air was thick with swirling smoke, interspersed with a light, pattering rain, carrying a noxious stench. Some individuals stood beneath the droplets, only to quickly realize their error as their clothing and skin became corroded and burned. Zhang Xun, supporting his girlfriend as they emerged, surveyed the panicked crowd desperately seeking shelter, his heart heavy with despair. Fortunately, government vehicles soon discovered them, transporting them to an air raid shelter, of which there were a mere handful scattered throughout Jiangcheng City. For the next 2 years, they resided in this refuge, as the majority of buildings lay in ruins, and the remaining structures were deemed unsafe for habitation. The most pressing issues were food shortages and declining oxygen levels. In the initial days, Zhang Xun braved the acid rain and radiation daily, scouring for supplies, food, medicine, winter clothing, and timber to construct shelters. After 3 weeks of acid rain, a torrential downpour extinguished the scattered fires, gradually lowering the temperature. This deluge persisted for an entire month, transforming the city into a vast swamp, with water levels rising to 5 meters, effectively sealing the refuge's exit. The sky remained shrouded in darkness, devoid of sunlight, and the cold continued to intensify. As the rain subsided and waters receded, the external world morphed into a frozen wasteland. Zhang Xun heard from those fleeing from the east that, at the onset of the catastrophe, the tsunami had inundated the entire city of Yellowstone. This asteroid had triggered a tsunami reaching heights of at least 300 meters, encroaching upon inland areas. Jiangcheng City, once home to 13 million residents, saw an estimated 5 to 6 million perish within the first 3 months following the disaster. Daily, lives continued to be lost through freezing, starvation, illness, suicide, and civil unrest. 2 years after the calamity, the number of survivors dwindled, the oppressive gloom of the sky showing no sign of improvement, and the relentless cold posed a threat to all. The thick layer of ice outside made food increasingly scarce, leading to frequent incidents of cannibalism and internecine violence. Surviving ecological experts lamented that such conditions could persist for at least another 200 years. The volcanic ash and debris from the Cataclysm blocked sunlight, while vast swathes of vegetation perished in the flames. The remaining flora gradually succumbed to death, unable to photosynthesize in the absence of sunlight. Oxygen depletion and nuclear radiation emerged as the greatest threats, alongside exacerbating altitude sickness and radiation sickness. 2 years following the disaster, Jing quietly succumbed after pushing the last morsel of food towards the sleeping Zhang Xun. Upon awakening, he discovered his girlfriend's lifeless form and the final remnants of sustenance, plunging him into an abyss of grief, from which he too departed the next day. Chapter 3. Astonishment in the hospital bed. Zhang Xun slowly opened his eyes. The light from the ceiling was glaring, yet it felt so familiar after a long absence. Instinctively, he raised his hand to shield his eyes, only to realize that his right hand was being held by someone. Turning to his side, Zhang Xun discovered that Jing was resting beside the hospital bed, peacefully asleep. Her tranquility imparted an almost surreal sensation to him. As if sensing the slight movement of Zhang Xun's arm, his girlfriend awakened. Upon seeing Zhang Xun gazing at her with longing, Jing's face lit up with joy, and she choked on her words, exclaiming, "You're finally awake. You scare me to death. How do you feel now?" Zhang Xun seemed still ensnared in the remnants of his earlier memories, dazedly asking, "What happened to me? You suddenly fainted yesterday, but fortunately, it was right outside the hospital. The doctors conducted some examinations and found no significant issues. They suggested that it might be due to the immense pressure you've been under lately, causing your nerves to be somewhat fragile. They advised you to rest well." Jing explained, Observing Zhang Xun's still pale complexion, she gently patted his hand and continued, "You need to rest properly. Don't worry. I've already taken care of your leave at work, and I've informed your mother as well." Zhang Xun nodded appreciatively, responding, "Thank you for your efforts." After consuming a small meal, Jing temporarily stepped out. Zhang Xun closed his eyes once more, reminiscing about the vivid dream he had experienced. It felt so real, as if it were an indelible memory etched in his mind. Everything from that apocalyptic world seemed to resurface, bringing him immense anguish. Could it be that this dream was a fragment of reality? Zhang Xun pondered. Yet, he was undeniably lying here in the hospital. At that moment, a sharp pain suddenly surged through his left ring finger. He lifted his arm, only to discover a circular indentation on his finger. This mark was visibly sinking deeper into his skin, but fortunately, it soon ceased its descent. It resembled the indentation left by a wedding ring he had worn in his dream with his girlfriend. Could this be some sort of omen? He found it increasingly difficult to distinguish between dreams and reality. Meanwhile, news reports were broadcasting regarding a recent discovery by the Jiangcheng Observatory of a near-Earth asteroid, designated 2025 CA1. This asteroid is classified as an Apollo-type near-Earth object and is currently approaching Earth, expected to make a close flyby on January 25, 2025. Discovered by the Near-Earth Object Telescope at Jiangcheng Observatory at 2057:03 Beijing time on February 12, 2023, 2025 CA1 has a diameter of 15 kilometers. And orbital calculations indicate a very high probability of it being a near-Earth asteroid. That evening, multiple asteroid monitoring telescopes across Europe conducted follow-up observations, including those at the Resigning Observatory in Croatia, the Kled Observatory in the Czech Republic, the Geological Observatory in Italy, and the Clixby Observatory in the United Kingdom. Jiangcheng Observatory also initiated follow-up observations the following day from observatories in western China. As of the evening of November 7th, a total of 15 observation stations internationally had participated in the monitoring. Orbital calculations suggest that the asteroid will pass by Earth at a distance of 1.5 million kilometers at 8:50 Beijing time on January 25, 2025. This flyby poses no threat to Earth, confirmed by the International Astronomical Union, IU. The asteroid has been named Jing and assigned the designation 347735. Upon hearing the news broadcast on the television, Zhang Xun's pupils dilated in an instant. This number, 347735, was indelibly etched in his dreams. In his visions, there were speculations that this asteroid, prior to its approach to Earth, had been altered in its trajectory and momentum due to a collision with an unknown celestial body, propelling it towards Earth. The haunting echo of the broadcast reverberated in his mind. As he clutched the blanket tightly, his fears rekindled. The apocalypse would commence in 2 years. What should I do? Zhang Xun was merely an ordinary individual. He could not remain unflustered like the protagonists in novels. He spent the entire night awake, contemplating many things: his mother, his girlfriend, and even the future. His singular thought was the necessity of self-rescue, a conviction that solidified with the first rays of dawn filtering into the hospital room. Early in the morning, upon the arrival of his girlfriend, he implored her to facilitate his discharge. While she remained at the hospital for work, he hailed a cab to return home. Exhausted from the morning's tribulations, he slept until the afternoon and ordered takeout upon waking. After his meal, Zhang Xun retrieved a new notebook and commenced drafting his self-rescue plan. He refused to reside in the chaotic official shelters any longer. First and foremost, he needed to construct a sanctuary of his own, one that would not attract unwanted attention. Furthermore, with the impending deluge threatening to inundate the city, a location at a higher elevation in the mountains was most suitable. It was sparsely populated and elevated. Even in the construction of this refuge, he required a guise to disguise his intentions. Next, he focused on stockpiling essential supplies. Within 2 hours, he scribbled extensively in his notebook, revising and refining, yet only completing a fraction of his thoughts. He closed the notebook and concealed it, not wishing for his girlfriend to discover it just yet. After all, such notions might seem fantastical, and she would undoubtedly question his sanity. Once he prepared his meal, he took his keys and ventured out, riding his electric scooter to fetch his girlfriend from the hospital. What happened to your finger? In the evening, after his girlfriend had washed up and lay down, she noticed his finger protruding from beneath the covers. It's nothing. I found an iron ring during the day and played with it for a while. It got stuck and is cutting into me, Zhang Xun replied, somewhat evasively. How careless of you. Let me see. Jing took his hand, examined it for a moment, and then went to retrieve some ointment, patiently tending to his injury. As Zhang Xun watched his girlfriend apply the medicine, an inexplicable surge of emotion washed over him, prompting him to plant a kiss on her forehead. Jing shot him a playful glare and then applied a band-aid to his finger. That night, with the lights extinguished, Zhang Xun spoke into the darkness. Xiaodu, I promise to cherish you for a lifetime. Hearing her boyfriend's sudden declaration filled Jing's heart with sweetness. Resting her head on Zhang Xun's shoulder, she wrapped her arms around him and softly replied, If you cherish me for a lifetime, I will do the same for you. Zhang Xun pressed a gentle kiss upon her forehead, letting out a sigh as he murmured the suggestion to retire for the night. Closing his eyes, he reflected on the plans from the afternoon, acutely aware that the sole obstacle lay in funding. Where would the money come from? He was merely a cog in the machine, a chosen worker of fate. Constructing a refuge was an endeavor fraught with considerable expense, and his savings amounted to a mere drop in the ocean. The lottery. He vividly recalled a dream wherein a grand prize of 60 million would be drawn the following Tuesday, the winning numbers etched in his mind. In that dream, he had purchased a ticket and lamented that had his numbers matched just 3 more digits, the jackpot would have been his. After dinner, he perused information online regarding the construction of shelters. Domestic resources were scant, yet the Americans had an abundance of details, ranging from the modest to the opulent. The simpler designs started at $100,000, while the luxurious ones soared to 11 billion, resembling doomsday hotels in their grandeur, each type more dazzling than the last. Uncertain of how to commence this venture, he resolved to consult an engineering design firm the following day. Upon rising the next morning, Zhang Xun refrained from going to work, thanks to his girlfriend having secured him a week's leave. After escorting her to the hospital, he made his way to the lottery outlet, purchasing several tickets based on the numbers from his memory. Chapter 4. Information and deduction after acquiring the lottery tickets. He followed his phone's navigation and rode his bike to the engineering design firm. However, upon realizing he was merely an ordinary worker, the sales personnel quickly lost interest. They provided a perfunctory introduction before dismissing him. Nonetheless, Zhang Xun gleaned some useful information about shelter construction. Though minimal, it was significant for him. There were few companies in the country engaged in this sector, many merely offering gimmicks, repurposing abandoned air raid shelters into semblances of refuges, which held little practical value. In contrast, many firms in Europe and America, particularly the capitalists in the United States, were genuinely constructing shelters to meet doomsday standards under the guise of profit. Various apocalyptic bunkers dazzled the eye. However, following the American model, these bunkers often spanned multiple stories, encompassing nearly 10,000 square meters. While they indeed met seismic and nuclear safety standards, the opulence was astounding, complete with swimming pools. And it was likely that not a few $1 billion could bring such a project to fruition. Zhang Xun speculated that the lavish decor alone would consume a significant portion of the overall construction costs. He could not compete with such extravagance. Practicality was paramount in a world facing apocalypse. Furthermore, even if he won that lottery, the construction expenses would likely fall short, not accounting for the subsequent need for supplies. He would have to find ways to generate more money, and swiftly. The lottery tickets must be safeguarded, lest they be lost. Zhang Xun felt a swirl of complex emotions as he touched the tickets in his pocket, harboring both hope and trepidation regarding the potential win. Winning would mean he could no longer doubt the reality of his apocalyptic dreams, while losing would imply that those dreams were mere fabrications. Yet, he did not halt his preparations for the plans ahead. In the afternoon, he visited 2 similar engineering design firms consecutively, only to receive identical responses. They had never designed projects of this nature and lacked the requisite experience. However, one of the design personnel offered him a suggestion to seek out a specialized design company in the United States to devise a design plan based on the geological structure of the site, subsequently engaging a domestic construction unit for execution. Zhang Xun inquired if there were any contacts available from abroad, but the designer shrugged, indicating that there were none. Somewhat disheartened, he did not head home immediately. Instead, he made his way to Jiangcheng University of Geology. After questioning a few students about their majors, he discreetly slipped into a classroom. This was a geology course, filled with technical terminology that Zhang Xun did not comprehend, and he was not there to attend the lecture. The instructor, a professor surnamed Wang, appeared to be in his 50s. After the class concluded, He waited a few moments until the professor finished addressing the students' queries before he approached the departing academic. Hello, Professor Wang. I am Zhang Wei, a senior in environmental engineering. May I inquire if you have some time to discuss a few questions? Zhang Xun felt a pang of anxiety. Would anyone believe he was a student in his current demeanor? Well, I have no classes afterward. What would you like to ask? Professor Wang scrutinized him, but did not refuse. Let us step inside for a moment. You've been standing for quite a while and must be tired, Zhang Xun suggested, pointing to an adjacent empty classroom. All right, let us go in, Professor Wang replied as he entered. Once seated, Zhang Xun explained, as I am about to graduate, I wish to write my thesis on the impact of asteroid impacts and high-altitude nuclear explosions on Earth's geology and environment. Some aspects touch upon geology, a field in which I am not well versed, hence my visit to consult you. Upon hearing this, Professor Wang chuckled. You must have decided to write this thesis after watching the news yesterday, correct? Zhang Xun felt a bit embarrassed and nodded, responding, Indeed. I hypothesized that if the 15-kilometer-wide asteroid 347735 were to collide with the Pacific Ocean, 1,000 kilometers west of Chile, traveling at 40 times the speed of sound, it would unleash monumental geological and environmental catastrophes, posing an existential threat to all species on Earth. From a geological perspective, what immediate shocks and long-term impacts would such a colossal impact have on the Earth's geological structure? Particularly, what ramifications might it hold for our country's geological framework? This is my primary inquiry. Professor Wang's expression brightened with interest as he lightly tapped his fingers on the desk, contemplating for several minutes before responding. Assuming these conditions exist, let us consider the scenario from the moment the asteroid enters the atmosphere. Everyone on the side of the Earth facing the impact would witness a colossal fireball, radiating brightness exceeding that of the sun by 8 times, resulting from the friction as the asteroid penetrates the atmosphere. Within 1,000 kilometers west of Chile, the region falls within shallow waters, and the moment of impact would create a crater plunging 500 to 1,000 meters deep into the seabed. The intensity of energy generated by the explosion can be likened to the collective force of billions of detonated atomic bombs, releasing thermal energy sufficient to vaporize the surrounding crust. Everything within a 2,000-kilometer radius of the impact point would be obliterated by the searing heat and shock waves. The instantaneous surge of heat would lead to the vaporization of vast expanses of crustal rock, with debris soaring into the atmosphere like a spectacular display of fireworks, reaching heights even into space. Additionally, it would induce severe earthquakes exceeding 12 on the Richter scale thousands of kilometers away from the impact zone, while coastal regions of the Americas would face tsunamis towering above 500 meters. Although the impact site lies at a considerable distance from the Asian coast, the repercussions would still be significant, albeit lesser than those faced by the Americas. Intense tectonic movements would be provoked, resulting in frequent earthquakes surpassing magnitude 8 along various fault lines, with other regions experiencing tremors of varying magnitudes. The coastal tsunamis would arrive later, but I estimate their height would not fall below 200 meters. Professor Wang sipped from his thermos and continued, This is merely the first wave. The tremendous energy will heat the atmosphere within a 3,000-kilometer radius to 1,500 degrees. This represents only a brief period of elevated atmospheric temperature, which will soon decline. In the second wave, the countless tons of rock fragments ejected into the sky will begin to descend, resembling a rain of fire from the heavens, transforming the entire hemisphere into an inferno, while surface temperatures will soar dramatically. The third wave involves violent geological activity, as all active and dormant volcanoes, including newly formed ones, commence eruptions. As temperatures rise, vast quantities of ash and smoke will be produced, and the suddenly heated air will gradually expand and rise, carrying these particulates into the atmosphere, ultimately enveloping the entire planet. The smoke and ash emitted by these volcanic eruptions will contain a plethora of acidic substances, precipitating an unprecedented deluge that will saturate the entire surface. Consequently, all freshwater resources will become contaminated, and even those fortunate enough to evade immediate disaster would perish in this acidic rain. Worse still, the thick clouds of dust would effectively block a substantial portion of sunlight, plunging the Earth into darkness. It would be akin to being deep within a cave where visibility is utterly absent. Photosynthesis in plants would cease, and the food chain would collapse entirely. Although Zhang Xun had dreamt of such scenarios, he was nonetheless taken aback by Professor Wang's dire projections. After a considerable pause, he hoarsely inquired, "Is there any possibility for humanity to survive?" Professor Wang sighed in response. A select few might endure if they remain in robust underground shelters, provided they are not subjected to earthquakes exceeding the shelter's structural integrity in the short term. However, for long-term survival, a critical condition must be met. The underground refuge must have been pre-prepared, equipped with a comprehensive closed-loop ecological system capable of sustaining the population at that time. Otherwise, death is merely a matter of time. Furthermore, the collapse of Earth's ecological system will pose another issue. Oxygen levels will continue to decline. Chapter 5 Examination. After pondering for a moment, Zhang Xun turned to Professor Wang and remarked, 23 months after the cataclysmic collision, with the torrential rains subsiding and the geological movements and volcanic activities diminishing, coupled with the exceedingly low levels of solar radiation, the Earth is likely to endure an extended period of extreme cold. You are quite right. The dust particles in the atmosphere will gradually settle over time. Though this process is expected to be protracted, Professor Wang nodded in agreement. Professor Wang, how long do you believe this condition will persist before recovery? Zhang Xun inquired further. I cannot say for certain. It may last a century, or perhaps two. All prior conjectures were based on the asteroid impact event that occurred 66 million years ago, which I have used as a reference, amplifying the potential dangers and repercussions. After all, that asteroid was merely about 10 kilometers in diameter. Professor Wang paused before continuing. Based on my research of the Cretaceous geological strata, the time required for the ecological system to rebuild is approximately 500 to 1,000 years. Additionally, foreign studies indicate that the recovery of organic content in marine ecosystems to pre-disaster levels will take at least 3 million years. The surviving marine algae, as well as terrestrial ferns and fungi, will be crucial in the restoration of the ecosystem. Certain subterranean organisms and small animals inhabiting caves may also have a chance of survival. You previously mentioned the impact of nuclear explosions in your paper, correct? Professor Wang queried. Indeed, Zhang Xun replied. I hypothesized that major powers might launch nuclear weapons prior to the asteroid's entry into the Earth's trajectory, utilizing the shockwaves from the explosions to decelerate the asteroid. I have discerned that our current defensive capabilities are woefully inadequate for precisely targeting such high-velocity objects. Our means of defense are nearly non-existent. Indeed, your notions are quite intriguing. However, I cannot provide an answer to this dilemma. It requires your own contemplation. If circumstances permitted, I would certainly wish to borrow a supercomputer to conduct a simulation, as all the data I have previously mentioned is based on speculation. Professor Wang expressed with a hint of regret. Zhang Xun felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude but was reluctant to linger. Thus he spoke. Professor, you are an esteemed geologist. In your opinion, which regions of our country would be suitable for constructing a refuge to withstand these impacts? What conditions must such a refuge meet? Well, Professor Wang hesitated, contemplating carefully for a moment before responding. First and foremost, you must identify a location with relatively stable geological conditions, one that has never experienced significant earthquakes and is distanced from the impact zone. Additionally, this site must be situated at an elevation of at least 500 meters above sea level and possess robust structural integrity, preferably composed of hard granite. It is also imperative to have a reliable source of subterranean water. At a certain depth, acid rain will have minimal impact on the groundwater. This pertains to site selection. Furthermore, regarding the design of the refuge and the establishment of a closed-loop ecological system, this is not my area of expertise. You might consider consulting other faculty members at the institution. Professor Wang appeared to relish this intellectual exercise, responding patiently to Zhang Xun's inquiries. Which region do you believe in our country would be most suitable for constructing such a refuge? Zhang Xun continued to question. Which place? Let me ponder. Professor Wang bowed his head in contemplation, and soon he arrived at a conclusion. Looking at Zhang Xun, he remarked that both Yushu and Chuan province lie within a seismic zone, with the eastern region being at a relatively low altitude. The first wave of a tsunami could potentially inundate the inland areas. The southern region faces similar challenges. However, there is one location that appears suitable, a place called Jiangcheng in Inchi Prefecture in the Shenanjia area. This location is characterized by numerous mountains composed of hard granite, ensuring structural stability alongside abundant groundwater resources. Moreover, The multitude of mountain ranges would aid in mitigating shockwaves. Another advantage is that this area is a tourist destination. Although the population is sparse, the transportation infrastructure is relatively convenient, facilitating the construction process. After sharing his insights, Professor Wang took a sip from his thermos. Seizing the moment, Zhang Xun glanced at his phone, realizing the time was almost up, and expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Professor. I feel quite embarrassed for taking up so much of your time. If it's not too much trouble, may I have your contact information? I would love to treat you to a meal sometime." Professor Wang waved his hand dismissively, smiling. "Contact information is no problem, but please, there's no need for you to treat me to dinner. As a teacher, it's not necessary for me to be treated by my students. However, I must say, your inquiries today surprised me, and I find your thoughts intriguing. Nevertheless, I recommend you consider a different direction for your thesis. What we discussed today is merely speculative. If you truly wish to write about it, it would be better suited as a research topic, given its vastness and complexity. Furthermore, such data would require supercomputers for simulation, which is not only time-consuming but also necessitates significant funding. As a fourth-year student on the brink of graduation, I fear that without substantial data, your thesis may not pass defense." Zhang Xun scratched his head, feeling sheepish as he admitted, "I realize now that I was overly simplistic in my thinking. Your insights today have opened my eyes to the issues at hand, and I have greatly benefited from this discussion. There is no need to feel embarrassed. Your curiosity and initiative to seek me out demonstrate your exceptional qualities," Professor Wang replied as he pulled out his phone and opened the WeChat QR code. He continued, "This is my WeChat. If you have any questions in the future, feel free to reach out directly." Zhang Xun promptly added him on WeChat and expressed his gratitude several times before Professor Wang took his thermos and departed. Zhang Xun watched him leave, silently appreciative of the kind professor who had assisted him in resolving his initial dilemma regarding the selection of a refuge site. Soon after, Zhang Xun also left Jiangcheng University of Geosciences. He took a bus to the location where his electric bike was parked, then rode directly towards the hospital, perfectly timing his arrival as his girlfriend was finishing work. Once she donned her helmet, Zhang Xun revved the throttle, feeling a surge of exhilaration. Jing quipped, "Did you manage to rest at home today?" "Yes, after dropping you off at work. I returned to indulge in a brief nap and then went out for a stroll in the afternoon," Zhang Xun replied, relishing the moments spent with his girlfriend. "Were you out admiring the ladies on the street? With you at home, how could I possibly look at other women? You must trust that I am a man of integrity, one who has risen above base desires." "Ah, that hurts." In the following days, Zhang Xun made excuses about attending a classmate's wedding out of town, bidding farewell to his girlfriend. "In truth, I traveled to Enchi Prefecture, where I engaged 2 technicians from the Geological department, renting a vehicle and acquiring several specialized tools to conduct a field investigation in the Yanchiguan area. The technicians, fortunate to have some free time, agreed to assist Zhang Xun in exchange for a bit of extra income. Before long, they arrived at Yanchiguan, which indeed lived up to Professor Wang's description, boasting exquisite scenery surrounded by majestic mountains. It is a natural oxygen bar, frequented by numerous tourist routes, yet remains sparsely populated with widely dispersed villages. After 2 days of exploration and observation, the technicians identified a specific location approximately 30 kilometers from the nearest village, at an elevation of around 1,200 meters. Based on their prior experience, they estimated an 80% likelihood of an underground river existing in the vicinity, though further precise equipment would be necessary for detection. A provincial road also traverses this area, winding into the mountains. The dense jungle offers no access roads, but crucially, it is only about 1 kilometer away, allowing for the possibility of constructing a simple road to reach the site. Before departing, Zhang Xun disclosed his intention to build a resort hotel in this location, incorporating excavated chambers themed around caves as part of the establishment. He inquired if they could assist him in preparing a geological structure and environmental assessment report, assuring them that financial matters were not an issue, as he would later approach the local business and public security departments for the necessary permits. The 2 technicians hesitated momentarily before agreeing, albeit with the stipulation that they could not disclose their names. Zhang Xun agreed to this condition, stating he would later hire a professional agency to create a formal assessment report, but he urgently needed a preliminary report for the construction team, requesting their expedited assistance. They nodded in agreement, assuring him that they could provide the report by the following week, but they discussed the remuneration. After negotiations, It was settled that each would receive 7,000 as compensation once the report was completed. 10 hours later, by the time night had fallen, Zhang Xun returned home, exhausted. His girlfriend, Jing, was not home, having switched to a night shift this week. He collapsed onto the sofa and fell asleep. Chapter 6. Resignation in the morning. Zhang Xun was startled awake by the sound of the door opening. It was his girlfriend returning home, and Jing was equally taken aback to find someone on the sofa, initially fearing that a thief had entered their home. "What were you thinking? You could have at least sent me a message when you returned. I only bought one breakfast," Jing chided him. "Sorry. I came back too late last night and fell asleep immediately," Zhang Xun replied, rubbing his eyes. "You go ahead and eat. I'll grab something later." "You slept on the sofa all night?" Jing asked, setting down the breakfast and feeling his forehead. "Don't do that again. It's so cold. What if you catch a cold?" Zhang Xun nodded, taking her slightly cold hand in his, breathing warmth onto it. However, she quickly withdrew her hand to eat her breakfast. After she finished her meal and had a quick wash, she prepared to catch up on some sleep. Noticing that Zhang Xun had not yet departed, she urged him to hurry and have breakfast. It was only after his girlfriend entered the bedroom that he stepped out. Upon returning from breakfast, he found her already asleep. He recalled that the lottery results were announced yesterday, and in his late return, he had forgotten to check. He took out his phone and began to search for the results. Before long, Zhang Xun discovered that all the numbers matched, although he had won a substantial prize. A sense of unease lingered in his heart. It seemed that the end of the world was indeed approaching. Zhang Xun had no intention of sharing his lottery win with his girlfriend, not out of distrust, but because the endeavors he planned for the coming year were rather audacious. He did not wish to jeopardize their relationship because of this revelation. As he pondered, his phone rang. It was a call from his company's leadership, urging him to report for work. After ending the call, he decided to visit the office, as he had no pressing matters at hand, and he intended to resign. Before stepping out, he donned a hat and mask to conceal his identity. He also remembered to take his lottery ticket and identification. After resigning, he went to the lottery shop to register his win. At noon, after resigning from his job and grabbing a quick bite, he headed to the lottery shop, conveniently located nearby, where no one recognized him. Under the admiring gaze of the staff, he presented his numerous lottery tickets, completed the registration, and inquired about the redemption process. Once he finished, he proceeded to the City Lottery Center to obtain a winning certificate, and then to the Provincial Lottery Center to complete the ticket verification and redemption procedures. Fortunately, these two locations were close together, saving him time. With a grand prize of 60 million, he realized that taxes would consume a significant portion, and he would also need to make a symbolic donation. He estimated that he would take home less than 50 million, which concerned him, as he feared this amount might not suffice to build a shelter. After completing these tasks, he awaited notification from the lottery center regarding his prize, likely to arrive within 2 to 3 business days. On his way home, he stopped by the market to purchase some vegetables, including a few delicacies such as abalone, lobster, and sea cucumbers, which he rarely indulged in. His girlfriend had been working hard lately, and he planned to prepare a nourishing meal for her. Upon returning home, it was already past 3 in the afternoon. Seeing that his girlfriend was still asleep, Zhang Xun refrained from disturbing her and went straight to the kitchen to prepare soup. His girlfriend was scheduled to go to the hospital around 10 that evening, so he had ample time to patiently prepare dinner. Around 5 o'clock, she awoke to find a table laden with delicious food. While she feigned annoyance at his extravagant spending, deep down, she felt touched. They savored the meal together, basking in each other's company for a while. Zhang Xun then heated some late-night snacks and placed them in a thermal container for her to eat if she felt hungry later. As they nestled on the sofa, Zhang Xun suddenly had a thought and asked, "Xiao, how can nurses upgrade to become doctors?" His girlfriend burst into laughter, replying, "Upgrade? Do you think this is a video game?" However, the pathway for nurses to transition to doctors has nearly vanished. Previously, one could take the assistant physician exam, but now there are 2 main ways to become a doctor. One option is to retake the entrance examination and enroll in a medical university, culminating in 5 years of study to obtain a medical license. The other alternative involves enrolling in a full-time vocational college, which requires 3 years of clinical medicine studies followed by 2 years of training as a general practitioner. The latter pathway is primarily designed to cultivate community health practitioners. Is it really that stringent? Zhang Xun exclaimed in surprise. What did you expect? After all, we are dealing with matters of life and death, his girlfriend replied. Zhang Xun's eyes sparkled with an idea. Why don't you quit your job now and pursue a degree in medicine. His girlfriend shot him a disapproving glance. Are you out of your mind? That's entirely impractical. I'm not young anymore. Are you going to support me while I go back to school? Zhang Xun grinned. Of course, I will support you. His girlfriend, exasperated, was ready to hit him. Finally, Zhang Xun suggested, since 5 years is rather lengthy, how about you spend more time learning from the doctors at the hospital? You aren't a surgeon, so you could observe how they perform surgeries and grasp the underlying principles. And it wouldn't hurt to familiarize yourself with internal medicine as well. You don't necessarily need that medical license. Why the sudden interest in me studying this? His girlfriend asked, puzzled. Zhang Xun chuckled. Remember the time I fainted? If it happens again, I'd like you to take care of me. And if my parents ever face health issues, you could recognize the symptoms in time. His girlfriend, oblivious to any underlying meanings, nodded, actually. I had a similar thought when you were in the hospital that day. Whether for you or for our elders, I will secretly study. By the way, you should read more medical books and consult doctors whenever you encounter something you don't understand, Zhang Xun added. I know, you're so annoying, she replied. At 10 o'clock, Zhang Xun rode his electric bike to drop his girlfriend at the hospital. Upon returning, he took out a notebook and began jotting down notes. Once he collected his lottery winnings, he intended to register a hotel investment management company. The construction of the shelter would require a facade of establishing a resort hotel. This amount of money is simply insufficient. I need to find more funds, Zhang Xun contemplated for a while before a brilliant idea struck him. He recalled an inconspicuous publicly traded pharmaceutical company in China that was set to release 3 new drugs in June, having completed all clinical trials and received national certification. One of the drugs was a special treatment for the previous pandemic, boasting a 99% cure rate in clinical trials for severe cases. The other 2 targeted Alzheimer's and Parkinson's disease, showcasing exceptional efficacy that outperformed all similar medications on the market. Once these 3 groundbreaking drugs were launched, the company's stock price surged by 1,000 in a remarkably short period, continuing to rise over the subsequent year. Zhang Xun remembered that he had invested in this company before, albeit a modest amount, earning 30,000 yuan. He recalled that the last news he saw about this company indicated its market value had ballooned to nearly 20 times that of its pre-drug release valuation. Zhang Xun resolved to register the company once he claimed his lottery winnings and invest half of the prize money in this company's stock, using the remaining funds to finalize the initial construction of the shelter. Moreover, he also needs to find a design firm for the shelter, but currently, he lacks the necessary channels, especially for foreign design companies. He is preparing to travel to the United States to personally experience whether the American doomsday bunkers truly live up to their reputation. Tomorrow, he intends to inquire about which domestic construction firms offer the best value for money. In fact, sourcing contractors locally would be more convenient. However, due to concerns about their capabilities, he places greater trust in companies from larger cities. Additionally, he feels uneasy about working with locals who are too close at hand. After drafting plans for the upcoming days, spanning 1 or 2 pages, Zhang Xun finally retired for the night. Chapter 7. The company the following morning. Zhang Xun set out early to pick up his girlfriend from the hospital after her shift. Once outside, she returned home to rest. Zhang Xun did not accompany her upstairs. Instead, he sought out a real estate agency to rent an office space of approximately 100 square meters. Establishing a company on his own would be unfeasible. He would be overwhelmed with responsibilities such as finance, procurement, and bookkeeping. When it came time to purchase construction materials and hire contractors, transactions would inevitably need to be conducted on a corporate level. Therefore, he would require a few individuals to assist him with various tasks. Naturally, he would keep his true intentions hidden from them. Before long, he found a suitable location, complete with ready-made furnishings since the previous company had recently gone under. Without hesitation, he paid 6 months' rent, totaling over 40,000 yuan, and received copies of the property deed and the landlord's identification. In the afternoon, he approached a registration agency. As he was unfamiliar with the company registration process and believed outsourcing would yield greater efficiency, he provided them with copies of the property deed, the landlord's identification, and some of his own documents. Now, he merely had to wait until next week to sign at the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. After completing these tasks, he intended to purchase a few computers, but his bank card indicated insufficient funds. His meager savings of 50,000 yuan had already been depleted, and he had yet to receive the notification from the lottery center regarding his winnings. Reluctantly, he returned home, feeling that the day had gone relatively smoothly. though he still had no leads on foreign design firms. Noticing that it was still early, he decided to call his mother back home and his girlfriend's father to reassure them of his well-being. After hanging up, Zhang Xun suddenly recalled a high school classmate who had immigrated to the United States. He had returned to visit during the new year, and they had gathered once. Exchanging new contact information, he hurriedly dialed the number. Beep, beep, beep. The call did not connect. Zhang Xun smacked his forehead, realizing his folly. After all, it was still the middle of the night over there, and his friend was likely still asleep. Putting away his phone, he started his electric scooter and made his way home. Upon arriving home, it was already past 4 in the afternoon, and his girlfriend had just woken up. Seeing him return so early, she inquired about why he was home from work so soon. He pulled her onto the sofa and said, "I've quit my job." His girlfriend, taken aback, asked, "Why? Are you still feeling unwell? Do you need to see a doctor?" "It is not so, let me explain. A few days ago, I traveled out of town for a classmate's wedding, and during that time, a friend of mine introduced me to a prominent businessman. This businessman wishes to establish a hotel in Hubei province, but due to his busy schedule, he has entrusted me with overseeing the construction of the hotel," Zhang Xun elaborated. His girlfriend, with a hint of skepticism, inquired, "Is that true? Surely he wouldn't place such trust in you upon just meeting? My classmate's father is a government official, and this businessman is quite affluent. With such connections, he wouldn't deceive me. Moreover, the salary he offers is substantial, 20,000 a month." Zhang Xun feigned excitement. "Really? Is it that high? Have you signed a contract?" His girlfriend exclaimed. "The businessman will be in Jiangcheng in the next couple of days to handle the hotel's paperwork, and we will sign the contract then." Zhang Xun hesitated momentarily before adding, "However, the hotel is located in Inchi Prefecture, so I may have to travel frequently over the next year or two. But do not worry, after this year passes, I will diligently save some money, and we shall marry next year with a grand ceremony," Zhang Xun declared enthusiastically. "All right, I trust your words. I will go prepare dinner," his girlfriend replied, touched by his words, and she planted a kiss on his cheek before heading to the kitchen. Zhang Xun watched her silhouette as she cooked, sighed, and retreated to the bedroom to retrieve a notepad, placing it in his work bag. She never rummaged through his bag, but should she inadvertently discover it in the bedroom, it would undoubtedly lead to complications. After dinner, his girlfriend, in a pleasant mood, urged Zhang Xun to accompany her to a movie. Once the film concluded, he drove her to her workplace. Upon returning home and opening the door, his phone rang. Zhang Xun shut the door and answered the call, saying, "Hello, Heisey. It's Zhang Xun. I apologize for not considering the time difference when I called." "No worries. I was asleep and didn't hear it." "Old Zhang, what prompted you to call me?" came the voice on the other end. "Isn't it true that one day apart feels like 3 seasons? Ha ha ha," Zhang Xun chuckled. "Nonsense. You know me well enough. I despise socializing, so if I'm calling, it must be important. Just get to the point," Heisey replied. Having been classmates in high school, they shared a close bond and understood each other's personalities quite well. "I truly need a favor. Recently, I switched jobs, and my boss wants to open a themed hotel. You know how cultural and horror-themed hotels are trending in the country, but my boss prefers originality. He has been reading apocalyptic novels and desires to create an apocalyptic-themed hotel. As you are aware, there is a lack of experience among domestic design firms in this area. So I thought of asking you to assist me in finding relevant materials and design companies in America, preferably those with extensive experience in similar projects." Zhang Xun explained in one breath. "You've come to the right person. I have a client connection with an architectural design firm. Coincidentally, my colleague and I are visiting them tomorrow, so I will inquire on your behalf," Heisey chuckled. "That would be wonderful. Thank you. If you find a suitable design firm, please gather their contact information, as my boss is quite urgent," Zhang Xun replied. "All right, I will keep that in mind. I won't say more, as I have to get to work. You take care. Perhaps I shall treat you to a meal when the opportunity arises." After ending the call, Zhang Xun let out a sigh of relief. Matters concerning the design company finally seemed to be settling. The date was February 20th, 2023, and less than 2 years remained until the apocalyptic event. Zhang Xun was not from the construction industry, and thus was unaware of how long it would take to build such a refuge. However, he understood that time was of the essence and could not afford to waste a moment. The following day, he proceeded as usual to pick up his girlfriend from work. After she had fallen asleep, the notification from the lottery center finally arrived. In the afternoon, he made his way to the provincial lottery center to verify his identity and the lottery details. Upon entering the hall, The staff handed him a check for 48 million. Wearing a hat, sunglasses, and a mask, he was indifferent to the media interviews that had sprung up due to the news, offering only brief reflections on his experience. He also promised several journalists and the leaders of the lottery center that he would donate 1 million to the provincial charity foundation as a personal contribution to society. Once he had cashed the check at the bank, he would entrust the bank to handle the donation. After taking a photo with the leaders and staff of the provincial lottery center, he hailed a taxi to the bank. The process went exceedingly smoothly. The bank was already aware of the news and treated Zhang Xun with utmost courtesy. They expedited the process for him and facilitated the donation of 1 million to the provincial charity foundation on site. After receiving the funds, Zhang Xun felt a whirlwind of emotions within him. He transferred 300,000 to another bank card and headed straight to the computer mall, where he purchased 5 desktop computers, a Huawei tablet, and a Huawei laptop. The 5 computers were intended for future office use, while the tablet was a gift for his girlfriend, and the laptop was for his personal use. He arranged for the tablet and laptop to be delivered the following day, providing the address and contact information. Chapter 8. Evaluation Report. Just as he arrived downstairs, he received a call from his girlfriend, inquiring when he would return for dinner. Zhang Xun replied that he was already there and would be home shortly. Upon entering, he found her preparing a meal, and he discreetly concealed the items he was carrying before joining her in the kitchen. When it was time to eat, Zhang Xun feigned mystery as he told his girlfriend that he had another gift for her and asked her to guess what it was. She paused, placing the bowl she had just picked up back down with a serious expression, questioning whether he had been frivolously spending money again. Please don't be upset. My boss came by today, and I handled some paperwork with him. In a few days, a branch office will be opening here, specifically to manage hotel projects. I will hold a managerial position, overseeing project progress without delving into the details, Zhang Xun explained. Really? His girlfriend asked with skepticism. Indeed. No deception here. I need the laptop for work, and since I won't be using the tablet, I thought you could watch some dramas on it during your shifts if you're not too busy, he added, revealing the concealed tablet and laptop. His girlfriend, who had just upgraded to a new phone last week, was overjoyed at the prospect of a tablet, her excitement reminiscent of a child's delight. Neglecting his meal, Zhang Xun spent a considerable amount of time fiddling with his tablet, reluctantly setting it aside only after receiving a warning. The following day, he received a call regarding the delivery of a computer, prompting him to arrive early to open the door. After picking up his girlfriend from work, he visited the rented office to await the arrival of the computer store staff. Approximately 20 minutes later, the technicians arrived, and the after-sales service included assembly. While they assembled the device, Zhang Xun took the opportunity to conduct a brief cleaning of the space. Upon completion, he called the agency to inquire about the progress of his application. The response indicated that it would take a few more days and affirmed that his presence was unnecessary. However, a power of attorney was required, and they would deliver all necessary documents, including 3 certificates and the official seals, to him later. After hanging up, Zhang Xun locked the door and proceeded to the agency. Upon arrival, he signed the power of attorney and returned home. While lounging on the sofa and browsing his phone, he stumbled upon a video news report about a wealthy individual in central China who had constructed an apocalyptic bunker, completed the previous week. It had garnered media attention the day before. This affluent individual openly showcased his creation, revealing the extravagant costs associated with the bunker, which amounted to 600 million yuan and took 9 months to build, employing foreign designers and domestic contractors. Zhang Xun immediately recognized this as a publicity stunt. Although the bunker was subterranean and comprised 9 levels with a total area of 7,000 square meters, equivalent to that of 2 medium-sized supermarkets, the design was evidently reminiscent of a high-end hotel. Intrigued by the cost, design firm, and construction company, Zhang Xun began to search for information about the project online. After 10 minutes of searching, his disappointment grew as the news was fresh and information scarce. With no leads on the foreign design firm, however, he did locate the construction company, a state-owned enterprise based in the capital of Hunan province, specifically a local subsidiary of China Railway. Zhang Xun delved deeper into the information about this company, discovering comprehensive online resources and introductions. Leveraging China Railway's technological prowess, the company demonstrated significant project capabilities in the surrounding region. Notably, this project marked the company's inaugural venture in this domain, achieving success and passing inspection. Given the proximity of the two provinces, it was entirely feasible for them to undertake the construction, and he preferred not to engage local contractors. After noting the company's address, Zhang Xun planned to pay them a visit in the near future. Just then, his phone rang, displaying a contact from the Geological department he had previously interacted with. With his girlfriend still resting, Zhang Xun stepped into the stairwell to take the call. "Boss, the geological structure and environmental assessment report we discussed last time has been completed and sent to your email. When can we settle the payment?" The voice on the other end inquired. Zhang Xun replied, "Oh, all right, I'll take a look shortly, and if everything is in order, I'll arrange the payment immediately. Also, please ask your colleague to send the account details to me via WeChat." "Thank you, boss," came the response before the call ended. Zhang Xun returned to the living room, powered on his computer, and logged into his email. He opened the attachment in a new message and began to scrutinize its contents. However, many terms remained elusive to him, prompting him to download the attachment and forward it to Professor Wang via WeChat. "Chef Zhang, this is Xiao Zhang. I have a report here. Could you kindly assist me in deciphering it?" "Chef Zhang, I have shifted my research focus and selected only one specific aspect. I believe this report could offer me some assistance and inspiration, yet there are still portions I do not fully comprehend." "Wait a moment, old Wang," he responded with a smile. Although the report was somewhat rudimentary, much of its content was essentially accurate, regarding the granite mountain and geological layers, based on the topography and the surrounding moisture data, as well as the humidity of the rock mass. 300 words omitted. The analysis in the report is quite accurate. While it did not employ more sophisticated instruments for detection, the available data and environment suggest the existence of groundwater below. The assessment in the report aligns with my own views. The robust granite mountain structure is stable enough to withstand earthquakes up to a magnitude of 12 without significant structural changes. In terms of environmental factors, you should be able to understand that yourself. After consulting with Professor Wang, Zhang Xun expressed his gratitude on WeChat and transferred funds to both individuals. He then scrolled through his phone and was astonished to discover news about himself. Shockingly, a certain man from Jiangcheng's bizarre attire was for that incident. Extra. Zhang from Jiangcheng wins a 60 million grand prize. This year, Jiangcheng has issued the largest lottery prize. Why did this fortunate individual donate only 1 million? Who is this lucky person, and what hidden troubles do they harbor? Zhang Xun gazed at these headlines, his face darkening, especially at the accompanying image of his peculiar outfit, which appeared exceedingly awkward. Although he had covered his entire head when receiving the prize, the photograph with the lottery center personnel was indeed quite embarrassing. To an uninformed observer, he might as well have been mistaken for a captured robber. Having skipped lunch, hunger gnawed at him. He retrieved an apple from the refrigerator and munched on it, only to remember that he had previously transferred 300,000 yuan to a separate card. Stealthily, he entered the bedroom, where his girlfriend was still asleep. He picked up her bag and quietly closed the door behind him. Opening the bag, he found her wallet containing some change and several cards, including her ID, social security card, and bank cards. Zhang Xun took out the 300,000 yuan card from his wallet, affixed a label reading password, "Your birthday," and tucked the card into her wallet before sealing it and returning it to the larger bag. Nowadays, aside from their IDs, people seldom handle wallets, relying instead on their phones for transactions. Zhang Xun harbored no ulterior motives. The task he intended to undertake could not yet be disclosed to his girlfriend. Thus, the funds on this card were reserved for her in case of emergencies. He estimated she would not discover it anytime soon. Chapter 9. Company Recruitment. How could I have forgotten about purchasing stocks? Zhang Xun, struck by inspiration, hastily opened a mobile application. He located the company's stock code and, after analyzing its trends, decided to invest. At that moment, the company's market capitalization stood at a mere 50 billion renminbi. Zhang Xun foresaw that after this year, the company's value would rival that of international pharmaceutical giants such as Pfizer, Roche, and Merck. It is worth noting that these foreign companies currently boast valuations exceeding 1 trillion renminbi each. One may wonder why this domestic enterprise, despite its modest size, has achieved such remarkable breakthroughs. Zhang Xun speculated that it must have produced a prodigy in the fields of biology or medicine. As he commenced his purchase, the stock price surged to its limit. After completing the transaction, he paid it no further attention, as he had no intention of altering his holdings for the next few months. From his 48 million renminbi bonus, he donated 1 million, invested 20 million in stocks, gave his girlfriend 300,000, leaving him with 26.7 million. Despite the substantial sum, Zhang Xun felt no exhilaration. Rather, he sensed an increasing urgency. With over 26 million, he believed that the initial funds required for his sanctuary would suffice. He did not aspire to construct a grandiose refuge like the wealthy, knowing that he would need further capital. By July, he anticipated that the stock's value would multiply tenfold, reaching approximately 200 million. At that point, he planned to liquidate a portion of his holdings, which would provide him with the necessary resources for stockpiling supplies. This was his strategy, although the exact expenditures remained uncertain. The following day, he returned to the talent market, paid a fee, and set up a stall. Lacking promotional materials, he hastily printed a sign seeking an accountant, cashier, and procurement officer. The company had yet to be officially registered, but he felt compelled to recruit personnel in advance, uncertain if anyone would take him seriously. Zhang Xun had contemplated asking his girlfriend to resign and assist him, but ultimately decided against it. On one hand, he wished for her to acquire more medical knowledge, ensuring a degree of healthcare security in the aftermath of the impending apocalypse. On the other hand, being the sole legal representative of the company might arouse her suspicions. Zhang Xun spent half a day at the talent market, but many candidates merely glanced at his stall before moving on to other opportunities. His recruitment approach was indeed likely to raise doubts about the legitimacy of his enterprise. Just as he prepared to break for lunch, a woman in her 30s, slightly plump, took a seat across from him. "Are you genuinely hiring?" she inquired, her tone laced with skepticism. "Yes, as it is a new company. Many details are still in the works. However, rest assured, salary and benefits are negotiable." Zhang Xun replied, his spirits lifting. "May I ask your name? Which position are you applying for? Do you have any relevant experience?" "I am Li Yan, and I wish to apply for the finance position. I can also handle cashier duties. I previously worked as an accountant for 6 years. 3 years ago, I left to raise my child. But with the current financial strain at home, I am eager to return to work." The woman responded, pausing momentarily before continuing. "Sisterly, allow me to introduce our company, which specializes in hotel management. We will soon embark on a resort hotel project in Enchi Prefecture, though all related procurement and financial matters will be handled in Jiangcheng. However, there may occasionally be business trips to Enchi Prefecture. I wonder if you would be amenable to that," remarked Zhang Xun. "Certainly. But I am curious about the compensation you offer," inquired Li Yan. "Compensation? Please feel free to express your expectations," replied Zhang Xun. 7,000. Li Yan hesitated before stating. "That is acceptable," Zhang Xun continued. "As this is a new company, many formalities for the resort hotel have yet to be completed, which means the workload will be considerable initially. Is everything all right with your child?" "The child is fine. My mother-in-law is coming to help look after them," Li Yan responded. "Very well, then, since it is noon, I shall take you to see the office location," Zhang Xun said, putting away his sign. Li Yan was taken aback by her employer's urgency and felt a twinge of regret for her agreement. But then she thought of something and her worry subsided. Zhang Xun had arrived by subway and intended to take a taxi, but Li Yan suddenly suggested, "Why not use my husband's car? He drove me here and is waiting for me over there." Zhang Xun nodded and got into Li Yan's husband's vehicle parked at the roadside. Her husband occasionally glanced in the rearview mirror, scrutinizing him with a skeptical eye. During the journey, Zhang Xun shared further details, and upon arrival, he guided them to the office. It was then that Li Yan realized the company was not yet fully established. However, Zhang Xun had already advanced half of her salary and, in front of her husband, mentioned that once the company's formalities were completed and the preliminary preparations for the resort hotel were finalized, they would consider granting her a bonus. The advance payment alleviated much of their apprehension. "Prepare yourself, you will start work tomorrow. For the next few days, there is little to do. So please visit the talent market to recruit personnel, specifically 1 cashier and 1 procurement officer." Although Li Yan was capable of handling both roles, Zhang Xun was hesitant to assign financial and cashier responsibilities to a single individual. Li Yan had no objections, but inquired if there were other positions available and what the salaries would be. After some contemplation, Zhang Xun responded that those 2 positions would suffice for now, and any future hiring could be addressed as needed. Regarding salaries, you may determine them yourself, adjusting them according to market standards. Li Yan nodded, and Zhang Xun handed her an office key. After treating them to lunch, he proceeded to purchase a vehicle valued at approximately 300,000. Once the paperwork was completed, he drove it home, the license plates would take some time to process. Yet he did not require it immediately. Upon returning, he shared the news of his car purchase with his girlfriend, stating it was provided by the company, and let her sit in it for a while. Jing was delighted for him, and they decided against cooking, opting instead for a lavish meal out. After dropping his girlfriend at work, Heisey called. I inquired about the matter you mentioned. We have a design company here that has completed many similar projects. I will send you the company's information and contact details shortly. However, it would be best for your boss to come and discuss matters in person, as we are uncertain about your specific requirements. Additionally, geological data regarding the hotel is necessary. Zhang Xun was pleasantly surprised by the swift progress, expressing his gratitude before ending the call and promptly deciding to travel to the United States. The following morning, after picking up his girlfriend, he applied for a passport and subsequently visited the consulate to request a tourist visa. Unfortunately, the processes for both were rather sluggish. The expedited option would still take a week, while the slower route might extend to a month. Thus, Zhang Xun had no choice but to wait. Nonetheless, the company's paperwork would be completed within the next couple of days, and he planned to visit Hunan province the next day to consult with the construction firm. He intended to gain first-hand insight and inquire about the design company responsible for the billionaire's doomsday bunker, hoping to establish preliminary intentions. In the afternoon, the agency indeed accomplished the tasks, and Zhang Xun went directly there. He collected the 3 certificates and the official seals, then settled the remaining payment. Afterward, he returned to the company to store these items. Upon his arrival, he found Li Yin had also come back, unexpectedly having recruited 2 individuals during the morning. As anticipated, both were female, one approximately 25 or 26 years old, and the other in her 40s, both possessing a measure of work experience. She showed them around the company, and to his surprise, they encountered the boss. After exchanging pleasantries, Zhang Xun entrusted Li Yin with the financial seal, the official seal, and the 3 certificates, retaining the contract seal for himself. I plan to visit Hunan province tomorrow. Please discuss amongst yourselves what equipment the company requires and purchase it. I will transfer funds into the company account in a few days. Li Jia, I will transfer you 50,000 yuan shortly. If that is insufficient, do not hesitate to ask for more, Zhang Xun stated. Oh, that's not necessary. You can just pay via WeChat when the time comes, Li Yin promptly declined. Not a problem, Li Jia. I trust your integrity. I have been quite busy lately and may need to travel abroad next week, resulting in my reduced presence at the company. It is best to leave this money with you for now. Just let me know if you need anything, he responded, directly transferring the money. He then sent an additional 500 yuan, suggesting they have lunch together in the afternoon to foster mutual acquaintance. Zhang Xun refrained from joining, feeling somewhat out of place among 3 women. Chapter 10. Hunan Province this morning. Zhang Xun obtained his license plates and informed his girlfriend of his business trip before driving towards Hunan Province. Hubei and Hunan are neighboring provinces, and the journey to the provincial capital would take just over 3 hours. Zhang Xun took the Hongrui Expressway and arrived at the designated address around 2 in the afternoon. Having previously contacted the cooperation line on the official website, someone was there to greet him. The tall, slender individual before him was their company's salesperson, named Gaoshang. After a brief registration at the security office, Zhang Xun entered. The establishment was known as Qiangji Engineering Company, Limited. In the reception area, Gaoshang summoned their leader and a technical staff member. The 2 cordially presented him with their business cards, but Zhang Xun, having forgotten to bring his, offered an excuse. However, the company also displayed its credentials to avoid being labeled as fraudulent. The leader, named Li Pan, serves as the project director, while the technical head is Zhang Xun. I recently came across a report regarding a doomsday-themed hotel in Zhongyuan province, which seems to be constructed by your firm. Our company aspires to create a similar project. However, this venture will not be open to the general public. Our target audience consists primarily of affluent individuals, to cater to their experiential needs. The project will be developed to reflect authentic apocalyptic standards. The selected site is in Enshi Prefecture, characterized by a hard granite structure, and I am uncertain about the implications this may have on construction difficulty. Zhang Xun retrieved a geological report from his bag and continued, please take a look at this. The technician, Zhang Xun, took the report and began to examine it. Project Director Li Pan inquired about your company's expected investment. Zhang Xun responded, in total, including decoration and equipment, it is estimated to be around 300 to 500 million yuan. However, I have yet to find a suitable design firm. Do you have any recommendations? Li Pan replied, domestic design firms lack experience. It would be best to seek one from abroad. Our previous project was also handled by a foreign design company. We have not collaborated extensively, but I can provide an introduction. However, you will need to negotiate with them directly. Zhang Xun nodded and asked for the company's name. To his surprise, it was indeed the one mentioned by Heisey, located in Houston, Texas. I would appreciate your assistance in making an introduction. Once my visa is approved this month, I will make a trip there, Zhang Xun smiled. Certainly, that's no problem. Li Pan then pulled out a business card from his card holder and added, if you go, you may contact this individual, Dawson, who is the sales manager. We will communicate with him in advance. At this moment, Zhang Xun had finished reviewing the report and addressed Zhang Xun, Mr. Zhang. I have completed my review of the report. Overall, the construction presents challenges, but they can be resolved. Zhang Xun sighed with relief and further inquired about the project timeline. Zhang Xun replied, that depends on the scale you intend to construct. Based on the investment you mentioned, it could take over a year at best. Excavating this granite mountain will require considerable time. However, the specifics will ultimately depend on the construction drawings. Zhang Xun found this timeframe acceptable, as there was still ample time available. He then posed several questions, gaining significant insights, particularly clarifying the distinction between the construction unit and the contracting unit, which have different roles. The construction unit represents the owner, financing and overseeing the project, akin to a landlord, whereas the contracting unit undertakes the project and manages the construction, akin to a laborer. As the clock struck 5 p.m., Director Li Pan insisted on treating Zhang Xun to dinner. Given the substantial investment of several hundred million, it was a significant project for them, necessitating their utmost effort to secure it. Zhang Xun did not decline the invitation. After a hearty meal, Manager Li Pan expressed a desire to take him to MMC. However, Zhang Xun politely declined, as he had plans to video call his girlfriend later that evening. Li Pan, noticing his reluctance, did not press him further. After accompanying him to the hotel, she took her leave. Zhang Xun checked into his room, and after freshening up, it was already 8:30 in the evening. His girlfriend had likely not yet gone to work, so he opened WeChat and initiated a video call. The two conversed for half an hour before ending the call. As Zhang Xun lay in bed, reflecting on the discussions of the day and contemplating future plans, he inadvertently drifted into slumber. The following morning, after checking out, he drove back home. However, upon passing his hometown, he made a special detour to visit. Coincidentally, his mother was chatting with a neighbor, as she noticed a car parked at the entrance of a house. She was about to investigate when she discovered her son emerging from it. Son, when did you get a car? His mother was delighted by his return, yet perplexed. He had just purchased a home, and she wondered why he was acquiring a car so soon instead of saving for marriage. Mom, I've changed jobs, and this is a company car provided for my business trips, Zhang Xun explained. Really? My son is doing well. The company even provides him with a car. Zhang's mother beamed with joy and hurriedly went inside to prepare a meal. After lunch, she subtly inquired about when he and Jing would marry. Zhang Xun replied, we plan to do so next year. Upon hearing this time frame, she was even more elated, wishing they could wed that very year. After spending a night at home, he returned to Jiangcheng the next day and went straight to the office. 3 employees had already set up the printer, water dispenser, and other office supplies. Some financial software and invoicing systems were also installed. The procurement staff, feeling a bit awkward due to the lack of tasks, meticulously cleaned the office. Zhang Xun reassured them, there's no need to worry. Salaries will be dispersed as usual this month. If there's nothing urgent, you need not come to the office. The company will commence operations next month. Back in his office, Zhang Xun saved the contact details from his business cards into his phone. He then visited Li Yan's office to hand her a card for safekeeping, as they would be collaborating in the future. Mr. Zhang, the total expenditure for the office supplies you provided last time was 27,400 yuan. Here is the remainder. I have also archived the receipts for financial records. Li Yan stated, let us keep it with you for now. It will be convenient if we need it later. Additionally, could you accompany me to the bank shortly? I need to transfer some funds to the company account. The two of them can leave for the day, Zhang Xun responded. All right, please wait a moment while I inform them, Li Yan replied, rising from her seat. Zhang Xun had over 26 million yuan in liquid assets and planned to transfer 6 million yuan to the company account, reserving the remaining 20 million for personal use. After locking the door, he departed with her. Once he completed the necessary errands with Li Yan, he also drove her home. Upon arriving, he found his girlfriend awake. As tomorrow was the weekend, she had a day shift scheduled and would have 2 days off. Zhang Xun, having been busy for 2 weeks, intended to rest for a couple of days as well, as his passport and visa had not yet arrived, allowing him to spend time with his girlfriend. On Saturday, after his girlfriend finished her last night shift, she slept at home during the day. In the evening, Zhang Xun took her to the mall, followed by a movie. On Sunday, the couple drove to a scenic spot in the suburbs and spent a delightful day exploring. As Zhang Xun gazed upon the radiant smile of his girlfriend, a profound sense of satisfaction filled his heart, accompanied by an unprecedented surge of responsibility. He silently vowed to safeguard this precious bond. Chapter 11. A Journey Abroad. My dear wife, I need to discuss something with you, Zhang Xun suddenly remarked one evening as he embraced his girlfriend. What is it? She inquired, glancing at her phone. Our boss intends to send me on a business trip to the United States in a few days, Zhang Xun replied. The United States? That is quite far. Did you not mention before that your boss only wanted you to oversee the hotel construction? His girlfriend questioned, tilting her head in confusion. The design company our boss is collaborating with is based in the U.S. He wants me to liaise with them. Beyond that, I am not entirely informed. But there will be others accompanying me, Zhang Xun explained. Then you should go, but remember to prioritize your safety. Avoid any unsavory places. I've heard on the news that gun violence is rampant in America, and the women there can be quite liberated, she cautioned. I understand. I'll only be gone for a few days and will return swiftly, he reassured her. In the days leading up to his departure, while awaiting the processing of his visa, Zhang Xun purchased an extensive collection of books on basic construction, engineering, and machinery, diligently enhancing his knowledge. Upon receiving notifications from the Immigration Bureau and the consulate, he promptly booked his flight and hotel. Before this, he made a trip to the office, where the accountant and procurement officer were absent, leaving only Li Yin to hold down the fort. Li Jia, during my absence, could you assist me in gathering some information? Zhang Xun requested. Of course, what do you need? Li Yin responded. Firstly, I would like you to investigate small-scale civilian power generation equipment, its types, advantages and disadvantages, consumption, and lifespan. Additionally, please inquire about the inventory list of a large supermarket. However, there's no rush. Take your time, Zhang Xun instructed. Are you planning to open a supermarket? Li Yin asked, puzzled. That is one possibility, but we shall see how things unfold, Zhang Xun replied nonchalantly. Though his true intention was to prepare for stockpiling supplies. Naturally, the scale could never rival that of a large supermarket, especially considering that food items have expiration dates. Even specially made vacuum-sealed cans would last only 2 to 3 decades at most. One cannot survive solely on canned goods indefinitely. Moreover, in a post-apocalyptic scenario, even if preserved goods remained, the threat of nuclear radiation would deter him from seeking them out. The shelter he envisioned would possess a certain degree of self-sufficiency. The only concern that troubled him was the issue of electricity and fuel, as storing vast quantities of fuel was impractical. Given the possibility of strong earthquakes, safety concerns aside, he was uncertain if he could afford to procure such amounts. It appeared that upon arrival in the U.S., consulting with some experts in survival strategies for apocalyptic scenarios would be beneficial. If the design company possessed relevant experience, it would alleviate many of his burdens. Additionally, he would need to hire a translator while abroad. It would be inconvenient to impose on his classmates, as they also had their own commitments. Sisterly, tomorrow you shall visit the bank to open a foreign exchange account. I will arrange for a foreign company to design our vacation hotel. And once the design proposal is ready, our company will engage in financial transactions with them, Zhang Xun remarked suddenly. Moreover, I will transfer 20 million yuan into this company account, and I would appreciate your assistance in applying for foreign exchange at the bank, converting this sum into US dollars and depositing it into the foreign exchange account. This is quite manageable, Li Yin replied, jotting down Zhang Xun's instructions in her notebook. That will be all for now, Zhang Xun stated before returning to his office. He picked up the phone, intending to dial Hai's number, but thought better of it and put it away. It was likely that he was still asleep. He would call later in the evening. What have I overlooked? Zhang Xun mused, tapping his fingers on the desk. After pondering for a while, without any clarity, he decided to set aside his worries and focus on the tasks at hand. At noon, he treated Li Yin to a meal at the company before sending her back. He then made another trip to the bank to exchange some yuan for dollars before heading home, awaiting his flight around 10 p.m. Upon returning, he found that his girlfriend had already packed his luggage, sparing him the trouble. After checking to ensure all necessary documents were in order, he sat for a moment before visiting the market to purchase some vegetables. After preparing dinner, it was nearly 6 p.m. So he rode his electric bike to the hospital to pick up his girlfriend after her shift. After dinner, under his girlfriend's reminders and advice, Zhang Xun set out with his luggage. Upon arriving at the airport, he collected his boarding pass and proceeded to the waiting area. Noticing that he had an hour until boarding, he took out his phone to call Heisey. Heisey, I will arrive at your place tomorrow. May I trouble you with another matter? Zhang Xun said with a smile. What is it? What? You're coming to Texas? Is it Houston? Came the surprised voice on the line. Indeed, regarding the matter we discussed last time, my boss has sent me to gather some insights. And since I am unfamiliar with life in America, could you assist me in finding a translator? Zhang Xun explained. No problem. I know many international students who would be eager to take on part-time work. What time will you arrive? I will pick you up from the airport, Heisey responded cheerfully. Oh, remember, it's American time, not Beijing time. There are no direct flights from Jiangcheng to Houston. I will have to transfer in Tokyo. And it should take about 20 hours. I will check the time difference and send you a message shortly, Zhang Xun said. Don't forget to help me with the translator. Absolutely. Once you arrive, I'll ensure you experience the decadence of capitalism firsthand, haha. Heisey concluded before hanging up. As Zhang Xun approached his 30th year without having traveled abroad, he felt a spark of anticipation. Regrettably, he had not brought his girlfriend along, having forgotten to arrange her passport and visa. Otherwise, they could have explored together. With less than 2 years remaining, he suddenly realized that his family had not taken the time to enjoy life, let alone travel abroad. Should he seize an opportunity to take his family on a proper vacation before the world ends? Zhang Xun pondered. The future progress of the shelter remains uncertain, and I wonder if I will have sufficient time. If time proves to be elusive, perhaps I shall arrange a tour for them, allowing them to explore and savor the exquisite landscapes and vibrant life that grace our world before the impending apocalypse. Once aboard the plane, a journey of nearly 20 hours commenced. To speak candidly, flying is quite exhausting, particularly in economy class. The confined space is one matter, but enduring 20 hours seated is undeniably uncomfortable. The vast expanse above the clouds soon fatigued my eyes, and I found myself drifting into a forced slumber. Texas, specifically Houston, is situated in the central time zone, and I realized that my journey extended beyond the mere 20 hours, with a lengthy layover in between. I arrived to find it was already 10 o'clock in the evening local time. Old Zhang, over here. Upon exiting, I heard Heisey's voice, and turning around, I saw him waving. Fortunately, it was nighttime, and the airport arrivals area was not overly crowded, allowing Heisey to spot me with ease. Come, let me take you to my home for dinner, Heisey said. I've booked a hotel online, I replied. What hotel? Cancel it. You're staying at my place tonight. Tomorrow, I'll show you around Houston, and I'll also bring along the translator for you to meet, Heisey insisted, pulling me outside while explaining that there wasn't much to eat on the streets at night, which was quite different from back home. This would give me the perfect opportunity to taste my family's cooking. As I settled into Heisey's car, I engaged in conversation while replying to numerous messages from my girlfriend. It was around noon in Beijing. She must be on her lunch break, right? Why not give her a call to let her know you're safe? Heisey suggested. Oh, right. I got a bit confused, I said, hastily opening WeChat for a video call. That night, I stayed at Heisey's home, where his entire family had immigrated, and they seemed to be quite well off. Heisey himself worked in finance, enjoying a middle-class lifestyle in America. Given that I was a classmate of their son and had just arrived from overseas, his parents were exceedingly welcoming. I toured their house, and honestly felt a pang of envy. Even if I won 60 million, I doubted I could match their family's wealth. Chapter 12. Understanding. On the second day after my arrival in America, Heisey took a leave of absence to drive me around Houston. The city resembled others I had seen, filled with towering skyscrapers, and I did not find it particularly novel. The primary experience was to feel what it is like to be a foreigner. In the afternoon, the translator Heisey had arranged joined us at a cafe for a discussion. The translator was a young woman named Jiangcheng. Heisey mentioned she was a student from home pursuing her doctorate here, planning to return to China upon completion. I briefly outlined my situation, and we discussed the translation fees. She quoted 200 per day, and although I was unfamiliar with the rates, I noticed Heisey nodding in agreement. Without further hesitation, I inquired. The dollars I exchanged may not suffice. Would it be possible for me to transfer the amount in RMB? That is no issue. If you pay me 1,500 renminbi per day, that will suffice, Jiangcheng replied while sipping her coffee. When shall we begin? Tomorrow, I will visit that company. However, I would appreciate your assistance in making an appointment. Zhang Xun located Dawson's phone number on his mobile device and dialed it, handing the phone to her. Once the call connected, Cheng conveyed the purpose of the visit as per Zhang Xun's instructions. He mentioned that he had received a call from a partner company in China a few days prior, indicating awareness of Zhang Xun's impending arrival, and assured that he would be available over the next few days. Upon arrival tomorrow, they could simply inform the receptionist to contact Dawson, Cheng relayed. Zhang Xun nodded in acknowledgement and requested her to express his gratitude to Dawson, subsequently arranging a meeting time. After ending the call, Hazy informed Zhang Xun that he would not accompany him the following day, as he had to travel to Washington for work. No worries. There's still a lovely lady, Zhang Xun replied. If you return from your business trip and I haven't left yet, I shall treat you to a grand feast to express my gratitude for your considerable assistance. They clinked their coffee cups in lieu of wine. That evening, the trio dined together, with Zhang Xun picking up the tab, and despite Hazy's objections, he insisted on staying at a hotel. Given that Hazy was about to embark on a business trip, it felt improper for an outsider to remain in his home. He booked a room for 3 days, as he had numerous ideas regarding the design of the shelter that he needed to discuss with the company's design team. The following morning, around 8:30, Cheng awaited him downstairs at the hotel. After Zhang Xun treated her to breakfast in the hotel restaurant, they took a taxi directly to the design firm. This company, named Rising, had garnered quite a reputation online, although much of it stemmed from self-promotion. Nevertheless, it indeed specialized in constructing doomsday bunkers. Soon, the taxi arrived at the entrance of a grand building, where Cheng guided Zhang Xun through the registration process in the lobby. After the front desk security personnel confirmed their appointment via phone, they were granted access. The company occupied the 17th and 18th floors of the building, and upon exiting the elevator, they were greeted by a blonde, blue-eyed beauty. Rather than escorting them directly to Dawson, she first led them to the showroom. The showroom displayed models and photographs of the doomsday shelters they designed and constructed, leaving Zhang Xun awestruck by the opulence and pondering the substantial costs involved. Under the hostess's guidance, he finally grasped the company's capabilities. Not only did they operate in the United States, but they also had executed numerous similar projects in Europe, Australia, Canada, and New Zealand, all tailored to meet client specifications. Furthermore, they had begun to establish a foothold in China, collaborating with local construction firms, which had significantly raised their profile. Yet another affluent client from China has arrived, the blonde beauty mused internally. What is the largest project you have undertaken here? Zhang Xun inquired. Please follow me. The beauty gestured towards a prominent model at the center of the room. This shelter's total construction cost reached a staggering $800 million, spanning 13 stories and encompassing 25,000 square meters. The interior is designed to meet 5-star hotel standards and is capable of withstanding earthquakes of magnitude 12, tsunamis, and nuclear biological attacks. Zhang Xun was left speechless and pressed on, what other types do you offer? Behold this, our most economical product, priced at approximately 40,000. Spanning 97 square meters, it is constructed from reinforced concrete, featuring only basic amenities such as a bedroom, kitchen, storage room, and restroom. The representative then pointed to another model, stating that this is our most sought-after offering, priced at 4 times that of the former, yet boasting an expansive area of around 500 square meters with significantly enhanced functionalities. Allow me to share a humorous anecdote. In the first year of Trump's presidency, we sold 100 of these shelters. Upon hearing the translation, Zhang Xun felt a twinge of peculiarity. Was Comrade Jiang truly that formidable? What other types do you have? Zhang Xun inquired further. Our products are categorized by size, ranging from the compact 97 square meters to the 500 square meters, extending to 1,000 square meters, and even up to 5,000 square meters. Our current technology can achieve underground constructions of up to 30 stories, accommodating 100,000 square meters, though the cost is exorbitant, and few are willing to invest such sums. The representative lamented. She continued to explain that shelters vary according to protection levels, such as resistance to earthquakes, tsunamis, and nuclear biological threats. Some clients seek protection against nuclear radiation, while others desire earthquake resilience. The requirements for shelters vary, but many clients hope for comprehensive protection against all calamities. Zhang Xun nodded in understanding. What about longevity? This depends on your budget and the level of disaster preparedness. She replied with a shrug, unable to provide a definitive answer. After half an hour of touring the showroom, the representative escorted Zhang Xun to Dawson's office, closing the door behind her. Greetings, Zhang from the East. Welcome to Rising S. I am Dawson, the business manager of this company, Dawson said, rising to shake his hand and inviting him to take a seat while pouring coffee for both. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Zhang Xun delved into the core discussion. He first introduced the basic situation before presenting a report containing information on the mountain structure and the environmental terrain. Dawson glanced through it, but found it incomprehensible as it was entirely in Chinese. Zhang Xun had intended to prepare an English version, but had forgotten amidst his busyness, only recalling it that morning. However, he considered it a minor issue, believing they could manage the translation themselves. Is there an electronic version available? We can translate it ourselves? Dawson inquired. Yes, I will send it to you shortly. However, you are only responsible for the design. The actual construction will be handled by the unit you previously collaborated with. For subsequent key equipment materials and electronic systems, you may communicate directly with them, Zhang Xun clarified. After hearing the translation, Dawson picked up the office phone and made a call. Moments later, two individuals from the design department entered, and he provided a brief introduction. Dawson continued, what you mentioned earlier poses no issue. Leave it to us. I would like to know if you have any specific requirements for this shelter. You can discuss them with these two designers now, and we will take them into account during the design process. Zhang Xun retrieved a notebook from his bag and addressed the two designers. Please take note of the following. After Jiangcheng completed the translation, Dawson retrieved two notebooks and pens from the table, handing them to the designers. Zhang Xun also eloquently shared some of his thoughts. Chapter 13. Requirements for the shelter. My concept is that a small asteroid collides with Earth, prompting governments worldwide to intercept it with nuclear weapons, yet to no avail. Specifically, you may reference the cataclysmic event that occurred 66 million years ago, located in the Gulf of Mexico. Additionally, consider the implications of nuclear radiation in the design of this shelter. Zhang Xun picked up his coffee, awaiting Jiangcheng's translation. He then articulated his aspirations for a robust, self-sustaining closed-loop system shelter designed for large families. This shelter should withstand challenges posed by magnitude 12 earthquakes, extreme temperatures, nuclear radiation, acid rain, and oxygen deprivation. The two designers and Dawson, upon hearing the translation, were taken aback, surprised by the profound ideas presented by this Chinese individual. Typically, other clients, particularly the wealthy, tend to focus primarily on interior decoration demands. The designers exchanged glances with Zhang Xun, engaging in a discussion regarding his vision and objectives, occasionally jotting down notes and sketches, a segment that Jiangcheng did not translate. After 10 minutes of deliberation, one of the bespectacled designers turned to Zhang Xun and said, based on your objectives, our preliminary idea is to incorporate an agricultural cultivation system within the shelter. This small-scale ecological system, tailored to the types of disasters, will necessitate the installation of a power system, air and temperature monitoring and control systems, a water recycling and filtration system, wired and wireless communication control systems, an oxygen generation system, a waste recycling system, a security system, and a central control system. The designer presented their initial thoughts. Upon hearing the translation, Zhang Xun felt a sense of admiration for true professionalism. However, Zhang Xun also put forth several requests, specifically outlined as follows. 1. All pipelines and equipment must be designed to be explosion-proof, preferably easy to assemble and replace. 2. All devices featuring control systems must be programmable, allowing for future modifications and enhancements. 3. The main structure of the shelter, along with its ceiling and pipeline systems, must consider rust and corrosion resistance, utilizing the finest materials. 4. All equipment and control systems must have backups, with at least 3 sets available. They should operate independently, with interchangeable spare parts, and possess a longer lifespan than standard products. 5. Movable equipment should ideally be equipped with energy recovery systems to conserve and reclaim excess energy. 6. The interior decoration of the entire shelter should predominantly utilize fire-retardant and waterproof materials, with multiple fire-extinguishing devices on each floor. 7. The fuel and chemical storage must be separate from the shelter, connected by a main emergency passageway that is reinforced and treated for fire and static electricity, featuring bidirectional pressure doors. 8. Aside from the main emergency freight elevator, no personnel elevators are required on each floor, which should be linked by staircases. with the option to close doors in the middle of the stairway if necessary. 9. The upper-level garage should ideally be spacious enough to accommodate at least 10 medium-sized trucks. The escape and access passages must undergo reinforcement, and a comprehensive protocol for entering and exiting the shelter must be devised. After Zhang Xun articulated these specific requirements, the three representatives from Rising's company exchanged peculiar glances, including the translator, Cheng. Fortunately, Dawson and his colleagues, being well-versed in such matters, refrained from probing into Zhang Xun's stringent demands for the shelter. According to your vision, the area and budget for this shelter are quite substantial, Dawson remarked, striving to maintain his composure. This is the extent of my current thoughts. Should further needs arise, I will promptly inform you before the design process commences. Please endeavor to accommodate the feasible functionalities within the budget, and I trust you will be able to provide a preliminary assessment report soon, Zhang Xun stated. Dawson nodded in agreement, responding, "Of course, let us now discuss the business aspects, such as the nature of our tripartite collaboration. Indeed, initially, I intended for you to merely provide the design proposal, but I have since altered my stance. Beyond design, your team should be deeply involved, as numerous internal control systems for the shelter will necessitate your expertise," Zhang Xun elaborated. Suddenly recalling something, he added, "Please initiate communication with the construction company, Jiangcheng, so that the three of us can arrange a time to finalize our collaboration plan. Certainly, the materials for the shelter, such as specialized alloy steel springs, which serve as essential shock absorption components, have been developed at great expense by a laboratory at the University of California to achieve corrosion resistance and a lifespan exceeding a century," Dawson explained. Following this, Zhang Xun forwarded the electronic version of the geological structure report to Dawson and arranged for his company's personnel to translate it. The two sides then discussed various specific matters. At noon, Dawson treated the two to a meal at their company's restaurant, subtly inquiring about the budget on Zhang Xun's side. Without reservation, Zhang Xun disclosed that it was within the range of $1.2 billion, mentioning that if the project exceeded its budget later on, there was room for adjustment. After all, he did not intend to construct an excessively grand and expansive shelter. A budget of $200 million is already considered top-tier for a medium-sized shelter. Moreover, the construction costs domestically are significantly lower than in the United States. It would be improbable for their expenses to surpass those in America. Observing Dawson's cheerful demeanor, Zhang Xun felt a pang of guilt, as despite the stock market's potential rise in the latter half of the year, he would only possess a maximum of 2.3 billion yuan, which falls short of the 100 million mark. The contract signing would not entail a lump sum payment, as there are a series of processes including design, construction, testing, and acceptance. Delays in payment could very well extend until the end of days. In the afternoon, the geological structure report was translated. After preliminary examination, the two designers informed Zhang Xun that a more detailed investigative report was necessary for the design proposal. However, he need not worry, as Rising's company would commission a domestic partner to produce this report. This process might take approximately a week, after which formal design work could commence upon receipt of the detailed investigation report. However, they need to formalize a contract before embarking on this endeavor. Zhang Xun expressed his agreement and hoped that Rising's company could liaise with Li Pan from the construction unit, facilitating a swift tripartite collaboration. Seeing Dawson readily acquiesce, Zhang Xun, accompanied by his translator, took his leave. "Is your boss really planning to establish such a venture domestically?" Cheng inquired during the taxi ride. "It must be authentic, especially since it won't be accessible to the general public. It's aimed at those affluent individuals seeking exhilarating experiences. In today's society, is it not common for the wealthy to spend extravagantly on thrilling escapades? Once this project garners fame, I anticipate those tycoons will throw money at our boss, insisting we can find him." Zhang Xun chuckled. "Seeing you so solemn earlier, I thought the apocalypse was upon us. It turns out to be merely a gimmick," Cheng scoffed. "Next, please take me to find a consulting service company. I will require assistance in reviewing the contract during the subsequent tripartite negotiations." Zhang Xun glanced at the time, noting that it was still early, and responded to Cheng. They quickly located a consulting firm, a commonplace presence in the United States. And Zhang Xun once again appreciated the conveniences afforded by capitalism, specifically, the privileges of wealth. Soon, the arrangements were finalized. The consulting company would await Zhang Xun's notification, at which point he could proceed with the payment. That evening, Li Pan from the construction unit in Xiang province called to inform him that Xiangji Company had decided to dispatch a team under his leadership to Sudan to discuss collaboration. Zhang Xun explained the alterations in their cooperative approach, stating that it was the company's decision, and he would be fully responsible for the negotiations moving forward. Li Pan expressed his understanding and hoped for Zhang Xun's support in the forthcoming discussions and agreements. Naturally, he would lean towards Xiangji Company, not out of nationalism, but to prevent delays from the foreign entity in future undertakings. Chapter 14. Making money. Li Pan and his team would arrive in Sudan in 2 days. After completing his tasks, Zhang Xun found himself with some leisure time. However, being in America, the pursuit of wealth remained paramount. His stay was limited, making lottery participation impractical, especially since he had no knowledge of winning numbers. Yet, he devised a simpler and quicker method to earn money, betting on the NBA and the Super Bowl. Although Zhang Xun seldom played basketball, he relished watching the NBA, and his memories of recent games and outcomes were particularly vivid. Tomorrow marked the 57th Super Bowl, and while Zhang Xun was not well versed in it, this year was an exception. Each Super Bowl featured international superstars performing, and this year, a glamorous singer he had long admired would grace the stage, thus piquing his interest in the event. Setting the alluring singer aside, his focus over the next few days would be the Super Bowl. "Could you take me to a casino tomorrow?" Zhang Xun called Cheng, surprised by the request. Cheng did not decline. After all, there was money to be made, and she agreed to accompany him. That evening, Zhang Xun delved into the intricacies of American sports betting regulations, ensuring he would not be caught unprepared. The following day, upon arriving at the hotel entrance, Cheng summoned a vehicle as Zhang Xun descended, and they promptly set off for the largest casino in Houston. Upon arrival, Zhang Xun was captivated by the dazzling array of sights. The casino was bustling with patrons, many of whom, like him, had come specifically to engage in sports betting, particularly in the designated sports wagering area. "I wish to place a bet of $2 million on the Kansas City Chiefs to win by 38 points, Zhang Xun instructed, with Cheng translating for him. The staff member looked on in disbelief, as the odds for such a wager stood at 100 to 1. It was exceedingly rare for anyone to bet in such a manner. Those who did were often desperate gamblers seeking to turn their fortunes around. The staff member observed Zhang Xun, questioning whether he truly belonged to that category. Cheng, standing nearby, attempted to dissuade Zhang Xun, yet he remained resolute. Prior to his arrival in the United States, he had commissioned Li Yin to arrange for the exchange of 20 million yuan into dollars, solely in anticipation of this moment. Although he had incurred a loss due to fluctuating exchange rates, he was confident that today would yield returns many times over. Should his bet succeed, $2 million could transform into 200 million. Even after accounting for substantial taxation, he would still net over 100 million. However, the casino, in conjunction with the betting company, expressed concern over such a significant wager and summoned their supervisor. After a brief wait, the supervisor arrived. Despite their eagerness to secure the bet, they were apprehensive about Zhang Xun possibly retracting his decision, and thus persuaded him to sign a preliminary agreement. This was precisely what Zhang Xun desired. He harbored doubts regarding the casino's integrity, and having a written agreement provided an additional layer of security. After all, 200 million was a sum that would not go unnoticed by the owners of the casino and betting company. Once the agreement was finalized, Zhang Xun transferred the $2 million from his account, leaving him with just over 50,000. This wager marked the largest placed at the casino that year and even attracted the attention of journalists. Nonetheless, Zhang Xun opted to forego interviews, instead opting to leisurely stroll through the casino. In the afternoon, the Super Bowl final commenced in Arizona, pitting the Kansas City Chiefs against the Philadelphia Eagles. Every gambler in the casino was riveted to the large screen, for the outcome of the match would determine their own fortunes. Zhang Xun felt a twinge of anxiety, pondering whether his presence might catalyze a butterfly effect that could influence the outcome. As the final moments approached, the tension in the air was palpable, and Zhang Xun was no exception to this collective anxiety. Ultimately, the Kansas City Chiefs triumphed over the Philadelphia Eagles with a score of 38-35, securing victory. The astonishment among the patrons in the casino was palpable as they gazed at Zhang Xun, the biggest winner in Houston in recent years. 10 minutes later, the casino owner arrived in haste, slightly out of breath. Standing before Zhang Xun, he regarded him with a complex expression before finally extending his hand with a congratulatory remark. "Congratulations, the Oracle from the East. Given the multitude of witnesses to the agreement, including journalists, he refrained from any underhanded maneuvers. However, the casino manager is undoubtedly facing dire consequences. Such a substantial amount, apart from the losses incurred by other gamblers, will ultimately be borne by the casino and the betting companies, causing him immense distress. Subsequently, he proceeded with the casino to the bank and the betting department to complete the necessary formalities, ensuring that this sum would soon be deposited into his account. $200 million, with a tax of 20%, would ultimately result in a net gain of $160 million. Zhang Xun transformed from a millionaire into a billionaire in a splendid metamorphosis. On his way back, he gazed at the astonished Jiangcheng, took out his phone, and transferred her a portion of his winnings. He chuckled, stating that this was a reward for her hard work over the past few days. Jiangcheng stared at the substantial amount on her phone, her heart racing. After some hesitation, she accepted it, her eyes sparkling with excitement as they regarded Zhang Xun. He hastily jested, "Don't look at me like that. I am already committed." Upon returning to the hotel, Zhang Xun recalled the NBA games and turned on the television to watch the match, while simultaneously downloading the app of the largest betting company in the United States. Meticulously translating and registering an account, he resolved to place his bets through this platform in the future, opting for a more discreet approach than the ostentation of today. "Old Zhang, Jiangcheng told me you've become a billionaire," his friend Heisey suddenly called, his voice brimming with disbelief. "Indeed. It's a case of a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. Life is unpredictable," Zhang Xun feigned calmness. "When you return, I'll prepare a grand red envelope for you, but please keep this under wraps. You know the wisdom of not flaunting wealth." He hoped that news of his fortune wouldn't reach his relatives and friends back home. However, since he was masked at the scene and had arranged for anonymity with the journalists, he believed that as long as Heisey remained silent, no one would be the wiser. "Absolutely, I understand. But let us forego the red envelope. You know my family isn't lacking in that regard. Just treat me to a lavish meal when I return," Heisey said before abruptly ending the call. "This guy?" Zhang Xun muttered to himself. After a video call with his girlfriend, he lay on the bed, perusing domestic news, when he suddenly received an international call. The caller ID displayed a landline from a new materials company. "Hello, is this Mr. Zhang?" A sweet voice inquired on the other end. "Yes, this is he. May I ask who is calling?" Zhang Xun had no recollection of this company. "Oh, I am a customer service representative from Changjiang New Materials Company, Limited. I noticed you left a message on our company's website. May I inquire what product you are interested in?" the girl asked. Zhang Xun suddenly remembered that he had searched for materials that could shield against nuclear radiation and had stumbled upon their company's website. They were a collaborative entity with the Plasma Research Institute of the Hefei Institute of Physical Science, Chinese Academy of Sciences, which, to be precise, was one of their stakeholders. "Yes, our company aspires to create a theme hotel centered around a post-apocalyptic nuclear disaster, so we are exploring materials that provide excellent shielding against nuclear radiation," Zhang Xun explained. Chapter 15. The contract. Our company primarily specializes in the production and research of innovative coating materials. In regard to the predominantly anti-corrosion and anti-rust processes, the technology you mentioned was indeed absent in previous years. However, after a brief pause on the phone, the young woman began to shuffle through some documents. "Last year, we collaborated with the Plasma Institute of the Hefei Institute of Physical Science, Chinese Academy of Sciences, to develop an innovative material coating. This composite material is based on a gadolinium hydrogen boron system, capable of moderating and absorbing neutrons. It facilitates inelastic collisions between high-energy incident neutrons and engages in elastic collisions with hydrogen, carbon, and oxygen until they are transformed into thermal neutrons, ultimately being absorbed by gadolinium and boron. Gadolinium, as a heavy nuclear element, additionally possesses the capability to absorb gamma rays." As she turned a page, she continued, stating that our test results indicate that this composite material achieves a neutron shielding rate of 98 at a thickness of 8 millimeters. In a radiative environment, concrete walls also exhibit commendable shielding capabilities. If this material is utilized to coat concrete walls, the neutron shielding rate approaches an almost perfect 100. Most radiation-resistant coatings available on the market contain lead, including those used to encapsulate nuclear reactor cores in power plants. However, the long-term use of lead is toxic to humans. Thus, our company's new composite material represents the optimal choice for both environmental and human health. Furthermore, Our product was already implemented in several domestic nuclear power plants last year, which you might find worthwhile to explore. Upon hearing the young woman's presentation, Zhang Xun felt a surge of excitement. This was indeed the radiation-resistant material he had been hoping for. Hello, I am very interested in this material you mentioned. Could you send me the information? Zhang Xun inquired. Certainly, sir. Please provide me with your email address and your company name, and I will send you the detailed information shortly, the young woman responded. After giving her the company name and email, Zhang Xun ended the call, contemplating how to incorporate this coding into his future design plans. Just as he was preparing to retire for the night, another international call came through. Hello, Engineer Lee. The caller ID displayed the person Zhang Xun had previously engaged from the Geological Department of Enchi Prefecture. Hello, Mr. Zhang, I have some news for you. Our geological team recently organized an investigation near the site we had previously selected, approximately 3 kilometers away, where we have confirmed the presence of groundwater, specifically an underground river flowing through your area, Engineer Lee informed him. Oh, I see. Thank you for relaying this information, Engineer Lee. I appreciate your efforts. Zhang Xun replied. There's more good news. This underground river is a hot spring river with high water temperatures, albeit at considerable depth. Do you realize what this implies? Engineer Lee continued. It means you could harness it for power generation, use it for heating, or even create a hot springs-themed hotel. Zhang Xun, upon hearing this revelation, found himself unable to rest. After hanging up, he sent Engineer Lee a red envelope as a token of gratitude. Rising from his bed, he grabbed a notebook and pen, working through the night to revise his plans. This was geothermal energy. He had previously been concerned about his electricity supply, but this hot river could significantly alleviate his reliance on fossil fuels. However, he soon pondered whether the temperature of this underground river would also cool down during the apocalyptic ice age. Although he was not well versed in geological matters, he knew someone who was. He picked up his phone and dialed Professor Wang, but the line was met with silence. Likely he was in class. 20 minutes later, his phone rang. It was Professor Wang returning his call. After expressing his concerns, Zhang Xun noted the professor's surprise at his continued interest in the matter. Yet Professor Wang patiently addressed his inquiries. It should not be a concern. Although the Great Impact event led to a glacial period that made survival difficult for many species. On a planetary scale, the average minimum temperature would only reach around -50°C. The underground river you mentioned, situated approximately 80 meters below the surface, is actually more influenced by the Earth's crust. This indicates that the crust in that area receives more heat from the mantle and core. So there is no need for worry, Professor Wang explained. I understand now. Thank you, Professor Wang, Zhang Xun replied, feeling relieved. Which department and class are you in? As I inquired about you with Professor Ouyang and he had not heard of you? Professor Wang suddenly asked. Zhang Xun was taken aback. His identity was fabricated, leaving him at a loss for an explanation. Summoning his courage, he replied, I am in class 5, under the guidance of teacher Zhu. Oh, Zhu Huixiang is it? No matter, just asking. Professor Wang concluded the call, clearly confirming the existence of this teacher Zhu, and Zhang Xun managed to deceive him once more. The following morning, Zhang Xun was aware that Li Pan and the others had arrived and were also staying at the hotel. He had a meal alone with Zhang Xun, exchanged some opinions, and after minimal rest, they set off together to Rising's company in the afternoon. Upon arriving, Dawson greeted them with a smile, addressing Zhang Xun. You have become quite the celebrity in Xiastan. Noticing the puzzled expressions on Li Pan's team, Dawson proceeded to explain the previous incident involving Zhang Xun's betting escapades. This revelation evoked admiration and astonishment from Li Pan and her colleagues, realizing that this local tycoon had transformed into a financial magnate, and they were filled with anticipation for the upcoming collaboration. After some pleasantries, the representatives from the consulting firm Zhang Xun had invited arrived, bringing their own personnel aside from the interpreter, Cheng. The 3 parties formally commenced discussions in the conference room. Throughout the afternoon, intense debates arose between Li Pan and Dawson regarding who would assume the role of the general contractor. After considering their respective viewpoints, Zhang Xun ultimately decided to appoint Li Pan's company as the general contractor. However, in relation to various other interests, both Zhang Xun and Li Pan made certain concessions, ensuring that Rising's company would also benefit significantly. Acknowledging Zhang Xun's decision, Dawson ceased to press the matter further, and the next steps involved negotiating and signing a detailed cooperation agreement. This process proved arduous, prompting Zhang Xun to reflect on the apocalyptic novels he had read in the past, where the protagonists effortlessly constructed shelters and stockpiled supplies within mere days or even months. Why was it so complicated for him? If only I possessed a spatial ability or a system as a golden finger, Zhang Xun lamented. A day later, after several hours of arduous negotiations, the contents of the contract agreement were finally established. Before Zhang Xun's arrival, he had already taken the company's official seal and contract stamp with him, all for this very moment. The contract delineated the responsibilities of the three parties, as well as the payment methods and timelines for the project. It also stipulated the construction period and legal liabilities. Payments for the project would be made according to the progress, typically settled every 2 to 3 months, based on specific milestones. Additionally, a portion of the final payment would be retained as a guarantee, to be disbursed only upon successful inspection and acceptance. Regarding the budget, Zhang Xun deliberated extensively, determining to increase the original budget as much as his available funds would allow. He did not seek extravagance. Rather, he insisted that all materials and functionalities be of the utmost quality. Of course, the funds at his disposal were limited, and once exhausted, he had no intention of repaying any remaining debts. After finalizing the contract, Zhang Xun discussed the discovery of the geothermal hot river with Dawson and Li Pan. He expressed the hope that the design would integrate energy and temperature control systems that leaned towards geothermal energy sources. With geothermal resources, not only could the thematic boundaries of the hotel be expanded in the future, but significant energy costs could also be saved, which would indeed be a pleasant surprise for them. There are no issues with my design, Dawson assured confidently. Zhang Xun, observing the nods of agreement from the two designers, felt a sense of relief. Is there any problem with the construction on your end? Can you lay down an underground water pipe at a depth of 80 meters? Zhang Xun inquired of Li Pan. No problem at all. We have executed similar operations many times before, Li Pan assured him. That evening, Dawson invited Zhang Xun and Li Pan to indulge in a lavish night out at a local nightclub in Houston. The atmosphere was eye-opening for Zhang Xun and Li Pan, a true reflection of the decadence of capitalism. The venue featured exotic dancers, and there were also segments for model catwalks. If one fancied a particular model, they could discreetly slip dollars into her attire. Wealthy patrons typically took a multitude of beautiful companions back to their hotels to continue the revelry. Jiangcheng, unfamiliar with such establishments, felt out of place, prompting Zhang Xun to suggest she leave early. Meanwhile, as he felt the attentions of the exotic dancer, he maintained a calm facade while internally, his desires began to stir. Humans possess a tendency to conform. Observing Li Pan's team, who remained composed and unperturbed, Zhang Xun quickly reined in his thoughts and raised his glass to drink. Dawson, however, exhibited no such restraint, reveling with one dancer on each side, unabashedly engaging in flirtation. He even playfully pushed one dancer towards Li Pan, startling him. Li Pan, concerned for his dignity, noted Zhang Xun's unflappable demeanor and mused that indeed, he was a tycoon, able to remain composed in such circumstances. Ultimately, they did not dare to take any of the women home. Yet, as Dawson exited, he was accompanied by two women, insisting that Zhang Xun and Li Pan escort him back to his hotel, revealing that he still retained some semblance of reason, at least refraining from bringing anyone home. That night, the giants from the east found themselves alone in their respective rooms. Chapter 16. Returning home subsequently. The technical team, led by Li Pan, continued to remain on-site for several more days. On one hand, there was the need to coordinate with the design team of Resigning company regarding the specific timeline and responsibilities of the project. On the other hand, it was a rare opportunity to travel abroad, allowing him to experience the decadent yet unpretentious life of the capitalist world. On the afternoon of the 5th day after betting, the winnings Zhang Xun was expecting were about to be transferred, but he needed to sign at the gambling center. At that time, the owners of the casino and the betting company, as well as representatives from the bank and notary office, would also be present. He hurried to the gambling center with Cheng Cheng, confirmed their identities and accounts, and after paying a hefty tax of 20, the transfer of $160 million was finally completed in the presence of the notary. Politely declining an interview from reporters, Zhang Xun promptly informed Li Yan to use the company's overseas account to make an advance payment to both Rising's company and Changji company. The design fees from Rising's company were to be paid separately, while Changji company served as the general contractor. All subsequent project payments would only need to be directed to them, with Xiangji Company disbursing part of the system and material costs to Rising's company. The day after receiving the funds, He returned from his business trip. Zhang Xun specially treated his family to a meal and additionally transferred $500,000 to He as a token of gratitude. Although He was reluctant to accept it, he could not resist Zhang Xun's earnest insistence and reluctantly accepted the gift. Having spent considerable time in the United States, it was time to return home. Before leaving, Zhang Xun earnestly suggested to He to consider purchasing a shelter from Rising's company. In the event of a disaster, it would provide a safe haven. He was uncertain whether He took his advice to heart, but the $500,000 he gave him could indeed buy a decent shelter product. As for how He would choose, he preferred not to say. Later, Zhang Xun returned home with Li Pan and the others. After several days of research, he finally grasped the rules of the betting app. Now, he could navigate the English interface with ease. While waiting at the airport, he placed bets on the upcoming NBA games through the app. After over 20 hours of travel, he finally returned to Jiangcheng. Li Pan was also transiting here to Xiang province, but due to time constraints, Zhang Xun decided against treating them to a meal. He first returned home to drop off gifts he had purchased for his girlfriend and parents. His girlfriend, who worked the day shift, was not yet back. After placing the items down, Zhang Xun drove to the office to store the contract and company seal. Having discussed the upcoming construction of the vacation hotel with Li Yin in advance, Xiangji Company had also been in touch with her side. Therefore, today, Zhang Xun planned to hold a meeting with them to arrange future work. An hour later, it was already 4 p.m. Zhang Xun took 3 red envelopes from his pocket, each containing $300 as gifts for them upon his return from the United States. He then allowed them to leave work for the day. Subsequently, Zhang Xun intended to take a few days to rest, as the recent travels had left him feeling rather fatigued mentally. Subsequently, it is necessary to visit the local Industrial and Commercial Bureau, Public Security Bureau, Environmental Protection Bureau, and other entities in Enshi Prefecture to secure the project construction permits. Although environmental regulations in protected areas are currently stringent, his project is not a production-oriented enterprise and will not cause pollution. Rather, it will promote local consumption and tourism. Zhang Xun had previously inquired about the process and found it to be relatively simple, with government support for such projects, so he anticipated a swift approval. Driving leisurely, he arrived at his girlfriend's workplace, but found no available parking spots. Just as he was about to return to his electric scooter, he caught sight of her. He honked the horn briefly and waited until she approached. This was seemingly the first time Zhang Xun had driven to pick her up. Despite not having owned the car for long, "Why didn't you finish work until after 5 today?" Zhang Xun asked, puzzled. "Knowing you were coming back today, I spoke with the head nurse and left early," his girlfriend replied cheerfully. The couple exchanged sweet nothings during the 20-minute drive, eventually arriving at an upscale Western restaurant. "I completed my business in the States, and my boss rewarded me with 100,000 yuan. So today's meal is on me," Zhang Xun declared with enthusiasm. His girlfriend shot him a teasing glare and remarked, "Look at your extravagance." However, she refrained from criticizing him for wasting money. While they dined, Zhang Xun shared amusing anecdotes from his trip to America, omitting details he deemed unsuitable for her ears. "By the way, why do I find a card with your name in my wallet? It has 300,000 yuan on it. Where did you acquire such a sum?" she suddenly inquired as they neared the end of their meal. Zhang Xun had anticipated her discovery and had prepared a response. Wiping his mouth, he replied nonchalantly, "I wanted to surprise you. I kept it with you as our wedding fund for next year." He explained that part of the money was from his salary and year-end bonus from last year, totaling over 100,000 yuan. Additionally, upon resigning, his former boss, recognizing him as a long-term employee, granted him over 80,000 yuan as a long service award. Combined with his current salary and earnings from lottery tickets and stock trading, he had saved a total of 300,000 yuan for her. His girlfriend felt both touched and envious. "How come your boss treats you so well?" "Indeed, my boss treats me well, and I treat you well, which is tantamount to you having a good boss as well," Zhang Xun joked. "And how does this boss Zhang plan to treat me well?" she asked, resting her chin on her hands, narrowing her eyes at him. "How about this?" Zhang Xun suddenly stood and planted a kiss on her forehead. The surrounding patrons witnessed the tender moment, causing his girlfriend to feel both shy and annoyed, prompting her to hastily pull him away from the scene. Once home, she was overjoyed to discover the gift Zhang Xun had bought for her. showering him with kisses and affection. After their passionate encounter and a refreshing shower, Zhang Xun mentioned, "I still have 100,000 yuan left. I plan to send my mother and your father on a trip. After all, they are getting older and have not traveled much. With my current financial comfort, it is time they enjoyed some leisure." His girlfriend, touched yet slightly apprehensive, replied, "What if they are unwilling to go? No worries, when the time comes. We can say our company has family travel slots available. It would be a shame to let them go to waste. On your day off, let us seek out information on senior travel group itineraries and promptly register them." Zhang Xun contemplated that he would purchase a camera tomorrow, so they could capture more photos along the way. His girlfriend nodded, snuggling against his chest, gazing at him affectionately and saying, "Darling, you are truly wonderful. This year, I may be rather busy, so please take care of my mother and your father. Once this hectic period is over, we shall marry and then embark on our honeymoon." Upon hearing about marriage and the honeymoon, his girlfriend buried her head deeper, softly murmuring, "As you wish." The night was quiet, yet filled with whispers and tender murmurs. Zhang Xun had just returned, utterly exhausted. The next day, he purchased a DSLR camera online and visited several travel agencies to inquire about travel routes and services. After careful comparison, he reached a decision. He then called his mother and his girlfriend's father, persuading them to join the group tour. In truth, he felt a twinge of regret. Having worked so hard for many years, he had never taken his family out for a trip. With less than 2 years until the impending apocalypse, Zhang Xun thought it best for his mother and future father-in-law to explore this beautiful world while they still had the chance, for opportunities might never arise again. Chapter 17. Family Reunion. On the phone, Zhang Xun exerted considerable effort to convince the two elders to agree to the trip. After confirming their arrival in Jiangcheng, he registered with the travel agency. He selected numerous itineraries, beginning with a trip abroad to culturally akin destinations such as Japan, Vietnam, and Thailand. After a brief rest, they would explore various places within the country, including Beijing, Inner Mongolia, Xinjiang, Hunan, and Sanya, traversing from north to south. His mother had often expressed a desire to see Tiananmen Square in Beijing, and this trip would fulfill that long-held dream. The cost for the tour was substantial, exceeding 300,000 yuan for two, but he paid the deposit without hesitation, solidifying the arrangement. 3 days later, Dawson called to inform him that the detailed investigation report was ready, and they had commenced formal design work. Zhang Xun reflected and instructed Dawson to prepare a simple design draft within the next few days, based on hotel types, or alternatively, to modify previous project blueprints for him. He needed to apply for a construction permit, and the local business, public security, and environmental protection departments required design documentation for record keeping. Of course, he would cover the additional costs. Dawson agreed and promptly set the plan in motion. The company had also resumed regular operations. Despite having only a few staff members, Li Yin had already communicated with Changji Company, urging them to conduct preliminary assessments at the project site and prepare adequately. After a day of rest, Dawson sent the revised design drawings to Zhang Xun's email. After printing them out, Zhang Xun, accompanied by the company's cashier Huang Min, set off for Enchi Prefecture. Due to the fact that the cashier is generally well acquainted with the procedures of the industrial and commercial bank, Zhang Xun found it advantageous to bring her along. After 2 days of traversing the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, the Public Security Bureau, the Environmental Protection Bureau, and the Tourism Management Department, he finally managed to complete the land purchase and registration processes. What remained was the anticipation of the issuance of the construction permit and business license. Zhang Xun was aware that this process was exceedingly intricate, requiring multiple layers of approval. To expedite matters, he spent another 2 days treating the heads of various departments to meals and presenting them with numerous precious local specialties. Given the nominally substantial investment, these leaders extended him some courtesy, promising to assist in facilitating the processes promptly. Once these matters were resolved, he visited the project site. After driving around the vicinity, he discovered a flat piece of land situated less than 5 kilometers from the shelter. He intended to temporarily construct a warehouse in this location, where supplies could be stored before being transported to the shelter. The site of the shelter was remarkably remote, accessible only via a provincial road, with no villages within a 30-kilometer radius. Nevertheless, Zhang Xun deemed it prudent to exercise caution. The construction team hailing from Xiang province consisted of outsiders, and he harbored no concerns about them harboring ulterior motives. Enchi City was also quite distant, requiring over an hour's drive along winding roads. Prior to the apocalypse, everyone had only about an hour to prepare. By the time someone became aware of the existence of the shelter, it might already be too late. The catastrophic impact would not only involve shockwaves and earthquakes, but also fiery debris raining down from the sky, potentially transforming the entire tourist area into an inferno. Zhang Xun sent a location pin to his girlfriend's phone to note the exact address before driving back. By the time he arrived home, it was already past 3 in the afternoon. The drive had been exhausting, and although Huang Min possessed a driving license, she had not driven in years. So Zhang Xun did not dare let her take the wheel, resulting in him doing all the driving. Consequently, upon returning, he collapsed onto the sofa and fell asleep within 2 minutes. When he awoke, it was already 7 in the evening, and a blanket had been draped over him. His girlfriend had returned without disturbing him. Upon noticing that Zhang Xun was awake, she called out for him to wash his face as dinner was nearly ready. In the following week, Zhang Xun spent his time lounging in the company office, engrossed in reading and watching videos, primarily focusing on topics related to electromechanical engineering, construction, and programming. He had originally studied electromechanics and had been engaged in the after-sales service of mechanical equipment. He possessed a solid understanding of common mechanical devices and some foundational programming skills. However, he was not well versed in the construction industry. His objective in studying these materials was to deepen his knowledge in this area, as he anticipated spending the latter half of his life in the shelter. Without relevant knowledge, he might struggle to differentiate between the neutral and live wires in an electrical circuit. Just as he was leisurely sipping tea while reading, Huang Min knocked on the door and entered, stating, "Zhang, a notice has arrived from Enchi indicating that the land purchase approval and construction permit have been finalized." Zhang Xun was somewhat astonished at the swiftness of the process. "I thought it would take 2 to 3 weeks," he responded. "Thus, you should inform Sister Li to notify Qiangji Company that they may commence the leveling of the construction site. Additionally, a simple access road connecting to the provincial highway needs to be established. The design proposal from Rising's company is expected to be finalized soon, so urge them to expedite the process." After Huang Min took note of this, he departed. After more than a month of diligent efforts, the initiation of the shelter project was finally underway, which was no small feat. Zhang Xun mused. He wished for days to be twice as long. Yet reality imposed its limitations. Money, design plans, construction preparations, and governmental approvals. Each element demanded time. Nothing was ever achieved in haste. Feeling somewhat uneasy, he called Li Pan from Qiangji Company to emphasize the importance of ensuring both progress and quality of the project. Upon receiving Li Pan's assurances, Zhang Xun inquired about the recent registration process, mentioning that he had heard representatives from the environmental and public security departments would inspect the construction site. Li Pan explained that such a procedure existed. However, inspections typically occurred at the commencement of construction and prior to the project's opening, primarily to assess environmental conditions and ensure safety during construction, though it was largely a formality. "Why do you ask?" he inquired. "Just checking if I need to be present when they come," Zhang Xun replied, feeling relieved as he had anticipated a more stringent process, given the discrepancies between the registered design and the actual plan. After ending the call, he suddenly recalled an unfinished matter. A company specializing in composite materials had previously sent him information that he had yet to review, so he opened his computer and delved into the documents. An hour later, after perusing the product introductions and relevant case studies, Zhang Xun compared them with the radiation-resistant materials he had researched online and sincerely found the products developed by the Institute of Plasma Physics at the Chinese Academy of Sciences to be impressive. He decided to incorporate this innovative composite material coating onto the surface of the shelter's main structure. He forwarded the email to Dawson, requesting that this material be included in the design proposal and that Qiangji Company handle the procurement domestically. Not yet at the end of the workday, Zhang Xun left early and headed straight to the bus station. His mother was arriving in Jiangcheng today, and after picking her up, he would also need to go to the train station to fetch his future father-in-law. That evening, Zhang Xun was too weary to cook and took his family out to dine. At the dinner table, the elders predominantly discussed wedding plans, setting a date, the venue for the banquet, and considerations for future children. After 2 days in Jiangcheng, they packed their luggage and camera, finally joining the senior travel group organized by the travel agency. Their overseas journey was expected to last roughly 2 weeks, providing Zhang Xun with a perfect opportunity to focus on study and self-improvement during this period. Things were unfolding as he had envisioned. although it was exhausting. The process remained relatively smooth. He sometimes pondered how wonderful it would be if the apocalypse were not imminent, for his current life was quite satisfactory. He had a home, a girlfriend, and loved ones, and the pressure was manageable. However, the news from a month ago, about winning the lottery and becoming a billionaire through gambling, was a clear indication to him that this was not merely a dream, but a truly tangible event that could unfold. Chapter 18. The design proposal emerges the day after sending the two elderly individuals on their trip. Zhang Xun purchased an inexpensive mobile phone and procured several anonymous SIM cards. He began disseminating information about the apocalypse across various platforms on the internet. His intention was to avoid being labeled a rumormonger, thereby sparing himself from official reprimands or detainment. Nevertheless, his efforts proved futile, as the internet was inundated with various doomsday rumors, most of which people dismissed as mere conversation starters over tea and meals. After several days of this unproductive endeavor, Zhang Xun ceased his meaningless actions, having received no positive feedback. For the next 2 weeks, Zhang Xun returned to his monotonous routine of commuting between home and the office. Although he could have stayed home without going to the company, he found it difficult to recapture the sense of learning that he once had. It was only within the bustling environment of the office that he felt the joy of being occupied. 2 weeks later, his mother and future father-in-law returned from their travels. Observing the blend of fatigue and excitement etched on their faces filled Zhang Xun and his girlfriend with an indescribable sense of happiness. They rested for 3 days in Jiangcheng before commencing the second leg of their journey, which was domestic, with their first destination being the capital they had long cherished, Beijing. Meanwhile, Zhang Xun received good news. The design proposal and engineering blueprints from Rising's company had finally been completed. In a couple of days, Dawson would visit Jiangcheng along with 2 of the company's designers to provide Zhang Xun with a detailed explanation of the proposal. Upon receiving Zhang Xun's approval, they would be able to commence work officially, while Dawson could have opted not to travel to China. This collaboration allowed Rising's company to recognize the immense potential of the Chinese market. In addition to meeting Zhang Xun, Dawson was also tasked with evaluating the prospects of the Chinese market within this field. Zhang Xun welcomed Dawson's arrival, but his anticipation was primarily focused on the design proposal. 2 days later, not only did Dawson arrive, but Li Pan also brought along the engineering head. They intended to familiarize themselves with the details of the design proposal in advance and would be lodging at the same hotel. Zhang Xun did not take them to the office for a simple reason. It was too small and lacked an adequate conference room for such a group. Thus, a small meeting room was reserved at the hotel. Before the meeting commenced, the designers from Rising's company showcased the renderings of the shelter through a projector, providing Zhang Xun with a more intuitive understanding of the structure of his refuge. Subsequently, the designers offered a more detailed presentation. In line with Zhang Xun's objectives and requirements, they proposed to construct a closed-loop system designed for family units that would possess a certain degree of self-sufficiency. They envisioned a 5-story structure with a total area of 800 square meters. The shelter would consist of 2 levels of reinforced concrete, with an additional layer of thick alloy steel plates sandwiched between the concrete walls. It would be equipped with fire-resistant, insulating, and shock-absorbing filling materials, sealed with steel pads. Steel beams are embedded into the granite mass outside the main structure, further reinforcing the external structural integrity. Concurrently, each face of the concrete walls is equipped with 4 high-strength, corrosion-resistant, long-lasting alloy steel springs. This configuration will significantly mitigate the impact of seismic activities, providing both seismic protection and a buffer for vital internal equipment and pipelines. The outer wall and the surface of the intermediate steel plates are coated with a novel composite material developed by the Plasma Institute of the Hefei Institute of Physical Science, Chinese Academy of Sciences. With a thickness of 3 centimeters, this coating, in conjunction with the concrete structure, serves as the primary barrier for nuclear protection. The entire shelter is situated 20 meters beneath the mountain, with an exit at the base that connects the shelter corridor extending down to the first level. The corridor measures 50 meters in length and 5 meters in width, constructed from high-strength concrete with specialized reinforcement to ensure safety and accessibility. The passage descends in an L-shaped configuration, leading straight for 20 meters before making a right-angle turn. This 90-degree bend is crucial for the shelter. When the exit door is opened, external nuclear radiation will rush into the corridor in an instant. The turn effectively reduces the speed and measurement of radiation diffusion to the other side. The shelter's exit features a thick steel airtight door, also coated with radiation-resistant composite material. It not only blocks nuclear radiation but also effectively prevents various toxic gases and pollutants from the external environment. To combat acid rain, in addition to the radiation-resistant coating, thick corrosion-resistant materials and coatings are installed. The 5-level shelter is equipped with 2 freight elevators and 2 sets of emergency staircases as backups. The first level serves as the protective layer, with a protection level second only to the living area, primarily focusing on seismic resistance and radiation protection. Covering an area of 900 square meters with a height of 38 meters, which includes a garage. This garage can accommodate a recreational vehicle, 2 small excavators, 2 medium-sized trucks, 3 household SUVs, 2 loaders, and multiple forklifts. Beyond the garage, there is a processing area equipped with various small machining tools and CNC machines, as well as an array of cutting and welding equipment. Adjacent to the processing area is a storage room designated for various materials such as steel, sheets, cement, lubricants, and antifreeze. The second level functions as a materials depot, encompassing 800 square meters, comparable to a small to medium-sized supermarket, divided into several sections, including a frozen area specifically for storing perishable meats and seafood. The third level comprises the living quarters, which also contains a materials storage area of 300 square meters, where essential food supplies are typically stored. The dedicated living area spans 600 square meters, featuring a living room, 5 bedrooms with private bathrooms, a kitchen and dining area, a screening room, a gym, a basic medical room, a study, a game room, and, most importantly, the main control room. The protective level of the entire living area is expected to be the highest, and it connects to the escape passage. The fourth level should be referred to as the ecological layer, which encompasses an agricultural zone, a modest 80 square meter aquaculture area, a storage facility for agricultural equipment, a seed and feed storage room, and a water reservoir. The agricultural zone primarily employs hydroponic and soil-based methods to cultivate wheat, rice, mushrooms, and various common vegetables. The aquaculture area is quite small, mainly housing poultry such as chickens and geese, with a limited number of livestock, allowing the family to occasionally supplement their diet with eggs. Within the agricultural storage, there are several farming implements, including a threshing machine, a flour mill, and an oven, along with other agricultural tools. Nutrient solutions for crops are also stored here. Additionally, there is a storage room for seeds and feed, where temperature and humidity control are of utmost importance. Furthermore, a dedicated water treatment room is equipped with 10 large water tanks, capable of storing up to 50 tons of water, alongside various pumps and filtration devices. The lowest level is designated as the equipment zone, comprising a power room, an air conditioning room, 2 independent distribution rooms, and a maintenance area. Moreover, a fuel warehouse has been established in a parallel space behind the 5th level, entirely separate from the shelter and connected by a dedicated passage, storing flammable materials such as diesel, gasoline, coal, and liquefied gas tanks. The design meticulously considers the requirements previously outlined by Zhang Xun, ensuring that all critical equipment and pipeline systems possess additional backups, with programmable systems for equipment featuring control mechanisms. After approximately an hour of introduction, the overall impression is favorable. However, constructive criticism is offered, particularly regarding redundancy in design, with suggestions for more rational spatial arrangements, such as the concealment of waste management, ingress and egress routes, and fire safety systems. The designer, having noted Zhang Xun's recommendations, expressed intent to make minor adjustments before proceeding with the current plan, which could commence construction pending Zhang Xun's approval. Zhang Xun nodded and informed Li Pan, "The plan is finalized. You may begin." Li Pan replied, "We will study the construction drawings, and we should be able to start full-scale construction by next week at the latest." Subsequently, the designers from Rising's company began a detailed presentation of each subsystem within the interior. While listening, Zhang Xun jotted down key information, seeking clarification on any points he found unclear. Chapter 19. The construction of the shelter commences at noon. Everyone enjoyed a simple buffet lunch at the hotel. The afternoon was dedicated to further explanations of the design plan. Following their presentation, Zhang Xun signed the confirmation document, signifying his approval of the design in principle, which allowed for the official commencement of the shelter's construction. However, Zhang Xun also stipulated that a comprehensive manual for the maintenance, repair, and upkeep of the entire shelter must be provided to him. The preliminary budget estimate for the entire shelter stands at $1.6 billion, primarily due to the underground construction within the mountain, coupled with a short time frame and high intensity of work, resulting in elevated costs, not including luxurious finishes. The designer had initially proposed the inclusion of a swimming pool, which Zhang Xun promptly declined. Such extravagance serves little practical purpose, wasting both water and electricity, while fostering a sense of lethargy. The following day, I had intended to graciously host a visit to East Lake and the Yellow Crane Tower. But Li Pan was eager to return and attend to construction matters, departing early. Dawson, too, declined Zhang Xun's invitation due to time constraints as he needed to travel to Beijing and Shanghai. Zhang Xun, content in his solitude, would still need to make another trip to Enchi Prefecture once the actual construction commenced, but that would have to wait until next week. With April already upon them, after visiting the construction site, the two elders should have returned from their travels. After escorting them back to their hometown, Zhang Xun planned to take his girlfriend on an outing during the upcoming May Day holiday. However, when he inquired with her, he discovered that the hospital where she worked would not grant such an extended break, typically offering only compensatory time off, making it difficult to request leave. For a fleeting moment, he contemplated urging his girlfriend to resign, but thoughts of their future quickly dispelled that notion. It seemed that travel plans would have to be postponed until after marriage. During this period, aside from the smooth progress of the shelter project, there was another source of joy. He had been placing bets on an app, primarily on NBA games. Given his modest investment, his winnings were not substantial, amounting to approximately $15 million. Fearing excessive attention, he refrained from larger bets, as accurate predictions were elusive with increased frequency. It was likely that the platform would suspend his account before any official investigation could occur. A week later, Zhang Xun received notification from Li Pan that construction had officially commenced. Instead of driving, he purchased a high-speed train ticket to Enchi Prefecture. His previous journey by car had left him utterly exhausted. This time, he opted to rent a vehicle upon arrival, thus minimizing travel time to the site. Around 2 p.m., Zhang Xun leisurely traversed the provincial road, which typically bore little traffic. Before long, he noticed a rudimentary dirt path winding into the mountains from the left side of the provincial road. He had rented an SUV, yet even with this vehicle, the ride along the bumpy track was quite jarring. The dirt road, stretching just over a kilometer, was not particularly long, and upon reaching his destination, he parked at the roadside. Ahead lay the construction site, where on the far left, nestled against the mountain, stood a mobile cabin, presumably the workers' resting area. On the right, a sizable shelter housed numerous bags of cement and steel plates. Various machinery, including excavators, rock drills, and bulldozers, was actively at work. When Zhang Xun sought out the construction supervisor, Ren Gong, he found him directing operations while donning a hard hat, and thus he waited momentarily. Around 3 p.m., Ren Gong finally concluded his tasks and approached Zhang Xun with alacrity. Ren Gong, thank you for your hard work. How long will the excavation take? Zhang Xun inquired. If all goes smoothly, for months. If not, it could extend to 6 months, as this mountainous terrain may present various challenges, Ren Gong replied. Concerned that Zhang Xun would be dissatisfied with the timeline, he quickly added, in a few days, a large tunneling machine will arrive on site, and we will do our utmost to ensure the project progresses on schedule. Zhang Xun nodded and inquired about the duration required for the main structure's pouring, internal decoration, and equipment installation. Ren Gong made a rough estimate, noting that the main structure's pouring would involve embedded steel plates and would likely take around 5 months. If more personnel were allocated for the subsequent decoration and equipment installation, it could be completed within 3 months. Zhang Xun calculated internally, realizing that it was now late April 2023. Based on the longest time frame, the earliest completion would be around June or July of next year, which was quite acceptable. There were still over 4 months to stockpile materials, provided the construction schedule did not drag on excessively. Besides gathering supplies, he had ample time to consider encouraging his girlfriend to resign and perhaps embark on a journey together. After spending some time observing the unexciting drilling operations, he decided to drive back to Enchi Prefecture and spend a night there. The next day, he wandered through the local wholesale market for half a day. After returning the car in the afternoon, he took the high-speed train back to Jiangcheng. Upon arriving home, he found his girlfriend had just started her night shift and was still asleep, as she would not leave for the hospital until around 10 o'clock in the evening. Thus, Zhang Xun set about preparing dinner. Wow, so many delicious dishes. Upon waking, his girlfriend was greeted by the sight of Zhang Xun's culinary creations. Before he could serve the rice, she eagerly snatched a shrimp to eat. You've worked hard on the night shift. I made something nutritious to help you replenish your energy, Zhang Xun remarked as he served her. Thank you, dear. His girlfriend peeled another shrimp and offered it to him. After finishing their meal, they took a stroll downstairs before returning to cuddle up and watch a television drama for over an hour. Oh no, I've gained so much weight these days, she exclaimed in horror, rubbing her belly. Really? I didn't notice, Zhang Xun replied skeptically. With the weight gain concentrated around your belly, how could you not notice? She shot back, rolling her eyes. This won't do. Starting tomorrow. No, starting from the day shift, I must lose weight. Isn't working at the hospital exhausting enough to count as weight loss? Zhang Xun questioned. That's not the same, she retorted. I see you eating so much, yet you don't seem to gain any weight. I have a good metabolism. Haha, Zhang Xun chuckled. His girlfriend, upon hearing such shameless words, felt a surge of motivation and playfully threatened to hit him. Their playful banter continued until nearly 10 o'clock, at which point they finally ceased. After seeing her off to work, Zhang Xun returned home to sleep. It was the most restful night he had experienced in quite some time, filled with dreams of his wedding to Jing, where they exchanged rings in the presence of both families. The next morning, Zhang Xun rose early to pick up his girlfriend after her shift and then proceeded to the company. The initial payment of over $400,000 had been sent to Jiangcheng company, with another payment expected next month. A meeting was held at the company where Li Yin also discussed financial matters with the construction unit. Subsequently, they would need to procure certain internal equipment and specialized materials themselves. Fortunately, both cooperative partners were reliable, providing a straightforward list requiring only payment and auditing, while Jiangcheng company would handle the rest. Zhang, please review the second payment scheduled for next month. This document outlines the subsequent project plans, detailing the allocation of each payment, Li Yin remarked as she handed over a set of materials. Zhang Xun took a glance at them and inquired about the current balance in our accounts. Li Yin replied that previously, you transferred 6 million renminbi to the company account, and subsequently, the overseas account received an additional 16 million US dollars. In the first payment, you allocated 2 million US dollars to the design company and over 4 million US dollars as an advance to Jiangcheng company. Currently, the domestic company account remains unchanged at 6 million renminbi, totaling over 15 million US dollars when combined. It seems we haven't spent much previously. In fact, I also have a personal account from which I earned over 10 million US dollars from a gaming app, adding that would yield even more. Therefore, let us withdraw 100 million US dollars from the overseas account and convert it to RMB, making subsequent payments to the construction team from our domestic account. Furthermore, for the next transfer, we can increase the amount. 30 million is too little. We can go for 60 million, Zhang Xun instructed with a wave of his hand. Understood. Zhang, I will make the arrangements immediately, Li Yin responded. Additionally, Lin Fong, Zhang Xun turned to another young woman in the room, the youngest among them, and said, the list of equipment and materials contains the names of suppliers. Please follow up on this, ensuring that the quality is satisfactory and the prices are not inflated. Lin Fong diligently noted Zhang Xun's words and assured him there would be no issues. If you find yourselves overwhelmed, the company can hire additional personnel. This is for you to decide. Just inform me when the time comes. Chapter 20. Bonuses and travel as April draws to a close and the Labor Day holiday approaches. Many companies will be closing, and Zhang Xun is no exception. He informed Li Yin in advance about the upcoming holiday, urging her to wrap up all tasks before the break. He had previously inquired with the site supervisor, Rin Gong, who confirmed that there would be no disruptions, which relieved Zhang Xun. A holiday would inevitably delay the project timeline. Although he did not wish to be perceived as a heartless capitalist, he had not spared any expense. On the last day of work, he arrived at the office to fulfill the promise he had made earlier. Sisterly, when I hired you all, I mentioned that if the project commenced smoothly, I would provide you with a bonus. Thus, I will personally transfer the funds from my own account. So you won't incur any taxes, he announced. Li Yin had almost forgotten about this, but upon hearing Zhang Xun mention it, she was filled with joy. Thank you, President Zhang. Furthermore, inform the site supervisor, Rin Gong, to notify the crew members who will remain on site during the holiday that they will receive an additional 300 renminbi per day, funded by our company, Zhang Xun instructed. All right, I will take care of it, Li Yin replied, casting a glance at Zhang Xun as she left, thinking to herself that this boss was truly different, generous. If she weren't already married, she would have wanted to throw herself at him. Once Li Yin departed, Zhang Xun opened WeChat and transferred a sum to each of the 3 women in the company as bonuses. After work, he returned home to find his girlfriend already awake and preparing dinner. Has the holiday schedule been released at your workplace? Zhang Xun inquired. It has. I'm off for the next 3 days, his girlfriend replied. How about I take you on a little trip? Zhang Xun suggested. Where to? The news showed that during the May Day holiday, everywhere was overcrowded, and traffic was a nightmare. His girlfriend hesitated. Tomorrow, your dad will be back with my mom, right? They said they would stay for just 1 day before heading back. Once they leave, we can go to Shenanjia. It's within the province, quite close. And the air is pristine, it's a natural oxygen bar. We can treat it as a rejuvenating getaway. What do you think? Zhang Xun proposed. His girlfriend nodded in agreement, not rejecting the idea. The following day, around 11 a.m., Zhang Xun drove to pick up his mother and father-in-law. After enjoying a meal together, the elderly couple presented Zhang Xun with photographs they had taken from various locations, particularly in Beijing, where the quantity of photos was notably greater than from other places. After spending a night at Zhang Xun's, they eagerly transferred the photos to their phones, and the next day, they couldn't wait to return home, likely to boast to their village about their experiences. Once the elders departed, Zhang Xun suddenly remembered that he hadn't booked a hotel yet. So he opened his phone to check information on accommodations in the tourist area. Due to the holiday, most hotels were fully booked. However, this did not deter Zhang Xun. Utilizing his financial prowess, he directly contacted a guest house, persuading them to free up a uniquely themed room in the prime viewing area. A day later, Zhang Xun set off in his car, and as soon as his girlfriend got in, she fell into a deep slumber. When she awoke again, they had already arrived at their destination. They were warmly welcomed by the guest house owner and smoothly checked in. How much did this cost? His girlfriend asked, gazing out the window at the picturesque scenery and the crystal clear air. Don't worry about that. Just enjoy these 2 days, Zhang Xun replied, unpacking their belongings. About 10 minutes later, the guest house owner delivered their lunch, consisting entirely of organic, natural foods. After their meal, his girlfriend was completely awake and insisted on hiking up the mountain. Along the way, numerous tourists were taking pictures, and Zhang Xun captured many photos of his girlfriend, including several of the 2 of them together. They continued their leisurely ascent until they reached the summit. The higher they climbed, the cooler it became, and he draped his coat over her shoulders. They sat together on the stone platform at the viewing area. Before them stretched a sea of clouds, pure white like cotton. And in the gentle breeze, it resembled waves lapping at the shore, creating ripples along the mountainside. From behind, the sight of the couple nestled together seemed to merge into this picturesque scene, harmonious and beautiful. Click! The sound of a camera shutter broke the tranquility as a fellow tourist, witnessing this moment, quickly raised their camera to capture it. The resulting photo was later shared on social media, garnering significant attention. This is the most healing photo I've seen this year, the caption read. Before them lies a sea of clouds. A man drapes his coat over his beloved, who nestles against him. There are no grand gestures, just a quiet moment, savoring the beauty before them and cherishing the presence of one another. What could be more splendid than this? Indeed, however, when he published that photograph, one must wonder whether he obtained the couple's consent. Does anyone know the location? I yearn to visit it with my boyfriend. It bears repeating, for it is of great significance. This matter has no connection to Zhang Xun, who, along with his girlfriend, remained oblivious to the happenings online. Over the past few days, they meandered through the sites as if on a leisurely stroll, indulging in numerous local delicacies, and thus found their hearts, often burdened by work, beginning to lighten. Such splendid days seemed to pass all too swiftly. On the 3rd day, the couple, with a tinge of reluctance, set forth on their journey homeward. By the time they arrived home, it was already past 5 in the afternoon, having departed at noon largely due to traffic congestion. After reclining at home for a while, feeling unmotivated to cook, they resolved to dine out instead. Zhang Xun. A voice called out to him at the entrance of Huqing Shuixiang, a restaurant renowned for its vintage decor and delectable dishes. It was not far from his residence, but previously, due to financial constraints while purchasing a home, he had refrained from indulging in its offerings. Now, accompanied by Jing, he was eager to experience it. Upon shutting the car door, he turned towards the voice. But as dusk descended, he could not discern the person's features. It's me, Yang Mingjian. Don't you remember? The individual approached Zhang Xun, accompanied by a young woman. Yang Mingjian, class monitor, is that you? Zhang Xun was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming that they had not crossed paths since university, remarking on how little he had changed. Yang Mingjian chuckled, responding, "Yes, I'm well. You, on the other hand, seem to have transformed quite a bit, especially your forehead, which appears to have grown higher." Before Zhang Xun could respond, Yang Mingjian inquired, "Is this your wife?" Zhang Xun nodded, "Yes, this is Jing. We aren't married yet, but we plan to tie the knot next year." "Ah, hello. I'm Yang Mingjian." He introduced himself, gesturing towards the girl beside him. "This is my wife, Lu Xiaoye. Are you here to dine as well?" "Yes, we felt disinclined to cook and opted to eat out." "What about you?" Zhang Xun asked. "Well, we've arrived at the entrance. Why not dine together?" Yang Mingjian suggested with a smile, "It's on me." Glancing at Jing, who nodded in agreement, Zhang Xun consented. The four entered a private room, and while they pondered the menu, Yang Mingjian resumed their conversation. "By the way, where are you working now?" Zhang Xun hesitated, then replied, "I'm employed at a hotel management company." "What about you? What have you been up to since graduation?" Though they were classmates, their relationship was not particularly close, as only those who shared a dormitory could be deemed true friends. Nevertheless, some camaraderie had blossomed over their 4 years in university. "Hotel? What exactly do you do? Since we studied electromechanical engineering, are you involved in logistics?" Yang Mingjian inquired. "Sort of, it's akin to overseeing operations." Zhang Xun fabricated with an unflinching demeanor. He felt compelled to maintain this facade, as his girlfriend was present. Otherwise, he would have boasted about being a business owner long ago. "Ah, so it seems you've ascended to a leadership position." After Yang Mingjian emerged from his situation, his family bestowed upon him a considerable sum of money, which he utilized to establish a training institution in Jiangcheng, primarily aimed at igniting children's interests in robotics and programming. He has since expanded to 3 chain locations. "That's quite impressive. You certainly have an eye for opportunity," Zhang Xun praised. Chapter 21, Donations Given This. "It seems you are faring the best among our class," Zhang Xun observed. In truth, Yang Mingjian's success was evident from the Tesla car keys worth over 700,000 resting on the table. "Not really. I'm just muddling through," Yang Mingjian replied humorously. "Duhang, what do you do?" Lu Xiaoye, who had remained somewhat silent, suddenly inquired. "I work at Shi Hospital as a nurse," Duhang responded, a hint of shyness in her voice. "Being a nurse must be quite demanding. My father was hospitalized there once." "And I recall you all working night shifts," Lu Xiaoye remarked. "Yes, I've grown accustomed to it." "What about you?" Duhang asked. "I used to work at a bank, but I've resigned to assist my husband now," Lu Xiaoye said, a trace of pride illuminating her expression. "That's wonderful. It must be nice to work together, especially as business owners. It should afford you a great deal of freedom," Duhang said enviously. "Indeed, we often travel together," Lu Xiaoye responded, pulling out her phone to share photos from their trips. The dishes soon arrived, and the 4 of them enjoyed their meal while reminiscing about their university days. Meanwhile, the 2 women exchanged stories about their daily lives. The atmosphere remained congenial, despite the subtle air of superiority emanating from Yang Mingjian and his wife. However, one could hardly discuss such matters during a reunion, and Zhang Xun understood this well. Were their situations reversed, he would likely feel the same. Yet, Yang Mingjian's increasing jests about Zhang Xun's receding hairline left him both amused and exasperated, as it was undeniable that Yang Mingjian's looks surpassed his own. "We should make an effort to gather more often. It has been years since I've seen our former classmates in Jiangcheng," Yang Mingjian mused. "Indeed, with families now, it's understandable that everyone is busy," Zhang Xun replied, resonating with Yang Mingjian's sentiment. At that moment, Zhang Xun's phone rang. It was Professor Wang from the University of Geosciences. He initially intended to step outside to take the call, but, noticing the crowd outside, opted to answer it within the private room. "Hello, Professor Wang," Zhang Xun greeted. "Hello, Zhang. Do you have time next Wednesday?" Professor Wang inquired. "I do. Is there something you need?" Zhang Xun asked, puzzled. "Next Wednesday, the 2nd National Planetary Defense Conference will be held in Jiangcheng. I recall your interest in this topic, so I wanted to see if you'd like to attend. I will be a keynote speaker and can assist with your registration," Professor Wang explained. What a curious matter, Zhang Xun thought to himself. Previously, he had fabricated an identity to fit into such scenarios, and attending could only lead to further embarrassment, especially since he lacked substantial knowledge on the subject. However, He was astonished to learn about the National Planetary Defense Conference, a term he had never encountered before. Could it be that the country has detected something unusual? Zhang Xun speculated. Should I consider attending? Zhang Xun found himself in a quandary. If he attended, Professor Wang would undoubtedly request his identification information, and it would soon become apparent that he had been deceived, leaving uncertain whether assistance with registration would be forthcoming. Conversely, he was reluctant to decline the opportunity. What if the nation had clandestine measures that might significantly impact his asylum? This could also serve as an excellent chance to gather insider information. Zhang Xun hesitated and replied to Professor Wang. May I take some time to consider? Would it be acceptable if I responded tomorrow? Certainly, there is still time for registration. If you choose to go, it would also be a splendid learning opportunity, Professor Wang replied. After hanging up, Zhang Xun fell into deep contemplation. It was only when he noticed those around him gazing curiously that he realized they had overheard the conversation. Although the call was not on speaker, it was still audible. Now, he faced the dilemma of how to explain the situation to them. After all, how could a student of electromechanics involved in hotel maintenance be connected to a national planetary defense conference? It seemed incredulous to anyone. Zhang Xun, what's going on? Yang Mingjin inquired, perplexed. Nothing serious, just a scammer who called earlier and was trying to toy with me. Zhang Xun quickly devised an explanation. Oh, I see. So it was a scammer. Why were you so leisurely chatting with a fraudulent call for so long? Yang Mingjin retorted, somewhat irked. The atmosphere shifted back to normal. Yet Zhang Xun remained somewhat distracted as they continued their meal. Is something bothering you? On the way back, Jing sensed something was amiss and asked. What did you say? Zhang Xun, driving, momentarily lost in thought. I asked why you're so preoccupied. Jing pressed again. I'm fine. I was just pondering my post-graduation prospects. Am I somewhat of a failure? Everyone else is becoming big bosses, while I remain a mere worker, Zhang Xun offered as a pretext. How can that be? We have a home, a car, and savings. Our lives are improving, all thanks to your hard work. Your classmates, aren't they where they are due to their family's support? Jing quickly reassured him, concerned he might be feeling burdened. Well, it's nothing to worry about. You've borne the hardships alongside me for all these years. Zhang Xun expressed, touched. What are you saying? We neither steal nor rob. Our lives are getting better. There's no need to envy others. I am with you because you treat me well, you know? Jing replied calmly. After a moment of silence, Zhang Xun told her, I will treat you well for a lifetime. Upon returning home, Zhang Xun had made up his mind. He resolved to confess to Professor Wang. The next day, after dropping his girlfriend off at work, Zhang Xun arranged to meet Professor Wang. At 11 a.m., when Professor Wang had no classes, they could discuss matters in his office. At the appointed hour, Zhang Xun knocked promptly on Professor Wang's office door. In that moment, he felt like a grand deceiver, having spun more lies in the past 2 months than in the entirety of his over 20 years of life. Even at this moment of confession, he was still cloaked in dishonesty, using another falsehood to mask the previous one. So, you are merely a wealthy individual fascinated by apocalyptic theories? Professor Wang, upon hearing Zhang Xun's admission, exhibited no signs of anger. Curiously, Zhang Xun inquired why individuals like them, akin to foreign capitalists, who possess an abundance of wealth, would ponder such ethereal matters. You might interpret this as a sign that we are perhaps too well-fed, indulging excessively, he remarked, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Professor Wang regarded Zhang Xun with a hint of exasperation, tapping his fingers on the table, lost in thought. After a couple of minutes, he spoke, indicating that assisting you with registration was not out of the question, though your current status posed some challenges, considering you are not a student of our institution. Is there a solution? Zhang Xun asked eagerly, sensing a glimmer of hope. There is indeed a solution, but it hinges on your willingness to make certain sacrifices. Professor Wang implied. I'm willing, Zhang Xun quickly grasped. Our laboratory is in need of a batch of exploration equipment. I can fund it. The financial aid for impoverished students from the school is woefully inadequate. I will cover that. The cafeteria renovations in the upcoming semester require funding. I will contribute. The new campus library is facing budget constraints. I will provide financial support, along with moral encouragement. Zhang Xun felt a chill run down his spine, terrified that Professor Wang would continue, leaving him financially destitute. Subsequently, Professor Wang escorted him to the principal's office, where they met the principal. Upon learning their purpose, the principal summoned several members of the school committee for a meeting, of which Professor Wang was also a member. After a cordial discussion, Zhang Xun voluntarily pledged a donation of 5 million yuan to Jiangcheng University of Geosciences to support their noble educational endeavors. In return, the university decided to confer upon Zhang Xun an honorary bachelor's degree. Initially, they contemplated hosting a small commendation ceremony, but Zhang Xun declined, expressing a preference for anonymity. Thus, with a modest financial contribution, Zhang Xun transformed from an inconspicuous university student into a graduate of a prestigious institution. Concurrently, with his newfound identity, Professor Wang successfully registered him for the Planetary Defense Conference. Chapter 22. The National Planetary Defense Conference. After finalizing the arrangements, Professor Wang graciously invited Zhang Xun to dine. Catching him off guard, "Rest assured, it is nothing extravagant, merely a meal at the cafeteria on the third floor," he assured. With the principal's authorization in hand, he led Zhang Xun to the dining area, which was typically rather empty, frequented only by those attending business dinners or students wishing to dine within the campus confines. "Professor Wang, could you enlighten me about the National Planetary Defense Conference?" Once their dishes were ordered, Zhang Xun eagerly inquired. "The Planetary Defense Conference is quite literally what it sounds like," Professor Wang replied while washing the dishes. In fact, on October 23, 2021, the National Planetary Defense Conference was held in Guilin, Guangxi. At that time, the Deputy Director of the National Space Administration declared the intention to establish a near-Earth asteroid defense system. The plan aimed to conduct an experimental orbital alteration of a threatening asteroid by the end of the 14th five-year plan, around 2025 or 2026. Zhang Xun was taken aback, astonished that he was unaware of such a significant event. Previously, as a corporate drone, he had paid little attention to this realm of news, hence had not heard of it. "How is it that you are attending this time? Are not these endeavors primarily undertaken by astronomers and aerospace scientists?" Zhang Xun inquired with a hint of perplexity. "Initially, it seemed unrelated to me. However, there is an impending launch of a small asteroid impact sampling probe named Tianwen-2. As geologists, it is imperative for us to study the geological structures of extraterrestrial bodies," Professor Wang stated, somewhat smugly. "Historically, we have investigated extraterrestrial entities through meteorites, and Jiangcheng University of Geology possesses a certain depth of knowledge in this domain. Whether it pertains to national planning projects or the asteroid defense system itself, planetary geology constitutes a vital component." Concluding his thoughts, Professor Wang asked, "Are you now enlightened?" Zhang Xun nodded but remained puzzled, expressing, "Why does it feel reminiscent of what is being pursued over in the United States? Indeed, there is nothing peculiar about it. The United States is a superpower, while China is a burgeoning superpower. Since both are superpowers, if they can achieve it, so can we. It is merely that our initiation was delayed, resulting in our actions trailing behind theirs," Professor Wang remarked, gesturing towards the ceiling. On September 27th of last year, the United States successfully executed a directed test mission on an asteroid, marking the first occasion where a human-made spacecraft was employed to collide with an asteroid in an attempt to alter its trajectory since the inception of humanity's asteroid defense initiative. I do not deny that there exists a competitive spirit with the United States. However, this is a positive development. At the very least, we will be able to produce our own cinematic narratives in the realm of science fiction, Professor Wang chuckled. Zhang Xun, however, was not as optimistic. He understood that with humanity's current technological capabilities, if all resources were devoted, it would be feasible to confront this calamity. By deploying numerous space shuttles or deep space vessels to the surface of the asteroid, the crisis could undoubtedly be resolved. With a diameter of 15 kilometers and located far from Earth, even the most powerful nuclear bomb would fail to shatter it. Yet the explosive shock could potentially alter its course. Nevertheless, based on current observations and calculations, this asteroid's trajectory appears stable and poses no threat to Earth, merely approaching somewhat closely at over 400,000 kilometers. Would anyone heed Zhang Xun's warnings? Could this asteroid be struck by an unknown celestial body as it nears Earth, sending it hurtling towards our planet? Coincidentally, a solar storm erupted that day, disrupting global communications and observational devices. Such coincidences parallel various doomsday theories circulating online, where the overwhelming volume of information has clouded individual judgment. "Do you also need to prepare a report?" Zhang Xun inquired. "Of course. Otherwise, why would they have invited me?" Professor Wang replied tersely. "I have drafted a report concerning the structural composition of near-Earth asteroids. Currently, Humanity lacks the genuine capability to counter the threat of an asteroid collision with Earth. However, numerous theoretical countermeasures have been proposed, including nuclear annihilation, laser ablation, solar sail deflection, and kinetic impact. Among these, kinetic impact is the most readily achievable. By analyzing the asteroid structure, we might be able to disintegrate it through kinetic impact or explosive means. However, at present, we can only address small, irregularly shaped celestial bodies. After listening to Professor Wang's introduction, Zhang Xun couldn't help but exclaim, "Professor Wang, after hearing your expert explanation, I feel as though you have transcended from terrestrial research to the cosmos. That is quite a leap. Young man, do you think geological research is limited to the study of land and stones?" Professor Wang replied, while enjoying his meal. Modern geology integrates with physics, chemistry, history, and astronomy to give rise to geophysics, geochemistry, and historical geology, all of which are vital pillars of earth sciences. Zhang Xun, enriched by Professor Wang's insights, marveled at the professor's ability to elucidate complex concepts into terms comprehensible to the layperson, truly living up to his esteemed reputation. After the meal, Zhang Xun posed a question to Professor Wang, tinged with a hint of conspiracy. "Professor, given the increasing emphasis on space defense by both China and the United States in recent years, could it be that there are events occurring that we are unaware of?" "Nonsense," Professor Wang replied. "We are in the information age. Even if there are matters we do not know, a nation cannot completely suppress information. Look at the issues that are supposedly censored online. Many are still known by numerous individuals. They simply choose not to speak about them." With a chuckle, Professor Wang continued, "I am referring to the American internet. Just look at their capitalists. They dare to suspend even the president's accounts, let alone information detrimental to the West. I once had accounts on Twitter and Facebook because I frequently traveled abroad for academic exchanges, but after I shared some factual observations, they suspended my account. Don't you think that's rather malicious?" Zhang Xun, feeling a bit peculiar, interjected, "Ahem. How did our conversation shift from discussing the National Asteroid Defense Conference to criticizing the United States?" He was indifferent, as most of his finances stemmed from profits derived from American markets, rendering the critique somewhat moot. On Wednesday, Zhang Xun set a reminder on his phone. Although his primary aim was to uncover any insider information, he found it beneficial to expand his knowledge base with other content. After bidding farewell to Professor Wang, Zhang Xun returned to his company to listen to Li Yan's financial report. Upon hearing that Zhang Xun intended to donate $5 million to the Geological University, she felt a renewed sense of admiration for his wealth. "By the way, I have compiled the information you requested regarding small power generation devices and product categories for large supermarkets. Should I send it to your email?" Li Yan inquired. "Yes. Thank you for your efforts," Zhang Xun nodded. "The small generator matter is already confirmed. The design company has considered it thoroughly, taking full advantage of the geothermal characteristics. As for the product category list for large supermarkets, I merely wish to use it as a reference when stockpiling resources. I do not intend to replicate it entirely." Not yet ready to head home, Zhang Xun made a detour to Chow Tai Fook, specifically to select a diamond necklace for his girlfriend. Though modest in size, it still cost over 30,000 yuan. On May 13th, which is the day after tomorrow, it is my girlfriend's birthday, a date I must not forget. After carefully concealing a jewelry box in my bag, I timed my departure to pick her up from work. On the day of her birthday, I made a special effort to purchase a bouquet of roses and a cake, and upon returning home, I prepared several of her favorite dishes. For the past few days, I pretended to have forgotten about the occasion, noticing her somewhat subdued mood. When the time came, I went to collect her from work, remaining silent about her birthday. Once we arrived home, I found her resting on the sofa. I took out the roses I had hidden earlier and warmly said, "Happy birthday, my dear." Upon seeing the flowers, she clasped her hands over her mouth, overwhelmed with surprise and emotion, and accepted the bouquet. Shortly after, I retrieved a small box from my pocket. When I opened it, a necklace shimmering with a brilliant light caught her eye. At that moment, tears filled Du Jing's eyes as she embraced me tightly, exclaiming, "Thank you." With one hand holding the necklace and the other gently patting her back, I smiled and said, "Don't cry. Let me put this necklace on you." After she released me, I carefully adorned her with the necklace, gazing at her face as I asked, "Isn't it beautiful? Do you like it?" "I love it." "How much did it cost?" she instinctively inquired. 30,000. So expensive. Why not return it? It's too late for that. The purchase has already been made. You must promise not to spend so recklessly in the future. All right, I'll heed your advice. Now, let us go eat. I've prepared something delicious. I thought you might have forgotten my birthday, she said with a hint of melancholy. How could I forget? I wouldn't even forget my own birthday, let alone the birthday of my beloved. I just wanted to surprise you, I replied as I served her a bowl of rice. Would you like to have some red wine? I bought some, I asked. It's just a birthday, why drink? We have to work tomorrow, she said, her mood shifting swiftly. I, feeling somewhat helpless, did not press the matter further. After dinner, I brought out the cake, lit the candles, turned off the lights, and urged her, make a wish. She rested her chin on her hands, closed her eyes, and after a moment of silence, blew out the candles. What did you wish for? Perhaps I can help make it come true, I inquired curiously. She shot me a playful glance and pouted, I want to tell you. It won't come true if I do. All right then. Following that, she took out her phone, pulling me in for several selfies, which she posted online, insisting that I share one as well. On Wednesday, I arrived early at Jiangcheng University of Geosciences, as I was to accompany Professor Wang to the second National Planetary Defense Conference. The conference was to be held at the Jiangcheng Astronomy Museum, and Professor Wang had requested that I pick him up. Upon arrival, I found Professor Wang accompanied by two young individuals, one male and one female, likely students. After greeting them, Professor Wang introduced the pair, stating, these two are doctoral students in Earth geology, whom I also mentor. This is Sun Jian, and she is Zhou Yu. He then pointed to me, saying, and this is the wealthy individual I mentioned earlier, who masqueraded as a student from our university, Zhang Xun. Zhang Xun touched his nose, feeling a bit embarrassed as he awkwardly greeted everyone. He helped Professor Wang open the door to the passenger seat, and once everyone was settled, Zhang Xun drove towards the Jiangcheng Astronomical Museum. Upon arrival, Professor Wang retrieved an invitation from his pocket and handed it to Zhang Xun, serving as their entry credential. This planetary defense conference was organized by the Planetary Defense Alliance, a consortium comprised of government-established experts in planetary defense, alongside renowned scholars from relevant research institutions. The conference was set to last 2 days, featuring opening and closing ceremonies with addresses from prominent figures in the aerospace sector, as well as a series of individual presentations, lectures, and discussions. Experts from fields such as astronomy, aerospace, physics, geology, and technology were invited to discuss the feasibility, preparations, and latest concepts surrounding asteroid defense through various activities. At the opening ceremony, barring any unforeseen circumstances, representatives from the organizing committee, the deputy director of the Aerospace Bureau, and the chief commander of deep space exploration were expected to deliver speeches. Today, Zhang Xun had the opportunity to meet these illustrious figures he usually only saw on television. Zhang, which session do you plan to attend after the opening ceremony? Zhou Yu inquired, noticing Zhang Xun engrossed in the event schedule. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Xun replied, I intend to attend the specialized report on monitoring and early warning of near-Earth asteroids in Hall B. Oh, Sun Jian and I will head to Hall C. The professor's lecture will be there, Zhou Yu responded. Zhang Xun had no interest in the geological structure of asteroids and had already decided against attending Professor Wang's lecture. This afternoon, the chief engineer of deep space exploration will present a report on the progress of China's deep space exploration program and the development of asteroid impact detection devices. Will you be attending? Sun Jian asked, a hint of excitement in his voice, regretting not having chosen a school specializing in aerospace. Zhang Xun nodded, noting that the report session would include a Q&A segment, providing an opportunity to inquire about matters of personal interest. With 30 minutes remaining before the report, Zhang Xun wandered through the museum, marveling at the various rocket models, the Long March series, space stations, remote sensing satellites, and the Beta navigation system. Reflecting on the nation's strength, the scientific demonstrations also captivated him. Soon, the report he was interested in commenced, and Zhang Xun arrived 5 minutes early at the venue. The presenter was an expert from the Purple Mountain Observatory. The report primarily covered monitoring principles, the development of new observational equipment, domestic and international monitoring data, and future plans. Although Zhang Xun struggled with many technical terms, certain points piqued his interest. For instance, the expert mentioned that the currently monitored near-Earth asteroids were categorized into different levels based on their orbits, with no direct collision risk with Earth. Furthermore, he highlighted a detail regarding numerous unobserved and unrecorded asteroid bodies in near-Earth and distant Earth orbits, which would be a focal point for their future monitoring efforts. The 40-minute presentation was quite compact, with several opportunities for questions reserved at the end. Zhang Xun was the first to raise his hand and was granted the chance to inquire. He asked, "Is it possible for an unmonitored celestial body to unexpectedly collide with an asteroid, causing a change in the asteroid's trajectory, thus leading to a situation where an asteroid that originally did not intersect with Earth's path suddenly does?" The expert chuckled and responded that this hypothetical scenario was indeed intriguing. Theoretically, such an occurrence could take place, albeit with an exceedingly low probability, given the vastness of the cosmos. Despite the extensive data we have collected on numerous asteroids, the universe remains largely uncharted, making it impossible to provide a precise answer to your question. One could only say that if such an event were to transpire, it would simply be a stroke of misfortune for us. The expert's words elicited laughter from the audience. Zhang Xun felt a tinge of disappointment. After all, humans are not omniscient and cannot know everything. In the afternoon, he attended a specialized report by the chief designer of deep space exploration, which primarily focused on aerospace technology and its applications. Zhang Xun had intended to pose a question afterward, but the opportunities were scarce and did not come his way, leaving him somewhat disheartened, as he hoped to glean some insider information from these high-ranking officials. The following day, Professor Wang was absent. His lecture had concluded, and Zhang Xun chose not to join the gathering. However, Zhou Yu and Sun Jian returned. After guiding them to the planetarium, he wandered alone, listening to talks that piqued his interest. He also encountered several experts from the system and seized the opportunity to pose some inquiries. Though he did not receive any definitive answers, he gleaned that the nation seemingly had not detected any impending disasters. This conference had multiple objectives, primarily focusing on 3 points: bolstering the aerospace industry to stimulate the development of a new economy, advancing cutting-edge research in planetary defense, and engaging in space competition with rogue entities across the Pacific. With a sense of mild disappointment, Zhang Xun concluded his participation in the conference. After exchanging pleasantries with his girlfriend, he treated Sun Jian and Zhou Yu to a meal in the afternoon. Chapter 24, Stockpiling Supplies. Beginning with spiritual nourishment following the conclusion of the National Planetary Defense Conference, Zhang Xun redirected his focus to the construction of the shelter, making phone calls every other day to Engineer Ren to confirm progress. Fortunately, while there were minor issues during the excavation process, they were resolved without impacting the timeline. After nearly a month of work, he made another visit to the site and felt a sense of relief upon seeing the significant transformation of the construction area. Spending 3 days in Inchi Prefecture, he primarily contemplated the gradual accumulation of supplies. Sudden stockpiling of large quantities of materials could easily arouse suspicion. With over a year remaining, he decided to proceed slowly, aiming to minimize risks. He found a local engineering firm, shared the previously scouted location with them, and requested their assistance in constructing a warehouse. This site was conveniently located only about 5 kilometers from the shelter. When the shelter is completed, he can discreetly transfer supplies from the warehouse to the refuge. Fortunately, as it is merely a warehouse, only a basic framework needs to be constructed and some groundwork done, which cost over 500,000. There are no formalities he needs to worry about, as it is just a temporary storage facility, and if all goes smoothly, it can be ready in about a month. Upon returning from Inchi Prefecture, it was already 3 in the afternoon. His girlfriend was working the night shift and was still asleep. The following day, he visited the computer market to check on hard drives, noting that the most common size available was 2 terabytes, with the largest being 20 terabytes. While wandering around, Zhang Xun sought to learn about various brands and their quality, as well as their storage capacities. After much consideration, he settled on Seagate's enterprise-level 16 terabytes solid-state drives. Instead of purchasing them at the computer market, he opened the official flagship store of Lonka on Taobao and placed an order for 50 units. Each 16 terabyte solid-state drive was priced at 2,000 yuan, totaling 100,000 yuan for all. Soon, a large box arrived at his home, prompting his girlfriend to question the multitude of hard drives. "What on earth are you doing with so many?" she asked. "These are for our vacation hotel. We're preparing for business, and there's even a cinema in it. We need a batch of pre-downloaded films and TV shows, so I ordered these hard drives." Zhang Xun explained with a smile. "Since we currently lack the manpower to manage this, would you be interested in a part-time job? For each hard drive you fill, the hotel will provide you with a 2,000 yuan subsidy, and your subscriptions to various video platforms can be reimbursed as well." His girlfriend's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Really? Can I take them to the hospital? The internet is faster at our nurse station. Of course not. If you take such a large item to the hospital, people will think you're up to something nefarious. You can work on it during your free time, he replied. But you can also download some documentaries. Like A Bite of China. The more, the better. Just ensure you download them separately from dramas and movies. Zhang Xun continued. Once you finish filling a hard drive, just let me know, and I will arrange for the company to transfer the funds. Oh, what a great opportunity. I can spend some time each day selecting resources. Leaving the computer to download on its own, his girlfriend said cheerfully. But the internet at home is too slow. Call the provider and ask them to upgrade our speed. She insisted. Seeing her enthusiasm for spending money, Zhang Xun reluctantly called 10086 to upgrade their internet plan from 100 M to the highest available speed. After dinner, with over 2 hours until her shift, Jing eagerly turned on their home desktop. Once connected to the hard drives, she immediately subscribed to a VVIP account on a video platform, selecting 50 to 60 dramas and hundreds of episodes to download locally. Hey Xiaodu, if you don't leave soon, you'll be late, Zhang Xun urged her, noticing she was still motionless in front of the screen. Just give me 5 more minutes. The third one is almost finished downloading, and I want to see if the speed changes, she replied without looking at him. Just let it download on its own. After all, the computer won't be turned off tonight, Zhang Xun said, feeling exasperated. You should keep an eye on it, though, don't let it get interrupted. She retorted before finally standing up. After sending his girlfriend to work, Zhang Xun glanced at the screen of his desktop computer before turning his attention elsewhere. He opened his laptop and logged into the National Digital Library of China. After registering an account, he selected a plethora of books on foundational architecture, medicine, electronic information, and mechanical equipment, beginning the process of downloading them. These resources might prove invaluable in the future, but he also intended to acquire literature from other genres, such as humanities, history, mathematics, physics, and chemistry. The former categories could serve to pass the time, while the latter would be a personal memento for Zhang Xun. However, there was no rush. He had time and could download them gradually. This endeavor was not without cost. Both downloading and reading required payment. Fortunately, Zhang Xun was financially capable and had subscribed to the highest tier of membership, allowing him to download numerous titles at substantial discounts. In addition to these, he also downloaded several books related to survival in apocalyptic scenarios, such as The Friend of Dual-Use Talent, The Wiseman's Survival Manual, and The Barefoot Doctor's Handbook. For these 3 titles, he insisted on purchasing physical copies in addition to the digital versions. Thus, he retrieved his phone and ordered 5 sets of each book online. Once he completed this task, he took out his notebook and pen, jotting down a reminder to download some web novels and gather foreign study materials. He pondered how many volumes a 16 terabytes hard drive could accommodate. However, sourcing these materials could prove quite cumbersome. Zhang Xun contemplated for a moment, then pulled out his phone to call a long uncontacted number. Hello, son, what are you up to? What the hell is that you? I was just playing League of Legends. Did you finish? Zhang Xun chuckled. Yeah, I'm about to take a shower, came the tired response from the other end. Wow, you really were playing League. What is on your mind? I just got off the plane. The call was filled with playful banter until Zhang Xun got to the point. I didn't expect you to have such a thirsty moment. Understanding Zhang Xun's implication, the voice on the line responded with laughter. Hurry up. How do we go about this? Zhang Xun inquired. It's quite simple. Just buy it online. Buy it online. Exactly. You need resources, spend a little money. And others will provide you with what you need, novels, study materials, and plenty of it. Do you have a channel? Of course, if you want it. I'll give you the contact information, and you can reach out yourself. Great. Zhang Xun replied enthusiastically. After hanging up, within a minute, the contact details arrived. Not just one, but several individuals' information. Zhang Xun began to call and add them on WeChat. Under normal circumstances, he might have considered whether it was appropriate to call during the day. But the hour was late. Nonetheless, studying was best suited for the evening. Fortunately, since these were acquaintances, there was no need for unnecessary pleasantries. And everyone happily reached an agreement. The platform's cloud storage offered an abundance of study materials that seemed endless. Zhang Xun did not concern himself with the issue of duplicate downloads. He simply proceeded to download freely. In the realm of novels, various genres such as urban, fantasy, and xianxia have been meticulously packaged. Zhang Xun diligently navigated through the process, becoming so absorbed that he lost track of time until the early hours of the morning. Had he not been utterly fatigued, he might have continued throughout the night. The following day, A cacophony of alarm clocks roused him from slumber. After assessing his progress, he hastily shut down his computer and removed the hard drive. With an overwhelming amount of data still pending, it was imperative to continue later. The foremost priority now was to pick up his girlfriend from work. Upon reuniting, Jing scrutinized him with a look of skepticism, inquiring about his haggard appearance. "Did you not sleep well last night?" she asked. "Insomnia. One ought to avoid tea in the evening, as it can induce sleeplessness," Zhang Xun explained with a composed demeanor. Chapter 25. Eavesdropping. In the days that followed, Zhang Xun persistently downloaded an extensive collection of materials, 16 terabytes hard drives, a considerable quantity indeed. The diverse array of novels and short films proved to be quite cumbersome to download from many major platforms. However, after purchasing resources online, the process became remarkably convenient. Additionally, there were numerous books ranging from children's fairy tales to various educational texts spanning elementary school to university, as well as foundational literature for numerous professions. Although he might never glance at 99% of these materials in his lifetime, their mere presence offered him a modicum of comfort. Whenever his girlfriend had leisure time, she too engaged in downloading films, television series, documentaries, and animations from various platforms. The computer at home remained perpetually operational, its hum resonating in the background, prompting Zhang Xun to ponder whether he should acquire another one. Before long, June arrived. It had been 2 months since the shelter project was officially initiated. Zhang Xun intermittently called to inquire about the progress, fortunate that everything was proceeding smoothly. The local construction company he had engaged in Inchi Prefecture was nearing completion of a warehouse, with an inspection anticipated for the following week. While downloading various resources online, Zhang Xun also contemplated the necessity of stockpiling supplies. Each day after his girlfriend left for work, he would take out his notebook to jot down meticulous lists filled with an array of terms that began to overwhelm him. The forthcoming tasks involved sourcing various channels to ensure all required materials were accumulated. One day, Zhang Xun ventured to the largest wholesale market in Jiangcheng. After an entire morning of exploration, he was dazzled by the multitude of offerings and, with a bold demeanor, acquired several business cards from the wholesalers. On his way back at noon, he sought a place to dine and noticed an upscale hotel. Considering his financial means, he thought, why not indulge in a bit of luxury? He entered without hesitation. Just as he was about to place his order, he unexpectedly encountered Yang Mingjian and his wife, Lu Xiaoya. Accompanying them was a bespectacled gentleman. Upon seeing this individual, Zhang Xun's pupils dilated momentarily before he quickly regained his composure. "What a coincidence, Zhang Xun," Yang Mingjian remarked, halting in his tracks. "Have you dined yet? If not, would you care to join us?" Zhang Xun stood up with a smile. "No, I'm here with a friend." Yang Mingjian hesitated before introducing the man beside him. "This is Section Chief Qi from the Jiangcheng Education Bureau." "Greetings, Chief Qi. I am Zhang Xun, a fellow student of Yang." Zhang Xun extended his right hand, and the bespectacled man reciprocated with a symbolic handshake. "Chief Qi. He is my university classmate and currently employed at a hotel," Yang Mingjian remarked with a smile. "Ah, a pleasure to meet you." Chief Qi, known as Qi Sijuan, nodded in acknowledgement and suggested to Yang Mingjian, "Shall we proceed?" Zhang Xun observed the retreating figure of the bespectacled man with a disdainful snort. Returning his attention to the menu, Qi Sijuan was a familiar face. Even without Yang Mingjian's introduction, he would recognize him from a distance. In his recollections, upon arriving at the official refuge, this individual had harbored inappropriate intentions towards his girlfriend. Jing, a nurse with commendable looks and medical knowledge, held a unique status within the refuge, enjoying privileges above the average inhabitant. Conversely, Qi Sijuan, having been a government official prior to the apocalypse, ascended to a mid-level management position within the refuge due to his former status. Consequently, he had fixated on Jing, often contemplating inappropriate advances, which Zhang Xun consistently thwarted with reprimands. However, Qi Sijuan bore a grudge, frequently attempting to sabotage them and occasionally withholding supplies. Fortunately, within a year, he succumbed to illness and passed away. Encountering him today rekindled Zhang Xun's memories, igniting a vengeful determination to devise a plan against Qi Sijuan during the meal. He distinctly recalled overhearing Qi boast about his pre-apocalyptic prominence within the Ministry of Education, recounting how he was esteemed by superiors and courted by subordinates. While maintaining several mistresses outside of work, Qi Sijuan, now in his 40s, was presumed to have a weary wife at home. This train of thought sparked an idea within Zhang Xun. After dining, he drove to the Golden Age community, parking at the entrance. Upon noticing Zhang Xun's vehicle, the security guard promptly approached, stating, "Sir, parking is not permitted here. Are you a resident? If so, please proceed inside." "Apologies, I am here to locate someone. Could you please inform me which building Zhang Xuejiao resides in?" Zhang Xun inquired from inside his car. "Zhang Xuejiao, you seek her but do not know her residence?" "We cannot disclose resident information casually," the guard replied. "Indeed, she called me earlier, but I forgot the details. Now, I cannot reach her by phone. So I must wait here," Zhang Xun explained. "Sir, perhaps you could move your vehicle outside. This is the community entrance, and parking is prohibited," the guard insisted. "I had no choice but to park here for a few minutes. The roadside is completely filled," Zhang Xun retorted, unfazed. "Very well, please hold on. I will check the records and see if I can contact her," the guard conceded reluctantly. Zhang Xun exited the vehicle, following the guard to the security station, where the guard rummaged through a ledger. Soon, the guard located a phone number and promptly dialed it. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Xun discreetly captured a photo of the ledger with his phone. "Sir, I could not reach her, but we truly cannot allow parking here. Perhaps you might consider returning another time," the guard reiterated. "I shall attempt one more call. If it fails, then so be it," Zhang Xun declared. Upon nodding at the security guard, Zhang Xun pretended to dial a number, but no one answered. Without further ado, he drove away from the location. At the second community, not far from Golden Years, Zhang Xun employed the same tactic and successfully captured information about another woman, including her name, phone number, and the specific building and unit number. Qi Sijuan, a section chief at the Provincial Department of Education, although not holding a high-ranking position, occupied a role of considerable authority. Schools, suppliers, and even influential parents held him in high esteem, often seeking his assistance. Capitalizing on the privileges of his power, he amassed 5 properties in Jiangcheng, 2 of which discreetly housed his mistresses. The following afternoon, after completing his errands, Zhang Xun strolled to Golden Years. This time, he did not drive and registered his entry. He proceeded directly to Building 13, 19th floor, where only one household resided. Zhang Xun retrieved a small camera from his pocket and discreetly wedged it beneath the fire escape window across the way. Once everything was set up, he settled into a nondescript corner of the hallway to play with his phone. At around 4 in the afternoon, the elevator doors on that floor opened. Zhang Xun peered through the door crack and spotted Qi Sijuan exiting. Shortly thereafter, the sound of a door opening echoed, and a woman emerged, beckoning him inside. An hour later, the door opened again, and after the elevator descended, Zhang Xun waited a considerable time before stealthily retrieving the camera and leaving the premises. In the following days, Zhang Xun returned to the other community each afternoon, and finally, on the 3rd day, he captured valuable footage. He connected the camera to his computer, extracted several clips featuring discernible faces, and uploaded them to his phone. Chapter 26. The Money Lover. "Hello, Professor Wang. Is there something you need?" Zhang Xun mumbled, still groggy from sleep, as he answered the phone early in the morning. Indeed, tomorrow a vice governor responsible for education will visit the school for an inspection. The school committee has also invited several benefactors who have contributed to the institution in recent years to participate in a discussion. After a brief pause, Professor Wang candidly stated, "To put it bluntly, they are inviting patrons like yourself, partly to familiarize you with the higher-ups, and partly to see if you might be inclined to invest further." "Professor Wang, you know I'm merely a nouveau riche, a small player with little funds. Surely, it isn't necessary?" Zhang Xun whispered as he entered the bathroom. "That's up to you. However, aren't business people generally eager to cultivate relationships with officials? Wouldn't you like to meet the vice governor?" Professor Wang tempted. "Well, very well, Professor. Please specify the time." Zhang Xun contemplated for a moment before responding. "Arrive at the administrative building's 7th floor conference hall by 9 a.m. The vice governor will arrive at 10. After conveying this information, Professor Wang ended the call. The bathroom door creaked open. "What are you up to so early in the morning?" His girlfriend entered, eyeing him suspiciously. Zhang Xun handed her the phone, explaining, "It's Professor Wang, the con artist I mentioned before. Why are you still hiding from me when answering calls?" His girlfriend, looking skeptical, took the phone and dialed the most recent call in the log. "Hello, Mr. Zhang. Is there anything else you need?" A man's voice emanated from the phone. Zhang Xun quickly seized the device, apologizing. "No, I pressed the wrong button." After concluding the call, he spread his hands and inquired of his girlfriend, "Do you believe me now?" His girlfriend, feeling a tad embarrassed, promptly replied, "Hurry out, I need to use the restroom." After finishing breakfast, his girlfriend unexpectedly emerged from the room with 2 hard drives, smiling as she said, "I filled these up. When will you pay me?" "Really?" Zhang Xun feigned surprise. "Yes, one is filled with television dramas, and the other with films." She turned the hard drives over and added, "Look, I've even labeled them. Since you've completed this, keep working hard to finish the rest. When I return from work tonight, I'll give you the money. How does that sound?" Zhang Xun proposed. "Sure. It seems so easy to make money," his girlfriend mused. "Hee hee, soon you shall become a little wealthy lady," Zhang Xun teased. After breakfast, Zhang Xun drove his girlfriend to work before heading to the office. He first examined the accounts and the current balance on his phone. Previously, he had won 60 million renminbi from the lottery, netting 48 million, and subsequently won 200 million US dollars from sports betting, bringing in 160 million US dollars. Additionally, he had won over 10 million USD from a gambling app, which meant he had nearly 180 million US dollars in funds at his disposal. Among these, 20 million renminbi was invested in a pharmaceutical stock. He had previously paid a design company 2 million US dollars in design fees and made a 4 million US dollars advance payment to Tianji Company. Later, he disbursed 60 million renminbi as project funds and donated 5 million renminbi to Jiangcheng Geological University, followed by various other expenditures totaling over 3 million renminbi. Currently, he had approximately 150 million US dollars remaining. In about 2 months, Tianji Company was expected to process a project payment of 1 billion renminbi. This was a significant milestone, with explicit payment ratios outlined in the partnership agreement. Fortunately, by the end of this month, he anticipated a surge in his stock's value, with 20 million potentially escalating to 200 million, resulting in another influx of funds. Financially, there appeared to be no issues. On the procurement front, all materials and suppliers had reached purchasing agreements. Acceptance and liaison would be managed by Tianji Company, leaving Zhang Xun responsible only for contract payments. The procurement of materials and equipment would also entail a considerable expenditure, preliminarily estimated at around 3 billion renminbi. Rising Company would provide a portion of critical materials and control systems, accounting for approximately 10% of the total project cost. It is worth noting that domestic companies lacked sufficient experience in this area. Otherwise, Zhang Xun might have spent less. In the afternoon, Zhang Xun received a call from Dawson, who had been in the country for over a month, traversing numerous provinces and even establishing an office in the bustling metropolis. To Zhang Xun's surprise, over the past month, he successfully secured 2 contracts for the construction of underground bunkers in the suburbs of Hangzhou and Guangzhou. Naturally, the investments were not as substantial as Zhang Xun's own, as these projects pertained to small to medium-sized shelters, each costing around 30 million yuan. During a phone call, he heard Dawson boast about these contracts, claiming they were arranged through his recently befriended wealthy associates, who were purportedly assisting him in achieving his performance targets. Zhang Xun, however, dismissed such fanciful tales, perceiving these individuals, from his Chinese perspective, as merely indulging in their desires, wishing to establish secretive retreats akin to extravagant banquets. After terminating the call, Zhang Xun summoned Li Yan. "Sisterly, here are 2 16TB hard drives. Please have them download some single-player games when they have the time." He handed the hard drives to Li Yan and continued, "You are well aware of our hotel's theme, and there will certainly be limited internet access later. By providing these single-player games, we can offer guests a means to pass their idle hours." Li Yan nodded in agreement, preparing to leave, when Zhang Xun added, "Inform them not to download duplicates. Furthermore, if they complete the task, I will reward each of them an additional 2,000 yuan. "Understood, Zhang Xun." Upon hearing this, Li Yan was intrigued and tentatively inquired, "Is there anything else you need my assistance with?" Zhang Xun smiled and replied, "Yes, regarding this hard drive, please download a variety of songs, classical, modern, pop, classic, and various operas. Be sure to categorize them properly, no haphazard downloading. Once completed, your reward will be the same as theirs." "Thank you, Mr. Zhang. When do you need it by?" Li Yan asked. "Take your time. I'm not in a rush," Zhang Xun reassured her. Upon recalling something, he further inquired, "Is there any cash available at the company?" "Yes, there is 500,000 yuan in the safe," Li Yan responded. Previously, due to certain needs, Li Yan had withdrawn some cash to keep at the company, and Zhang Xun had not paid much attention to it since then. Now, after confirming the details, He instructed Li Yan, "Please withdraw 10,000 yuan for me, and keep a record." "All right, Mr. Zhang. If there is nothing else, I'll take my leave." Zhang Xun nodded in acknowledgement. As dusk fell, Zhang Xun routinely picked up his girlfriend from work. When it came time for dinner, he pulled out a wad of cash from his pocket, playfully waving it in front of her. "Look, what is this? Money. Is this mine?" Jing's eyes sparkled at the sight of the vibrant red banknotes, though she was puzzled. Why is there so much? Wasn't it supposed to be for 1,000? "I only filled 3. The boss said the remainder is a bonus for you in advance." "How do you feel about that?" Zhang Xun explained. "Really? Of course it's real. Here, take it." Zhang Xun placed the 10,000 yuan into Du Jing's hands. As she flipped through the notes, her eyes nearly squinted with delight, momentarily forgetting about the meal. After several reminders from Zhang Xun, she finally stood to secure the money properly. When Du Jing returned to the table, joyfully she remarked, "You know, our savings are almost at 500,000 yuan. Considering all the things you've bought me, I reckon it's over 600,000. Just seeing these numbers makes me so happy. Indeed, we are on the brink of becoming affluent, my little rich lady. Now, let us eat." Zhang Xun chuckled. Mealtime. Today I must indulge a bit more." Just as my girlfriend lifted the bowl, she suddenly set it back down. "By the way, I must remember to deposit some money into my card tomorrow afternoon to avoid the risk of theft at home." Upon hearing this, Zhang Xun couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and affection for this little money-savvy girl at home. Chapter 27. Following the following day. After escorting his girlfriend to work, Zhang Xun drove directly to the administrative building of Jiangcheng University of Geosciences. Upon arrival, he was warmly greeted by a designated student guide. With her assistance, he ascended to the 7th-floor reception lounge. Inside, a few individuals were already seated. Some appeared to be relatively young like Zhang Xun, while others, notably balding and seemingly in their 40s or 50s, were more seasoned. As Zhang Xun entered, the group greeted him enthusiastically and began to introduce themselves. Through a rather awkward exchange lasting several minutes, Zhang Xun gleaned the identities of these individuals. Among them were real estate moguls and prominent figures in the internet technology sector. Some were distinguished alumni of Jiangcheng University who had returned to support their alma mater after achieving success. After exchanging business cards with them, Zhang Xun engaged in conversation with a nearby individual until around 10 o'clock when the lounge doors swung open and a procession of over a dozen people entered. Leading the group was undoubtedly the vice governor, accompanied by several university leaders, while Qi Sijuan was notably present in the following row. The guests in the lounge rose in unison to greet the vice governor, forming a line to shake his hand. Qi Sijuan, spotting Zhang Xun, was taken aback. Truthfully, upon their first meeting, Zhang Xun, dressed quite ordinarily and introduced by Yang Mingjian as an employee in the hotel industry, had not captured his attention. He had presumed Zhang Xun to be merely an average office worker. It appeared he had misjudged. Those who made it to this gathering were either billionaires or individuals of remarkable repute. Zhang Xun's name had not previously crossed his ears. Could he be an invisible tycoon? Qi Sijuan wondered. "Good day, Governor Li. I am Zhang Xun. It is a profound honor to meet you today." Zhang Xun introduced himself with a composed demeanor. "Oh, so you are the young Zhang. I just heard the president mention that you recently donated 5 million to Jiangcheng University. On behalf of the government and the institution, I extend our heartfelt gratitude for your contributions to education," Vice Governor Li remarked, patting Zhang Xun's hand. "It is my duty. Money is but a figure, and channeling it into education to give back to society is what holds true significance," Zhang Xun humbly replied. After the initial introductions, it was time for the others to continue. Approximately 10 minutes later, the pleasantries concluded. "Please, everyone, take a seat and do not feel constrained." The vice governor gestured with his hand, observing as everyone settled down. "Earlier, I had the opportunity to stroll through the campus with several of the university leaders. I noted that the teaching facilities and living conditions have improved significantly since my last visit 3 years ago." Following his remarks, the lounge erupted into warm applause. Zhang Xun internally summarized the content of his speech, focusing on 3 key points. Firstly, he expressed hope that the esteemed individuals from the business and technology sectors present would continue to support the university by investing more funding into higher education. Secondly, he wished for them to leverage their networks to recommend and attract more talented individuals to teach at the university. Lastly, He emphasized the importance of fostering a virtuous cycle between academia, industry, and research. During the discussion, Zhang Xun actively shared his views and stated that at an opportune moment, he would allocate a sum of money to assist impoverished students with their living expenses. With Zhang Xun leading the way, the attendees of the meeting also made various commitments. The deputy governor left them with his contact information and offered some words of encouragement. At noon, they shared a meal at the university cafeteria. Amidst the clinking of glasses, Zhang Xun found himself slightly intoxicated. Following the meal, the deputy governor had plans to inspect another university. After bidding farewell to Professor Wang, Zhang Xun summoned a designated driver to leave Jiangcheng Geological University. Qi Sijuan. Zhang Xun murmured this name as he sat in the passenger seat. Earlier, during the meal, Qi Sijuan had made a special effort to come over to Zhang Xun's table, sharing a couple of drinks and exchanging contact information, displaying an attitude that was markedly different from their initial encounter. "Driver, please take me to Jindi Community," Zhang Xun suddenly requested. Upon arriving at Jindi Community, he instructed the driver to park the car on the roadside and waited briefly. He then entered the community by blending in with the residents as they accessed the entrance. In the villa area, Building 23, Zhang Xun sat on a stone bench at a distance, observing for a while until a fashionable woman emerged from the villa. He followed her all the way to a leisure club outside the community. After a moment of hesitation, he decided to pursue her. Disguised as a customer, he spent 5,000 yuan to obtain a basic membership card. "What services did that woman partake in earlier?" Zhang Xun casually inquired. "Sir, our female patrons have a plethora of options, such as sauna, steam baths, bathing, health massages, spa treatments, and beauty services, most of which are similar to those offered to men," the front desk attendant explained. "Are there no special services?" Zhang Xun cautiously probed. Sir, we are a legitimate establishment and do not offer such services," she replied with a smile. "Oh, if that's the case, never mind," Zhang Xun said, twirling the membership card in his hand with a hint of regret. "Please take me for a massage." Soon, Zhang Xun was led into a dimly lit room adorned with pink lighting and suggestive decor, causing him to swallow hard. "Hello, technician number 98 is here to serve you." A sweet voice resonated, captivating his senses as Zhang Xun lay on the massage table, beads of sweat forming on his palms. Fortunately, this was a legitimate venue, he mused. Otherwise, he would have truly struggled to maintain his composure. After approximately 30 minutes of the massage, technician number 98 consistently reminded him to relax, to the point where he felt himself drifting toward slumber. "Sir, we are halfway through the session. Are you satisfied with my service?" the technician asked sweetly. "Very satisfied," Zhang Xun replied. "We have many more services available in our establishment. Would you like to experience some?" "No, I have perused your offerings and found nothing particularly compelling. A simple massage will suffice for my relaxation." Chuckling, the technician's voice took on a sultry tone. But the services I speak of are not listed for public view. They are truly designed to provide you with genuine relaxation." "Is this exclusively for men?" Zhang Xun inquired, turning his head, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. "Yet I still observe women entering. Do you assume that only men require such services?" "A considerable number of our clientele are women, wealthy middle-aged ladies, often feeling neglected by their husbands and experiencing a profound sense of loneliness." The technician smiled, continuing, "We also have many handsome male therapists. These affluent women tend to favor youthful charm." Zhang Xun pondered this revelation, casting a glance at the technician, and with a hint of regret said, "Let us postpone for today. With this alcohol on my breath, I lack the energy to indulge in further services." As he spoke, he retrieved his jacket from the bedside and extracted 500 yuan from his pocket, presenting it to the technician. "This is for you, a tip for your commendable skills." Initially disappointed at the loss of potential business, the technician's spirits lifted upon receiving the generous gratuity, prompting her to apply even greater vigor in her massage. After concluding his session, Zhang Xun departed the establishment and lingered outside, eventually spotting the woman, Qi Sijuan's wife, exiting the premises. He quickly captured several clandestine photographs. Returning to his vehicle, he discovered that the designated driver had fallen asleep. Zhang Xun hastily roused him. "Boss, I noticed you entered that establishment. So I refrained from calling and ended up dozing off in the car. What do you think of this charge?" The driver chuckled. "Very well, just drive me home, and I shall give you an additional 500. Zhang Xun replied, bemused. "Understood, please make yourself comfortable." Half an hour later, Zhang Xun arrived home. The first order of business was a refreshing shower, after which he ventured out on his electric scooter to collect his girlfriend from work. Chapter 28. Reminder: the warehouse in Enchi Prefecture has been completed, prompting Zhang Xun to visit once more to assess its condition and check on the progress of the refuge. He took the high-speed train to the prefecture, then rented a car to reach the warehouse, where the contractor awaited him. As a local entity, this project held significant importance for the contractor. After exchanging pleasantries, Zhang Xun entered to inspect the interior. The warehouse was modest in size, spanning approximately 800 square meters. The back section was already filled with numerous shelves, both large and small, as per Zhang Xun's specific instructions. The contractor had tidied up in anticipation of Zhang Xun's arrival. After meticulously examining the walls for any issues, he requested the necessary documents and proceeded to sign them. Once the signatures were affixed, he called the company's finance department in front of the contractor, instructing Li Yin to process the payment. I will send an additional 20,000 yuan your way. I have some other matters pending, and this warehouse is unlikely to be operational this year. Please ensure someone checks on it regularly to prevent any damage from the villagers. Zhang Xun stated. Absolutely. We have another project in the area. I will arrange for the workers to monitor it during their commutes. The contractor responded readily. Later, the boss entrusted the key to Zhang Xun, keeping a spare key for himself. After departing from the site, he drove swiftly to the shelter. Is Engineer Ren present? Upon arrival, Zhang Xun found no sign of Engineer Ren and inquired with a worker. Engineer Ren had personal matters at home and has returned. Engineer Feng is in charge here now, the worker replied. Thank you. Upon locating Engineer Feng, Zhang Xun posed questions regarding the progress. Currently, over half of the excavation work has been completed. We estimate it will take another 2 months to enter the main construction phase, Engineer Feng explained, gesturing towards the dark opening. Would you like to take a look inside, Mr. Zhang? Zhang Xun pondered for a moment and replied, not necessary, perhaps next time. In fact, while we excavate, we simultaneously reinforce the inner wall of the mountain with rebar and cement, ensuring safety is not a concern. This will also save a considerable amount of time during subsequent construction, Engineer Feng elucidated. That sounds promising. I believe we could achieve successful completion around mid-next year, correct? Zhang Xun queried. Indeed, provided the testing and acceptance phases proceed smoothly, that time frame is feasible. All right, please bear with the efforts on your end. Once completed, I shall prepare a bonus for everyone. Thank you very much, Mr. Zhang. After discussing additional details regarding the shelter, Zhang Xun departed the site. Upon returning to Enchi Prefecture, he visited the local wholesale market, acquiring some business cards. He planned to procure essential supplies such as staple food, fuel, and tobacco locally for greater convenience. After returning the vehicle and spending a night there, the following day, Zhang Xun took the high-speed train back to Jiangcheng. During this period, aside from downloading films and dramas, he diligently studied various subjects including architecture, programming control, emergency rescue, and equipment maintenance. He possessed a certain foundation in equipment maintenance and programming control. However, he recognized the necessity of preparing thoroughly for potential future scenarios. Each time his girlfriend returned, she was astonished by Zhang Xun's discipline and eagerness to learn, which inspired her to observe and study more diligently during her shifts at the hospital. After work, she would often enjoy a meal and, after a brief session with her computer, delve into a medical textbook with great focus. Zhang Xun welcomed this enthusiasm but occasionally worried about her health. Thus, he would purchase numerous nutritious ingredients, creatively preparing delightful meals for her. In a separate scene, 3 individuals sat at a table adorned with fresh water and fragrant tea. Director Qi, I truly appreciate your assistance. It has enabled me to successfully secure this financial allocation, Yang Mingjian expressed gratefully, raising his glass towards Qi Sijuan. Yang Mingjian's company focused on children's interest training, a sector increasingly recognized by the government in recent times. Yet the market remained ever more chaotic. Consequently, the government enacted laws to combat fraudulent institutions while simultaneously providing subsidies to capable training organizations, encouraging them to alleviate the deficiencies of public institutions. Yang Mingjian had long been eyeing this subsidy, as the past couple of years had witnessed economic downturns compounded by the opening of several chain stores, resulting in tight finances. Reluctant to seek a loan from the bank, I fortuitously stumbled upon the news, which led me to leverage connections to find Qi Sijuan, a department head at the Ministry of Education, and implore his assistance. However, Such favors are seldom free. From the sum obtained, 30% must be offered as a token of gratitude to him. His wife, Lu Xiaoya, also raised her glass in salute to Qi Sijuan. After a sip of wine, Qi Sijuan cryptically remarked, "Brother, you're not being very straightforward." Yang Mingjian, startled by this comment, inquired, "Qi Gu, what do you mean by that? That classmate of yours, what was his name?" "Zhang Xun." "Yes, that's it. Didn't you mention he worked at a hotel?" Qi Sijuan replied. "Indeed, that's how he described it." "Is there an issue, Qi Gu?" Yang Mingjian responded, perplexed. Upon hearing this, Qi Sijuan seemed to grasp something and replied, "No issue at all, just a curious inquiry." He lifted his glass, and Yang Mingjian promptly filled it. Just as Qi Sijuan was about to take a sip, he suddenly set it down and said to Yang Mingjian and Lu Xiaoya, "Your classmate is rather impressive. Even the governor has praised him." The two were taken aback by Qi Sijuan's revelation, and Yang Mingjian stammered, "Qi Gu him?" Qi Sijuan gestured dismissively, interrupting Yang Mingjian, "Don't pry too much. It's best to feign ignorance. If he hasn't shared with you, it signifies his modesty, and there's no need to delve deeper, understood?" A seasoned politician, Qi Sijuan spoke in veils, leaving Yang Mingjian with a plethora of questions yet reluctant to press further. After the meal, Yang Mingjian arranged for a designated driver to escort Qi Sijuan home. Upon returning, he hesitated over whether to call Zhang Xun. "Why are you hesitating? Just call to check in. It's not as if you're prying into someone else's privacy," Lu Xiaoya chided from the side. Once the call connected, Zhang Xun's playful voice soon echoed, "Hello, Yang Zong, what is up so late?" "Oh, nothing much, just wanted to chat for a bit." Yang Mingjian paused before asking, "Did you know Qi Sijuan before?" The other end hesitated before responding, "Yes, didn't you introduce him to me last time?" "Oh, then there's nothing to worry about. We had dinner tonight, and he spoke of you." Yang Mingjian probed. "He mentioned me? What did he say?" Zhang Xun asked, astonished. "Nothing much. Just that you are a low-key person," Yang Mingjian chuckled. After a brief silence, Zhang Xun advised, "Old classmate, I suggest you keep your distance from him in the future to avoid any repercussions." Yang Mingjian's heart raced at this warning, prompting him to urgently ask, "Could you clarify? It's quite literal. I've already cautioned you. Whether you heed it or not is beyond my control," Zhang Xun concluded before hanging up. Yang Mingjian remained in the phone-holding position, staring at Lu Xiaoya, at a loss for words. Lu Xiaoya, having overheard the conversation, remained silent for a moment before softly suggesting, "From Zhang Xun's tone, does it imply that Qi Sijuan might soon be apprehended?" Yang Mingjian set down his phone with a sigh, responding, "How would I know? The crucial point is that we recently sought his assistance. What if he drags us down with him?" Lu Xiaoya, alarmed, asked, "How could this happen? What should we do? Turn ourselves in?" Chapter 29. Retribution. After Zhang Xun hung up the phone, he fell into a deep contemplation. The evidence he possessed was insufficient to plunge Qi Sijuan into despair. What means could he employ to obtain more incriminating proof? Lost in thought, he eventually succumbed to slumber. The following morning, he ventured out early and returned to the Jindi community. Seated across from the villa, Zhang Xun retrieved the anonymous prepaid mobile phone he had previously purchased, made a call, and awaited a response. Before long, a man adorned with sunglasses and a mask approached him, enigmatically inquiring, "What is it you desire?" Zhang Xun scrutinized him for a moment before gesturing towards the villa across the way. "If a woman emerges today, I want you to steal her wallet." "How much?" the masked man queried. 30,000, Zhang Xun replied, extending a finger. "Deal." Zhang Xun lingered for a while, and just as he was about to leave, the woman from the villa unexpectedly stepped outside. He signaled to the masked man, who hurried away. Shortly thereafter, the masked man returned to Zhang Xun, presenting a pink wallet. "Hand it over discreetly, and the money, please," he said. "You didn't tamper with its contents, did you?" Zhang Xun asked. The masked man hesitated momentarily, awkwardly admitting, "There was 1,000 yuan inside, which I took." "Return it. I will compensate you." Zhang Xun's tone brooked no argument. After a fleeting moment of indecision, the masked man produced the money he had taken. Zhang Xun extracted a wad of cash from his pocket and handed it to him. Just as the masked man was about to depart, Zhang Xun called out, "Hold on, you must return the wallet to that woman later." "What exactly do you mean? Are you toying with me?" the masked man retorted. "No, simply inform her that you found the wallet. It would be troublesome if she were to report it as lost. I am merely assisting her husband in verifying whether his wife has been unfaithful. Rest assured, returning it benefits us all." Zhang Xun explained. Sounds like you've eaten too much and are ill, the masked man muttered under his breath. Zhang Xun paid him no mind, opening the wallet to photograph the identification and bank cards within. To his surprise, he discovered a photocopy of Qi Sijuan's ID inside. After capturing the images, he returned the contents to the wallet. 10 minutes later, the woman hurriedly approached the villa. The masked man took the wallet Zhang Xun offered, removed his sunglasses, and approached her, feigning urgency. "Excuse me, ma'am, have you lost something?" The woman scrutinized him with suspicion. "Yes, I lost my wallet, a pink one containing 1,000 yuan in cash. Did you find it? Please, give it back." The masked man produced the wallet, stating, "It appears to be yours. I have been waiting here for quite some time." She snatched the wallet from him, inspecting its contents, and, finding everything intact, felt a wave of relief wash over her. Beaming with gratitude, she exclaimed, "Thank you so much." As she extracted the 1,000 yuan from the wallet, she added, "Please accept this as a token of my appreciation." The masked man hesitated, but upon witnessing her sincere demeanor, he resolutely declined her offer. The light of righteousness illuminated his being. "My mother instilled in me from a young age the virtue of integrity and the importance of earning one's keep." Zhang Xun observed the extreme tug-of-war between the two individuals from a distance, rendered speechless, and promptly decided to vacate the scene. After enjoying lunch outside, he sought a secluded spot, retrieved an unregistered mobile phone, and made a call. "Hello, is this the pursuer of light?" "It's me. What's the matter?" The voice on the other end responded coldly. "Please assist me in investigating the profiles of two individuals, focusing particularly on their real estate holdings and private information." Zhang Xun replied calmly, "As long as the payment is adequate, how much are you willing to offer?" The other party inquired, "If you can provide me with valuable information, I'll pay a flat rate of 100,000, but I can only offer a 10,000 deposit now and the remainder upon successful completion," Zhang Xun stated. "Agreed. Provide me with your identification details, and I will send you an email address and my account number via text shortly. Please send the information there." The individual concluded before hanging up. Zhang Xun smiled, feeling that he had accomplished half of his plan for the day. The masked man from earlier was, in fact, a thief, and the person on the line was a hacker. Zhang Xun had previously purchased resources from various individuals, some of whom had extensive connections: thieves, hackers, female streamers, models. They could procure anything for the right price. This arrangement had spared him considerable trouble. Within 3 minutes, the email address and account number arrived. Zhang Xun forwarded the photos he had taken, including Qi Sijuan's phone number, to the hacker and subsequently transferred 10,000 yuan to the provided account. After completing these tasks, he hummed a tune as he leisurely made his way home. The following afternoon, a message appeared in his mobile email inbox. Upon opening it, Zhang Xun was astonished to discover a wealth of incriminating evidence. In addition to a villa, Qi Sijuan owned 3 properties under his name and 2 properties under his wife's name, totaling nearly 15 million yuan in value. Although the exact balance in his wife's bank account was undisclosed, her transaction history revealed substantial deposits. Over the past year alone, she had transferred approximately 20 million yuan into the account. Even more sensational were the contents of their phones. Zhang Xun could only marvel at how both individuals were engaging in extramarital affairs, blissfully unaware of each other's indiscretions. This included videos, photos, and chat records exchanged between them. Zhang Xun subsequently transferred 90,000 yuan into the hacker's account and found a clandestine internet cafe. He packaged the information and anonymously sent it to a newspaper and a disciplinary inspection platform to report the findings. After completing this endeavor, Zhang Xun finally exhaled in relief. He utilized Bluetooth to transfer the evidence from this phone to his personal device as a backup before discarding the unregistered phone along with its SIM card. Now, all that remained was to await the miraculous outcome. Upon returning home that evening, his girlfriend chided him for his recent mysterious behavior, which she found unsettling. Zhang Xun awkwardly smiled, choosing not to respond. True to form, the next day, Yang Mingjian called him in a rush, saying, "Zhang Xun, I turned myself in to the disciplinary inspection committee yesterday." "What? You turned yourself in? Why would you do that?" Zhang Xun expressed his bewilderment. Aware that Yang Mingjian and Qi Sijuan were acquainted, yet oblivious to the intricacies of their relationship, Yang Mingjian elucidated the circumstances under which he had solicited Qi Sijuan's assistance. adding that he had just been informed by the disciplinary committee that Qi Sijuan had been detained earlier that morning due to the dubious origins of substantial assets, instructing him to return and await further news. A sense of trepidation washed over Yang Mingjian. At that moment, he received a call from Lu Xiaoya, who exclaimed, "Husband, you must see the news. It's all about Qi Sijuan." Stunned, Yang Mingjian glanced at the phone Lu Xiaoya handed him, where the reports indeed implicated Qi Sijuan in infidelity, complete with evidence of bribery. Finally, he conveyed to Zhang Xun, "Thank you for the advance warning. Had you not informed me, I would surely be facing charges of bribery. Fortunately, I preemptively confessed, which may offer me a glimmer of hope. Prior to my confession, I researched, and it appears that those who voluntarily disclose their acts of bribery before prosecution may receive a mitigated sentence or even be absolved of punishment. This is a specific provision for confessing bribers. Article 67 of the criminal law stipulates that those who confess to their crimes may be subject to lighter or reduced penalties. In cases of lesser offenses, punishment may even be waived. Surely, I must be considered a lesser offender," Yang Mingjian mused. Zhang Xun, on the other end of the line, offered reassurance, suggesting there should be no significant issues, as the disciplinary committee had also summoned him back, likely requiring his testimony in court. Comforted by Zhang Xun's words, Yang Mingjian's anxiety began to dissipate. However, upon hearing about Qi Sijuan's arrest, he had felt a twinge of surprise. Did the disciplinary committee not conduct an investigation beforehand? Returning home, he was confronted with a barrage of news surrounding Qi Sijuan, deepening his curiosity about Zhang Xun's background. How could he possess such foreknowledge? Yet, he refrained from directly inquiring. Chapter 30. Stocks. The apprehension of Qi Sijuan alleviated a considerable burden from Zhang Xun's mind. In truth, he had no obligation to intervene. In reality, he was intent on establishing a sanctuary, and it was unlikely he would ever cross paths with Qi Sijuan again. Nevertheless, upon seeing Qi Sijuan's visage, Zhang Xun's mind became consumed with memories of anger and vengeance. His singular desire was to ensure Qi Sijuan's utter disgrace. As for the already detained Qi Sijuan, he could not fathom who was orchestrating his downfall, nor could he comprehend the plethora of evidence that had emerged against him. However, this was of little consequence now. Engaging in extramarital affairs, accepting bribes, and possessing unexplained wealth were sufficient to condemn him. The following morning, Zhang Xun whistled as he went to pick up his girlfriend after her shift. While enjoying breakfast outside, he received a call from Yang Mingjian. "Zhang Xun, do you have time this evening? I'd like to invite you and your wife to dinner." "Sure, but let us not revisit previous matters," Zhang Xun readily agreed. After hanging up, he smiled at his girlfriend and said, "We have a delightful meal to look forward to. Yang Mingjian is treating us." Puzzled, his girlfriend asked, "What is the sudden occasion for dinner?" "Just a casual gathering," Zhang Xun replied. That evening, Zhang Xun drove his girlfriend to the restaurant, where Yang Mingjian and Lu Xiaoya were already waiting. Upon seeing Zhang Xun's arrival, they promptly greeted him at the entrance to their private dining room. Jing found herself bewildered by the enthusiasm displayed by the couple, utterly at a loss as to the situation, and she ate the meal in a daze. Yang Mingjian, being perceptive, refrained from mentioning previous matters, nor did he inquire about Zhang Xun's background. The conversation at the dining table meandered through reminiscences of their school days. On the other hand, Lu Xiaoya, while chatting with Jing, attempted to subtly probe for information, but Jing, oblivious, offered responses devoid of any substantial value. After the meal, as his girlfriend had to return to work, they departed early. What was up with them today? Why were they so warm and even a bit respectful? Jing asked in the car. Zhang Xun provided a vague excuse, offering no further explanation. "By the way, I have a business trip tomorrow, so I won't be able to pick you up," Zhang Xun suddenly stated. "Where are you going on this trip?" "How many days?" his girlfriend inquired. "To the Magic City. Probably 2 to 3 days, Zhang Xun replied. As June drew to a close, he had been preoccupied with matters concerning Qi Sijuan and had not closely monitored stock movements. This morning, he received an unexpected call from a pharmaceutical company, summoning him to attend a shareholders' meeting in the Magic City. It was then that he recalled the stock investments. He quickly opened his phone to discover that the stock he had purchased was surging significantly. The shares he had bought for 20 million had soared to over 100 million, and it was estimated that in a couple of days, they could reach 200 million. Since the pharmaceutical company launched 3 products, it had sent shockwaves through the market, causing its stock to skyrocket. As a minor shareholder, Zhang Xun's invitation to the shareholders' meeting was entirely reasonable. Upon receiving the call, Zhang Xun promptly booked a flight to the Magic City. His intentions for attending the shareholders' meeting were twofold: to gain insight into any new drugs being developed by the company and to inform the decision-makers about his plans to liquidate his stock in the future. As a retail investor, he held the title of shareholder but, in reality, lacked voting rights and decision-making power within the company. Moreover, Zhang Xun had neither the time nor the inclination to remain invested in this stock for the long term. Cashing out sooner would save him from potential complications. The next day, Zhang Xun boarded his flight to the Magic City. After casually checking into a hotel, he spent some time on a video call with his girlfriend that evening. She informed him that she had filled several hard drives and urged him to return promptly after his trip to collect the money. Zhang Xun smiled and promised to bring her a gift upon his return, along with a delightful surprise. After spending a night in the Magic City, the following morning, Zhang Xun finished breakfast at the hotel and took a taxi to the venue of the pharmaceutical company's meeting. The Magic City served as the location of their research and development headquarters. Upon arrival, he noticed a considerable turnout, many of whom were substantial retail investors like himself. According to the agenda, they toured the company's R&D center in the morning, learning about its history, structure, and future prospects. Zhang Xun seized the opportunity to inquire about matters that concerned him, such as the directions in which new drug development was currently being organized and any forthcoming product launches. What has been the feedback from patients regarding the 3 products previously released? In response to the inquiries raised by Zhang Xun, the head of the R&D department provided an honest answer. Our current efforts are primarily focused on 2 fronts. Firstly, we are organizing improvements and upgrades for the previously released medications, and secondly, we are concentrating on the research and development of anti-cancer drugs. The development cycle for anti-cancer medications is extensive. Although we have made some progress, the specific clinical trials are still a considerable time away. Moreover, regarding the previously released products, the patient feedback we have received has been overwhelmingly positive. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xun nodded thoughtfully. He expressed a keen interest in the 3 products that had been released, considering that both his mother and future father-in-law were gradually aging. Should they encounter various age-related ailments one day, it would certainly pose a challenge. The availability of new medications might alleviate some of his concerns. The 2-hour tour and QA session left the shareholders quite satisfied. They enjoyed a simple meal in the company cafeteria at noon, followed by the shareholders' meeting in the afternoon. The CEO presented an overview of the company's financial status, personnel policies, market performance, and future plans, issues of great interest to the shareholders. In summary, the company's prospects are promising, with robust research and development capabilities, and more importantly, it has the potential to generate profits for the shareholders. Zhang Xun watched this scene with heightened enthusiasm. It was his first time participating in such a meeting, and it felt somewhat surreal. The afternoon passed swiftly, and the pharmaceutical company had arranged for a banquet at an external restaurant to celebrate with the shareholders. During the toasting, Zhang Xun took the opportunity to discuss his situation with the CEO, fabricating a reason for his urgent need for funds, as he intended to sell off some of his stocks. The CEO was taken aback by this revelation and felt a stir of interest. But he was aware that Zhang Xun was a retail investor operating through a delegated account, which precluded any direct transfer of shares. Otherwise, he would have considered purchasing them himself. The CEO expressed understanding of Zhang Xun's actions, acknowledging that he had at least informed the company in advance. He also requested that Zhang Xun inform him of the exact timing of the sale so that the company could prepare for a timely buyback. Consequently, they exchanged contact information. After concluding matters in Shanghai, Zhang Xun took a stroll through a shopping mall to select a few gifts for his girlfriend, ensuring he also included something for his mother and father-in-law, which he would send to them later. He did not return to the hotel until late, and after taking a shower, he transferred 500,000 yuan to the card he had previously given to his girlfriend. Approximately 10 minutes later, she initiated a video call, visibly anxious about the sudden influx of funds into her account. "Why is there suddenly 500,000 yuan in my card?" she inquired, her expression tinged with concern about the source of the money. "There's no need to be so anxious. Have you been following the news about Fuxing Pharmaceuticals?" Zhang Xun asked. "I've heard of it. The company is quite well known at our hospital. Recently, many people from other departments have been discussing their new drug. But what does that have to do with the money in my account?" She responded, puzzled. "I purchased their stocks prior to the release of the new drug. After the launch, my shares soared, yielding a thousand-fold return. Would you say that that's unrelated? Zhang Xun chuckled and, after finishing his words, sent a screenshot of the invitation letter from his email to his girlfriend. Jing appeared incredulous, but upon seeing the invitation, her excitement surged, and she whispered, "Wow, darling, you are incredibly lucky. Does this mean we are about to become millionaires?" "Indeed, my wealthy lady. What do you think of this gift?" "Look, I also purchased many other presents for you, and so did my parents," Zhang Xun replied, showcasing the gifts he had previously bought. "I love them, darling. You are so wonderful." Jing's face radiated with happiness. Chapter 31. Doomsday Canned Goods and Emergency Food Supplies. In July, the city of Jiangcheng grew increasingly warm. Zhang Xun, while watching news reports about climate change, could not help but lament the recklessness of human activity. He then called Engineer Ren, urging them to ensure the safety of the workers during construction, to implement measures against heat exposure, and personally allocated several hundred yuan as a heat subsidy for each worker. Although the strong foundation company also provided subsidies around this time, Zhang Xun felt it was insufficient, thus choosing to add his own contribution for peace of mind. Meanwhile, Jing continued her regular job. Ever since her savings exceeded 1 million, she had become somewhat aloof. Her pace of downloading videos onto her hard drive significantly slowed. Previously, she could fill it in 3 to 4 days, but now even a week might not suffice. In the second week of July, Zhang Xun decided to liquidate his shares in the pharmaceutical company. Having informed them in advance, most of the stocks he sold were repurchased by the company. After deducting transaction fees, he received approximately 230 million yuan, roughly equivalent to $33 million, with an additional $150 million remaining from previous investments. His total assets amounted to $180 million, sufficient for constructing the shelter. Initially, he contemplated withholding the final payment should the budget exceed expectations, reasoning that with the apocalypse looming, such a concern was trivial. However, now that he had enough funds, Zhang Xun resolved to act with integrity. With this newfound wealth, he did not forget his previous commitment to donate to impoverished students at Jiangcheng University of Geosciences to improve their living conditions. After locating the school's account, he transferred a sum of 500,000 yuan. He then called Professor Wang, saying, "Hello, Professor Wang. I have deposited some money into the school account. As promised during my meeting with the deputy governor, please ensure the school receives it." "Ah, I thought you might have forgotten. I'll check with the finance department shortly," Professor Wang replied, playfully suggesting, "Shall I arrange for the school to award you a medal?" "No, thank you. I'm not particularly interested in that." Zhang Xun shook his head. After exchanging pleasantries with Professor Wang, he ended the call. Once the television was turned off, he planned to read for a while when he received a call from Hazy. "Old Zhang, a few days ago, I purchased a doomsday bunker from Rising's company for over $500,000. Hazy informed him. "Really? I thought you wouldn't buy one." Zhang Xun laughed. "Initially, I had no intention of making a purchase. However, having recently been inundated with news about the decoupling between China and the United States, the Russia-Ukraine conflict, and the ominous possibility of nuclear weapon deployment, I found myself feeling rather unsettled. Consequently, I decided to utilize the funds you provided to acquire a shelter, seeking a semblance of peace of mind." Hazy remarked, "It's quite satisfactory. After all, your family is not short of money. By the way, how far is this shelter from your home?" Zhang Xun inquired. "Not far. It's in the suburbs, just a 20-minute drive away." "My home is also quite close to the outskirts," Hazy replied. Suddenly struck by a thought, he jokingly quipped to Zhang Xun, "You know, I actually spent around $60,000 to $70,000 on a few doomsday packages." At that moment, my mind was in a frenzy. "What do you mean by doomsday packages? Do enlighten me." Zhang Xun responded with keen interest. Through Hazy's explanation, Zhang Xun learned that this doomsday package was essentially a survival kit offered by an American company called Costco, comprising canned goods and emergency rations. Its uniqueness lay in its exorbitant price. A single set of doomsday cans was priced at an astonishing $849,999, equivalent to approximately 50,000 yuan. These provisions boasted an impressive shelf life of over 70 years. In reality, most food spoilage is primarily due to the proliferation of microorganisms. By employing modern sterilization methods and sealing the food, a sterile environment is created, allowing canned goods to be preserved for extended periods. Typically, canned foods available in supermarkets have a shelf life of around 2 years. I recall news reports stating that cans from Japan's World War II era remain edible to this day. 70 years of shelf life? Zhang Xun exclaimed in astonishment, pondering whether such cans might contain numerous preservatives. However, upon further reflection, he reasoned that this was unlikely, as the stringent regulations of the U.S. FDA would prevent any problematic products from reaching the market. From Haizi's account, Zhang Xun discerned that each doomsday package contained as many as 600 cans of various foods, along with 30 barrels of bulk provisions, culminating in a total weight of 816 kilograms, or over 500 pounds. If a Chinese family were to stockpile 500 pounds of rice and flour, it would undoubtedly suffice for 1 to 2 years, thus rendering the high price of the doomsday package somewhat understandable. Moreover, this package included not only staple grains like flour, cereals, and rice, but also dehydrated fruits, vegetables, corn, legumes, meats, dairy products, and essential spices. Each individual could consume 2,000 calories daily to meet their basic energy requirements. It was said that one package could sustain a family of 4 for an entire year. Upon hearing Haizi's description, Zhang Xun felt an undeniable urge. Regardless of the taste, the extensive variety and extraordinarily long shelf life were enough to tantalize his appetite. The accumulation of supplies had long been a source of concern for Zhang Xun. While staple foods typically have a longer shelf life, they are significantly affected by temperature and humidity, making it difficult to ensure proper preservation. For instance, unhulled rice, when vacuum-sealed, might last for up to 20 years. However, he had little confidence that hulled grains could be preserved for over 10 years. This is precisely the reason why he needs to establish an ecological zone, as it can continuously generate fresh food supplies. The doomsday canned goods and reserve food package that Haizi mentioned undoubtedly serve as a potent lifeline for Zhang Xun's survival in the future. Haizi, could you assist me in contacting this company? I wish to procure some as well. Just mention that the quantity is substantial, Zhang Xun urged eagerly. Why do you need so many? Haizi inquired, puzzled. That's not your concern. Our boss is interested, Zhang Xun replied. All right, I will help you get in touch. How many do you require? I will see if they can offer you a discount, Haizi said. Approximately 200 packages, Zhang Xun stated. That many? Will you be able to consume all of that? Haizi exclaimed in astonishment. If I can't finish it, I can sell the extras. It's a business opportunity, don't you understand? Zhang Xun chuckled. Okay, I will get back to you as soon as possible. After concluding the call, Zhang Xun reflected on his finances. Previously, he had $15 million in his overseas account, later transferring $10 million to his domestic account, while still possessing over $10 million in his gambling app, leaving him with over $60 million in total. He had initially intended to convert all of it into yuan and transfer it domestically, but purchasing this doomsday canned goods package should suffice for now. He might need to acquire some items abroad later, so it would be wise to retain some funds. The cost for 200 packages of doomsday canned goods, at retail price, would amount to $7 million, which fortunately falls within Zhang Xun's acceptable range. Regrettably, firearms are prohibited domestically. Otherwise, he would have considered a trip to the United States to procure some arms for the security of his shelter. Such items are unattainable within the country and are classified as serious offenses, which Zhang Xun cannot risk. He had previously researched this area and planned to gradually procure some cold weapons, such as nail guns, non-regulated, tang swords, Mitsubishi daggers, folding knives, steel crowbars, and crossbows. If feasible, he also aspired to acquire certain chemicals, preferably those capable of producing toxic gases. It seems that the accumulation of supplies must commence gradually. Leaning against the sofa, Zhang Xun gazed at the densely packed list of various supplies in his notebook, feeling a twinge of headache. Some items could be purchased immediately, while others would need to wait until the shelter's completion next year. This process is likely to be quite arduous. Chapter 32. Initial stockpiling of supplies. After informing his girlfriend that he would be on a business trip for some time, he directly headed to Enchi Prefecture. Throughout July, Zhang Xun became increasingly busy. The operation of stockpiling supplies officially began. As for food and fuel, he estimated those would need to wait until next year. So he focused on preparing other supplies first. Medicines were the priority. Following his checklist, he purchased small quantities daily from various pharmacies, accumulating them over time. This included potassium permanganate, iodine tincture, medical alcohol, antibiotics, penicillin, tetracycline, cephalosporins, antimalarial medications, stomach medicines, pain relievers, hemostatic agents, dermatological medications, gauze, disinfecting cotton, and bandages. Additionally, vitamins, cold medications, anti-inflammatory drugs, surgical knives, and other surgical instruments were on his list. Most of these items could be found, while those that could not were ordered online, comprising essential medical supplies. In addition to various special medications and prescription drugs, Zhang Xun procured a selection of items, despite certain pharmacies requiring a doctor's prescription for purchase. However, it is often the case that discretion prevails. Beyond pharmaceuticals, he also acquired weaponry through multiple online transactions, purchasing modest quantities at a time, including nail guns, tang swords, and crossbow arrows. Throughout the course of a week, he dedicated over 4 hours each day shuttling between Inchi Prefecture and his storage facility. The hotel accommodations within the city could not accommodate such a large inventory, compelling him to transport his purchases to the warehouse immediately after each acquisition. After a week of diligent procurement, Zhang Xun felt he had amassed a sufficient stock of cold weapons and pharmaceuticals, prompting him to redirect his focus. During the second week of July, he concentrated on acquiring survival tools. He purchased 5 sets of multifunctional toolboxes from the German brand Olight, as well as 5 sets of automotive repair toolkits, all ordered online. Additionally, he procured safety equipment from a wholesale market, such as entrenching tools, waterproof tents, safety helmets, and safety ropes, alongside an array of gloves including cotton, latex, welding, canvas, and microwave gloves, as well as work shoes, aprons, masks, protective goggles, knee pads, and more. Considering the potential necessity of venturing from a shelter to seek supplies, he also acquired numerous outdoor survival tools, including blankets, sleeping bags, mats, lunchboxes, walkie-talkies, small frying pans, water bottles, compasses, whistles, powerful flashlights, lighters, magnifying glasses, hand-crank generators, candles, maps, nylon ropes, fishing lines, hooks, bait, and rechargeable batteries. With an extensive inventory, each batch purchased from the wholesale market was prearranged. He subsequently rented a truck and enlisted a driver to collect the goods for delivery to the warehouse. Items ordered online also arrived promptly. These 2 weeks proved exhausting for Zhang Xun, as he tirelessly traversed back and forth. The items he gathered represented merely a fraction of his procurement list. Meanwhile, on Heizi's end, negotiations for the Doomsday package reached a successful conclusion. After Zhang Xun remitted a prepayment of $1 million, Costco would commence shipping the items within the week, with an expected delivery around mid-August. The purchase of 200 Doomsday packages warranted a substantial discount due to the large quantity, ultimately costing $1.6 million, yielding a savings of $100,000. Of course, shipping costs were considerable, requiring a separate payment of over 200,000 yuan. The remaining $600,000 would be remitted to Costco upon receipt and confirmation of the goods. While awaiting the Doomsday packages, Zhang Xun also procured staple grains and vegetable seeds, deferring the purchase of nutrient solutions until the following year, fearing spoilage from prolonged storage. Furthermore, he acquired lubricants, grease, and antifreeze, including 320-liter barrels of hydraulic oil and 20 large 200-liter barrels. He chose viscosity grades 15 and 22, disregarding higher viscosities due to anticipated lower temperatures, opting for a wide-temperature HV type of hydraulic oil. Similarly, he acquired 80 barrels of gear oil with a viscosity of 68,170 barrels of lithium-based grease, grade 0000012. Antifreeze has also been procured in considerable quantities, with over a dozen barrels of ethylene glycol concentrate acquired. This substance can be blended with water to achieve varying degrees of freeze protection, capable of withstanding temperatures as low as -70 degrees Celsius. Naturally, these supplies have been prepared for the equipment and vehicles intended for the forthcoming shelter. Machinery such as excavators, off-road vehicles, and cranes require not only fuel, but also essential lubricants and antifreeze. For instance, excavators necessitate not only diesel fuel for operation, but also a substantial amount of hydraulic oil. Given the challenges posed by low-temperature starts, it is prudent to utilize ethylene glycol concentrate as antifreeze. As for lubricating grease, it proves indispensable for the various equipment in the shelter as well as for the bearings of vehicles. One must not underestimate these items. The longevity of all machinery is significantly compromised without proper lubrication and maintenance. If fuel serves as the heart of the equipment, providing the source of power, then lubricants are akin to the blood, ensuring the effective transmission of that power. These supplies have been procured in advance, with plans to acquire additional construction vehicles next year. Subsequently, Zhang Xun dedicated 3 days to meticulously organizing the supplies in the warehouse by category. The warehouse, though modest in size, has been nearly filled to 13% of its capacity due to the recent acquisitions. After securing the warehouse door, Zhang Xun exhaled deeply, then drove back to Enshi Prefecture. He enjoyed a restful night at the hotel and, the following day, returned the rental car before embarking on the high-speed train back home. On the train, Zhang Xun found himself contemplating any additional items he might have overlooked, jotting down notes as thoughts occurred to him. Before long, the train arrived at its destination. Exhausted, Zhang Xun returned home only to discover his girlfriend had been waiting for him. "You're back," she exclaimed, rushing to take his luggage. "Aren't you working today?" Zhang Xun queried, surprised. "Yes, I took a day off," she replied, her concern evident as she noted his weight loss from the extended business trip. "The hotel project is situated in the mountains. It's unavoidable," Zhang Xun lamented, reclining on the sofa with a resigned gesture. "You've worked hard, darling. I'll prepare something delicious for you," she declared, reaching for her keys to head out. "What are you going to do?" Zhang Xun asked. "I'm going to the market to buy a chicken for soup to nourish you, and I'll also pick up a fish," she replied. "There's no need for such trouble. I can manage with something light," he countered. "No, look how much weight you've lost. Just wait for your meal," she insisted, leaving no room for rebuttal as she stepped outside. Zhang Xun, resigned, settled back onto the sofa to browse his phone. Before returning home, he had made a point to inspect the shelter site. The managers, Engineer Ren and Engineer Feng, informed him that in about half a month, the excavation of the internal space would be completed, allowing the next phase of construction to commence. Moreover, the apocalyptic supplies from Costco in the United States would arrive around the same time, scheduled for direct delivery to the warehouse. After a fortnight of rest at home, he planned to return to oversee the receipt and inspection of the goods, as well as to supervise the construction of the shelter's main structure, which is a critical milestone in the project. While his girlfriend was still away, Zhang Xun made a phone call to Li Yin at the company to inquire about recent matters. Previously, when Li Yin had called him, he was mostly occupied with driving or procuring supplies, leaving him little opportunity to answer. Having forgotten to follow up, he finally remembered today and decided to reach out. Li Yin reported on various financial and procurement issues, none of which were particularly significant. Zhang Xun offered a few casual remarks before ending the call. When Jing returned, she busied herself in the kitchen, while Zhang Xun unknowingly drifted into slumber. Upon awakening to his girlfriend's gentle call, he discovered an array of delectable dishes laid out on the table: chicken soup, braised fish, pork and kelp soup, stir-fried celery with black fungus and meat, stir-fried smoked pork with wild ginger, stir-fried pickled vegetables with bamboo shoots, and sautéed cabbage. The aroma was intoxicating, and he couldn't help but salivate, gazing at the spread. His appetite was undeniably whetted. This month, in his rush, he had subsisted on fast food, nearly reaching his limit. His wife's culinary skills were truly remarkable. Zhang Xun devoured the meal ravenously. "Slow down. There's no one else to compete with you," she reminded him. Chapter 33, Delivery and Milestones. As August commenced, Zhang Xun took a 2-week respite. It would not be entirely accurate to call it a complete break, as he occasionally visited the company to listen to reports and review accounts. However, most of his time was devoted to reading and learning. After the impending apocalypse, he would be solely responsible for everything in the shelter. The maintenance and repair of all equipment would demand a wealth of knowledge and experience. Although Zhang Xun had a background in equipment maintenance, he needed to deepen his understanding of various types of machinery. In addition to these pursuits, he leisurely downloaded an assortment of books and films at home. The weather grew increasingly hot, prompting Zhang Xun to suddenly recall an important concern. Slapping his forehead in exasperation, he scolded himself for forgetting such a crucial matter. He had previously ordered an apocalypse package, uncertain whether it could endure prolonged storage in an environment exceeding 356 degrees Fahrenheit. It was highly likely that it could not withstand the effects of the sweltering heat, and he regretted hastily placing the order without considering the implications of high temperatures. Furthermore, his warehouse lacked any temperature control system, causing him great unease at the thought of leaving it there for a year. Glancing at the invoice, he noted that he still had 2 days to prepare. After some contemplation, he called the contractor who had built the warehouse, asking him to inquire if there were any logistics parks in the area equipped with cold storage. By around 5 p.m., the contractor finally returned his call. delighted to report that he had located a logistics park willing to rent out a portion of their space for storage. Zhang Xun was elated by the news, expressing his gratitude before checking for high-speed train tickets for the following morning. That evening, he prepared a delightful meal for his girlfriend and informed her of his upcoming business trip. Jing said nothing more than to remind him to take care of himself. The next day, upon arriving in Inchi Prefecture, Zhang Xun promptly sought out the logistics park's manager, following the address and contact details provided by the contractor. After negotiations, the logistics park agreed to rent him space for storing the Apocalypse package. Each month, a sum of 12,000 was agreed upon, and upon signing the contract, Zhang Xun promptly contacted the delivery company to amend the address to the logistics park. After resolving this matter, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Following a day's stay in Inchi Prefecture, the long-awaited Doomsday package finally arrived. This marked the first batch of 50 units, transported across 3 trucks, with 2 additional batches expected to arrive in approximately 2 days. Upon witnessing the substantial weight and size of the actual Doomsday package, Zhang Xun began to question whether he had overordered. Not dwelling excessively on these thoughts, he utilized the logistics park's personnel and forklifts to unload the cargo. After conducting a meticulous inspection and confirming everything was in order, he affixed his signature to the delivery documents, remaining for an additional 2 days. The subsequent 2 batches arrived in succession, and just as before, after thorough examination and verification of their integrity, he smoothly signed for their receipt. Upon completing the acceptance of all goods, an email from Costco in the United States arrived, urging him to settle the outstanding balance of $600,000. Without hesitation, Zhang Xun called Li Yan, instructing her to transfer the payment to Costco's account. On August 17th, the first phase of the shelter's construction concluded successfully. Nearly 2 weeks ahead of the anticipated timeline, Zhang Xun arrived at the site early, donning a hard hat and accompanied by Engineer Ren. He stepped for the first time into the mountain's interior. The granite walls flanking the passage exuded a sense of reassurance as he touched the sturdy rock. The excavated walls were damp, shrouded in wispy white mist, creating a stifling atmosphere, with water seeping from certain areas. This is groundwater emerging through some fissures. It will be fine once we lay the cement, Engineer Ren explained beside him. Subsequently, the two traversed the sloping passage, over 20 meters long, which led to a right-angle turn descending further. This section of the passage directly connected to the first level of the shelter, approximately 20 meters below ground. Gazing down from the first level revealed a circular pit about 30 meters deep, where the sound of rumbling echoed under the illumination of the searchlights. Mr. Zhang, the workers below are reinforcing the mountain, inserting rebar, Engineer Ren shouted close to Zhang Xun's ear, as the din of construction rendered conversation challenging. Zhang Xun nodded, took a moment to survey the surroundings, then signaled to Engineer Ren to exit. Although he was ostensibly there to supervise, Zhang Xun considered himself somewhat of an outsider, merely curious about the construction process. Once outside, he casually dined in the site cafeteria, where Engineer Ren took the opportunity to brief him on the upcoming tasks. Midway through their meal, Manager Li Pan from Qiangji Company arrived, specifically seeking Zhang Xun. Li Pan subtly broached the subject of the project funds, to which Zhang Xun responded with a smile, assuring him that he would remit the payment as per the agreement upon his return. The subsequent work could commence once the surrounding mountains were reinforced, paving the way for the construction of the shelter's main structure. Numerous materials will gradually arrive at the site, including specialized concrete, high-strength steel plates, thermal insulation and fireproof materials, rust inhibitors, and radiation-resistant coatings. The high-strength, corrosion-resistant alloy spring damping system from Rising's company has also been delivered. This spring damping system serves as the most crucial means of vibration attenuation for the entire refuge. According to Engineer Ren, the entire damping system consists of isolators and dampers. By adding rubber isolation supports, the upper building structure is separated from the lower foundation structure. A flexible isolation layer absorbs and dissipates seismic energy, thereby preventing and mitigating the transmission of seismic forces to the upper structure. This extension of the building's natural vibration period alleviates the seismic response of the upper structure. Isolation devices are installed at the base or other strategic locations of the building to form an isolation layer, effectively consuming seismic energy. This prevents or reduces the transmission of seismic forces upwards, thereby ensuring the safety of both the upper structure and its occupants and equipment. In essence, The concept is relatively straightforward. 1. If a house were to float above the ground, it would be entirely unaffected by seismic activity, though such levitation is practically impossible. 2. The weight of the house necessitates support, symbolized by low-friction rollers, which complicates its horizontal stabilization. 3. To stabilize the house horizontally, springs can be added, but once vibrations occur, halting them becomes a challenge. 4. To bring the house to a standstill, damping devices are introduced to curtail the persistence of vibrations. Together, rollers, springs, and dampers embody the principle of the isolation spring. Zhang Xun listened with a mix of understanding and confusion, but the functionality was paramount. In the afternoon, Li Pan inspected the construction site and then returned to Inchi Prefecture with Zhang Xun. That evening, he treated Zhang to a meal, during which he subtly expressed concerns regarding the apocalyptic-themed hotel project, noting its substantial investment and its remote location, which limits the consumer base. Zhang Xun recognized the well-meaning caution, aware that the overt issues served merely to obscure his true intentions, as other matters were beyond his consideration. Did I not mention before? The target audience comprises the upper middle class in our country. I certainly have my channels for reputation and influence. As he spoke, Zhang Xun opened his phone to show Li Pan a group photo, asking, "Do you know who this person beside me is?" Li Pan examined it closely and shook his head. "That is Vice Governor Li from Hubei Province," Zhang Xun replied with a smile, adding that he had requested the vice governor for a photo during an inspection of Jiangcheng Geological University, unabashedly seeking the favor of this official. "Do you know leaders at the provincial level?" Li Pan inquired, astonished. Zhang Xun merely smiled in response, realizing that such a photograph could dispel many doubts. "Serving his interests well. It appears your network is indeed extensive. I no longer worry about the profitability of your project," Li Pan remarked, impressed. "Thank you. I have never doubted that aspect," Zhang Xun boasted, laughing heartily. Chapter 34. New Year. The subsequent main construction of the refuge will take several months, though it is not proceeding slowly. The primary objective is to enhance structural integrity. However, many of the new designs and material treatments prove to be rather cumbersome. Zhang Xun's only recourse is to wait, fortunate that it is merely August, allowing ample time. Since the awakening of that memory in February, 6 months have elapsed. He has transformed from an ordinary laborer into a billionaire, and his heart is filled with profound sentiment. Although the wealth he has acquired may be deemed opportunistic, does it truly matter? The day after returning to Jiangcheng, he visited the company. Sisterly, the project funds for the current phase from Changji Company have been disbursed. Zhang Xun informed Li Yin upon his arrival. "Very well," Li Yin replied with a nod, yet she lingered, a hint of hesitation crossing her features. Zhang Xun, puzzled, inquired, "Is there something else?" "Manager Zhang, the hard drives you requested have been fully utilized," Li Yin responded. "Fully utilized? All right, please bring them to me shortly," Zhang Xun replied with a smile. After Li Yin departed, he transferred 2,000 yuan each to 3 individuals via his phone. At noon, he treated several colleagues to an extravagant meal. Time always seems to fly during busy periods. By November, the primary structure of the shelter, along with certain pipelines and equipment installations, had been completed. Remaining tasks included interior decoration and the installation of key equipment. The electrical conduits and devices to be installed had undergone special design and modification. In addition to enhanced rust and corrosion resistance, seismic buffering devices had been incorporated. Moreover, the materials utilized were of the highest quality. Unless subjected to severe impact, their lifespan would be exceedingly long. Following the third project milestone, Zhang Xun's funds diminished further, leaving approximately $1 billion. It is estimated that over $60 million will be required to complete the entire project, with the remaining funds earmarked for stockpiling supplies, which should suffice. With just over a month until the new year, Li Pan informed him that work on the shelter project would temporarily cease during the holiday. After all, the workers had been diligently laboring for over half a year and deserved a chance to return home for the festivities. Zhang Xun contemplated that with approximately 1 year remaining until the apocalypse, and with more than half the timeline already elapsed, he acquiesced to Li Pan's request. The supplies he had initially prepared were nearing maximum capacity in the warehouse, predominantly non-food items such as tools, spare parts, lubricants, and daily necessities. As for food supplies, excluding doomsday can packages, as well as meat and seafood, there were no immediate plans for stockpiling. One reason being the lack of storage space, and the other due to concerns regarding shelf life. it would be prudent to delay accumulating these items. Additionally, during this period, he resolved a particularly vexing issue: the procurement of bulletproof vests and radiation-proof suits. Initially, he believed these to be regulated products inaccessible to the general populace, prompting him to enlist help from abroad to investigate. He later discovered that these items could indeed be purchased by ordinary individuals, and that domestic products were of exceptional quality. Consequently, in October, he acquired several dozen sets under the company's name. It is not merely a bulletproof vest. Rather, it constitutes an entire ensemble, comprising a vest, helmet, protective gear, gloves, and so forth. The radiation protection suit, however, is considerably more expensive and is military grade. This suit features a 3-layer structure consisting of modified polyethylene, PE, lead, and polyvinyl chloride, PVC. In addition to offering radiation protection, it also provides defense against chemical threats, particularly ammonia and acidic substances. The ensemble includes not only the protective suit, but also a portable detection box and an external oxygen supply device. While the entire set may appear somewhat cumbersome, its protective capabilities are undeniably commendable. Previously, I had purchased 16 terabytes hard drives, and I have now downloaded more than half of the data, though the pace is increasingly sluggish. On one hand, those downloading have grown somewhat desensitized. On the other hand, I find myself at a loss for what else I should download. With a year remaining, I shall ponder this further. Zhang Xun mused as he glanced at the myriad of hard drives cluttering his room. Another source of satisfaction for him was the considerable enhancement of his programming skills and his understanding of various device and architectural structures. This growth in knowledge was not solely due to reading. During this period, he also invested in numerous premium online courses. For programming, he diligently followed the course schedule and engaged in practical exercises on his computer whenever time permitted. For maintenance of different types of equipment and architectural structures, he did not hesitate to consult professionals from the Jiangcheng company directly via phone for clarification. In essence, learning brings him joy and fosters his progress. On February 3, 2024, with merely 5 days remaining until New Year's Eve and approximately 11 months until the predicted apocalypse on January 25, 2025, Zhang Xun drove back to his hometown to bring his mother to Jiangcheng. His girlfriend's father had arrived by high-speed train the previous day. This year, both families would celebrate the new year together in Jiangcheng. This arrangement was prompted by his girlfriend's work commitments at the hospital, which limited her holiday time, as well as the significance of celebrating the second new year in their new home. Construction at the shelter site had also been paused, with work scheduled to resume 7 days after the new year. The installation of equipment and interior decoration had seen partial completion before the holiday, and it was anticipated that within 3 months, the project would nearly reach the testing and acceptance phase. The subsequent system testing and quality assurance for the shelter would likely extend until around June for actual completion and handover. Zhang Xun felt quite satisfied with this progress, as it aligned perfectly with his expectations. As for the upcoming period, he had already devised a plan. First, to transfer all the accumulated supplies into the shelter, followed by the continued stockpiling of food, fuel, and construction vehicles. In due course, he would also consider marriage, taking his family out to explore and appreciate the majestic landscapes of the old world. Although constructing the shelter and stockpiling resources may seem like a lengthy endeavor spanning less than 2 years, it entails a multitude of tasks. The foremost concern is financing, how to secure the necessary funds. Next comes the design and planning of the shelter, where to build it, what functions must it serve, and who will undertake the construction. These issues must be resolved before entering the formal construction phase. During this time, one cannot afford to be idle. Preparations for the necessary supplies must commence, alongside an early acquisition of knowledge regarding the operation and maintenance of the future shelter. How does one operate the equipment? What are the maintenance procedures? How should problems be addressed? These matters necessitate self-directed learning. One cannot simply wait for an apocalyptic scenario to begin scrambling for solutions. All of this requires time and cannot be approached carelessly. Zhang Xun often muses that it would be wonderful to possess a system or spatial abilities akin to those protagonists in novels who effortlessly establish their shelters with remarkable ease. Yet, such notions remain mere fantasies. The fabled golden finger seems destined to elude him, or perhaps his singular advantage lies within his invaluable memories. Moreover, his company has long since closed for the holidays. After dispersing salaries, Zhang Xun generously awarded each staff member an annual bonus ranging from 20 to 30,000, marking the official conclusion of the year's work. His girlfriend's schedule for the new year has also been released, due to her shifts last year. She will enjoy time off from New Year's Eve through the second day of the new year. For the couple, having built a home in the bustling city after so long apart, surrounded by family, evokes a profound sense of warmth and happiness. On New Year's Eve, as his mother placed the final dish on the table, the family raised their glasses in unison to celebrate the arrival of the new year. Although typically indifferent to the Spring Festival Gala, this year, Zhang Xun's family watched with particular joy. As the clock struck midnight, ushering in the new year, they exclaimed, "Happy New Year! Wishing my mother and father good health and all the best. May you both be safe and merry soon." Amidst the heartfelt blessings, the family joyfully ignited fireworks in the square beneath their community, filling the night with vibrant colors. Chapter 35. Purchasing a vehicle on the 7th day of the Lunar New Year, it was officially time to return to work, and the machinery at the shelter resumed operation. Zhang Xun promptly visited to inspect the site. Upon seeing the 5-story space enveloped in a thick layer of reinforced concrete, he felt an overwhelming sense of security. Accompanied by engineer Hunan, Zhang Xun meticulously examined every detail, posing numerous questions. After making some additional requests and receiving satisfactory responses from Hunan, he departed contentedly. Subsequently, he made another trip to the metropolis, primarily to purchase a vehicle. The first level of the shelter was designed with a spacious garage, which would be essential for various utility vehicles in the event of an apocalypse. This includes construction machinery such as excavators, loaders, forklifts, and cranes, as well as off-road vehicles, trucks, and RVs for collecting supplies. Naturally, he could not opt for conventional vehicles available on the market. He required specially modified vehicles capable of withstanding the harsh conditions of a post-apocalyptic world characterized by low temperatures, low oxygen, and intense radiation. During his 3-day stay in the metropolis, he sought out a company with extensive experience in specialized modifications and, after careful comparison and recommendations, finally found a suitable vehicle modification company. After a day of discussions, a preliminary plan was finally established. Zhang Xun designated specific vehicle models, which a modification company would procure and subsequently alter. The vehicles requiring modification, in addition to enhanced rust and corrosion resistance, would be equipped with an energy recovery system to conserve energy. Furthermore, to combat low temperatures, low oxygen levels, and strong radiation environments, critical areas would be insulated with thermal materials, lead plates, and radiation-resistant coatings. Regarding the engine, in addition to insulation measures, an oxygen supply system would be added to ensure the engine could operate outdoors. The engineering vehicles to be modified included 2 medium and 2 small excavators, 1 loader, 1 bulldozer, 2 electric forklifts, 1 medium-sized transport truck, and 1 crane. Additionally, there were 2 Dongfeng Mengsher ORV hybrid, civilian version, off-road vehicles, which were to be modified to meet military protection standards, achieving certain ballistic resistance levels while adhering to specifications for low temperature and radiation protection. Initially, Zhang Xun intended to inquire whether a remote-controlled weapon station could be installed on the roof of these civilian ORVs. However, considering domestic conditions, he ultimately decided against it. Beyond these, a considerable number of mountain motorcycles, bicycles, snowmobiles, and inflatable boats were also included. Speaking of boats, they were essentially small vessels, which might not necessarily be useful in an apocalyptic scenario. Nevertheless, Zhang Xun recalled significant rainfall that occurred before the Ice Age and decided to purchase a few boats as a precaution, believing they might prove useful. Although the inflatable boats were compact and delicate, he also requested them to order a special mini-yacht for him. This little marvel, designed by the Italian Lazzarini Design Studio, is known as the Jet Capsule, a superjet capsule mini-private yacht. Constructed from fiberglass, it is compact and easy to maneuver. The vessel employs the latest Hamilton jet drive, capable of reaching speeds between 32 and 62 knots. However, it comes with a hefty price tag, starting at approximately 250,000. In total, considering the vehicle prices along with modification costs, he spent over 17 million renminbi. The primary expenses came from the mini-yacht, engineering vehicles, and Dongfeng Mengsher, which alone accounted for nearly 8 million renminbi. After finalizing the details, Zhang Xun signed an agreement with the company, which indicated that procurement and modification would take about 2 months, as some models needed to be imported from abroad. However, he did not request expedited delivery, primarily because his shelter was not yet completed. Even if everything were ready, he had no place to store them. Thus, he paid a deposit of 300,000 RMB and planned to request the commencement of modifications in May. In the afternoon, the owner of the company made an appearance, specifically to invite Zhang Xun to dinner. Previously, he had been attended to by the company manager, but due to the substantial modification costs involved, the owner placed considerable importance on this matter. On the fourth day of his stay in the vibrant metropolis, instead of returning home, he visited the largest Mercedes-Benz RV dealership in the city. He has set his sights on a magnificent motorhome, drawn in by its imposing exterior, the Mercedes-Benz Amadiro Conqueror T. In a post-apocalyptic world, should Zhang Xun wish to venture out or forage for supplies, ordinary vehicles would prove inadequate. Only a motorhome equipped with a life support system would suffice. Although he previously purchased a few compact off-road vehicles that had undergone modifications, they were ill-suited for long-distance mobility, particularly in such dire circumstances. He would undoubtedly be clad in protective gear while driving, as the smaller vehicles provided insufficient safety, given their limited modification potential. The motorhome, however, offers ample space and excellent visibility, making it more amenable to customization. The Amadiro Conqueror T, a heavy-duty off-road motorhome, is built upon the Mercedes-Benz Arox chassis with an all-time 8-wheel drive, starting at a price of 10.88 million renminbi, measuring 13.15 meters in length, 3.55 meters in width, and 3.45 meters in height, with a curb weight of 25,000 kilograms. The sheer dimensions and weight of this vehicle mark it as a true behemoth in the realm of heavy-duty motorhomes. It is powered by a 156-liter inline 6-cylinder diesel engine, paired with a PowerShift 12-speed AMT automatic transmission. With a maximum power output of 425 kilowatts, a peak horsepower of 578, and a maximum torque of 2,800 Newton-meters. The powertrain meets the stringent national 6B emission standards. Additionally, it is equipped with a 600-liter fuel tank, ensuring extended range capabilities. The vehicle boasts 3 interaxle differential locks and 4 interwheel differential locks, totaling 7 differential locks. It is further enhanced with a 300 planetary gear reducer and 8 Michelin XCL off-road tires, sized 1400 R20, endowing the Conqueror T with unparalleled off-road capabilities, whether traversing icy terrains, deserts, or rugged paths. The layout deviates significantly from conventional off-road vehicles. The driver's seat is arranged in an L shape, complemented by 2 multifunctional display screens and a radio. In contrast, the passenger seat appears more standard, yet both seats feature air suspension with ventilation and massage functions, ensuring comfort for both driver and passengers. What particularly captivates Zhang Xun is the vehicle's ability to operate in extreme cold conditions, capable of functioning at temperatures as low as -60 degrees Celsius. Equipped with multiple anti-slip measures. Furthermore, it includes features such as an electric door lock with password access and magnetic card entry, a 5-level automatic aluminum alloy staircase, outdoor lighting, an automatic water pump, LED strip lights, reverse camera, an 8-channel surveillance system, and waterproof, sandproof storage compartments. It is also paired with the Amadiro fully automatic high-capacity hybrid power supply system, incorporating an 8 kilowatts ultra-quiet oil-cooled diesel generator, an 8 kVA inverter charging unit, and a 216-degree 24V900 lithium iron phosphate battery pack, complemented by a battery isolator, BEP distribution panel, and a fully automated intelligent power management system. However, Zhang Xun intends to forego the motorhome's external expansion features, deeming them unnecessary. He has no need for outdoor camping, and such expandable terrace configurations would be utterly superfluous in a post-apocalyptic setting. The overall usable area reached 25, encompassing a kitchen, bedroom, bathroom, and living room, complemented by a colossal 800L fuel tank, with the option to mount an additional 500L auxiliary tank. The arrival of Zhang Xun brought an air of distinction to the Mercedes-Benz dealership, where the owner extended a warm welcome. Upon learning of Zhang Xun's intention to purchase the Amadiro Conqueror T, he was initially taken aback, but his astonishment grew upon hearing the customization requirements. This vehicle boasts resistance to frigid environments and formidable off-road capabilities, yet Zhang Xun's expectations extended far beyond these features. 1. The RV must withstand attacks from ammunition measuring 762 by 51 millimeters. This necessitates extensive use of ballistic steel and high-strength composite materials. With the cabin ceiling and floor enveloped in comprehensive ballistic protection, and windows constructed of multi-layer bulletproof glass capable of withstanding the simultaneous detonation of 2 grenades. 2. The RV should endure prolonged exposure to high radiation environments while effectively mitigating the impact of nuclear radiation on its occupants, ideally incorporating lead plates and robust radiation-resistant composite coatings. 3. The interior must be equipped with a regenerative life support system, akin to that utilized on the Chinese space station. A scaled-down version of this system has already been made available for civilian use. 4. The exterior of the vehicle should feature protective steel mesh, with the front designed to include an extendable bulldozer blade, enabling the RV to function as a bulldozer when necessary. 5. The vehicle's defense system must be meticulously planned, including interfaces for remote weapon stations and laser targeting systems, among others. Chapter 36. Discussing marriage after a thorough explanation. The head of the Mercedes-Benz RV dealership was finally convinced that Zhang Xun harbored no ulterior motives. However, he also noted that this heavy-duty off-road RV was not yet available for sale domestically, primarily due to a limited audience. Should Zhang Xun wish to place an order, he would need to liaise with the RV factory at Mercedes-Benz headquarters, where modifications could be tailored to customer specifications, albeit at a considerable cost. Zhang Xun affirmed that cost was not a concern. If the modifications met his requirements, there would be ample opportunities for future collaboration. I have noted your requirements. If convenient, please allow us a day to report to our overseas counterparts for evaluation. We expect to provide you with an accurate price by tomorrow, the manager conveyed. That sounds good. By the way, how long will it take from modification to delivery? Zhang Xun inquired. Rest assured, it will be approximately a few months, quite swift. The manager replied with a smile, bidding Zhang Xun farewell before promptly notifying their overseas team. The following day at noon, Zhang Xun received a call from the head of the Mercedes-Benz RV dealership. Mr. Zhang, the assessed price from our overseas factory is 19 million renminbi, which is relatively high due to the specific requirements you've outlined, such as special materials and the regenerative life support system, the manager explained extensively. After contemplating for a moment, Zhang Xun calculated that 19 million equated to around $3 million. Additionally, the modification of another vehicle a couple of days prior would require 17 million, bringing the total to $6 million. Excluding the 60 million required for the sanctuary, I have a little over 40 million remaining, which should suffice for the subsequent procurement of supplies. All right, let's discuss the price. What about the timeline? Zhang Xun inquired. In terms of time, we require a 70 upfront payment before the factory will commence the modification work. The modification will take approximately 2 months, followed by a month for shipping. Totaling around 3 months, came the response. I see. Zhang Xun hesitated, not because the time frame was excessively long, but rather too brief. Once the RV arrived, there would be no place to store it, and its conspicuousness would likely attract unwanted attention. The representative, noticing Zhang Xun's demeanor, mistakenly assumed he was dissatisfied with the price, and said, Mr. Zhang, if you find the price to be steep, we can certainly discuss it face to face. We are open to negotiation. Furthermore, if you place your order now, the modifications can be expedited for your project. Zhang Xun discerned the implication in his words and queried, are you suggesting that the overseas modification team requires additional time to transition to the next project? Yes, I apologize for not clarifying earlier. The modification timeline does not account for the preparatory time needed by the team. After all, modifying an RV is not comparable to a standard family vehicle. The factory can only maintain a limited number of modification teams, and they must complete their current projects before commencing the next, the representative hastily elucidated. Be honest with me. How long will it truly take? Zhang Xun retorted inwardly, suppressing his frustration. I assure you, the modified vehicle will reach your hands within 6 months. The representative declared with conviction. After a moment of silence, Zhang Xun finally spoke. Very well. However, I would prefer to discuss the price in person. The representative, elated, immediately suggested coming to Zhang Xun's hotel. 2 hours later, following a cordial exchange, the price of the RV was negotiated down from 19 million to 1 million. The quality of the modifications remained uncompromised, and Zhang Xun begrudgingly accepted the 6-month timeline for receiving the vehicle. After signing the agreement, He transferred a 70 deposit to the Mercedes RV dealership. Spending 5 days in the bustling metropolis, he devoted most of his time to the modification arrangements. One evening, after purchasing some gifts for his girlfriend at a mall, he booked a ticket back to Jiangcheng. Upon his return the next day, he found his girlfriend had prepared dinner for him, as she had a day off due to a shift change. "Why are you traveling so much this year?" Jing lamented while eating. "Alas, there's little I can do. The hotel construction deadlines are tight, and the workload is heavy. Things should ease up in the second half of the year. Let us find a time to get married then. And I'll take you on a honeymoon as a form of compensation." Zhang Xun replied with a smile. "You're quite perceptive. But we must schedule the wedding date in advance," his girlfriend stated seriously. "Of course. How about October or November? By then, I should have wrapped up my work. And as the year draws to a close, the weather will be cooler, perfect for a wedding," Zhang Xun suggested in a negotiating tone. "However, those next 2 months are the busiest time for me at work," his girlfriend pouted. "Little do. You are already a millionaire. Surely we will need to embark on a honeymoon after our marriage. Are you able to take such an extended leave? Perhaps you should simply resign before the wedding, as you need not worry about finances," remarked Zhang Xun. However, his girlfriend hesitated, questioning what she would do after marriage. "Surely, I cannot remain confined to the home indefinitely? Worry not. We shall discuss it post-wedding. If necessary, I could open a small grocery store in our community, where I could comfortably manage the finances," he replied. She shot him a glance, exasperated, and retorted, "Do you think money is so easily earned? Our neighborhood already has several grocery stores." Zhang Xun laughed awkwardly and fell silent. "Well, I suppose I shall resign before the National Day holiday. After so many years at the hospital, a change of environment is in order," she murmured. "Indeed, that is the spirit. Look, my current salary exceeds 20,000 a month, plus bonuses, and with our savings, we could manage without work for 2 years. It's all good." Zhang Xun reassured her while continuing to eat. "Let us consult with our parents later to determine the most suitable time for our wedding in the coming months." After hearing this, his girlfriend nodded and quietly asked, "Should we perhaps obtain our marriage certificate in advance?" Zhang Xun chuckled, replying, "I have yet to propose to you. What need is there for a certificate? As the saying goes, without a proper declaration, one cannot proceed. Once I propose, we can acquire the marriage certificate, can we not? What is the need for a proposal so extravagant?" She pouted, feigning indifference. After a couple of minutes of silence, noticing Zhang Xun remained mute, she playfully kicked him under the table. Zhang Xun grimaced in pain, questioning her motive for the kick. "Nothing much. Weren't you supposed to propose to me? When will that be? I need time to prepare for such a momentous occasion." He set down his chopsticks, rubbed his calf, and continued. "Had I known we would discuss this today, I would have avoided the topic altogether. Any semblance of surprise has now been divulged. Fear not. Take your time to prepare, and I shall pretend to be oblivious. You claim to be indifferent? However, it is quite the opposite. With women, what is said is often the reverse. Do ensure you do not treat the matter lightly when the time comes." "Very well, my dear wife. I shall endeavor to perform admirably. Is that satisfactory?" Now we are getting somewhere. After their meal, they conveyed their wedding plans to their parents. After over 2 hours of discussion, the wedding date remained undetermined. However, Jing felt there was no rush and that deciding in September would be acceptable. This September, she also resolved to resign, which would simplify matters. Both parents were delighted to see their children finally commit to marriage, alleviating some of their concerns. Chapter 37. Renovation in progress as May arrived. Zhang Xun received promising news regarding the shelter. The internal renovations were nearing completion. The commissioning and acceptance phase was about to commence. Consequently, he hurried to the construction site, accompanied by the technicians from Rising's company, to inspect the various systems within the shelter. Entering through the main passageway, they took the elevator down to the lowest level, which was the 5th floor. Here, the first area inspected is the electrical control room, where the power management control system is located. The entire electrical system is equipped with 3 sets of compact 2-stage flash geothermal power generation units, utilizing geothermal energy when one unit is operational. The other 2 serve as backups. Additionally, a diesel generator set remains in a standby state for contingencies. These large devices are custom-made, each fitted with wheels equipped with buffer mechanisms for ease of mobility. Furthermore, at the forefront of the equipment area, there exists a dedicated distribution room, comprising a complete transmission, transformation, and distribution control system. Besides this, The electrical system on the 5th floor also includes a set of lithium iron phosphate battery packs, which can be utilized for emergencies when necessary. Next, we proceed to the air conditioning room, which is divided into two systems. One is an air filtration system, while the other is a temperature control system, both working in synergy. The air filtration system of the refuge is responsible for intake, exhaust, filtration, and cooling, with the primary focus being the filtration of air contaminated by nuclear fallout. The entire system is procured from Israel's best company, featuring the NBC air filtration system. With filters of considerable expense, each VA-150 costing approximately 60,000 RMB. The intake and exhaust can operate in tandem or independently, and the channels for intake and exhaust have been reinforced and discreetly designed. In addition to filtration, various sensors have been installed within the refuge to monitor and provide early warnings regarding air and water quality. These include thermometers, hygrometers, smoke detectors, low oxygen monitoring alarms, carbon monoxide alarms, radon detectors, differential pressure gauges, and water quality sensors. The temperature control system is closely integrated with the electrical system, primarily harnessing geothermal energy for temperature management. The underlying principle involves utilizing shallow geothermal energy. During cooler periods, the heat pump unit is powered by the geothermal generator. The evaporator absorbs energy from the underground soil and groundwater as a heat source, circulating through the heat pump to provide heating to various spaces via the condenser. Conversely, during warmer periods, the evaporator of the heat pump absorbs heat from the indoor environment, which is then transferred to the cooling air conditioning system, with the condenser expelling heat to the underground through thermal exchange with the soil. Having completed the primary inspection of the 5th floor's equipment, Zhang Xun then moved to the 4th floor space, designated as the agricultural ecological zone. The largest section here is the planting area, employing both soil cultivation and hydroponics, divided into numerous racks across multiple levels. Currently, the upper sections remain vacant due to ongoing construction. Subsequently, an intelligent agricultural ecological system will be installed in the planting area, aimed at minimizing the workload for personnel. On the right side of the planting area lies the water storage chamber, which also serves as the core of the water circulation treatment system. It houses 10 specially designed water tanks, each capable of storing and processing approximately 5 tons of water. The term specially designed is used because these tanks are tall and divided into 3 tiers. Water is pumped from the basement to the top tier of the tanks, where a filtration device composed of activated carbon and various materials in the middle tier filters out impurities from the groundwater. The coarse filtered groundwater will ultimately be stored in the lowest tier of the water tank, a filtration method that conserves a significant amount of electricity. After all, aside from the living quarters, the other areas of the shelter do not have stringent water quality requirements. Of course, within the living area, there are 2 independent water purifiers equipped with high-precision filters, ensuring that the water used for meals meets direct drinking standards after secondary filtration. The purpose of this dual filtration is to eliminate heavy metals, such as lead, weak acids, and unpleasant odors from the groundwater, thereby safeguarding human health. After a brief inspection of the agricultural tool storage and seed feed storage on the 4th level, Zhang Xun proceeded to the 3rd floor. This level primarily comprises the living quarters, designed to accommodate a large family, with ample space available. The renovations are nearing completion, all tailored to Zhang Xun's preferred aesthetic. After a cursory glance at the layout of the various rooms, he arrived at the most crucial part of the facility, the main control room. Before him loomed a 120-inch screen, already powered on and divided into multiple sections displaying the status of various systems. Naturally, many devices had yet to be activated, resulting in a lack of data. This main control room, functioning as the central control system, interlinks several independent subsystems, enabling unified scheduling, allocation, monitoring, and early warning functionalities. Additionally, it has reserved new data interfaces for integrating other devices or expanding capabilities through programming. On either side of the screen are 2 large control hosts, utilizing air and oil cooling systems, flanked by 3 computers responsible for managing the various systems. Moreover, technicians from Rising's company introduced Zhang Xun to several other systems. For instance, in terms of communication, each level of the shelter is equipped with 2 sets of wireless signal receiving and transmitting devices, supplemented by numerous intercoms and landline telephones to facilitate immediate communication and emergency response between levels. Furthermore, The entire shelter comprises numerous control units that form a local area network, offering great convenience. On the third floor, there exists an oxygen production area, essential for future scenarios where atmospheric oxygen levels will drastically diminish. Aside from some algae in the ocean and ferns on land that can continue the conversion process, the ambient oxygen has been severely depleted due to volcanic eruptions and wildfires. By the second year of the apocalypse, the oxygen concentration in the air has plummeted from 21 to 16, akin to living at an altitude of 5,000 meters. This situation is expected to worsen over time. Thus, the oxygen supply within the shelter is of paramount importance. Although the ecological area will provide a portion of the oxygen supply, Zhang Xun is acutely aware that while this supply suffices for the living quarters, many of his devices and vehicles also require oxygen for ignition and combustion. The oxygen production area primarily employs electrolysis equipment to generate oxygen from water, storing the separated oxygen in bottles while expelling the hydrogen. If necessary, it can also supplement the agricultural zone with oxygen. Upon completing the exploration of the third level, I descended to the second level, which, being a storage warehouse, appeared rather desolate. The construction team had prepared numerous shelves, neatly arranged to facilitate the future transfer of supplies. In the cold storage area, addressing the significant power consumption issue, the refrigeration units employed the latest technology. Once the desired cooling effect was achieved, the units would automatically switch to a low-power mode, thereby minimizing electricity usage. The uppermost level housed the garage and processing workshop, which Zhang Xun had observed upon his initial entry into the shelter. Currently, a plethora of construction materials remained scattered about. He did not linger long, merely noting the installation and calibration of several small machining tools and other processing equipment. Upon exiting, he noticed workers installing the airtight doors of the shelter. Gazing at the imposing steel entrance, Zhang Xun felt a profound sense of relief, realizing that his refuge was nearing completion, alleviating much of the weight on his heart. After the tour, he did not tarry. He had initially intended to treat Ringong and the others to a meal, but the remote location dissuaded him from that plan. On his way back, he called the modification company in the magical city, notifying them that they could commence the procurement and modification of vehicles. Upon returning home, he instructed Li Yan to remit a portion of the advance payment. By the end of June, once all testing and acceptance of the shelter were finalized, preparations for subsequent supplies would officially commence. He also had to plan for his wedding and honeymoon. In truth, time was slipping away. Zhang Xun felt the pressure mounting once more. Chapter 38. The proposal. Upon returning to his home in Jiangcheng, Zhang Xun reclined on the sofa and retrieved his notebook. Filled with a plethora of tasks, he picked up a pen and crossed out several completed items. However, many tasks remained unfinished, particularly the procurement of supplies and the ensuing transfer of materials, which he marked with emphasis. After a moment of contemplation, he flipped to the last few pages of the notebook, studying the notes inscribed there, lost in thought. His girlfriend was working the night shift that week, having completed half of it, and would switch shifts on Sunday, granting her a day of rest. Having already resolved to propose, the passing of a few months due to various distractions weighed heavily on him, and with June fast approaching, he needed to expedite his plans amidst the ongoing work on the shelter. The contents on the final pages detailed how to surprise his girlfriend with an unforgettable proposal ceremony. Most of the arrangements were already in place. It primarily hinged on financial readiness, and he had discreetly informed his parents in his hometown, who would arrive in Jiangcheng in a couple of days. Everything was prepared. All that remained was the favorable wind. On Saturday, May 18th, Zhang Xun's mother and father-in-law arrived in Jiangcheng in succession. He welcomed them, but rather than returning home, he booked 2 hotel rooms for their stay. The following morning, after his girlfriend finished her shift, Zhang Xun rode his electric scooter to pick her up. He spotted her exiting with her colleagues. Laughter and smiles exchanged among them. With a grin, he inquired, "What is the occasion for such delight?" In the evening, Zhang Xun's colleague mentioned to his girlfriend that several members of their department were planning to dine and shop at a certain street. Seizing the rare opportunity to enjoy a break during the day's shift, Zhang Xun chuckled and asked if he could join for the meal. His girlfriend shot him a glance and replied, "What do you mean join for a meal? It's just us girls. What business do you, a grown man, have mingling with us?" Zhang Xun shrugged, while a female colleague exchanged a knowing look with him and smiled at Jing, suggesting she should hurry back to rest and set off early in the evening. Jing nodded, took a seat behind Zhang Xun, and said, "I'll be off then. Goodbye." Upon returning home, his girlfriend quickly freshened up and went to bed. At noon, they had lunch with her parents at a hotel, and in the afternoon, he visited the venue to check on the arrangements before heading back. Zhang Xun found himself overwhelmed while contemplating his proposal plan, lacking experience and feeling it too cumbersome. He decided to enlist the help of a planning company for this task. Besides his parents, he also reached out to a few acquaintances from Jiangcheng with whom he maintained a cordial relationship, seeking their support. Jing's colleagues in the department were also in on the secret, knowing about Zhang Xun's proposal that evening, except for the bride-to-be herself. Thus, their planned dinner and shopping excursion was merely a cleverly devised ruse to guide his girlfriend to the designated location for a surprise. When Zhang Xun returned home in the afternoon, his girlfriend was awake. "Why aren't you sleeping in? It's barely past 4, he inquired. "I couldn't sleep. I'm tidying up the house, and then I'll put on some makeup," she replied loudly while washing her face at the bathroom sink. Zhang Xun paid her no mind, picking up the remote to watch the news. Notifications from a recently created group chat on his phone pinged incessantly, and he occasionally glanced at his phone to respond while keeping an eye on his girlfriend. Around 5:30, his girlfriend was finally ready to leave. Before stepping out, she reminded Zhang Xun, "Don't forget to eat the half-roast goose I bought earlier." He nodded in acknowledgement. Once she departed, Zhang Xun sent a message in the group chat, quickly changed his clothes, styled his hair, and left the house 10 minutes later. Meanwhile, Jing emerged from the subway and spotted several colleagues waiting for her. "Why are you all here so early?" she asked, puzzled. "No worries. We just wanted to look around. I heard there's an event at the square behind the mall. Shall we check it out first?" Jing felt a pang of hunger and contemplated suggesting they eat first, but her colleagues unanimously decided to explore the event before dining, leaving her with no choice but to comply. The group bought cups of milk tea from a roadside vendor and strolled leisurely towards the square behind the mall, where the crowd was moderate. As night fell, they arrived at the center of the square, where several frames held up a large transparent curtain. In front of the curtain, similar frames supported several devices resembling projectors, with a few individuals bustling about. "It seems the event hasn't started yet. Perhaps we should wait," Jing suggested. Before the speaker could finish, the projection lights ahead suddenly illuminated, and a shimmering blue wave appeared on the screen, rushing towards the audience as if it were real. Following this, several dolphins leapt joyfully from the waves, frolicking in delight. Bystanders in the square gasped in wonder, questioning whether this was a holographic projection, marveling at its remarkable realism. Jing was equally captivated by the visuals and stood at the forefront, capturing the moments with her phone. The scene shifted once more, revealing a cartoon character meandering within a house. Suddenly, the door swung open to reveal another charming female cartoon figure. Thus, the male and female characters encountered each other for the first time, their eyes locking in mutual intrigue. The scene transitioned again, showing the male cartoon character lying on a hospital bed, engrossed in his phone. Beside him, the female cartoon figure reappeared, marking their second meeting, both faces expressing surprise. As Jing recorded the unfolding scenes on her phone, her astonishment became palpable. She recognized that these were cherished memories shared with Zhang Xun. Setting her phone aside, she gazed at the ongoing spectacle before her, tears streaming down her cheeks uncontrollably. Finally, a three-dimensional figure emerged from behind the translucent screen, Zhang Xun, holding a bouquet of roses. His gaze was fixed ahead as his voice resonated from the speakers. "Jing, over these years, you have been my steadfast companion, encouraging me through challenging times. I have nothing to repay you, so let my life henceforth be devoted to you." There was a brief pause before he continued. "Jing, will you marry me?" As he finished speaking, a beam of light focused on her, drawing the attention of everyone present. Wiping her tears, Jing stepped forward amid the cheers of her colleagues and friends, urging her to accept his proposal. The figure on the screen remained fixed in its gaze, and Jing stood transfixed, somewhat bewildered. "Jing, will you marry me?" The voice suddenly echoed from behind, startling her. She swiftly turned around to find Zhang Xun kneeling behind her, one hand holding roses, the other presenting a ring. Behind him stood her father and her future mother-in-law, both beaming with joy. In that moment, Jing's heart brimmed with happiness. After glancing at the jubilant crowd surrounding her, she extended her right hand and replied, "I do." Zhang Xun handed her the roses and gently slipped the ring onto her finger before pulling her into a warm embrace. The couple finally united in love, basking in each other's arms. Meanwhile, The background imagery celebrated their union with a vibrant sea of flowers and fluttering butterflies. Countless colorful fish swirled around the cartoon figures, as if they were at the center of the universe. The proposal unfolded seamlessly, and afterward, Zhang Xun invited their friends to take a photograph together, followed by a celebratory meal. That evening, the two elders did not return home, but chose to remain at the hotel, dedicating the night to the two of them. Chapter 39. The completion of the shelter. As mid-June approached, the day of completion for Zhang Xun's long-anticipated shelter finally arrived. Zhang Xun, Li Pan from Qiangji Company, representatives from Rising Company, and delegates from the third-party inspection agency convened at the site. After touring the fully completed shelter, the personnel from the third-party agency commenced a 3-day inspection process. Prior to this, the construction team had thoroughly debugged all equipment systems, ensuring that each operated smoothly. Thus, no issues were anticipated during the inspection. That evening, Zhang Xun hosted several project participants from Qiangji Company and Rising Company in Inchi Prefecture to express his gratitude for their efforts. This gesture was undoubtedly facilitated by Zhang Xun's financial prowess. Otherwise, who would have paid attention to him? Moreover, the successful completion of the shelter filled him with immense joy, and he indulged in a considerable amount of wine during the dinner, becoming quite inebriated. It was Li Pan and others who assisted him back to the hotel. Fortunately, he maintained a respectable demeanor while intoxicated, refraining from any drunken antics or apocalyptic declarations. On the afternoon of the third day in Inchi, the inspection by the third-party agency was concluded. This particular agency, based in the bustling metropolis, demonstrated commendable competency, uncovering several issues during the inspection. However, the construction and design teams promptly arranged for rectifications, ensuring that progress was not hindered. The completion of the inspection signified the successful realization of Zhang Xun's plan to establish the shelter. Initially, Qiangji Company and Rising Company contemplated hosting a grand key handover ceremony on-site, but Zhang Xun rejected the idea, preferring to avoid such ostentation. Consequently, Li Pan was left with no choice but to conduct a simple handover in the temporary meeting room of the site. Zhang Xun cheerfully affixed his signature to various formal documents. A final payment of $60 million remained due, and Zhang Xun instructed the company's finance officer, Li Yan, to transfer $53 million to Qiangji Company's account. The remaining $7 million would serve as a warranty, to be settled a year later. With this arrangement, Zhang Xun still held nearly $50 million, while the modifications for the vehicles required over $6 million, leaving him with limited funds for subsequent procurement. However, he was undeterred. If necessary, he could resort to aggressive borrowing, even at exorbitant interest rates, or consider selling his property if the situation demanded it. Following the completion of the inspection, most individuals departed, yet a few from the construction and equipment teams remained. This was a deliberate request from Zhang Xun, as he aimed to familiarize himself with the operation and routine maintenance of the various equipment within the shelter. He was determined to thoroughly understand the data and operational methods of each control system. Fortunately, with a solid foundational knowledge, he grasped the principles of the equipment and control systems quickly. Approximately a week later, Zhang Xun became thoroughly acquainted with the equipment and procedures necessary for the operation of the refuge, both inside and out. He meticulously recorded all pertinent details in his notebook. After the others had departed, he activated a portion of the power generation equipment, as well as the temperature and air systems, to maintain the basic functioning of the refuge. As he would soon be tasked with transporting supplies and procuring food, it was essential to ensure an appropriate temperature within the refuge's storage area, and during this period, he opted to reside there at night, as commuting to the city daily proved to be rather burdensome. The following day, after returning the rented SUV in the city, Zhang Xun rented a medium-sized truck. He also acquired 5 manual forklifts and 2 electric forklifts, loading them onto the truck. The distance from the urban area to the refuge was considerable. Thus, he needed first to transfer the supplies from the previous warehouse to the refuge using the truck before proceeding to procure food, fuel, and other essential items. The warehouse and the refuge were only about 5 kilometers apart, yet he made the round trip approximately 3 times a day. The primary challenge lay in transferring the items to the second level of the refuge, categorizing them, and organizing them in their proper places, which consumed a significant amount of his time. Working alone was indeed inefficient, but he felt compelled to keep the true nature of the refuge hidden from the local populace, refraining from involving outsiders. Given that both the construction and design teams were not from Hubei province, any potential future inquiries would likely be thwarted. Local residents, however, were familiar with the area and lived nearby. Therefore, he preferred to endure the laborious task himself rather than expose the refuge's comprehensive facilities. Although he previously claimed it was a themed hotel for the apocalypse, those who had not witnessed it firsthand tended to dismiss it as mere gimmickry. Once individuals actually entered the refuge and beheld its reality, their perception would undoubtedly shift, leaving a profound impression. In the event of an actual apocalypse, people would not merely seek out basic infrastructures like air raid shelters. They would likely resort to desperate measures to seize Zhang Xun's refuge. It took Zhang Xun nearly 5 days to complete the transfer of supplies from the warehouse, primarily due to the cumbersome nature of lifting and organizing the items. Exhausted and aching, he took a day to rest before diligently preparing for the procurement of additional supplies. His first priority was staple foods, such as rice and flour. He had calculated that a family of 4 would require approximately 450 pounds of rice, 100 pounds of meat, and 300 pounds of vegetables annually. However, the latter could not be stored for extended periods, so he decided to limit his purchases of perishables, focusing primarily on the former 2. The previous batch of supplies included dehydrated vegetables and dried fruits. The intelligence he had gathered during his visits to the wholesale market proved invaluable, allowing him to swiftly place orders with wholesalers. He procured a total of 20 tons of various types of rice and 2 tons of flour. It is not that he is unwilling to purchase more. 20 tons of staple grains, half of which are unhulled vacuum-packed cereals, would suffice to sustain a family of 4 for approximately 50 years. However, there remains uncertainty regarding their longevity, as the shelf life is indeterminate. To ensure optimal flavor, in addition to the commonly found brands, there are also fragrant rice and glutinous rice. The flour selection is diverse, encompassing corn flour, sweet potato flour, and high-gluten flour, complemented by a generous supply of yeast provided by the merchants. Additionally, there is an assortment of meats, primarily pork, beef, lamb, chicken, duck, goose, fish, and seafood. These items necessitate refrigeration, yet the cold storage facility on the second floor of the shelter has yet to commence its cooling operations, rendering current procurement impractical. Moreover, it is still summer, leading him to believe that it would be more prudent to acquire meat closer to the new year. Beyond staple grains, he also consulted product categories available in supermarkets, focusing on daily necessities, home appliances, and various food and beverage items. For instance, daily essentials include clothing, footwear, skincare products, laundry detergent, razors, towels, toothbrushes, cookware, bedding, and more. Particularly for clothing and personal care items, he made a specific trip to the mall to purchase some branded goods. Admittedly, the quantities were modest, as most items were procured from wholesale markets. Garments priced in the thousands were simply beyond his means for bulk buying. However, he did acquire a considerable number of undergarments, as branded lingerie is notably more comfortable. In the realm of household appliances, he procured 50 laptops and desktop computers from various brands. Despite the fact that most may remain unused, they serve as backups. Given that the lifespan of each computer is approximately 8 years before necessitating replacement, he also purchased numerous televisions, projectors, water purifiers, refrigerators, washing machines, water heaters, microwaves, ovens, dishwashers, vacuum cleaners, dryers, and irons. Unsurprisingly, the highest volume of purchases was in food and beverages beyond staple grains, including tobacco, alcohol, snacks, instant noodles, self-heating meals, and assorted drinks. Additionally, there were many vacuum-sealed preserved foods that can be stored for extended periods. As Zhang Xun engaged in frenzied procurement, he frequently shuttled between the city and the warehouse, struggling to accommodate the burgeoning inventory. Reluctantly, he decided to temporarily halt further purchases and prioritize transferring the surplus supplies to the second-floor storage of the shelter. Thus, it took him nearly a week to organize and categorize all the materials. Time swiftly advanced to July. Chapter 40. Continued stockpiling of supplies. When will you return? A plaintive voice emanated from his phone, belonging to his girlfriend. With a pained expression, Zhang Xun explained that they were currently in the midst of the busiest period for the hotel project. It won't be long. I should be back around August. Thank you for your hard work, dear. Please remember to rest well. I can see you have become darker and thinner on the video. Yes, thank you, my love. I will, Zhang Xun replied, feeling a surge of warmth from her concern. He continued, once I return, we can finally have our wedding photos taken." The day after his proposal, they had gone to the Civil Affairs Bureau to obtain their marriage certificate. However, due to her work commitments, the matter of taking wedding photos had been delayed. "Upon my next return, the foremost task shall be to capture our wedding photos, followed by the meticulous preparations for the ceremony. Consequently, I shall address my resignation tomorrow, anticipating a formal departure by August. Perhaps we should consider advancing the wedding date?" My fiancé exuberantly suggested September, given the impending National Day holiday, when many couples tend to wed in October. Zhang Xun pondered this, realizing the merit in her proposal. Not only would the month be crowded with weddings, but numerous friends and family members might choose to travel during the holiday. In the aftermath, it would be impractical to take leave, resulting in a diminished turnout of guests. It would be more prudent, therefore, to hold the wedding before the festivities. "Your foresight is commendable. Thus, it is settled. We shall celebrate our nuptials in September," Zhang Xun declared resolutely. The couple then indulged in tender exchanges over video before Zhang Xun succumbed to a deep slumber. The following morning, Zhang Xun meticulously organized the last batch of supplies. Observing the fully stocked shelves in the second-floor warehouse, a profound sense of satisfaction welled within him. Aside from the cold storage, which remained unpowered due to high energy consumption, all other areas had their temperatures duly set. The automation within the shelter was notably advanced, aside from manual temperature adjustments. The AI steward of the control system autonomously regulated energy consumption during periods of vacancy. Indeed, the shelter boasted its own AI steward, crafted by Rising's company utilizing their extensive data systems, establishing a localized AI management control system independent of cloud platforms. The core of this control platform comprised two sets of mutually redundant servers. During this period, Zhang Xun resided within the shelter. After organizing the supplies, he felt an aversion to further exertion and thus indulged in a few days of well-deserved rest. Each day commenced with a natural awakening, followed by a simple meal. After dining, he would peruse the comprehensive manuals on shelter usage and maintenance, carefully inspecting every corner. These manuals were specially compiled by Rising's company, available in both printed and digital formats, allowing him to swiftly address any potential issues that might arise in the future. Although he could familiarize himself with these tasks using a tablet, he found the text too small for comfort. Holding the book felt far more agreeable. These days of inspection enabled Zhang Xun to grow increasingly familiar and adept within his new home. During this time, an incident involving a secondary equipment malfunction occurred, which he swiftly diagnosed using the troubleshooting guide in the maintenance manual. The cause was traced to a compatibility issue with the equipment's filter, leading to static electricity within the oil system, which triggered unusual noises and prompted the control system to initiate an automatic shutdown due to perceived risk. Upon identifying the issue, Zhang Xun promptly located the corresponding filter model in the fifth-floor spare parts warehouse. After replacement, the equipment resumed operation without further incident. This experience significantly bolstered Zhang Xun's confidence. He had previously harbored concerns about whether his family could effectively manage and maintain the sprawling shelter. As it stands, the intelligent management system and comprehensive maintenance procedures were notably user-friendly, thoughtfully accounting for various contingencies. Zhang Xun's confidence surged immensely. It is evident that the designers at Rising's company have indeed put forth considerable effort. Their depth of knowledge is truly remarkable, Zhang Xun remarked. After a brief respite, Zhang Xun embarked on a new round of material accumulation. He directly contacted personnel from the petrochemical company to procure a batch of gasoline, diesel, transmission fluid, and automatic transmission fluid. Given that subsequent modifications would involve vehicles, fuel consumption was inevitable. Adjacent to the shelter lies a separate fuel storage facility, which was not integrated for safety reasons and is solely connected by a singular access passage. Typically, it remains untouched, with fuel being delivered via pipelines when needed. The fuel depot houses 4 20-cubic-meter oil tanks and 2 30-cubic-meter gas tanks. Zhang Xun found himself with no alternative but to arrange for a fuel tanker to enter the first-level garage of the shelter. He personally went to the fuel warehouse to activate the pump, directly transferring the fuel into the tanks, with the same procedure applied to the natural gas. The drivers involved in the transportation were taken aback by this unusual scenario. However, Zhang Xun reiterated his prior explanations, alleviating any suspicions. The first level was rather sparse, devoid of any particularly eye-catching elements. After filling several tanks, he also purchased dozens of tons of gasoline and diesel packaged in barrels. Additionally, he acquired a substantial number of hospital-grade oxygen cylinders and refrigeration agents. Furthermore, he procured a significant bulk of charcoal and solid alcohol, amounting to dozens of tons. The storage for fuel and charcoal was distinctly separated, given their differing temperature requirements. To maintain the pumpability of the fuel in low temperatures, the storage temperature could not be excessively low, while the storage of charcoal and solid alcohol did not necessitate such considerations. Given the already low temperatures of the apocalyptic environment, safety in storage was greatly enhanced, concurrently reducing electricity consumption. The barrels for fuel and subsequent packaging for charcoal were standardized. This time, Zhang Xun did not have them delivered to the shelter, but instead coordinated the transfer at a distant makeshift warehouse, utilizing a rented truck. He transported the supplies to the shelter, subsequently using an electric forklift to transfer them box by box into the fuel depot. Having previously stockpiled hydraulic oil, gear oil, grease, and antifreeze, this endeavor proved significantly less laborious. Next on his agenda was the procurement of various types of seeds. He visited a specialized trading market, acquiring an array of seeds for grains, vegetables, and fruits, alongside a substantial quantity of nutrient solutions. Considering consumption issues, he also purchased a variety of chemical materials, including urea, calcium nitrate, potassium nitrate, monopotassium phosphate, potassium phosphate, potassium sulfate, sodium nitrate, calcium nitrate, and magnesium sulfate. With these materials at hand, he could concoct different types of nutrient solutions tailored to various crops. He need not worry about the formulations, as numerous resources were readily available online, and he had downloaded quite a few onto his hard drive. For the procurement of seeds and nutrient solutions, Zhang Xun opted to transport them himself using a truck, making 2 trips to the city to successfully complete this task. During the second trip, he also placed an order for a batch of steel and boards. Although the first level of the shelter is predominantly occupied by a garage, it has been thoughtfully designed to include a processing workshop, a maintenance workshop, and a materials warehouse, in anticipation of future needs for the fabrication and repair of various components. The steel and sheet materials required for these endeavors include an array of rods, hot and cold-rolled sheets, wires, various profiles, construction materials, and pipes. A diverse selection of sheet materials has also been procured, comprising density boards, woodworking boards, finger-jointed boards, particle boards, chipboards, fireproof boards, plywood, and eco-boards, among others. In addition to these, a multitude of smaller items such as piping connectors, screws of various specifications, adapters, and electrical wires have been acquired. With the completion of these tasks, most of the entries in Zhang Xun's notebook have been crossed off, though a few items remain unstocked due to considerations related to seasonal temperature changes. Chapter 41. Other matters. As July swiftly approached its end, it had nearly been 2 months since Zhang Xun completed the shelter, during which time he had not returned home, remaining preoccupied with logistical concerns. Today, he wearily closed the alloy steel airtight door of the shelter. The exit had been designed with considerable discretion and was exceptionally robust, allowing Zhang Xun to leave without fearing potential incidents. The entrance is protected by a quadruple security system comprising fingerprint recognition, a key, iris scanning, and facial recognition. 2 of these methods must be employed simultaneously to unlock the door, to mitigate the risk of biometric failure due to electronic malfunctions. A combination lock resembling a safe's dial is discreetly concealed behind the recognition device. Even in the event of an RPG attack, only minor impressions would mar its surface. Surrounding the main entrance are several specially designed cameras, discreetly positioned and treated to be waterproof, heat-resistant, and resilient to impacts. The entire security system of the shelter has been meticulously crafted with future upgrades in mind. Should Zhang Xun discover more advanced weaponry, he could seamlessly integrate it into this security framework. Behind the airtight door lies another door, yet to be installed due to the frequent passage of vehicles and the need for material storage. This modular design allows for installation only after all supplies have been accumulated. This secondary door is primarily a sliding double door, facilitating vehicular entry and exit, while also serving 5 additional functions. 1. Enhancing the barrier against external radiation. 2. Acting as a buffer zone for entry and exit. Equipped with direct reading electronic dosimeters DM91 and thermoluminescent dosimeters TLD to monitor radiation levels on protective suits and the accumulation of gamma radiation. Upon returning to the shelter from the outside, this area would function as a decontamination zone to eliminate radiation contamination from vehicles and protective clothing. 3. Providing temporary storage for hazardous waste. 4. Serving as a physical security barrier. In the future, if conditions permit, a remotely operated weapon station could be installed, alongside a decontamination system capable of dispersing chemical agents. The region serves as a sentinel for early warning and monitoring, equipped with numerous explosion-proof and radiation-resistant conduits. These lines connect to the mountainous terrain outside the refuge, enabling real-time surveillance of external pollution and unauthorized intrusions through external sensors and cameras. In the future, when his girlfriend and parents reside in the shelter, Zhang Xun will input their identification information into the system, facilitating their management of the refuge, albeit with certain privileges being somewhat restricted. Moreover, the modified vehicles he had previously ordered have begun to arrive in succession. After they were shipped to an external warehouse, Zhang Xun drove them back himself. This not only ensures the safety of the refuge, but also allows him to familiarize himself with the driving experience of these vehicles. The provincial road is usually quite devoid of traffic, allowing him to drive leisurely without concern. He acquired 2 medium and 2 small excavators, one each of loaders, bulldozers, and cranes, along with 2 electric forklifts, and one each of small and medium-sized transport trucks. Additionally, there are 2 Dongfeng Mengshe ORV, civilian-modified military, off-road vehicles. The electric forklifts and the trucks were the first to be modified and transported, playing a significant role in previous logistics. As for the absence of a family car, it is primarily due to the substantial environmental impact. Small vehicles are not suitable for a post-apocalyptic scenario. Setting aside the road conditions of such a world, the protective gear worn would be entirely impractical in a confined space. However, several go-karts and balance bikes were purchased primarily for internal use within the refuge. In areas such as the warehouse, equipment room, and ecological zone, he can easily patrol using either a go-kart or a balance bike. There is also a sleek, futuristic jet capsule, a small private yacht, quietly stored in the garage. After receiving it, Zhang Xun marveled at its smooth, streamlined hull and sci-fi cockpit, wishing he could immediately find a lake to test it out, though for now, it remains a mere daydream. The only vexing issue is the absence of a specific delivery date for the RV. Initially, it was promised to arrive in about 6 months, but work abroad has been sluggish, with modifications only completing in June. They are currently processing shipping and customs procedures. When it will finally arrive remains uncertain, but he hopes for a smooth handover before his honeymoon. The supplies he has procured during this time have cost him nearly 30 million renminbi. Additionally, he has purchased a plethora of digital products online, including gaming consoles, speakers, VR equipment, robotic vacuums, floor washers, mite removers, rugged smartphones, and smartwatches, essentially acquiring a variety of items that could potentially be useful. Notably, the latest VR motion sensing equipment set alone cost him over 8 million. The game room in the living area of the refuge does possess a set of VR gaming equipment, yet Zhang Xun feels it lacks sophistication. While browsing on Taobao, he was captivated by the features and descriptions of this new set, prompting him to place an order without hesitation. He also invested significantly in maternal and infant supplies, which amounted to nearly 3 million. Over the course of online purchases, a total expenditure exceeding 20 million yuan has been incurred, and when combined with recent stockpiling of supplies, the amount approaches $10 million. Fortunately, he still possesses over $30 million in funds, which will suffice for a honeymoon and the acquisition of a substantial quantity of fresh meats. This time, the delivery address is Jiangcheng, as the diversity of items ordered online is so vast that if sent to the warehouse at the shelter, the local couriers would be overwhelmed with daily deliveries. It would be more prudent to rent a storage facility in Jiangcheng specifically for receiving these online orders, allowing for centralized packaging and sealing before dispatching them to the shelter's warehouse. Zhang Xun has already instructed Li Yan to arrange this, securing a storage space conveniently located near his residential community for ease of receipt. Once these arrangements were finalized, Zhang Xun boarded the train back to Jiangcheng. Upon his return, he busied himself with receiving packages while simultaneously coordinating with his girlfriend to select a bridal photography service. After thorough comparison, they opted for a reputable local brand. Seizing the opportunity during his girlfriend's break between shifts, they dedicated 2 exhausting days to fulfill this formidable task. His girlfriend has already applied for resignation, with formalities underway. anticipating her liberation by mid-September. Additionally, both sets of parents have helped finalize the wedding date for September 22nd, coinciding with the autumn equinox, a week after the Mid-Autumn Festival. Now, in early August, with merely a fortnight remaining, Zhang Xun's online shopping venture has reached its conclusion, with all goods successfully received. He has also enlisted a professional packaging team to categorize and prepare everything for shipment to the warehouse in Enchi Prefecture. The batch of hard drives he purchased previously was not overlooked. After more than a year, he has filled 90% of the storage space while reserving a few empty drives for future contingencies. To this end, he allocated 70,000 yuan as a reward for his girlfriend. After a period of recuperation at home, Zhang Xun embarked on a business trip to the Enchi warehouse to receive the online products dispatched. Following the receipt of goods, he swiftly transferred the already packaged items into the shelter. However, this time he opted not to unpack them, finding it somewhat cumbersome, since they had already been categorized. It could wait until needed. After spending 2 days at the shelter to inspect the equipment and the operational status of the systems, he returned to his home in Jiangcheng. In fact, the shelter's central control system is equipped with a separate application, allowing connection via Wi-Fi to computers and mobile devices, enabling him to monitor the shelter's status parameters in real time from home. Chapter 42. Welfare. Not long after Zhang Xun's return from Enchi, his mother and father-in-law arrived in Jiangcheng for the wedding preparations. During dinner, they discussed the details of the ceremony, such as hotel reservations, wedding planning services, and the guest list. As he hails from Hubei province, which is not far from Jiangcheng, the wedding will be held there, while a celebration will also take place at his girlfriend's hometown. The following morning, Zhang Xun took the two elders to view hotels and meet with wedding planners. Due to work commitments, Jing could only be accompanied by the three of them. After a morning of searching, they managed to finalize a hotel. Although he was somewhat dissatisfied with the wedding plans from several wedding planning companies they reviewed, fortunately, in the afternoon, they found a company specializing in traditional Chinese weddings, whose proposal truly captivated Zhang Xun. He promptly called his girlfriend to discuss it, and she was equally pleased with the presentation, leading them to finalize the booking. After paying the deposit, he informed the hotel of the wedding planning company's details, understanding that coordination would be essential for the wedding setup. Once the wedding venue and plan were confirmed, the family spent the evening selecting the style of invitations online, and Zhang Xun swiftly placed the order. By the end of August, all the invitations had been dispatched, and they were now eagerly awaiting the wedding day. Both families were bustling with excitement. As September arrived, the sweltering heat of Jiangcheng, renowned as a national furnace, made it unbearable to venture outside. However, he still had some matters at the company that required his attention. Mr. Zhang, to be honest, we've had little to do since July, Li Yin remarked with a wry smile, feeling somewhat guilty about the salary they were receiving. Indeed, following the completion of the shelter, all procurement had been managed solely by Zhang Xun, bypassing the company. Aside from asking Li Yin to assist with renting a storage space, he had assigned no further tasks to the company. Essentially, he had been paying these 3 employees for 2 months without them having any work to do. Li Yin felt a bit embarrassed about receiving a salary for doing nothing, continually urging Zhang Xun to provide them with specific tasks. Now that the shelter had been established, the company's necessity was questionable. However, having worked diligently alongside him for over a year, he chose not to dissolve the company immediately. Moreover, he genuinely had no tasks to assign them at the moment. Reluctantly, Zhang Xun replied, "You know, the resort has been completed, and our working capital is dwindling. Therefore, I plan to focus on finding some funds for circulation this year, and we will have to wait until next year to open for business. Please don't feel burdened. I can still afford your salaries." After taking a sip of water and contemplating for a moment, he continued, "How about this? From October until the end of the year, you need to come to the office. I will still provide you with a basic salary each month during this time. You can take this opportunity to rest or pursue side projects." "Mr. Zhang, that doesn't seem right. We haven't done anything, yet you're still paying us." Li Yin and the others expressed their astonishment, having never encountered such a generous employer. His hands-off management style and the various benefits during holidays were already commendable, but the prospect of receiving salaries without working was unprecedented. "Very well, let us proceed this way. There is still some money in the company account. Li Jia, you can come to the office once a month to distribute the salaries." Most of Zhang Xun's funds were currently in his personal account. Previously, the company had a substantial amount, but with the completion of the project, their funds had been nearly exhausted. Li Yin felt a surge of joy in her heart upon witnessing her boss's unwavering determination, yet she refrained from saying much more, allowing the matter to rest. Just as they were about to leave the office, Zhang Xun produced 3 crimson invitations from his bag. I am getting married on the 22nd of this month. If you have the time, I would be delighted for you to attend my wedding, he said with a smile. What? Boss, you are not married yet? I had assumed you already had children. The inquiries came from several voices as they received the invitations. Is this your first marriage? How many wives do you intend to take? Zhang Xun's expression darkened. This is indeed my first marriage. Are you hoping for me to have multiple wives? We certainly did not expect you to be marrying now, Li Yin teased, glancing at her boss's receding hairline. Please refrain from discussing work matters when the time comes. Zhang Xun cautioned preemptively. Rest assured, we understand the immense pressure you are under and do not wish to burden your family with concerns. We will keep our mouths shut, Li Yin assured, patting her chest. Zhang Xun cast her a more appreciative glance, pleasantly surprised by her understanding. He continued, as for the company's financial strain, do not worry. I have other channels from which I can secure funds, though it is currently inconvenient to transfer them to the company account. Furthermore, with the National Day approaching, I have decided to arrange a benefit for you all. Li Yin, you may organize a team-building trip. You can set the dates, whether before or after the holiday. As it is of no concern to me, each of you may bring 2 to 3 family members, and the company will cover the expenses. Zhang Xun smiled. Really? Boss, you are too generous. Li Yin and her companions were overjoyed, nearly kissing Zhang Xun in gratitude. Of course, you can discuss the details of the trip among yourselves and just present me with the budget later. Zhang Xun paused, suddenly recalling other matters. As for the team building, you all can go without me. After my wedding, I will be heading off on my honeymoon and will not join you. Understood. With the matters settled, Li Yin and her colleagues eagerly departed to discuss their travel plans. After treating them to lunch, Zhang Xun left early and made his way to Jiangcheng Geological University, where he met Professor Wang. Zhang Xun felt a deep sense of gratitude toward him. Last year's consultation had clarified the function of the shelter and helped him identify a preliminary site, saving him a considerable amount of time. Thus, his previous donation to the university had been an act of sincere appreciation. Professor Wang, I have come to deliver an invitation. I am getting married on September 22nd and would be honored if you could serve as my witness, Zhang Xun said, his voice tinged with nervousness. You are getting married? Professor Wang adjusted his glasses, visibly surprised. Indeed, do I appear so old? This was the second shock Zhang Xun received that day. Haha, Professor Wang chuckled dryly. Congratulations. The 22nd is a Sunday, correct? After checking the desk calendar and confirming, he continued. No problem at all. You are the 6th person to ask me to be their witness. Hee, this indicates your esteemed reputation, Professor Wang. Zhang Xun flattered. Indeed. A proud expression spread across Professor Wang's face. By the way, are Xiao Zhou and Xiao Sun still at the school? I would like to send them invitations as well. Zhang Xun inquired, admitting that he had not been in contact for some time and was unsure whether they had graduated. They had 1 more year until their doctoral graduation and were currently conducting geological surveys in Sichuan province, expected to return next week. Please hand me the invitation, and I shall pass it along to them. However, their attendance thereafter is beyond my concern, Professor Wang remarked. Thank you, Professor, Zhang Xun replied with a smile, retrieving the pre-prepared invitation from his bag and placing it on Professor Wang's desk. After a brief moment of silence, noticing Zhang Xun's hesitant demeanor, Professor Wang chuckled and urged, Speak your mind. If you have something to say, do so without delay. Well, Professor, could you possibly refrain from disclosing my donation to the school? My family is unaware, and I fear my wife would be furious upon finding out. Zhang Xun once again employed his skill of deception. Not a problem. I understand the discretion of affluent individuals. Professor Wang laughed. The two continued their conversation for a while, but as Professor Wang had classes in the afternoon, Zhang Xun deemed it inappropriate to linger any longer and took his leave. Upon returning home, Zhang Xun briefly introduced Professor Wang to his mother and father-in-law, then mentioned his request for the professor to act as the witness for their wedding. Upon learning that a professor would officiate, the elders were overjoyed, praising Zhang Xun for being able to secure such a distinguished individual. Flattered by their compliments, Zhang Xun quickly changed the subject to curtail the discussion. Chapter 43, Marriage. Around September 10th, Jing officially resigned from the hospital. The families celebrated together, and in the following days, they busied themselves with wedding preparations. Fortunately, with both parents present, Zhang Xun found himself alleviated of many burdens. On September 12th, a call came from the Mercedes-Benz dealership in Shanghai, announcing that the RV had cleared customs at the Shanghai port. Once all other formalities were completed, it was expected to be delivered within a week. Zhang Xun was elated, as the delivery speed exceeded his expectations significantly. The week following September 18th was still ahead, offering him a chance to visit the shelter before the wedding commenced. Consequently, he diligently monitored the RV's journey information each day. Given that this vehicle was an oversized modified RV, transportation proved challenging, necessitating the assistance of two seasoned drivers to navigate it to its destination. On the afternoon of September 17th, amidst his mother's complaints, Zhang Xun boarded the high-speed train to Inchi Prefecture. Although the wedding was imminent, he could not afford to delay the RV's acquisition, as its conspicuous nature demanded immediate attention. He felt uneasy leaving it anywhere but the shelter. On the 17th, he spent the night in Inchi Prefecture, and the following morning, he rented a car to head towards the shelter's warehouse. Upon arriving at the designated delivery location, after a brief exchange with the two drivers, he eagerly stepped inside to explore his new acquisition. The military gray exterior, along with the steel fencing and the bulging blade of the bulldozer at the front, conveyed an imposing aura. The RV gradually came to a halt in front of the warehouse, and Zhang Xun could hardly contain his excitement as he ventured inside. During the renovation process, the manufacturer frequently sent images to solicit his opinions. However, the thrill of witnessing the actual product firsthand could not be replicated through photographs. The interior of the RV was nothing short of luxurious, with the rear section designated as a storage room capable of accommodating 6 tires and an off-road motorcycle. Moving forward, one encountered the master bedroom, featuring a 2x1, 8-meter bed. At the foot of the bed was a small door, 2 meters wide, leading directly to the storage area. Flanking the master bedroom were the bathroom and kitchen. The bathroom was designed with a wet and dry separation, though somewhat compact. It was a rare find in the limited space of an RV. Further ahead, directly opposite the middle door, lay the living room, furnished with a sofa, television, and projector. The sofa could be converted into a single bed when unfolded. Above the front of the vehicle, there was also a 8x1, 6-meter bed that could be elevated when not in use, thus conserving space. At the rear of the vehicle, an external lift was installed, bringing the total interior space of the RV close to 25 square meters. The driver's cabin was remarkably futuristic, featuring a nearly 2-meter-wide integrated screen and Level 3 autonomous driving capabilities. Coupled with the 4 modification requests previously made by Zhang Xun, the manufacturer had indeed gone to great lengths, effectively meeting Zhang Xun's expectations. After spending about half an hour inspecting the vehicle, Zhang Xun, upon the reminders of the two drivers, affixed his signature to the acceptance checklist. Finally, he instructed the two to wait at the warehouse and handed them the keys to the rental vehicle, while he cautiously drove the RV to the shelter. After another half hour, he parked the RV in the first-floor garage of the shelter and conducted a brief inspection of its condition before securely closing the large door and walking to the roadside exit. He called the drivers to arrange for his pickup. Shortly after 1 o'clock, Zhang Xun arrived in the urban area of Inchi with the two drivers, treating them to a meal before they purchased their tickets to return home. Zhang Xun then returned the vehicle, having frequently rented from this establishment. He was quite familiar with the owner, and after politely declining an invitation to dinner, he boarded the high-speed train back to Jiangcheng. On September 22nd, the autumn equinox, Zhang Xun embraced one of the most significant ceremonies of his life, his wedding. At 8 in the morning, accompanied by Yang Mingjian and several other friends and family members, he drove to the hotel where Jing was staying. Upon arrival, a lively wedding ceremony commenced, where the friends and family of both the bride and groom engaged in a spirited yet civilized contest. After nearly 2 hours of various games and challenges, punctuated with generous exchanges of red envelopes, Zhang Xun finally embraced his bride and stepped into the designated wedding car. In a traditional Chinese wedding ceremony, witnessed by Professor Wang as the officiant, Zhang Xun and Jing exchanged rings symbolizing their love. Following this, both sets of elders and friends delivered heartfelt speeches. It was not until 2 in the afternoon, after bidding farewell to the last guest, that Zhang Xun and Jing declared the wedding concluded. After settling accounts with the wedding company and the hotel, they finally returned home. After resting for 2 days in Jiangcheng, the family visited Jing's hometown. where they held a simple wedding ceremony. The subsequent focus was on planning their honeymoon, with the National Day holiday approaching. The couple opted to postpone their trip to avoid the throngs of tourists. Given the exhaustion from the wedding preparations, they decided to take some time to relax at home. Jing's mother and father-in-law, Zhang Xun, arranged a group tour for themselves after the National Day holiday, choosing to return to their hometown first to avoid disturbing the newlyweds and to prepare for their upcoming journey. On the third day post-wedding, Li Yan reported to Zhang Xun regarding the budget for the company's team-building activity. Both she and her companions planned to travel after the holiday, focusing on nearby provinces to save costs, with a modest budget of over 30,000 yuan. Zhang Xun, contemplating the limited budget, generously allocated 150,000 yuan instead, encouraging them to choose their destinations, whether it be Hainan or Xinjiang. For Li Yan, this was a delightful surprise, prompting her to revise their plans with her fellow companions. As the National Day holiday officially commenced on October 1st, with roughly 3 months remaining until the predicted end of the world, Jing unexpectedly presented Zhang Xun with a card, stating that it contained their savings of 3 million yuan. From now on, you are the head of the family. The money is entrusted to you, she said calmly. Zhang Xun felt a surge of emotion and embraced his wife, expressing his gratitude. It is truly a blessing to have you as my wife. However, Jing, feeling a mix of embarrassment and annoyance, pushed him away, exclaiming, "Stop it. That is so cheesy." He accepted the card, reassured by Jing's frugal nature, yet aware that with the impending apocalypse, any unused funds would be wasted. Just days prior, he had commissioned Rising's company to procure a batch of quadcopters, both wired and wireless, touted as nuclear emergency drones capable of autonomous flight and communication in high radiation environments. Concerned about potential communication disruptions during the impending crisis, he envisioned these drones serving as aerial scouts for future excursions. In addition to the drones, he ordered a selection of anti-cancer and anti-radiation medications, with a pressing delivery timeline that resulted in a cost of approximately $3 million, expected to arrive around November. Furthermore, adhering to the standards of the intelligence systems for the shelter's living quarters, he ordered 2 sets of the most advanced smart home devices for future replacements, which incurred an additional expense of $500,000. With various other expenditures, his available funds had dwindled to less than $20 million. The honeymoon and the parents' travel would not require substantial funds, but the primary concern remained the procurement of fresh meats and other essential supplies, which constituted a significant portion of his budget. From last year's pinnacle of 200 million, approximately 3 billion renminbi, in just 1 year, 90 million was spent. Were it not for the impending apocalypse, such behavior could undoubtedly be deemed as reckless extravagance. However, for Zhang Xun, who possesses foresight into future developments, the expenditure is well justified. Even if he were to require additional funds, he would not hesitate in the slightest. His sole endeavor is to protect his family to the best of his abilities. As for others, he neither has the capacity nor the inclination to intervene. Even if he were to proclaim the arrival of the end of the world, would anyone believe him? Wouldn't they simply regard him as a fool? Furthermore, last year he made an attempt to warn people online, but it failed to create any significant impact. Chapter 44. A Joyous Journey on October 18, 2024. In the third week following the National Day holiday, Zhang Xun and Jing officially embarked on their international flight. 2 days prior, they had seen off their parents who were on a group tour, and now they commenced their own adventure. Their initial destinations were South Korea and Japan, where they spent 5 delightful days. They then flew eastward to bask in the sun on the beaches of Hawaii for 2 days. Subsequently, they took a direct flight from Hawaii to New York. Zhang Xun had initially contemplated visiting the Rust Belt, but concerns for safety led him to abandon that idea. After experiencing the cosmopolitan allure of New York for 2 days, they ventured to Boca Chica, Texas, coinciding with the debut launch of SpaceX's Starship SN7. Zhang Xun and Jing stood 5 kilometers away on a small hillside, witnessing a colossal fireball in the sky, an unprecedented and awe-inspiring experience. Zhang Xun felt an urge to laugh, but seeing the solemn faces of the Americans nearby, he restrained himself. With heavy hearts, they proceeded to the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. The failure of the Starship SN7 had repercussions on the Artemis II launch mission. Originally scheduled for a launch 1 day apart, the failure prompted the Americans to hastily postpone the manned lunar flyby mission. Fortunately, The delay was merely 3 days, and Zhang Xun and his wife had ample time to observe the proceedings. On November 3, 2024, the Artemis 2 manned lunar flyby mission officially entered the countdown to launch. Under the eager gaze of countless spectators, the SLS heavy-lift crew rocket soared into the sky, carrying 2 Americans and 1 Japanese into the vast expanse of space. As the rocket gradually faded from view, Zhang Xun sighed internally and glanced around at the jubilant crowd, intending to lead his wife away. Suddenly, a gasp erupted from the massive outdoor screen broadcasting the event live. The SLS rocket's second stage separation was normal, but the ignition of the third stage failed, leading to an alarming drop in altitude. The SLS escape system activated, and the Orion crew capsule separated from the third stage, with its parachutes deploying successfully, ensuring the crew's survival. The sudden turn of events not only startled Zhang Xun, but left the Americans on site utterly dumbfounded. However, the wife quietly whispered to Zhang Xun, "Could it be that we are the reincarnation of a jinx? Every time we witness a rocket launch, it ends in failure." Upon hearing his girlfriend's analysis, Zhang Xun nearly burst into laughter, but recalling that they were in someone else's territory, he felt his face flush and stifled his amusement. Fortunately, the Americans around them were oblivious to their conversation in Chinese. In the following days, the couple explored Florida before their final destination, the capital city of Washington, D.C. On November 7th, Zhang Xun and his wife boarded a flight to Washington. Upon disembarking, they sensed something was amiss. Was this still the vast and sparsely populated America? The airport and streets were teeming with people, waving various flags and bustling about. Their driver, a Chinese man, shed light on the situation. With the presidential election nearing its climax in November 2024, a fierce contest was underway between Trump and Sleepy Joe, drawing a swarm of supporters to Washington. After returning to their hotel, the couple intended to venture out, but the sight of the throngs outside dissuaded them. The next day, results from several states were announced, intensifying the already fraught atmosphere in American society. Initially, President Sleepy Joe had a slight lead in approval ratings, bolstered by the backing of Wall Street's financial titans. However, the recent catastrophic failures of rocket launches and various incidents, including a train chemical spill, had contributed to a significant plunge in his approval ratings. The American public was growing weary of Sleepy Joe, and at nearly 90 years of age, his bid for re-election was unprecedented in American history. Trump's supporters, eager and restless, rallied in the streets, chanting "Let's go Brandon," a derogatory reference to the elderly Joe, and "Make America Great Again," the latter paying homage to their cause. Joe's supporters, undeterred, fervently retaliated. What began as a verbal confrontation escalated into full-blown chaos. Initially, the National Guard and police managed to maintain order, but as tensions flared, some officers and guards, harboring biases, joined the fray rather than restoring peace. Zhang Xun and his wife observed the pandemonium from their hotel window and hastily booked tickets to leave Washington. Yet, during this tumultuous period, the demand for transportation was immense. The earliest flights and trains were not available until the 12th. Reluctantly, they resigned themselves to staying in their hotel. On November 10th, Democratic congressmen, alongside those who had previously betrayed Trump, united to disqualify him, inciting outrage among Trump and his supporters. Having faced defeat once before, they were determined not to falter again. Under Trump's rallying cry to reclaim Congress and secure victory for the people, the slogan "Make America Great Again" reverberated across the nation once more. Supporters of Trump, with an indomitable spirit, decisively overwhelmed the followers of Sleepy Joe, marching resolutely toward the Capitol and the White House. At 4 p.m. on the 10th, just before attempting to breach the Capitol, the military arrived. Yet they struggled to contain the furious crowd. Gunshots rang out, and many believed the military had opened fire. Aside from a portion of the crowd fleeing in fear, a significant number directed their ire towards Sleepy Joe and the armed forces, attributing the orders to shoot to them. It was not until the evening, when the military could no longer endure the chaos, that they truly engaged with gunfire. Meanwhile, Zhang Xun and Jing were comfortably ensconced in bed, sweating in their slumber. The following day, as Zhang Xun perused the news, he found the streets of Washington in disarray, with civilians and military exchanging gunfire, resulting in initial reports of over 400 casualties. This conflict not only shocked American society, but also left the entire world in disbelief. With every media outlet covering the unprecedented events that transpired there, On the afternoon of November 11th, after a morning of recuperation, many Trump supporters began to take to the streets once more, while on the other side, a conspiracy to arrest Trump was brewing. As various states observed the unfolding situation, they also contended with the intensifying protests in their locales. Yet none of this concerned Zhang Xun. He simply wished to leave. His parents back home anxiously made transoceanic calls every day, worrying for their safety. Fortunately, on November 12th, the couple successfully boarded a flight to Europe, with England as their first destination. Upon landing, they learned through the news of protests occurring in London against Trump and division. These demonstrations were relatively peaceful, although reports indicated that Scotland and Northern Ireland were experiencing protests in support of Trump and regional independence, which were far from serene. Feeling fatigued, Zhang Xun did not even exit the airport, promptly booking 2 tickets to Gaulle, France. Upon arriving in France, they finally felt at ease, spending 2 days exploring Paris, immersing themselves in the rich European lifestyle. Their journey continued to Switzerland and Norway. As soon as they set foot on Swiss soil, news broke of a significant terrorist attack in Paris, resulting in over 200 casualties. They were taken aback, questioning how calamity seemed to follow them wherever they went. Resolving to hasten their return home, they booked a flight to Moscow for the 3rd day. Before that, they visited the Alps to indulge in the joys of skiing. With the ski season in full swing, the region welcomed numerous visitors from around the globe. Zhang Xun and Jing spent some time skiing at the foothills, but their outing was abruptly cut short when Jing twisted her ankle. Just as they were leaving the ski resort, they caught sight of a massive avalanche occurring on the distant mountainside. Alarmed, they swiftly changed their flight plans to return home earlier. During their layover in Moscow, they did not even leave the airport, opting instead to handle their connecting flight arrangements directly. Upon their return to their homeland, they learned that the Kremlin had just thwarted a coup attempt against President Putin. In summary, their month-long honeymoon trip was filled with excitement and joy, leaving an indelible mark on their lives. Following this, they visited several tourist cities within the country, such as Beijing, Sanya, and Tibet, truly relishing a fulfilling and joyous experience, unmarred by any unfortunate incidents. Chapter 45. Arrangements before the apocalypse. By the end of November, after wandering through various locales in the country, the Zhang couple finally returned to their cozy abode. Although their honeymoon was meant to be a delightful escape, it had indeed exhausted them over the course of more than a month. Despite the numerous challenges faced abroad, the overall travel experience was quite commendable. Their parents had primarily traveled domestically, returning home early. They were now back in their respective hometowns and not in Jiangcheng. The batch of drones and smart home devices they had previously ordered had also arrived in Jiangcheng, entrusted to Li Yin for receipt while they were away. On the 2nd day after their return, he forwarded this shipment to the shelter's warehouse. By the 3rd day, he set off for Enchi Prefecture. Seizing the opportunity before the logistics arrived, he tirelessly traversed major fresh produce wholesale markets and farms in Enchi. His focus at the wholesale markets was primarily on procuring seafood and fish. After negotiating with the wholesalers, he arranged for the products to be processed, vacuum-packed, and then frozen for transport to the warehouse. At the farms, the emphasis was on ensuring the freshness of the meat. Pigs, cattle, sheep, chickens, ducks, and geese were slaughtered and processed on-site by the owners. After several days of diligent effort, the shelter's cold storage was finally operational, filled with a variety of meats. The inventory included 5,000 pounds of pork, 3,000 pounds each of beef and lamb, 2,000 chickens, 800 ducks and geese each, and 1,500 eggs, along with 5,000 pounds of assorted fish and seafood. Based on the annual meat consumption of a family of 4, this stock would suffice for them for 70 to 80 years without issue. With the majority of essential supplies for survival in the impending apocalypse secured, Zhang Xun dedicated nearly 2 weeks to aligning the inventory with the shelter's resource management system. He meticulously labeled all food items, materials, fuels, and spare parts with barcodes, entering them into the system. Each storage level was equipped with barcode scanners and an automatic sensing system, ensuring that all consumption was displayed at the terminals, detailing total quantities, usage, and remaining stock. Furthermore, this system would automatically assess consumption levels, enabling managers to make more informed decisions. Once these tasks were completed, he reconfigured the status of the shelter, confirming everything was in order before returning to Jiangcheng. Having spent over half a month there, it was now late December. With just over a month remaining until the anticipated apocalypse, Zhang Xun found that his previous anxieties, tensions, and unease had significantly diminished, perhaps a testament to the sense of security the shelter provided him. Upon returning, Zhang Xun concocted a reason for his family to spend the new year in Enshi Prefecture. He claimed that the resort hotel in the area had yet to open, and the proprietor requested him to oversee operations during the festive season. His family bore no objections, as they had witnessed their lives improving significantly over the past 2 years. They expressed profound gratitude towards this elusive boss mentioned by Zhang, harboring no doubts regarding his rationale. After a few days in Jiangcheng, Zhang and Jing first visited her hometown, where they resided for 3 days, making special visits to relatives and friends to enjoy a heartfelt reunion. They then picked up his father-in-law and returned to his own hometown. The four of them spent nearly a week there, meeting everyone they intended to see and reminiscing about old times. Once they had gathered their belongings, the four returned to Jiangcheng, where they celebrated their final New Year's Eve together, with just 25 days remaining until the apocalypse. However, Zhang did not take them to Enshi Prefecture immediately. He planned to stay in Jiangcheng for a while longer. During this time, aside from frequent visits to amusement parks, indulging in delightful meals, watching the latest films, and shopping in malls, he also paid visits to his acquaintances, colleagues, and classmates in Jiangcheng, sharing drinks, singing, discussing life, and reminiscing about the past. In essence, this period would become one of the most cherished memories of his life. His recent extravagant behavior piqued the curiosity of his family, leading to a thorough interrogation lasting an hour, which Zhang barely navigated with his persuasive explanations. On January 20th, 2025, Zhang Xun and his family packed their belongings, locked the door, and officially embarked on their journey to Enshi Prefecture. After a drive exceeding 3 hours, they arrived at a hotel in the city. Before heading to the shelter, Zhang had some matters to attend to prepare for the coming days. He enrolled his family in a 3-day short trip to a nearby tour group around Enshi National Park. Meanwhile, he made a return visit to the agricultural products market, with a straightforward objective: to complete the final procurement of supplies. He purchased a variety of fresh vegetables and fruits, mindful of their short shelf life, which necessitated their last-minute acquisition. For items like potatoes, sweet potatoes, taro, pumpkins, onions, radishes, and apples, which have a longer shelf life, he bought in larger quantities. Conversely, for greens, peppers, and grapes, he only procured enough for a few days of consumption, as he had previously acquired dry goods. This time he merely supplemented his stock with a few additional items, such as dried bamboo shoots, shiitake mushrooms, and black fungus. Additionally, he purchased a dozen live poultry, including chickens, ducks, and geese, all in pairs. The shelter's 4th floor contained a small breeding area, and with these live birds, the future supply of fresh meat and eggs would be ensured. After transporting these supplies back to the shelter, he organized and classified them, placed the live poultry in the breeding area, set up an automatic feeding device, and then departed. By now, it was January 23rd. He reunited with his family in the afternoon, and on the 24th, they spent the day enjoying the tourist area with the travel group. That evening, instead of returning with the group, Zhang drove them to the nearest town to the shelter, located in Yasangwan, albeit still over 30 kilometers away. In the beginning, Zhang Xun chose this secluded location precisely because it was remote, minimizing the likelihood of being noticed, coupled with the convenience of a provincial road for construction. He reserved a quaint guest house near the provincial road. The conditions were modest, yet satisfactory. The meals were predominantly home-cooked rustic dishes prepared by the proprietor. Enshi Prefecture is predominantly mountainous, offering pristine air. For Zhang Xun and Jing, having resided in the city for an extended period, experiencing such an environment for a few days felt like a rejuvenation, washing away the industrial remnants from their bodies, leaving them with an exquisite sense of ease. That evening, his mother, father-in-law, and Jing inquired why he had yet to take them to the themed hotel where he worked. This time, he did not hedge his response, assuring them that he would take them the following day. On the morning of the 25th, the last day of the world, or rather, the final half-day, everyone's mobile signals were indeed poor, and only the cable television offered some semblance of programming. The guest house owner lamented about the lack of mobile signal affecting their business. However, Zhang Xun was acutely aware that a powerful solar storm had erupted, causing significant disruptions to most of Earth's communications, satellites, and observational systems. Calculating the time, he realized that after the television broadcast warning, There was merely an hour and a half left before the asteroid impact. The drive to the shelter could be accomplished in as little as half an hour under optimal conditions. Typically, traffic on this provincial road was sparse, especially at night, alleviating concerns about congestion. In truth, he wished to take his family to the shelter immediately, but convincing them required the authority of a government broadcast. He could usher them into the shelter and seal the entrance, but how could he later explain the impending apocalypse? How could they be persuaded? Moreover, with no wired connection to the outside world and wireless networks disrupted, would his uninformed family think he was deceiving them? Would the subsequent tremors merely be perceived as a minor local earthquake? Such actions would only deepen the mistrust among them. Thus, after careful consideration, Zhang Xun resolved to wait for the television broadcast before leading them into the shelter. As for whether the townspeople might also be concerned, he was not overly worried. On one hand, he had promoted it as a resort hotel, and on the other, few locals had ever visited his establishment. When the end of the world approached, the general instinct would likely lead people to official civil defense facilities, or, failing that, to the underground spaces of shopping malls for refuge. Conversely, Zhang Xun's resort hotel was quite distant and situated in the mountains, potentially less secure. Chapter 46. The ordinary life of humanity comes to an end after lunch. Jing and his mother persistently inquired about visiting his boss's resort hotel. Zhang Xun made an excuse, stating that the keys had not yet been delivered, and that he would take them after dinner. Following a brief afternoon rest, he accompanied them on a 2-hour stroll through the town. As it is a quaint tourist town, the ambience leans towards the vintage, adorned with an array of restaurants, charming inns, and quaint shops selling souvenirs. Remarkably, there exists even a 4-star hotel here. Currently, in the off-season, the crowds are sparse, making it quite pleasant to stroll and explore with family. After browsing, Zhang Xun returned to the inn, meticulously organized all the luggage, and placed it in the car ahead of time. He then requested the innkeeper to prepare several local delicacies. After a hearty meal, he invited his parents to his room under the pretense of playing cards, while simultaneously tuning the television to the central news channel. Zhang Xun's actions increasingly aroused his family's suspicions. It was nearly 9 in the evening, and wasn't he supposed to be heading to his boss's resort hotel? Just as his mother was about to interrogate him, the television emitted a sharp alarm, and the street loudspeakers outside echoed the same. At that moment, a frail figure appeared on the news broadcast, his face etched with exhaustion and despair. He solemnly bowed towards the camera and spoke in a heavy, hoarse voice. "Fellow citizens, I am Li Ziqiang. Upon hearing this broadcast, I urge you to organize self-rescue immediately. This is not a drill. This is not a drill. This is not a drill." According to the National Astronomical Observatory, at 20:45 Beijing time on January 25, 2025, an asteroid with a diameter of 15 kilometers will collide with Earth, approximately 500 kilometers off the coast of the capital of Chile in Oceania. This catastrophic impact will lead to a new wave of species extinction, with consequences far exceeding those of the event 66 million years ago. I cannot foresee the future of humanity. My fellow citizens, upon hearing this, you may begin your self-rescue efforts. I wish you good fortune and hope for the enduring legacy of human civilization. Please forgive us, as no nation worldwide was able to predict this calamity in time. The asteroid, designated as 347735, was monitored earlier this year, and at that time, it was projected to pass 4 million kilometers from Earth later today. However, early this morning, an unprecedented solar storm erupted, damaging numerous satellites, communication devices, and radio observation equipment. Even optical telescopes suffered partial observational capabilities due to this solar storm, which hindered timely warning. We speculate that after passing through the Earth-Moon system, this asteroid collided with another unknown asteroid, altering its trajectory and momentum, and is now hurtling towards Earth at a velocity of 1,636 kilometers per second. The voice on the broadcast grew increasingly choked with emotion. It is currently 19:03 Beijing time, leaving approximately an hour and a half until impact. I implore you, fellow citizens, to gather supplies and seek shelter underground or in civil defense facilities as best as you can. Additionally, I urge those in rural areas to find refuge in basements or caves. Furthermore, following an emergency meeting by the United Nations, it has been decided that starting at 2030 on January 25, 2025, intercontinental nuclear missiles will be launched from both hemispheres towards the asteroid's projected impact trajectory. It is hoped that the shockwave from the nuclear explosions will mitigate the asteroid's collision velocity. Currently, humanity's planetary defense system is woefully inadequate to address the imminent threat posed by rapidly approaching celestial bodies. While we are poised to confront the dual catastrophes of nuclear radiation and significant impacts, we find ourselves with no alternative. Although the theoretical implementation of anti-ballistic nuclear weapons is conceivable, if precise interception cannot be achieved, we may not even be able to pursue the threat, and the resulting nuclear explosion could inadvertently amplify the kinetic energy of the asteroid. Aside from Zhang Xun, who was mentally prepared, his family was rendered speechless by the shocking news, staring blankly at the television, unable to comprehend that the apocalypse had arrived so abruptly. "Come with me," Zhang Xun urged in a grave tone, unceremoniously pulling his mother and Jing towards the exit. His father-in-law followed closely behind. As they passed through the inn's lobby, the proprietor and his family remained transfixed before the television, lost in thought. Zhang Xun shouted, "What are you doing standing there? Hurry and gather your belongings. You need to find a place to hide." Once they reached the vehicle, the proprietor finally reacted. The street was in disarray, with shops ablaze with lights, the blaring of car horns, and the cacophony of panicked cries intertwining, intensifying the atmosphere of fear. The vicinity of the small town harbored numerous natural caves, and the town's largest five-star hotel boasted a two-story underground parking lot. These were the first places that the townspeople considered as potential refuge. Zhang Xun's inn was situated on the outskirts of the town, adjacent to the provincial highway. He immediately accelerated his vehicle towards the shelter. Along the way, he spotted a few trucks meandering slowly. He had intended to alert them, but realized that he could not afford to be distracted while driving. On the road, Jing sobbed and inquired, "Where are we going?" They were perplexed as to why Zhang Xun was steering away from the town and into the mountains. "To a shelter," Zhang Xun replied somberly, subsequently elaborating, "The vacation hotel I mentioned earlier is, in fact, an apocalyptic refuge." "What? Do you possess insider information?" Jing exclaimed. Yet her confusion only deepened. After gathering his thoughts, Zhang Xun resolved to weave another lie. Otherwise, he would struggle to explain how he acquired knowledge of future events. In truth, a warning had been issued online as early as last year, but it had gone unnoticed. Coincidentally, his employer was a conspiracy theorist who, upon encountering this information, had decided to create a doomsday shelter for unforeseen circumstances. Even if the doomsday theory proved false, the shelter could operate as a themed hotel, serving dual purposes. Zhang Xun believed his explanation to be nothing short of impeccable. "Will your boss eventually force us to leave?" his mother queried, still somewhat anxious. "My boss resides in the metropolis. Even if he wished to expel us, it would be impossible. An asteroid impact would first strike coastal cities, and it is unlikely that anyone would escape unscathed," Zhang Xun reassured her. "Thus, this shelter is now our home." Upon hearing this, the three occupants of the vehicle fell into silence, uncertain whether to mourn for the unseen proprietor Zhang Xun spoke of or to succumb to the dread of impending doom. As they continued along the road, Zhang Xun gradually realized why the leaders had refrained from addressing the repercussions of this monumental impact. It was precisely because they were aware that the eastern coastal areas would be inundated by a tsunami that they deliberately chose to remain silent. Always wanting to offer a glimmer of hope, once articulated, that hope would vanish. At 7:42 in the evening, they arrived outside the shelter. Zhang Xun opened the large door of the refuge and activated the lighting system for the passageway, driving the vehicle inside. He then returned to securely close the steel airtight door of the shelter, meticulously checking the status of both the passage and the main door. Once assured that everything was in order, he called for his father-in-law and the others to assist in installing the second door. With 45 minutes remaining, Zhang Xun utilized an electric forklift to transport two steel doors to the location, and with his father-in-law's assistance, they employed rigging to properly affix the second protective door. Anticipating installation challenges, they had opted for a modular assembly approach during the design phase, allowing 2 or 3 individuals to collaborate and complete the task swiftly. After conducting a final check to ensure everything was correct, Zhang Xun led them down to the main control room of the living area on the 3rd level, where he powered down the majority of the shelter's equipment, except for the power supply for the temperature control system, air filtration system, and monitoring systems, which were temporarily sustained by battery packs. All other systems were shut down. The refrigeration unit should maintain its cooling for some time. They would wait until the initial waves of intense impact and vibration had passed, and confirmed that the shelter remained unaffected before fully activating it. With just 5 minutes to go, according to the shelter's safety protocols, the current operation was classified as a red level, and they were now on the brink of awaiting the moment of catastrophe. The major impact was set for 2045, with the shockwave traveling from the Eastern Pacific arriving here at 2057. Strictly speaking, there were still approximately 17 minutes remaining. Yet, these fleeting moments felt as if they spanned a century, both brief and interminable. Chapter 47. Madness. Meanwhile, across the nation, the majority of the populace was frantically engaged in self-preservation. Especially in today's highly urbanized society, the choices made by countless individuals were strikingly similar. Air raid shelters consistently ranked first, followed by subway spaces, underground malls, parking garages, and so forth. People hastily gathered supplies, clothing, food, and daily necessities, striving to bring as much as possible, except for money. Those fortunate enough found their families together with nearby civil defense structures or subway platforms. In contrast, the unfortunate ones toiled alone, far from their families, residing in suburban areas. While individuals may have comprehended the repercussions of this calamity, they had scarcely contemplated the process of disaster itself. Perhaps time was of the essence. Or perhaps the situation was dire. Fear completely consumed their thoughts. Often, many who had prepared found themselves standing helplessly at intersections, uncertain of where to go. Urban areas fared slightly better, but what of the rural regions? The countryside was arguably the most perilous, with almost no refuge from the initial wave of disaster. While some rural areas were situated in mountainous regions with caves, the vast majority were left to helplessly await the inevitable within their homes. In the countryside, townships, and even smaller counties, the casualties from the first wave of impact may not have equaled those in urban areas, yet the proportion of loss was significantly higher. In the city of Jiangcheng, Qi Sijuan, still serving his sentence in prison, found himself perplexed, much like his fellow inmates, as they suddenly realized that all the prison guards had mysteriously vanished. Situated on the outskirts of the city, this remote prison was sparsely populated and poorly equipped, particularly lacking in essential facilities such as a reliable broadcasting system. For Qi Sijuan, the past 2 years had been fraught with misfortune. He had been wrongfully imprisoned without understanding the motives behind his incarceration, and now, a sense of unease washed over him, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. Was this a prank orchestrated by the prison authorities to see if the inmates would attempt an escape in the absence of their guards? Qi Sijuan suspected it was plausible, yet he chose not to fall into that trap. Instead, he lay motionless on the narrow bed, which measured less than 14 meters in width. Meanwhile, 26 kilometers away in the city, Yang Mingjian and his wife were dining with a leader in a private room at a bustling restaurant. The noise was overwhelming, and they were oblivious to the chaos unfolding outside until the commotion in the main hall reached a crescendo, alarming them. Yang Mingjian, disregarding his guest, swiftly took his wife by the hand, intending to return home to fetch their child. However, as they exited the restaurant, they were greeted by a shocking scene. A tangle of vehicles jammed in every direction, some having collided head-on, igniting fierce flames. Those who were unable to move abandoned their cars and fled in a frenzy toward an unknown direction. Yang Mingjian's car was also stuck in the gridlock. Gritting his teeth, he pulled the handbrake, leaving the keys in the ignition, and together with his wife, they dashed homeward. Fortunately, the restaurant was not far from their residence, and they reached home in 10 minutes. Upon arriving, they found the elevator busy and, frustrated, resorted to the stairs. By the time they reached their 12th floor apartment, it was already 7:30 p.m., leaving them with a mere hour before disaster would strike. They needed to reach the civil defense facilities immediately to avoid catastrophe. As they reached their floor, Yang Mingjian noticed that their front door stood ajar. It appeared the nanny had fled, leaving behind their child, who was wailing loudly. A quick survey of their home revealed a grim reality. The refrigerator was empty, the rice was gone, and all snacks and fruits had vanished. Infuriated, he cursed loudly, urging his wife to gather their belongings while he headed to the kitchen to pour out the oil from the Jinlongja bottle. He then filled the sink with water. His wife, momentarily ignoring their crying child, hurriedly packed their clothes while anxiously glancing at the time on her phone, her face pale with fear. In a desperate search for food, Yang Mingjian kicked open the door to their neighbor's apartment, only to find it abandoned as well. Undeterred, he rummaged through the empty rooms, but found nothing. As time slipped away, with less than 50 minutes remaining, panic set in. They had no time to lose. They needed to find a refuge. Grasping the oil bottle and shouldering the clothes his wife had packed, he hurried out the door. Fortunately, the elevator was vacant, and soon 3 individuals descended to the ground floor. However, they quickly discovered that the nearest entrance to the underground parking lot had been barricaded, and outside stood a throng of residents, vociferously expressing their discontent. Where to go now? He felt a sense of disorientation. Of course, Baidu. He set down the oil canister and took out his phone to search for nearby civil defense works. The internet connection remained abysmal. With no other option, they fled the community and followed the crowd along the street, aiming for the nearest subway station. The chaotic throng was a scene of utter disarray. Yang Mingjian clutched his wife's arm tightly, fearful that the press of the crowd would separate him from her and their child. The cries, shouts, and desperate howls resonated throughout the crowd. In no time, the already congested flow of people devolved into a stampede. Yang Mingjian's family, positioned at the rear of the throng, had yet to be caught in its tumult, but those ahead were not so fortunate. At that moment, several out-of-control vehicles accelerated toward the already jammed cars, crashing into the mass of humanity and colliding with a concrete wall, resulting in a violent explosion. Not far from the chaos, Yang Mingjian and his wife instinctively crouched down. More than 20 minutes had passed, with half an hour remaining. If they did not find refuge soon, their family would face dire consequences. Rising to his feet, a fierce determination etched itself on Yang Mingjian's face as he pulled his wife into an unoccupied vehicle by the roadside. With a sharp turn of the steering wheel to the left and a sudden press of the accelerator, they plunged into the crowd. Mastering the steering, he sped along the sidewalk, unaware of the number of individuals crushed beneath the wheels. This reckless act stunned everyone, including his wife, who was rendered speechless by fear. Meanwhile, other drivers witnessing this scene abandoned all sense of traffic awareness. Morality was cast aside as they mimicked Yang Mingjian, charging into the throng. As the madness escalated, the flow of people descended into even greater chaos. The already crowded mass resembled a human pyramid, or perhaps more like a horde of zombies, trampling over one another. Yang Mingjian's vehicle soon collided with this mountain of humanity, immobilized, while the nearby civilians, driven by rage, swiftly turned on them. They shattered the car windows and dragged the family out. In his final moments, a phrase flickered through his mind: "The wind blows the eggshell. Fate grants peace to the departed." Chapter 48. Chaos. The tragic fate of Yang Mingjian's family could hardly be deemed an accident. It was rather a consequence of his own recklessness. In stark contrast, Professor Wang of Jiangcheng Geological University was considerably more fortunate. Upon hearing the doomsday broadcast, his initial reaction was disbelief. While assisting his grandson with elementary school homework at home, he had not even had time to visit the restroom before the absurdity of the broadcast amused him. Yet, upon witnessing the surging crowd outside, his demeanor shifted in an instant. At that moment, a multitude of thoughts flooded his mind, but the face that first emerged was that of Zhang Xun. At that moment, his son burst into the room in a state of utter urgency, exclaiming, "Dad, the apocalypse is upon us. We must gather our belongings and prepare to enter the air raid shelter." There stood an abandoned shelter on the back hill of the school, long neglected. Although the school had made some repairs to it for the purpose of providing students a respite from the summer heat, it was scarcely capable of accommodating such a multitude. Professor Wang found himself grappling with disbelief until his son forcibly dragged him out, laden with bags of various sizes. The 5 members of their family joined the throng of students surging towards the shelter on the hill. As the crowd swelled, a group of audacious students banded together to forcibly close the entrance door of the shelter. However, this action incited a reckless frenzy outside. As those remaining began to violently assault the door, a segment of the individuals at the back, recognizing that time was running out, made a decisive choice to abandon the shelter and sprint towards the subway station outside the school. The remaining individuals, undeterred, exerted their last efforts, somehow procuring a cutting machine. As a significant breach was made in the door, they rushed inside like a swarm. Yet, a sense of unnatural despair washed over Professor Wang's face. In that instant, he had an inkling of what was to come. Perhaps some had foreseen this day and had long been preparing for it. They concealed the truth. Was it a certain organization? Government officials? Or perhaps both? They had forsaken all of human civilization. The memory of his first encounter with Zhang Xun vividly resurfaced in his mind, along with their conversation, which had alarmingly failed to raise his suspicions. Perhaps there had been subtle hints, but he had been oblivious to them. Regret consumed him. Professor Wang wished he could slap himself awake. He came to the grim realization that the people within this shelter, himself included, even if they survived the initial waves of calamity, would not endure for long. He had already deduced the process and repercussions of the impending disaster. Moreover, he had an unsettling premonition that this catastrophe would be far more severe than he had initially imagined. A wave of powerless despair engulfed him, compelling Professor Wang to close his eyes in anguish. Perhaps it was the absence of painful release that constituted the right choice. In the final minute before the expected time arrived, he opened his eyes and said to his son, "If we survive this, once the nuclear radiation subsides and the high temperatures and torrential rains pass, we must find a way to head west." Tears streamed down his face as he cast a glance at his grandson and continued, "Jiangcheng will no longer be a place of refuge. Remember my words." His son looked at him with skepticism, nodding slightly. Clearly, he had yet to grasp the severity of this disaster's impact on human civilization. As he was a student of the humanities, the world had descended into chaos. In fact, regional governments had received the news nearly 20 minutes in advance. This meant that those in power had an additional 20 minutes to prepare compared to the general populace. Many foreign governments had even begun to flee in advance, choosing not to disclose this information so as not to hinder their own escape. At least in this region, after careful deliberation, it was ultimately decided to inform the public of the news. Regardless of the circumstances, the center of gravity of the human body has already tilted towards the precipice. Whether one retracts their feet or raises them, the fall is now an unavoidable fate. The railway, highway, and aviation hubs have all come to a complete standstill following the broadcast. There was no need for passengers to create a disturbance, as the pilots and ground staff fled in haste. Due to the advance warning, measures taken by local governments varied significantly. Coastal regions to the southeast, north, and south have essentially abandoned large-scale rescue operations, as they have become futile. A few individuals may manage to flee inland, yet the outcome remains the same. Perhaps they would meet their end in the skies. In certain inland areas, such as Guizhou, Chongqing, Sichuan, and Gansu, local governments, relying on their geographical advantages, have clandestinely made some efforts. However, the effectiveness of these measures remains uncertain. In some places, despite a strong desire to act, the fervor of the populace quickly disrupted any attempts. In resignation, individuals could only focus on their own immediate concerns. A millennium is far too long. One must seize the moment. Yet, this moment is tragically brief, leaving no time for preparation. Far across the Pacific, Heisey learned of the news through the media, as submarine cables transmitted broadcasts from the ancient Eastern nation. This revelation informed all citizens of the beautiful country of the impending apocalypse within moments. Heisey promptly took his family to a suburban supermarket, initiating a grand zero-cost purchasing spree. In the Americas, due to proximity to the impact site, the preparation time was significantly shorter than in other continents. Moreover, the American government shockingly chose silence over public announcement, opting for covert relocation. Heisey recalled purchasing a doomsday bunker. Meanwhile, Li Pan from Hunan, a minor leader in a state-owned enterprise, received the news earlier and swiftly took his family to a shelter. Additionally, a wealthy individual from the Central Plains awaited this day, having brought 3 companions into his luxurious refuge for an earnest, forceful, and sorrowful dialogue. Do not presume otherwise. It was indeed an unpleasant conversation. At this moment, the chaos enveloping the globe far surpassed the combined toll of the 2 world wars. As the shockwave approached, everyone silently prayed that it was merely a false alarm. Chapter 1. The arrival of the apocalypse amidst a period of fear and trepidation. The originally monochrome images on the control room's screen gradually brightened, as if dawn had arrived, with clouds in the sky visibly shifting from white to red. 2 minutes later, the image distorted violently, accompanied by intense shaking. Subsequently, countless plants on the distant mountains were uprooted as if the sod had been lifted, while many large trees were snapped in half. The external surveillance cameras, encased in sturdy concrete, were further shielded by bulletproof glass, preserving the view ahead. Fortunately, most of them emerged unscathed, save for one unfortunate location that was struck directly by a massive boulder. As it was nighttime, the surveillance footage portrayed an exterior brightness that surpassed that of day, rendering the scene exceedingly terrifying. A few minutes later, the trembling visuals settled, revealing only the remnants of crumbled cliffs and scattered debris. The shockwave from the impact had dissipated, succeeded by the seismic waves. Indeed, the The entire shelter began to sway violently, with sensors on the screen indicating a seismic intensity of level 9. This was after the waves had traveled nearly 10,000 miles, diminished in strength. One could only imagine the cataclysmic scenes at the epicenter. Thankfully, the shelter's seismic buffering system withstood the tremor, sustaining only minor shakes without any structural damage. Sensors throughout indicated a transition from a green, healthy status to a yellow alert. Fortunately, a red alert had not been triggered, otherwise, it would have been dire. Zhang Xun breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Jing and the others, with pale faces, clutched the backs of their chairs tightly, fully grasping at this moment that humanity's apocalypse had indeed arrived. Fear, confusion, and a bittersweet gratitude for being together intertwined within their gazes. Zhang Xun sighed, grasping his wife's hand, reassuring them that since disaster had struck, if they could survive, they should live fully. His family looked at him in silence, understanding that they merely needed time to process this monumental upheaval in their lives. The swaying of the shelter gradually subsided, yet it was not over. The first wave had not fully passed when the second wave followed closely behind. A series of chain reactions caused by geological shifts persisted for over half an hour. The screen darkened again, not due to damage, but obscured by falling rocks from the mountainside. The sky, resembling something scorched by fire, began to dim. Just as they exhaled in relief, dozens of meteors suddenly streaked across the murky sky. They drew closer, resembling fiery orbs, hurtling towards the surface at great speed. These fireballs were debris from asteroids that had been blasted into the atmosphere upon impact, now descending once more. The opposite mountain was unfortunate enough to be struck by a fireball, the violent collision generating a resonant shock within the shelter that compelled everyone to cover their ears in pain. Thankfully, they soon recovered. Zhang Xun inwardly lamented the negligence of the designers for failing to consider such factors. Is everyone all right? He immediately glanced at his wife and the others. They shook their heads, their pale faces reflecting sheer terror. The number of fireballs was limited, yet their coverage was extensive. Fortunately, they did not endanger their mountain. However, the visuals on the screen brightened once again, revealing that the fireball impacts had ignited widespread wildfires, bringing yet another calamity to the plants that had survived the initial shockwave. Thus, the four individuals sat in a daze, gazing at the inferno raging outside, a scene reminiscent of hell itself. In less than 10 minutes, countless glass beads pelted the ground like a torrential rain. This glass deluge persisted for half an hour. By midnight, under the onslaught of fierce winds, the flames outside not only failed to subside but instead grew even more ferocious. Meanwhile, the frequency of tremors had significantly diminished since 11 o'clock. Only 2 minor aftershocks had occurred. It was late, and Zhang Xun turned to Jing, saying, "Dear, please check the supplies on the second-floor warehouse shelves with your parents. If things are disheveled, just tidy them up a bit. I will inspect the equipment on the 5th floor." He handed out several walkie-talkies, one for each person. Upon descending to the 5th floor, he headed straight for the power generation equipment. Fortunately, the generator was equipped with a cushioning device. After a thorough inspection, he found that apart from slight positional shifts, there was no other damage. Utilizing jacks and other tools, he restored the generator to its original position, then proceeded to examine the temperature control and electrical control devices, finding no visible signs of impact. After spending another 2 hours meticulously checking each component against the manual, he reviewed the fuel storage situation via the monitoring system. Thankfully, his foresight led him to package fuels like charcoal and solid alcohol in wooden boxes, which were secured, preventing any collisions or leaks. Having completed these tasks, he proceeded to the second-floor warehouse, where he found his wife and others still organizing supplies. Although the edges of the shelves had been heightened, many items had still fallen and were in disarray. Zhang Xun joined the effort, spending another hour and a half to restore some semblance of order. Some bags of food supplies had torn, rendering them unsuitable for long-term storage, so he set them aside, intending to address them promptly. The family was utterly exhausted. It was now 4 in the morning, and though a light rain began to fall outside, the wildfire showed no signs of extinguishing. The mountains appeared as though they had been ravaged by artillery fire, starkly contrasting with their previous lushness. It was indeed a sight that could bring tears to the eyes of any observer. He retrieved several new blankets, concerned that his mother might be frightened, and asked Jing to stay with her for the night, while he would spend the night with his father-in-law. The following day, Zhang Xun awoke to find it was already past 10 o'clock. After rising, The mood among everyone remained somewhat somber. After freshening up, he first visited the control room, where the temperature control system had issued an alert earlier that morning, subsequently adjusting the temperature automatically. In the morning, Zhang Xun took 4 boxes of self-heating rice for a simple meal. After eating, it was time to attend to more pressing matters. In the afternoon, Zhang Xun began by familiarizing them with the shelter, starting from the 5th floor, detailing the functions and precautions of each area. He also entered their identity information into the system, allowing them to participate in the management of the shelter. The following day, Zhang Xun commenced the allocation of tasks, which constituted a preliminary arrangement subject to adjustment as circumstances evolved. First, his mother was assigned the responsibility of managing daily meals, laundry, and the poultry rearing in the 4th floor breeding area. His father-in-law was entrusted with overseeing the agricultural sector. Jing was designated to monitor the control room and manage the inventory in the warehouse. As for Zhang Xun himself, he would attend to the routine inspections and maintenance of the various systems and equipment within the shelter. Although tasks had been assigned, they were all novices in the shelter, lacking any prior knowledge. Hence, Zhang Xun's plan for the first 2 weeks was centered around learning and training. For his mother, this included familiarizing her with the operation of various smart appliances in the living area, such as the induction cooker, dishwasher, range hood, and washing machine. Jing needed to learn how to utilize the inventory management system and comprehend the parameters and alarm types of the control room systems, along with the appropriate responses to various situations. His father-in-law was responsible for managing a large agricultural ecozone, which, despite its high level of automation, still required understanding the principles and methods of operation, as well as how to address unforeseen circumstances. In truth, there were many aspects that Zhang Xun himself was unfamiliar with, such as the intricacies of crop cultivation, which he would gradually learn alongside his father-in-law. Fortunately, the technical manual was comprehensive, supplemented with video tutorials that were straightforward, facilitating rapid learning. The subsequent phase involved observing practical applications. Before long, everyone entered a state of immersive learning. There were some concepts Zhang Xun could impart, while others necessitated his own study alongside them. This atmosphere seemed to alleviate the fears and shadows cast by the apocalyptic circumstances, gradually bringing more smiles to their faces. Chapter 2. Life Underground. Just as Zhang Xun and his family began to acclimate to their new life, the external environment grew increasingly hostile. From the following day, the air temperature outside the shelter began to soar, escalating from a moderate 9 degrees to a sweltering 40. This heat persisted for approximately 3 weeks, accompanied by a gentle, persistent rain. Particularly alarming was the unprecedented ground temperature during the vegetation fires. After the 3rd week, temperatures slowly began to decline, yet the sky grew darker and more oppressive, devoid of any sunlight. The rain, which had intensified since the 2nd week, culminated in a torrential downpour within a single day. Zhang Xun recalled that this deluge would persist for over a month, characterized by a highly acidic composition that would be fatal for anyone exposed to the elements. Following several weeks of intensive learning, everyone had begun to grasp their respective responsibilities. Starting from the 3rd week, after completing his daily inspections, Zhang Xun would head to the 4th floor agricultural zone to collaborate with his father-in-law in sowing the first batch of crops. The agricultural area spanned over 500 square meters, employing both soil-based and hydroponic cultivation methods, with the growing racks arranged in a multi-layered structure. According to the suppliers, the actual planting area was estimated to encompass around 25 acres. Typically, this scientific method of cultivation yields a harvest greater than that of traditional farmland. If fully operational, it could produce 3 harvests annually, yielding over 6,000 pounds of grain. However, Zhang Xun did not proceed in that manner. He presumably only activated approximately 1/5 of the cultivation area. Within this fraction, half was dedicated to rice cultivation, while the other half comprised various vegetables. The limited scale of cultivation was primarily to accumulate experience, and another reason was the substantial reserve of food available. It was only after depleting part of the stored grain that he intended to fully engage in agricultural development. As for the oxygen situation, there was no immediate concern for at least 6 months, as the oxygen levels in the air would not significantly diminish in the short term. The air filtration system of the shelter continued to exchange gases with the outside environment. The initial days were somewhat arduous, involving the selection of varieties, activation of sunlight illumination, sowing, and the addition of growth agents, among other operations, before the process became more manageable. Nevertheless, daily record-keeping remained a necessity. Jing quickly memorized much of the manual's content and, with practical experience, became adept at performing simple operational and managerial tasks. By this point, the family had accepted the arrival of the apocalypse, and their subterranean existence was no longer subject to change. Thus, the paramount concern became how to live well in the future. In the third week of their survival in the shelter, the adaptation process became increasingly smooth, allowing them to effectively harness the value and functionality of the refuge. By the fourth week, a management protocol had been established. Upon rising at 7 or 8 in the morning, they would first check the control room for any alarm notifications and assess the status parameters of the various systems. Following breakfast, Zhang Xun would conduct inspections across the floors, while his father-in-law tended to the crops on the fourth floor. His mother would clean the living area and care for the poultry in the breeding zone. Jing, at regular intervals, would utilize a tablet to monitor the consumption and remaining quantities of supplies, also checking for any items nearing expiration or in disrepair, organizing them in advance. These tasks would take approximately 2 hours. After dinner, Zhang Xun and his father-in-law would conduct another inspection of the shelter, confirming everything was in order before retiring for the night. To be honest, the workload was not strenuous and was quite manageable. Of course, this was assuming no malfunctions occurred. During the remaining time, they would gather to play mahjong, engage in games, or watch films. Zhang Xun's mother had a penchant for square dancing, which led her to clear out a larger bedroom to serve as a dance space. Although the living room was more spacious, she preferred not to disturb others while dancing, thus opting for an unoccupied bedroom. Sometimes, after dinner, she would invite others to join her in dancing. Zhang Xun and Jing, lacking interest, ceased participating after a few days. However, his father-in-law took quite a liking to it, and after learning various ballroom dances such as the waltz and slow foxtrot, he became increasingly addicted. The pair would dance for over an hour each evening. As for Zhang Xun, he would occasionally indulge in gaming, but more often he was coaxed by his wife to accompany her to the movie room or to watch television in the living room. The relentless downpour from the outside persists, and the sensors of the air monitoring system exposed to the elements indicate that the levels of nuclear radiation are gradually stabilizing. At its peak, on the 5th day, the radiation reached an alarming rate of 8,000 millisieverts per hour, but it has since settled at a level of approximately 2,500 millisieverts per hour. To provide perspective, the radiation from consuming a banana is roughly 0.00001 millisieverts. Sleeping beside another individual for 8 hours yields about 0.00005 millisieverts. A dental X-ray amounts to 0.0005 millisieverts. An exposure to a dose of 100 millisieverts results in no immediate, discernible effects on the human body. Doses between 100 and 500 millisieverts may cause a reduction in white blood cells, yet external appearances remain unchanged, and individuals do not experience significant discomfort. However, when the body is subjected to radiation doses between 1,000 and 2,000 millisieverts, symptoms such as hair loss and vomiting may manifest. At levels ranging from 2,000 to 4,000 millisieverts, a marked decrease in white blood cells occurs, accompanied by severe headaches and vomiting. This reflects the external radiation levels, thanks to the efficient air filtration system and radiation shielding. The radiation within the shelter is approximately 0.0002 millisieverts. Previously, due to the overwhelming external nuclear radiation, the shelter's radiation levels spiked to 30 millisieverts, causing Zhang Xun considerable distress for several days. However, upon reaching its peak, the radiation levels gradually declined, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. The impact of the torrential rains is significant, as the shelter's passageway is nestled within a ravine, and during the 5th week of the apocalypse, flash floods began to emerge, with water levels continuing to rise. The surveillance system reveals that half of the airtight door of the shelter is now submerged. As of now, the deluge has only reached the halfway mark, and it is estimated that it will take around 2 more weeks to subside. The silver lining is that the water level of the flood has not continued to rise, preventing the passageway and exit from being entirely engulfed. On February 27, 2025, in the 5th week of the apocalypse, after finishing breakfast in the morning, Zhang Xun conducted his routine inspection. After 30 minutes, a voice crackled through the intercom. Jing was calling. "Darling, I've discovered a crack in the corner of the warehouse. You must come quickly." A wave of anxiety washed over Zhang Xun as he hurriedly inquired, "I'm on my way. How large is the crack?" "About 20 centimeters. Fortunately, it was not excessively large." Zhang Xun swiftly arrived at the third-level warehouse. He took out a tape measure and found the crack to be 23 centimeters long, with a maximum width of only 5 millimeters. Manageable, indeed. However, he was concerned about whether the internal concrete structure of the shelter had sustained any damage from the previous tremors. Were the steel plates and filling materials intact? Not wishing to rush into repairs, he retrieved the ultrasonic flaw detector provided by the shelter and commenced a systematic inspection of the entire internal structure. The ultrasound method is well suited for detecting internal defects, offering a wide detection range, high sensitivity, and efficiency with relatively straightforward operation. After a meticulous day of examination, he indeed uncovered over a dozen cracks within the concrete structure. 13 fissures with a width less than 0.5 millimeters were identified, alongside 3 larger cracks exceeding this measurement, the most significant of which spanned 17 centimeters in length and measured 3 millimeters in width. Zhang Xun meticulously marked these observations, dismissing the minor cracks, as they fell within the acceptable parameters set by national standards and would pose considerable complications for remediation. The priority lay with the 3 broader fissures that necessitated prompt attention. The following day, while conducting inspections, he wielded a portable radiographic testing device to examine the steel plates of the intermediate layer. Given the radiation emitted by this device, Zhang Xun exercised caution, limiting its use to critical welding junctions. After selecting several locations for testing across each layer, he found no fissures in the steel layer, which alleviated his concerns. Next, he turned his attention to addressing the concrete cracks, collaborating with his father-in-law. They retrieved some cement from the materials storage on the first floor, mixed it with an adhesive, and commenced by sealing the exposed crack. For the internal fissures, they employed a drilling machine to create small apertures, subsequently injecting the cement adhesive into the gaps for thorough filling. Once this task was completed, they deemed the issue resolved. Following a brief cleanup, Zhang Xun promptly documented the entire discovery and remediation process in the operational log of the shelter. Chapter 3. The First Expedition on March 19, 2025. Nearly 2 months after the onset of the apocalypse, the torrential rains began to subside. Surveillance indicated a decrease in water levels outside the shelter. A week later, on March 26th, the rain finally ceased. In the distance, the mountain torrents continued to surge, yet the open ground surrounding the shelter was beginning to emerge, albeit muddied and littered with debris. The ambient temperature gradually fell to around 20 degrees Celsius, with further declines anticipated in the days to come. The nuclear radiation levels had also significantly decreased. Originally at 2,500 millisieverts, it had dropped to 1,500 millisieverts due to the heavy rainfall. Although this reduction was substantial, it remained perilous to human health, as prolonged exposure without adequate shelter was untenable. Recently, the shelter faced a pressing challenge. Half of the air filtration system's filter elements had become clogged. The early warning system in the control room persistently displayed red alerts. Had it not been for the functioning remaining filters, Zhang Xun's family would likely have endured severe consequences. The shelter maintained multiple channels for communication with the outside world, including an escape route and several air exchange conduits situated above the main passage. However, the latter were of a diminutive diameter, measuring merely 0.08 meters in width. The aftermath of the previous impacts and wildfires had resulted in the pervasive presence of dust and ash in the air, rapidly nearing the limits of the filter's capacity and efficacy. Both internal and external filter systems were operating simultaneously, with the internal filters faring reasonably well. The primary concern lay with the filters within the passage that required replacement. Generally speaking, the VA-150 filter from the Israeli company BICE, priced at over $60,000, boasts a lifespan of up to 5 years under normal conditions. However, it is now approaching failure in less than 2 months. Fortunately, he had previously stockpiled a considerable quantity, alleviating concerns about replacements, especially with the continuous decline in airborne dust levels. This should extend the subsequent lifespan, thereby lengthening the replacement intervals. Moreover, several outlets in these passages are obstructed by soil and stones, necessitating clearance. During this period, he has been awaiting a cessation of rain to prepare for outdoor cleanup, while diligently reviewing the entry and exit protocols under disaster conditions. On the morning of March 28th at 9 a.m., the sky remained overcast. After donning protective suits, Zhang Xun and his father-in-law opened the second gate and maneuvered the bulldozer between the two large doors. This time, the two men ventured out to work, while Jing and his mother remained in the shelter, prepared for monitoring and immediate support. 20 minutes later, after relocating tools and supplies to the designated area, Zhang Xun used the intercom to instruct Jing in the main control room to close the second gate, followed by the opening of the first gate. As the gate slowly creaked open, the sound of falling stones echoed throughout the passage, quickly forming a large mound of earth, leaving only about a meter of space at the top and the exit. Once the gate was fully opened, Zhang Xun drove the bulldozer to clear the debris, making several passes until the passage was entirely unobstructed. He then cleaned the area in front of the gate, pushing the fallen rocks to the sides. After completing this task, he hurried down to assist his father-in-law in moving tools and filter spare parts. The mountain was devoid of any vegetation, rendering his earlier proposal for a concealed design somewhat of a jest. However, this also spared them the time spent searching for precise locations. Standing directly in front of the shelter, they could easily spot the site. Zhang Xun and his father-in-law, each wielding tools and carefully carrying a filter, ascended the slick path to the uppermost passage, their climb proving arduous. After finally reaching the location, their immediate task was to clear away the stones and debris covering the entrance. Utilizing their tools, they spent over 10 minutes removing the stones. Once Zhang Xun removed the steel barricade at the entrance of the passage, he squeezed inside. The passage was narrow, and as he crawled in, his father-in-law lowered the filter with a rope. The passage sloped downward and featured an L-shaped bend, strategically designed to impede direct nuclear radiation. Zhang Xun received the filter, secured it with a hook using his toes, and, lying in the passage, removed the old, clogged filter before installing the new one. After completing this task, he did not exit immediately, but handed the old filter to his father-in-law. He requested that another set of tools be thrown to him, as he needed to clear away smaller stones and debris within the passage. Due to the cumbersome nature of the protective suit, his movements were not very agile, causing the filter replacement and cleanup process to proceed slowly. Each passage took over an hour to complete, and there were 5 such passages in total. From 9 in the morning until after 3 in the afternoon, the final passage filter element was replaced. The primary issue was the excessive consumption. After working for a while, it was necessary to pause and rest. Once the steel mesh at the passage was securely reinstalled, several monitoring positions were identified, and the surface debris was cleared away, along with any adhering substances. One camera had been shattered by a large rock, and it could not be addressed at the moment. They would have to wait and see if it could be replaced later. After descending, Zhang Xun gathered all the discarded filter elements and used a bulldozer to push a mound of earth and stones to completely bury them. As he prepared to enter, Zhang Xun climbed atop the bulldozer's cabin and gazed into the distance through the protective window. The road leading to the provincial highway was now utterly unrecognizable. Scattered stones of varying sizes littered the area, and a layer of dark gray sludge covered the surface. It seemed that an opportunity for cleanup would arise in the future. Zhang Xun mused. The corner of the provincial highway that was once visible was now entirely submerged by the mountain flood, leaving him uncertain whether the water level would recede. In truth, he did not wish for the water level to drop further, as the impending severe cold would coat the surface with a thick layer of ice. Should the water recede, the previously damaged provincial highway would certainly become impassable, and numerous boulders would obstruct the path, rendering any escape impossible. Conversely, if the water level remained unchanged, vehicles traversing the ice would undoubtedly enjoy a smooth passage. After observing for a while, Zhang Xun re-entered the cabin and drove the vehicle back to the refuge. Upon seeing the two enter, Jing in the control room promptly closed the first steel gate after receiving Zhang Xun's notification. The air filtration system commenced its operation, exchanging the air in that section, followed by the activation of the spraying system. After approximately 15 minutes of rinsing, Zhang Xun retrieved a radiation detector from the tool cabinet on the wall to check the radiation levels on their protective suits and the vehicle's surface. Upon meeting the preliminary standards, both individuals removed their first layer of protective clothing and placed it in the nearby red trash bin. Notifying Jing to open the second door, Zhang Xun swiftly drove the bulldozer through the second door, and as soon as they were both inside, the second door closed immediately. At this moment, Zhang Xun and his father-in-law each took a hose connected to the pre-placed water tank, filled with soapy water, and continued rinsing the bulldozer from various angles. After washing, They measured the radiation levels again. Now, the vehicle's radiation was at a harmless level for humans. Yet, Zhang Xun remained cautious and implemented a third layer of safety by enveloping the bulldozer in a massive cover coated with a black composite material. Subsequently, the two rinsed each other with soapy water. They tidied up the debris on the ground, dried off the moisture, and confirmed that the radiation levels were very low before finally removing the inner layer of protective clothing. To be prudent, they decided to leave the bulldozer in the passage temporarily rather than returning it to the first warehouse. Once they finished tidying up, they hurried back to the living quarters, exhausted and hungry after a long day's work. Moreover, drenched in perspiration, I first indulged in a hot shower. By the time they emerged, my mother had already prepared a sumptuous meal. During dinner, my father-in-law jestingly remarked that aside from gravity, this outing resembled a spacewalk aboard the Chinese space station. What a hassle! Chapter 4, Daily Life on April 16, 2025, at 8:15 a.m., external monitoring data was updated. Radiation measured at 1320 millisieverts, temperature at 10 degrees, PM2, 5 at 247, PM10 at 200, sulfur dioxide, SO2, at 600, and oxygen content at 197. Jing diligently recorded the various monitoring metrics in the operational log. The screen displayed all external data in glaring red, indicating that humanity could not endure prolonged existence in such an environment. Although the system could automatically record and categorize, Zhang Xun insisted on maintaining a physical record as well. Originally, these tasks fell under Zhang Xun's purview, but in an effort to alleviate his workload, Jing voluntarily took on this responsibility. Recently, Zhang Xun had been preoccupied with the renovation of the waste disposal station, primarily due to the increasing volume of refuse generated by the shelter. After a period, it began to emit foul odors, mold, and a variety of microorganisms, oversights made during the initial design phase. The setup was initially straightforward: a standalone waste storage point coupled with a household waste compactor. 2 additional units were stored in the equipment warehouse. However, due to the family's inability to dispose of waste freely, the refuse accumulated for too long, leading to complications. Last Tuesday, the air filtration system on the first floor of the shelter unexpectedly issued a warning. After an investigation, Zhang Xun discovered that the waste station was the source of the problem. Consequently, the renovation of the waste disposal station became a priority. Moreover, the following day, he dedicated half a day to evacuating the accumulated refuse, burying it properly. The renovation focused primarily on deodorization and bacteriostasis, with the overall workload being manageable. Initially, he utilized the redundant pathways of the temperature control and ventilation system to lay down a relatively independent pipeline, connecting the waste station to the outside. Then, he installed a fan and a spraying apparatus within the waste station. Every 3 days, the collected refuse would be compacted and placed in the waste station, whereupon the sprayers would release disinfectants and deodorants onto the garbage. After a quarter of an hour, the fan would be activated for an hour to expel the air within the waste station, completing the gas exchange. As the newly introduced air had been filtered and was cool, this effectively curtailed bacterial proliferation within the waste disposal station. Naturally, the waste station itself was not large, and Zhang Xun had stockpiled considerable insulation materials. Thus, he specifically lined the interior walls of the waste station with this insulating material to prevent the loss of cold air. The entire process, combined with the initial waste disposal time, took 4 days. While it was not exhausting, it was somewhat cumbersome. Upon the completion of this project, the family restructured their daily workflow, and after a few days of adjustment, they found it to be considerably more reasonable and efficient than before. During this period, Zhang Xun has gained quite a bit of weight, more than anyone else among the 4. His mother and father-in-law dance every day without gaining a pound. His wife exercises for an hour every evening after dinner and remains fit, yet he alone has put on weight. Jing could no longer bear to watch. So every night after his inspection, she insisted on dragging him to the gym for a workout. Although the living area cannot be described as luxurious, it offers a variety of recreational activities. There is a movie room, where the screen, though not as large as that of a cinema, is significantly bigger than the living room television, and the dimly lit environment enhances the viewing experience. Additionally, there is a study filled with various types of books. His mother-in-law and father-in-law occasionally visit to peruse the books, as they are not accustomed to reading e-books and still prefer the tactile sensation of physical books. However, Zhang Xun and Jing's favorite place is the game room, which is likely the largest room aside from the living area. It is equipped with 3 desktop computers for playing various single-player games, as well as a Sony PS5 and an Xbox gaming console, along with a laser simulation shooting system. The most expensive attraction is the VR setup. Standing on the balance board, donning the VR headset, and wielding the game controller allows for an incredibly immersive experience. His mother-in-law and father-in-law lost interest after 2 tries, citing that it was too visually overwhelming. In contrast, his wife frequently competes with him for playtime. In the game room, they can also enjoy mahjong, card games, the game Three Kingdoms Kill, chess, and more. They initially considered adding a pool table, but due to space constraints, it was relegated to the side of the living room. There is little to say about the control room, while Zhang Xun has personally experienced the medical room once. During the last pipe installation, he accidentally bumped his calf against a steel strap, resulting in a cut that required a few stitches, promptly administered by Jing in the medical room. This was, thus far, the first injury sustained, albeit minor. According to the survival outline previously established by the shelter, Zhang Xun and his family deliberated on making certain adjustments, predominantly based on the current environment and practical conditions. Furthermore, under the strong insistence of his mother and Jing, they comprehensively optimized the safety operation procedures. They unanimously resolved to conduct at least 3 to 4 full drills each month, including fire drills, evacuation drills, chemical hazard drills, medical aid drills, and emergency response procedure drills. Zhang Xun felt a sense of relief, realizing that at this moment, his family had truly integrated into this apocalyptic world and the survival system of the shelter. On May 1, 2025, the external temperature plummeted to minus 35 degrees Celsius, and the scene outside had transformed into utter darkness. It was not a malfunctioning camera, but rather, a thick layer of snow had enveloped it. The radiation levels in the air had further decreased, now only at 1,100 millisieverts. This was primarily due to the previous torrential rains and the massive snowfall, which had brought most of the nuclear radiation to the surface. The temperature continued to decline, and Zhang Xun understood that this was far from its limit. In his memory, he recalled that in the latter half of the apocalypse in Hubei province, the average temperature had dropped to minus 50 degrees, and the following year it had continued to plunge to minus 60 degrees. Moreover, the snow and ice outside are imbued with potent nuclear radiation. To drink it would likely shorten one's life by more than half, and the remaining years would be fraught with immense suffering. However, the groundwater beneath the shelter remains largely unaffected, primarily due to its considerable depth and continuous flow. The radiation levels in the groundwater have seen a slight increase, yet this change is negligible. The water they utilize for daily life undergoes a secondary precision filtration, ensuring it poses no harm to the body, a fact that Zhang Xun has chosen to overlook. The daily consumption of water within the shelter is significant, and the wastewater generated is subsequently discharged. It is not that Zhang Xun is unwilling to utilize it. Rather, it currently holds little value, and storing it within the confines of the shelter would only waste precious space. His greater concern lies with the noxious gases and wastewater produced, which are challenging to pump out and emit a strong odor, necessitating the establishment of a separate cesspool. The designer had anticipated the potential for biogas utilization in the future. Nonetheless, Zhang Xun is not facing an energy crisis at present. Instead, these waste gases and waters represent an unsafe factor for him. Should the wastewater reach capacity, it would overflow through the pipes, and the same applies to the gases, which could lead to poisoning during waste elimination. Therefore, he must also prepare to lay additional drainage and vent pipes in advance. When the cesspool reaches a certain water level, the drainage valve will automatically open, connecting to the main drainage pump system, which will expel a portion of the water from the cesspool. The venting system operates similarly. When the internal pressure reaches a warning threshold, the vent valve will activate automatically. This is where Zhang Xun's insistence on a programmable control system proves advantageous. Beyond the essential pipeline design, he only needs to employ a few sensors, IoT units, and write a new program to integrate into the main control system, enabling remote regulation of any area within the shelter. Chapter 5. Pregnancy Darling, My Father and Your Mother. That night, Jing lay in bed, her expression hesitant, her words trailing off. What is it with them? Zhang Xun inquired, turning his head towards her. I feel like they have been rather intimate lately, Jing stated, biting her lip decisively. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xun chuckled, realizing, in retrospect, that there might indeed be some truth to her observation. For months had passed since the onset of the apocalypse, and given their constant companionship, a spark was perhaps inevitable. What do you think? Zhang Xun first sought his wife's opinion. I'm not sure what to do, Jing replied, shaking her head. The two fell into silence for a moment. Before Zhang Xun broke it, suggesting, how about this? If both have feelings for each other, why not support them? In this apocalyptic world, the elderly, apart from their children, need some emotional solace. But I'm still uncertain, Jing responded. That's all right. Tomorrow we can subtly inquire and gauge the situation, Zhang Xun suggested with a smile. You chat with my mother, and I'll try to get some information from my father. Yes, that seems to be our only option, Jing nodded. Let us get some rest. Just as Zhang Xun was about to turn off the light, Jing suddenly sat up, covering her mouth as she hurried to the bathroom. Zhang Xun, concerned that she might be unwell, hurriedly pursued her. Jing was leaning against the sink, feeling nauseous and on the verge of vomiting, but unable to do so. What is the matter? Are you feeling unwell? Please don't frighten me, Zhang Xun implored. Visibly anxious, Jing remained silent, supporting herself against the sink, and after a considerable moment, she managed to regain her composure. Observing her husband's anxious expression warmed her heart, prompting her to reassure him, I just feel a bit nauseous. Do you know what the issue might be? Zhang Xun inquired, somewhat perplexed. His wife had studied nursing and later self-taught a considerable amount of medical knowledge, leaving him to ask such questions. Jing nodded, then shook her head, instructing him, please go to the medical room and fetch a pregnancy test. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xun's pupils dilated, swiftly filled with a surge of immense joy, and he tentatively said, You mean, it's not certain yet? Hurry and get it. Jing shot him an exasperated glance and gently pushed him out. 20 minutes later, Jing emerged from the restroom. Under Zhang Xun's expectant gaze, she nodded and declared, 2 lines. The confirmation left him somewhat dazed. It was their first child, and he felt utterly unprepared and inexperienced. However, Jing remained composed and advised him. Let us not tell our parents just yet. We should clarify things first. All right, Zhang Xun nodded in agreement. The following day, they each took the opportunity to subtly inquire about their parents' thoughts. After a delicate exchange, they articulated their feelings, albeit shyly, fearing that Zhang Xun and his wife might have their own ideas, which made them hesitant to speak up. During dinner that evening, both Jing and Zhang Xun expressed their support for their parents' budding relationship, which alleviated the couple's worries. Once the matter was laid bare, Zhang Xun suggested they arrange a simple wedding for the two. Although the parents feigned reluctance, they ultimately succumbed to the couple's persuasion and consented. In the subsequent days, after wrapping up their pressing tasks, they took time to prepare the room. This was a relatively straightforward endeavor, and they swiftly managed to finalize everything. On May 17, 2025, Zhang Xun's biological mother and Jing's father officially united in marriage. The shelter had not prepared any wedding attire, so they had to wear alternative clothing instead. Following a modest ceremony and a delightful meal, the wedding was deemed complete. During the meal, Zhang Xun shared the joyous news of Jing's pregnancy, which his parents received as a cherished gift from their children. Life in this post-apocalyptic world continued, and with Jing expecting, Zhang Xun originally planned for her to rest and refrain from any exertion. However, she resolutely declined. I've just begun. I'm not incapable, Jing retorted, adding that lying around every day would not be beneficial for the baby. Zhang Xun, ever accommodating, yielded to her wishes but became even more attentive to her needs, often staying by her side. With time still on their side, Jing also dedicated some moments to provide her mother and Zhang Xun with training on childbirth. In the event that she went into labor, it would be perilous for the family to be unprepared. Although the medical room in the shelter is relatively simple, it surpasses the provisions of a typical rural clinic. It is equipped with devices such as an ultrasound machine, a small X-ray machine, shadowless operating tables, and blood cell analyzers. In the days that followed, Jing had undeniably become the cherished jewel of the household. She was no longer allowed to inspect the warehouse supplies, as her loved ones feared any unforeseen mishaps. To ensure she had access to fresh produce, her father-in-law even cultivated some fruits in the agricultural zone, such as cherry tomatoes and strawberries, which, thanks to hydroponic technology, could be harvested in about 2 months, irrespective of the season. The fruits purchased just before the apocalypse had long been consumed, with some having spoiled due to their short shelf life. Fortunately, a portion of the previously planted vegetables had matured and could now be harvested. This marked the first time they had tasted produce of their own cultivation since the onset of the Cataclysm. The rice they had sown was still growing and had begun to bear ears, but it had yet to reach the harvest standard. According to the assessment by the AI steward of the ecosystem, the expected yield could reach approximately 700 kilograms. After threshing and drying, the weight would further diminish, leaving about 600 kilograms, which would adequately fulfill the annual consumption needs of their family of 4. Zhang Xun felt quite satisfied with this outcome. Moreover, the oxygen levels in the 4th-level agricultural ecological zone were relatively higher than in other areas. Occasionally, when there was leisure time, his mother and Jing would enjoy spending time here. The sight of the verdant plants brought a sense of relaxation and joy to their spirits, especially since they had not seen such greenery in a long time. The presence of a child also filled the family with hope and anticipation. What sound? Jing, being pregnant, had developed an unusually sensitive sense of hearing. After their meal, Zhang Xun was taking her for a stroll. It is merely the sound of the equipment operating, Zhang Xun explained. Typically, the shelter's machinery does emit some noise. However, after special soundproofing treatment, the sounds produced during operation do not disturb the living area. Additionally, soundproof materials have been laid between the different levels, ensuring that the sound insulation measures exceed normal standards. No, this is different from usual. Listen closely, Jing stated with a serious demeanor. Zhang Xun tilted his head, attentively listening, and after a short while, he discerned the difference. The operational sounds of the equipment within the shelter were significantly louder than before and occasionally emitted sharp, unusual noises. Not daring to be careless, he told Jing, "You should go back. I will investigate." Jing nodded and replied, "Go ahead, but be careful." In truth, the change in sound was subtle, having heard it frequently. He did not notice it immediately, and he was fortunate for Jing's alertness. This situation was also addressed in the shelter's operational maintenance manual, along with the maintenance procedures. Firstly, Zhang Xun retrieved a vibration detector and assessed the vibration levels of all equipment along the axial, longitudinal, and horizontal directions. After recording all the vibration data, he compared it with prior monitoring data and discovered that, although these readings had not reached the warning threshold, they exhibited a trend of gradual increase. There are generally 3 possibilities for this situation. 1. Significant assembly errors in the equipment, resulting in inadequate alignment calibration. 2. Poor lubrication leading to wear on the equipment's drive shaft, causing dry friction and subsequently resulting in localized high temperatures and vibrations. 3. Resonance occurring at the rotating components. Zhang Xun systematically ruled out these factors and ultimately discovered that the second cause, poor lubrication, was to blame. Perhaps, in a bid to conserve materials, the amount of lubricant added during previous maintenance had been insufficient, exacerbating the depletion of the lubricant, he speculated. Consequently, he hurried to the storage room and retrieved a barrel of grease, replenishing the various equipment bearings and motor bearings with fresh lubricant. After completing this task, he waited for half an hour before measuring the equipment's vibration levels once more, finding a significant reduction in all data compared to before. While feeling relieved, Zhang Xun also reminded himself that these data should not merely be recorded in tables during inspections. They must also be analyzed using the AI capabilities of the shelter. After all, visualizing data in graphs is far more intuitive than presenting scattered figures. In the following 2 days, he rewrote an analytical program, incorporating data such as vibration and sound decibels, metrics that were often overlooked, into the shelter's monitoring system. Chapter 6. Installing the antenna by mid-June. Nearly 5 months had passed since the onset of the apocalypse, and the first batch of crops had begun to be harvested. Zhang Xun's entire family rallied together, completing the rice harvest within half a day, as there would be no further planting of rice for the time being. This endeavor was primarily aimed at gaining relevant experience, especially since Zhang Xun had previously procured a substantial amount of food supplies. They needed to consume a portion of these resources, and the nutrients available for cultivating crops were limited, necessitating careful management. Currently, their focus was on growing vegetables and fruits. After harvesting the rice, they proceeded with drying and threshing. On the 4th level of the agricultural ecological zone, a designated area for crop processing came into play, with pre-prepared threshing machines and grinders proving invaluable. That evening, the family enjoyed the freshest rice they had ever tasted, feasting on a grand spread to celebrate their success. After dinner, they gathered on the living room sofa to watch television. Observing the lively scenes in the drama, Zhang Xun's mother sighed, wondering aloud about the state of the world outside. A sudden silence enveloped the four of them. None knew the answer. In such an environment, even if they had miraculously escaped the initial disaster, survival in the long term seemed improbable. In Zhang Xun's memories, he and Jing had succumbed to radiation sickness compounded by a lack of food. The official shelter had shielded them from most nuclear radiation, yet daily, lives were still lost due to radiation illness. Radiation, extreme cold, and lack of oxygen destined to claim 99% of the population. It was merely a matter of time. The remaining one would depend on their fortune. Tomorrow, I will devise a plan to see if I can receive signals from the outside, Zhang Xun reassured them. Early the next morning, Zhang Xun rose, quickly surveying the shelter and skipping breakfast to retrieve the previously purchased radio receiving equipment from the storage room. The entire system comprised an antenna, feed line, SDR receiver, and PC software. Due to the initial design of the shelter, which took into account the communication channels for radio transceivers, it was now merely necessary to install the receiving antenna before proceeding with the debugging process. After dedicating 2 days to diligently studying the principles and methods of radio technology, he conducted a test within the shelter to confirm its efficacy, and subsequently reopened the shelter's grand entrance. This time, he was accompanied by his father-in-law. However, they opted not to install the equipment immediately, choosing instead to first address the disposal of refuse. The installation site was adjacent to one of the ventilation ducts, where the radio communication channel was strategically positioned to ensure optimal protection. Together, they expertly fitted the pre-prepared aluminum alloy tubing, which had been insulated, to the receiving line and established the connection, subsequently raising the parabolic antenna to prevent the antenna from being buried under heavy snow. The steel frame beneath it stood a formidable 3 meters tall, angled towards the east. After wrapping the frame in insulation, they secured it to the ground with steel nails at the 4 corners where it met the base. Immediately thereafter, Zhang Xun waved his arms in front of the camera. Inside, Jing began to operate the equipment, adjusting the orientation of the antenna. The ability to rotate the antenna indicated a successful connection. Although Zhang Xun would need to conduct further debugging, a task beyond Jing's knowledge. Rather than returning immediately, the pair continued to clear snow and debris from the upper passage of the shelter, as well as the vicinity of the camera, with the temperature continuing to plummet. Monitoring prior to their morning sortie indicated a chilling -48 degrees. The cold was intense, and both Zhang Xun and his father-in-law had bundled themselves in thick layers beneath their protective suits. This outing proved to be even more exhausting than the first. After clearing the snow from the passage and near the camera, the two carefully assisted each other back to the main corridor's level ground. Before entering, he cast one last glance towards the provincial road, now a vast expanse of white that glimmered with the potential of ice. The snow in front of the shelter had begun to freeze, forming a solid surface that did not give way underfoot. This was promising news for Zhang Xun, suggesting that he might not become ensnared while driving in the future. He planned to verify this later. After navigating a complex decontamination process, they re-entered the shelter. Fortunately, since they had not driven out, the decontamination time was considerably shorter. Upon returning to the living area, Zhang Xun shed his heavy clothing and approached the signal receiver to commence adjustments. He began by rotating the receiving antenna to test its directional capabilities. Due to the mountain's obstruction, the search angles were limited, with the northeastern direction proving to be the most accessible. Prior to the apocalypse, Zhang Xun had researched the impact of nuclear explosions on wireless communication online, and the findings were rather grim. The range and duration of a small-scale nuclear explosion's effects were limited, particularly those of a high-altitude, high-yield nuclear detonation, which could yield 2 types of results. Firstly, a nuclear electromagnetic pulse, occurring at the moment of the explosion, lasting briefly but capable of directly interfering with and damaging electronic and electrical systems, including communication devices. Another aspect is the supplementary ionospheric effect, which has a significant short-term impact on radio shortwave communication and radar observations, yet does not cause damage to communication and observation equipment. Prior to the apocalypse, humanity proactively detonated high-yield nuclear devices in the upper atmosphere, resulting in the creation of vast radioactive clouds. When certain fission products ascend to altitudes exceeding 15 kilometers, they induce this supplementary ionospheric effect. Given the immense yield, the duration of this effect remains uncertain. Even Zhang Xun cannot provide a definitive answer. He harbors little confidence in this endeavor, and being no radio enthusiast himself, his understanding of such knowledge is rather superficial, though he grasps the underlying principles. Essentially, the device relies on a receiving antenna to capture radio waves from the air. A tuning circuit selects the desired frequency signal, while a detector demodulates the high-frequency signal back into an audible frequency signal. This audio signal is then amplified to generate sufficient power, ultimately undergoing electroacoustic conversion to restore the broadcast content. In simpler terms, this apparatus functions as a more complex radio, equipped with signal transmission capabilities. Naturally, Zhang Xun would never voluntarily transmit signals, as concerns over whether the power could suffice are overshadowed by the fear of revealing his location. He meticulously operated the radio, scanning through various channels, but was met primarily with static. Occasionally, sharp, jarring sounds accompanied the static, indicating that radiation in the atmosphere had severely disrupted the radio signals. After 2 hours of fruitlessly navigating through the channels, Zhang Xun and his family conceded that receiving external signals was utterly unattainable at this stage. The reason the internal refuge could effectively ensure clear signals was primarily due to its structural design, which shields against external radiation and interference. Consequently, devices like walkie-talkies and IoT gadgets with radio transceivers could operate safely and smoothly. Despite a sense of disappointment, life must go on, mustn't it? The following day marked the day of a full-scale drill. After completing their respective tasks, it was their 5th drill and the first medical emergency response exercise. Under the command of Jing. Recently, she had frequently trained her family on this knowledge and its applications, even acquiring a mannequin, a gift from the store owner during a previous clothing purchase, to simulate various emergency rescue scenarios. This occasion served as a test of everyone's knowledge, focusing on how to respond to emergencies such as smoke-induced asphyxiation, excessive blood loss, strokes, injuries from falls, and foreign objects lodged in the throat. Under the supervision of the commanding officer, Zhang Xun, his mother and father-in-law each had to independently execute the response procedures. However, his mother and father-in-law repeatedly muddled the sequence of rescue steps, which greatly frustrated Jing, leading to a stern reprimand, while Zhang Xun discreetly found amusement in their blunders. He was soon discovered by Jing, who insisted he demonstrate the procedures twice before she would relent. After nearly 2 hours of practice, the exercise concluded to Jing's satisfaction. Chapter 7. Preparations for going out in the following week. Zhang Xun dedicated some time each day to operate the radio receiving equipment. Although he was aware that hope was slim, he still harbored a flicker of optimism. Isolated from the world for far too long, deep within his heart lingered a desire to hear the sounds of human activity. Each attempt yielded nothing. Zhang Xun found himself surrounded by mountains in a remote location. Even with a high-powered transmission device, the signal strength would rapidly diminish under the interference of the intense radiation environment. He pondered the extent of this attenuation. Should he conduct a test? The thought stirred his mind, yet it would require him to venture out once more, which could be considered a significant journey. Upon sharing this idea with his family, he faced unanimous opposition from Jing and his mother. They conceded to his desire to go out, but insisted he remain close to the shelter, deeming it too perilous to stray far, as the unpredictable nature of the situation was unacceptable to them, especially with Jing being pregnant, which added to their worries. Witnessing their vehement disapproval, Zhang Xun regained his composure. Indeed, it was easier said than done. Venturing out without thorough preparation was undeniably dangerous. However, he was not inclined to abandon the notion. He aimed to persuade his wife and mother while ensuring all necessary preparations were meticulously completed. Now in July, the outside temperature had soared to 50 degrees. It had been nearly 6 months since the Earth's environment reached its most hostile state, compelling Zhang Xun to brace for the worst. Moreover, the oxygen levels had further plummeted. Pre-apocalypse, the oxygen content hovered around 21, yet now it was merely 16. 8. The shelter had already activated its oxygen electrolysis system to maintain normal levels. Typically, every 10 liters of air contained approximately 2.095 liters of oxygen, equating to an oxygen level akin to living at an altitude of 3,658 meters in Lhasa. During his previous venture to install antennas, he had worn a protective suit equipped with an oxygen tank, as the risk of hypoxia and fainting during work was considerable. This contrasted sharply with the experience of local Tibetans who had acclimatized to the high-altitude environment, while many tourists struggled to adapt in a short span. If Zhang Xun were to venture out, He needed not only to prepare for thermal insulation, but also to shield himself from radiation and the low-oxygen environment. Additionally, navigation posed another challenge. Current maps had largely lost their efficacy, making it imperative to devise a means of retracing his steps. In the garage lay a recreational vehicle and two Dongfeng Mengshe ORV off-road vehicles. To combat the harsh conditions of low temperatures, low oxygen, and intense radiation, Zhang Xun had meticulously modified these vehicles, insulating critical areas with thermal materials, lead plates, and radiation-resistant coatings. Beyond insulation measures, he had also installed an oxygen supply system and electric heating apparatus to ensure the engines would start outdoors, despite the low oxygen and frigid temperatures. The idea of venturing out incessantly occupied his thoughts. He prepared diligently, while continuously explaining his intentions to Jing and his mother. Initially, their stance was resolute. But after Zhang Xun's patient persuasion, they gradually began to relent. Seizing the opportunity, he intensified his persuasion efforts, elaborating on his plans and preparations. In the end, Jing and her mother were swayed, consenting to his excursion. This time, he intended to venture out alone, mindful that his father-in-law, due to his advanced age, might struggle with the physical demands. He meticulously inspected the off-road vehicle, ensuring its airtight qualities. While not perfectly sealed, it would sufficiently deter most frigid air from infiltrating. Furthermore, he had fortified the vehicle's exterior with lead plates and coated it with a radiation-resistant layer, effectively diminishing the bulk of radiative harm. To guarantee an ample fuel supply, he prepared a 70-liter auxiliary fuel tank in the back seat, cognizant that exposure to the elements could lead to rapid freezing, complicating refueling efforts. To prevent the vehicle from skidding and encountering mishaps, he equipped all 4 tires with anti-slip chains. The items he needed were numerous. Atop the vehicle, he secured a mountain bike for unforeseen circumstances. Additionally, considering the challenges of consuming food while clad in protective gear, Jing devised a clever solution. She procured 2 new 4 bags, filling one with chicken soup and the other with an energy drink, affixing the tubing with adhesive tape to his face, allowing him to sip whenever hunger struck. These bags were tucked into the pockets of his inner garments, providing an added layer of warmth. Beyond these precautionary measures, he did not neglect the primary objective, outfitting the off-road vehicle with a high-power radio transceiver. His plan was to send messages to the shelter at regular intervals, thereby assessing the interference of the radiative environment on the radio signals. An additional, unplanned goal was to investigate the town where they had resided on the day of the apocalypse. Of course, his motives were not purely altruistic. He was simply curious whether any remnants of humanity might persist in such an environment. With this thought, he approached the task with caution. Retrieving the tang knife and crossbow arrows he had previously purchased for self-defense, opting against the nail gun due to its susceptibility to freezing in low temperatures. Regarding navigation, he had 3 methods at his disposal. The first relied on the vehicle's onboard sensors to perceive surrounding structures, obstacles, and terrain, constructing a 3-dimensional model to achieve visual navigation without the aid of networks or maps. However, this method had primarily been effective in urban settings before the Cataclysm, and Zhang Xun was uncertain whether it could establish a model in such mountainous terrain. Therefore, he prepared 2 additional methods. The second method, albeit less reliable, involved using the vehicle's radio transmission and reception equipment to track the source of emissions and ascertain their location. This approach was rudimentary and not necessarily effective. The third method, although the most promising, demanded considerable time and effort, with the potential drawback of revealing the general location of the shelter. This strategy entailed placing a beacon device at intervals along the roadside, allowing Zhang Xun to find his way back by following the beacon's signals. To be prudent, he resolved to primarily employ the third method, using the other 2 as supplementary aids. The preparatory work took a week, and to ensure absolute safety, he specifically installed an ice radar on the roof of his vehicle to monitor the thickness of the ice layer approximately 60 meters ahead. According to the standards set for ice surfaces, passage should be avoided when the ice thickness is less than 50 centimeters. On July 16, 2025, under the eager gaze of his family, Zhang Xun officially embarked on his first long-distance journey in the Dongfeng Warrior ORV, a venture colloquially referred to as going far. Fully equipped, he gently drove the vehicle out of the shelter, where the ice layer on the nearby road was relatively thin, measuring only about 40 centimeters. As the previous mountain floods had receded, leaving the ground beneath the ice exposed, Zhang Xun drove slowly towards the direction he remembered that connected to the provincial road, aided by the surrounding mountains as reference points, which made navigation relatively easy. After 20 minutes, he arrived at a junction. He first used his radio equipment to send a signal back to the shelter, then placed a beacon on the ice surface. During the preparation phase, Zhang Xun had taught Jing some basic radio operation methods, and now it was time to see if the shelter could receive the signal and respond. The sky remained overcast, and the vehicle's lights were already illuminated. Zhang Xun, seated in the vehicle, gazed at the distant mountains, quietly awaiting a response from the receiver. Chapter 8. Ruins. The radio emitted a chaotic array of static noises as Zhang Xun waited for 5 minutes. Just as he was about to transmit another signal, a voice came through the receiver. "Honey, can you hear me?" The voice was relatively clear, albeit mixed with some static. "I can hear you. How is the signal on your end?" Zhang Xun replied, surprised that the shelter had directly sent an audio signal back. "We received the signal just now, but there was a mistake in decoding the channel. It's resolved now." After this, Jing's voice came through again. "How are you feeling? Is everything with you and the vehicle all right?" "Rest assured, everything is fine. I will be heading east shortly. I will contact you again soon," Zhang Xun assured her. "All right," she replied. The vehicle remained running as Zhang Xun checked the compass and referred to a pre-prepared paper map. He turned the steering wheel to the right, driving in the direction of the small town. The provincial road was no longer visible, and the occasional protruding boulders on the ice surface told tales of the earthquake's devastation to this route. He maintained a speed of approximately 35 miles per hour, and the ice radar consistently displayed green scanning images, indicating that the ice thickness was within a safe range. Every 7 kilometers or so, Zhang Xun would stop to place a beacon, and each time he glanced back, he could faintly see the flickering light of the previous beacon, which provided him with a sense of security. After every 10 kilometers, Zhang Xun would call the shelter again. Since audio transmission was direct, there was no need to send the previously prepared simulated signals. The audio signals for the first and second 10 kilometers were relatively stable, with some attenuation in signal strength. Yet it did not hinder reception. An hour and 20 minutes later, Zhang Xun faintly discerned a structure, which could only be described as half a building, as it lay partially concealed beneath a layer of ice. He recognized it as the sole 4-star hotel in the quaint tourist town. Due to the hotel's elevated position, it had not been entirely submerged. In stark contrast, any trace of the guest house where Zhang Xun's family had previously stayed was now utterly absent, perhaps swept away by the floodwaters. Sighing inwardly, he lamented that after enduring 6 months of extreme conditions, it was certain that no life could possibly survive here. To validate his suspicions, Zhang Xun parked his vehicle 50 meters from the hotel and repeatedly honked the horn. The sound echoed through the mountains for quite some time, yet he saw no signs of response. Grabbing the camera from the passenger's seat, he filmed a panoramic view through the car window, hoping to transmit the video back to the shelter. "Hello, dear. I've arrived at the town where we once stayed. Can you hear me?" While speaking, he connected the camera's cable to the radio transmitter. 30 seconds later, a voice crackled through the receiver. "Be sure to stay safe." "How is it there?" "The town has been devastated. I'll send back a video shortly. See if you can receive it," Zhang Xun replied loudly. About 20 minutes later, the receiver crackled again with Jing's voice. "Honey, the video transmission is quite slow. It's just beginning to decompress. Have you eaten yet?" Zhang Xun couldn't help but smile despite the circumstances. While he felt a surge of emotion, he also realized his stomach was growling. He turned his face slightly and inhaled the aroma of chicken soup. "I've eaten. I'll press on shortly. Please keep an eye out for any signals." At 11 a.m., Zhang Xun advanced another 30 kilometers, noticing that the terrain had widened considerably and the mountains had diminished in size. With the limited number of beacons nearly deployed, he attempted to communicate once more with the shelter. As he approached within 50 kilometers of it, the signal became increasingly weak. Time dragged on, and the noise intensified, almost drowning out the original audio information. Gritting his teeth, he pressed on another 10 kilometers, but this time, all audio communication with the shelter ceased entirely. Reluctant to accept defeat, he cranked the transmission power to maximum and sent a text message. After about 5 minutes, a reply finally came through. Upon decoding, the receiver's screen displayed the message, "Received. Return home as soon as possible." He turned the vehicle around and began his journey back. The onboard navigation system's autonomous display had updated, revealing a winding yellow line. This was the route generated by the vehicle's visual assistance system during his arrival. This indicated that Zhang Xun could navigate back to the shelter without relying solely on the beacons. However, he remained skeptical of the onboard navigation system. He resolved to thoroughly verify all three methods to ensure the utmost safety on his journey home. He activated the radio equipment to automatically search for signal sources, with positioning and approximate distances presented on the screen in data form. Along the way, Zhang Xun beheld several villages, all reduced to ruins, perched on the mountainside. They had not been swept away by the flood. Concluding that there was no necessity to investigate further, he retraced his route, collecting the signal beacon to stow within the vehicle. As he neared the small town, a voice emanated from the receiver once again, accompanied by several audio messages, this time markedly clearer. "Darling, have you returned? Where are you? If you receive this call, please respond promptly." Zhang Xun maneuvered the vehicle back to the front of the hotel and halted, pressing the signal transmission button as he proclaimed, "I have returned and feel splendid." After a moment, he added, "I anticipate arriving home in approximately 2 hours. Await my triumphant return." 30 seconds later, he received a reply, "Received." In truth, the journey to the shelter typically took Zhang Xun about 40 minutes, and the oxygen tank he carried could sustain him for another 3 hours. However, he decided to take a risk and explore the hotel. Switching off the headlights, but leaving the engine running, he donned a headlamp and exited the vehicle, proceeding towards the hotel. With one hand grasping the oxygen tank and the other wielding a Tang sword, he climbed through a window into the hotel. Upon entering the room, he was greeted by a floor strewn with shards of glass and icicles, the bedding crumpled into a heap. Cautiously, Zhang Xun approached the doorway, which had long since collapsed. Beyond it lay a lengthy corridor adorned with fallen doors and remnants of wallpaper. He conducted a thorough examination of the rooms adjacent to the mountainside, finding nothing of value and no signs of recent human activity. Having thoroughly explored this level, he glanced down the staircase to the floor below, which was also encased in ice. He had no choice but to ascend further, with 5 additional stories remaining. Navigating the staircase, he reached the 2nd floor, yet again found nothing of note. Upon arriving at the 3rd floor, Zhang Xun was startled to discover over a dozen corpses, frozen into grotesque sculptures of ice. Suppressing his unease, he continued his search. In some undamaged cabinets, he was fortunate enough to uncover several useful items: ultraviolet sterilization lamps, disinfectant sprays, portable kettles, high-tech foot baths, irons, hairdryers, and speakers. He refrained from taking items such as tea bags and disposable skincare products, as he was wary of using anything exposed to such a radiated environment. The metallic items, due to their compact size, could be cleansed to remove surface radiation contamination, provided the radiation had not altered their internal structure. Otherwise, he would have no choice but to discard them. Collecting a selection of items, he planned to return home and test their cleanliness. He did not venture to the top 2 floors, not out of fear, but rather due to the unsettling presence of the corpses. After securing the items in a bag, he exited the hotel. Chapter 9. An unexpected haul. He then dragged the large bag back to the vehicle, straining to attach the items to the rear of the car. After returning to the vehicle and taking a moment to regain his composure, he dispelled the tumultuous images from his mind and shifted gears to drive back. The pressure gauge on the oxygen tank had diminished significantly, yet it could sustain him for approximately 2 more hours. The fuel gauge indicated that he had consumed 3/5 of his reserves, covering a distance of 90 kilometers. Nearly 50 liters had been expended from the 80-liter main fuel tank, primarily due to the energy demands of the heating system for the air conditioning. Along the route from the town to the shelter, he had deployed 4 beacons, which Zhang Xun would now have to retrieve one by one. As he hummed a tune midway through his journey, his pupils suddenly contracted. It appeared that an off-road vehicle had come to a halt beside one of the beacons. Was it a mere coincidence that someone was present? Or had they intentionally come to this desolate place? He had a foreboding sense that this vehicle was destined for the shelter. Yet, in such an inhospitable environment, a standard off-road vehicle would hardly travel far. Where could this one have originated? The beacon flickered ahead, but the vehicle remained stationary, its lights extinguished, as if it had stalled. Suppressing his curiosity, he cautiously maneuvered his armored vehicle towards the beacon. Zhang Xun's vehicle was a military model adapted for civilian use, which he had modified back to military specifications, capable of withstanding ordinary ballistic assaults. Even if the occupants of the other vehicle possessed superior weaponry, he was confident that his rugged vehicle could withstand a collision, believing it could withstand any impact. As he drew closer, the high beams of his vehicle illuminated the scene. Yet he could only discern the rear of the car. Why was there no response? He pondered. Accelerating slightly, he drove forward before suddenly executing a sharp turn. Still, visibility was limited. The windshield of the other vehicle was frozen, and the doors were tightly shut. He paused the vehicle and honked the horn several times. But the occupants remained unresponsive. After 2 minutes of waiting, he gritted his teeth, released the brake, pressed the accelerator, and aimed his vehicle towards the driver's side, colliding with it. Though the impact was not forceful, it pushed the other vehicle back by 3 or 4 meters. After another few minutes of silence, he decided to disembark. Taking his tang knife with him, he first inspected the front of his vehicle for any damage. Fortunately, the steel frame had only crumpled slightly. Thanks to the protective barriers he had installed, and the force of his impact was minimal. Zhang Xun remained highly alert, gripping the tang knife firmly as he cautiously approached the deformed off-road vehicle. As he neared, he still could not discern the situation inside. A layer of ice coated the glass. He was certain that this vehicle had only recently arrived, as he had deployed the beacon at this location merely 5 hours prior. Finding the door immovable, locked from the inside, Zhang Xun returned to his vehicle, retrieved a hammer, and shattered the window of the off-road vehicle. Inside, he discovered 3 individuals in the back seat, seemingly lifeless, huddled closely together. 2 men and a woman. Their faces were marked with deep purple and black hues, their skin marred by numerous festering wounds. A sigh of relief washed over Zhang Xun. Their demise meant that although it was impossible to breach the sanctuary's door, there remained a glimmer of hope that his family might show compassion and grant them entry. He then attempted to ignite the engine of the off-road vehicle. But to no avail. A fleeting display revealed that the fuel tank was empty. It appeared that these individuals were not unwilling to proceed, but rather incapacitated by a lack of fuel, leaving the vehicle's power unable to generate any warmth. The festering scars upon their bodies were eerily familiar to Zhang Xun, reminiscent of the symptoms brought on by radiation sickness. It was evident that these 3 had been afflicted with severe radiation illness long before succumbing to the cold, and their time was running short. Another surprising detail was that one of the men wore a special police jacket. Zhang Xun hesitated briefly before setting down his dagger and searching the man. Beneath the jacket, he found several layers of clothing, yet despite this, the man had perished. Had he frozen to death? Suffered from asphyxiation? Or was it the result of radiation sickness? Uncertain, Zhang Xun pondered whether it could be a combination of all 3 factors. Just as he was about to abandon his search for the trunk, he noticed a dark object beneath the man's rear, steeling himself against the discomfort of approaching the deceased. He extracted the object. It was a handgun. Overjoyed, Zhang Xun cautiously removed the magazine to prevent any accidental discharge. He aimed the firearm skyward and pulled the trigger. A flash of fire accompanied by a deafening bang startled him. There was indeed a bullet in the chamber, and it was ready to fire. Fortunately, Zhang Xun had exercised caution, or an accidental injury could have occurred. The magazine contained 7 additional rounds, prompting him to search the vehicle, thoroughly inspecting every pocket of the 3 men's clothing. Aside from finding a spare magazine, he uncovered nothing else. However, it seemed the man was also clad in a bulletproof vest, and after a moment's deliberation, he decided to remove it. Checking the time, he pressed on, as it took him over 10 minutes to finally extricate the vest from the frozen body. With the vehicle now devoid of anything substantial, Zhang Xun turned his attention to the trunk. Unfortunately, the lock proved equally unyielding, compelling him to wield a hammer in frustration. As the glass shattered, the contents of the trunk were revealed before him. The beam of his flashlight glinted off several black boxes, causing his heart to race. In total, there were 7 boxes of varying sizes, appearing relatively new, adorned with nameplates and labels. One by one, he examined them. A Type 95 assault rifle, a Type 191 automatic rifle, a CSLR 4A7, 62mm precision sniper rifle, DBP 1915, 8mm standard ammunition, official batch, totaling 1,500 rounds, CSLR 4A7, 62mm precision rounds numbering 420, and 60 rounds of 7.62mm tracer incendiary ammunition. Additionally, a QCAM white light sight kit and a Type 84-7, 62mm micro pistol were included. Together with the Type 92 police handgun he had previously discovered, this amounted to 5 distinct types of firearms. Unforeseen was the formidable firepower of this off-road vehicle, prompting him to internally exclaim his fortune. It was fortunate he had not encountered them while they were still alive. Otherwise, he would have faced considerable trouble. Hastily transferring the boxes to his vehicle, Zhang Xun maneuvered the Hummer, positioning its rear adjacent to the off-road vehicle. Aside from the ammunition boxes, which were somewhat heavy, the rest were manageable. After the arduous task of loading was completed, he felt utterly exhausted, primarily due to the cumbersome protective gear he wore. Subsequently, Zhang Xun conducted a thorough inspection of the vehicle, hoping to find any overlooked items, and to his surprise, he discovered a notebook. It had been concealed beneath the seat cushion, hence it had escaped his notice earlier. Flipping through several pages, he realized it appeared to be a diary, containing valuable insights, which he promptly decided to keep. After closing the vehicle door, Zhang Xun picked up the beacon and retrieved a rope to tether the two vehicles together. He intended to tow the vehicle to a discreet location, to avoid raising suspicion should anyone pass by. Once the engine roared to life, he set off on his return journey. Approximately 20 minutes later, at a spot where the ice layer had fractured, Zhang Xun collided his vehicle with the off-road one, sending it crashing down. Glancing at the time and the pressure gauge of the oxygen tank, he felt a sense of urgency. He could not afford to delay any longer. During this period, Jing sent multiple messages, urging him to return promptly. Zhang Xun understood that his earlier silence had caused concern among his family. After sending a brief response, he refocused on driving, accelerating beyond the speed at which he had departed. Half an hour later, Zhang Xun's Hummer successfully arrived at the entrance of the shelter. Chapter 10, The Diary. Upon returning to the shelter, not only Zhang Xun but also his family collectively exhaled in relief. Departing at 8 a.m., he found himself back by 3 p.m., having traveled a total of 120 kilometers, thus taking nearly 7 hours. Following an extensive decontamination process, he finally returned to the living quarters around 5 p.m., just in time for dinner. Among the items he had retrieved from the hotel, several still bore radiation that could not be cleansed, having been exposed for too long. The internal structure of the metals had altered, rendering them useless. Only the ultraviolet sterilization lamp and the electric kettle remained functional. He disposed of the worthless items, along with the first layer of protective gear he wore, sealing them in the red garbage bin behind the front door, intending to discard them later. As for the equipment he found en route, the decontamination process went smoothly, as the initial radiation readings had already met safety standards. Zhang Xun speculated that these items had likely been stored in a key warehouse, shielded from significant external radiation exposure. They were probably only transferred to the off-road vehicle recently, and the plastic casing around the firearms had provided a degree of protection. Of course, the external casing was no longer usable, but Zhang Xun felt no regret in discarding it, opting to keep only the contents within. As for the diary, it could not undergo decontamination. Thus, Zhang Xun utilized the cameras within the passage to hold it up for Jing to capture screenshots, page by page. Once completed, he too disposed of it into the garbage bin. The armored vehicle underwent 3 thorough washes, and after sealing the second door, Zhang Xun meticulously scrubbed both the interior and exterior with soapy water multiple times. Instead of entering the garage, he removed the protective covering that had previously enveloped the bulldozer and re-wrapped it around the armored vehicle. Subsequently, he washed the second layer of his protective suit with soapy water. Only after confirming that he met the necessary standards did he remove it and transfer his previous findings onto the bulldozer, which he then drove back to the storage area. Upon returning to the living quarters, Zhang Xun immediately took a refreshing shower, and upon emerging, he embraced each family member warmly. This outing not only tested the maximum range of the high-powered radio equipment for receiving and transmitting signals within the shelter, but also indicated that, should the radiation environment improve in the future, this distance would undoubtedly be extended significantly. Furthermore, it was established that within a radius of 60 kilometers, there were likely no survivors. However, he was certain that many individuals had managed to survive in the urban area of Enchi City, as some entries in a diary he had briefly perused earlier corroborated this notion. Additionally, the most significant gain was undoubtedly the weapons and ammunition, resources that had been desperately sought before the apocalypse, which not only greatly enhanced the defensive capabilities of the shelter, but also promised a substantial increase in safety for future excursions. After his shower, Zhang Xun felt a remarkable sense of relief wash over him. Gazing at the table laden with dishes, his appetite surged, and he eagerly began to devour his meal. However, after dining, he noticed that several family members appeared to be in poor spirits. With a puzzled expression, he inquired, "What's wrong? Why do you all look so lethargic?" Jing left the table to retrieve a tablet, presenting it to Zhang Xun, saying, "You should take a look at the contents." On the tablet were screenshots from the diary that had previously caught their attention. Zhang Xun quickly understood that they were grappling with a multitude of complex emotions after reading the diary. He had merely skimmed through it before, but now he decided to delve deeper. March 1st, 2025, I found a notebook with a pen. It is the 5th day since the catastrophe struck, and the heat is unbearable. Many around me have perished. That damned asteroid. On that day, everyone rushed into the bomb shelter. I squeezed in with my son but failed to notice that my wife was missing. I miss her dearly, and I have received no news from my parents back home. I wonder how they are faring. March 15th, 2025. The food I hastily brought along ran out the day before yesterday. My son has developed a high fever, and I truly do not know what to do. I just went to someone else's place and snatched a packet of instant noodles, which is still lying on the ground untouched. I hope I didn't kill him. March 16th, 2025. It seems that the person from yesterday has indeed died. How could he be so fragile? It was merely a packet of instant noodles I took. The bomb shelter is stiflingly hot, and my son's fever has yet to subside. What can I do without medicine? I saw some people had brought medication, but they refused to share it, claiming I am a murderer. I feel like I am losing my mind. March 17th, 2025. A group of individuals has organized themselves to venture out in search of supplies, as there is a supermarket nearby the bomb shelter. Over 100 ventured out, yet only a little over 60 returned, each bearing various degrees of burns and scalds upon their bodies. However, it mattered not, for they brought back an abundance of provisions, and amidst the chaos, I managed to seize a few morsels for myself and my son, who had not eaten in nearly 2 days. On March 19th, 2025, every single individual from the previous group that returned perished without exception, reportedly due to severe nuclear radiation exposure. Yet, the necessity of sustenance prevails, fortunately. Some found protective suits within the bomb shelter, approximately 20 in number. The temperature has begun to drop today, which is a positive development. Yet it is also the day I lost my son, a mere 6 years old. In this year of 2025, the exact date escapes me, but just the day before, 8 or 9 individuals clad in tactical police uniforms arrived to take charge of this place, directly entering the bomb shelter in 3 armored vehicles. The order has significantly improved, though many still succumb daily, suffering from skin lesions and coughing blood. My background in geology has afforded me some understanding of radiation. As many geological exploration instruments contain radioactive sources, I offered some suggestions to the tactical police. Yesterday, they organized a team to venture outside in search of supplies, returning with a substantial haul. Today, another group dismantled the door at the bomb shelter's exit. This morning, we began constructing a wall with the cement they brought back, and I participated, donned in protective gear. After a full day of labor, we finally sealed the exit, leaving a small door for 2 to pass through. Tomorrow, we shall continue, reinforcing this new wall to better withstand nuclear radiation. In this year of 2025, the date eludes me, but the rain outside has intensified, growing increasingly corrosive. We have conducted numerous supply searches, many of which resulted in injuries from burns. The torrential downpour soon inundated half of the bomb shelter's exit. Fortunately, we had preemptively constructed a sturdy wall, earning me the admiration of my peers for my foresight. Subsequently, the tactical police have been more considerate towards me, yet each day, individuals continue to die from illness, and the previously stockpiled food is rapidly depleting. In this year of 2025, the specifics of time escape me. But today a riot erupted in the bomb shelter, resulting in the deaths of 3 tactical officers, armed as they were, while many others perished in the chaos. Now, merely a few hundred remain within this shelter, the elderly, infirm, and vulnerable having all succumbed. Just days ago, I witnessed someone stealthily consuming food, without needing to ponder. I knew precisely what kind of meat it was. In this winter of 2025, or so I presume, the weather grows increasingly frigid, unbearable in its chill. Only 2 tactical officers remain, yet no one dares to resist. All are reluctant to expend precious energy. My own health seems to be deteriorating, as I have grown exceedingly weak in recent days. It suddenly dawned on me that there appears to be an underground resort near Jiangcheng, for which I had previously penned a geological survey report for a certain Mr. Zhang. A friend from the Commerce Bureau mentioned that the resort might have been completed. Survival in this place has become untenable. A change of locale is imperative, yet how to embark on such a journey? I have contemplated numerous methods, all of which have proven futile. Thus, I confided this information to one of the more amicable tactical officers. He felt a surge of excitement, yet his comrade disagreed, leading to a heated argument. Chapter 11. The Shooting Game. In 2025, right? It should be. We prepared to set off, as our previous special police vehicle had broken down, leaving us with no choice but to seek another. At last, we discovered a usable SUV on the second floor of a 4S dealership. The keys were still inside. Only the fuel had frozen. We gathered a substantial amount of wood and ignited it, placing it atop the engine to thaw it. After several attempts, we successfully started the vehicle, and with the ice being particularly thick, we forcefully descended from the second floor. We then returned to the air raid shelter, bringing along his helmet. The special police suggested, as a precaution, another visit to their former station, where they found a few crates of weapons. My body was growing increasingly frail, and I was uncertain if I could endure the journey. I seemed to have lost my sense of direction. He drove, his face turning purple from the cold, while I scribbled in my diary. No, it should be a farewell note, for I noticed the fuel gauge nearing empty. So cold. The woman in the back had fallen asleep. Yet, why did I seem to see a glimmer of light? Zhang Xun set down his tablet, falling into silence. He recognized this individual. Before the apocalypse, during his initial visit to Inchi Prefecture to scout locations for a refuge, he had employed 2 local geologists. He had forgotten their names, yet they had indeed provided him with invaluable assistance. Sighing, he realized that survivors in Inchi Prefecture were likely scarce as well, this damned apocalypse. Judging by the condition of this refuge described in the diary, other places could not be much better. Dear father, mother, let's not dwell on despair. At least we are still alive, aren't we? Zhang Xun suppressed his emotions and comforted. Yes, everyone, let's refrain from unnecessary worries. Our daughter is pregnant. Let us maintain a cheerful demeanor for the child. His father-in-law continued Zhang Xun's sentiment. After resting for 2 hours, Zhang Xun completed the inspection of the refuge before finally retiring to bed. The next day, he awoke past 9 o'clock. Jing had not called him, allowing him to rest longer due to the exhaustion from the previous day. After rising, he reminded himself that the inspection could not be neglected, a duty that required utmost diligence. To conserve rations, they had a doomsday canned food set for lunch. It was not particularly delicious, yet it was not unpalatable either. The portions were small but satisfying. These cans had an exceptionally long shelf life, and occasionally changing flavors was quite pleasant. Following lunch, Zhang Xun and his father-in-law descended to the first floor to tinker with the toys that occupied every man's thoughts, firearms. This time, he had brought back 5 different models, with the Type 84 and Type 92 handguns being relatively older versions. The Type 191 automatic rifle and the CLR-4, a precision sniper rifle, were the latest offerings. The former bore a resounding name, a member of the Type 20 family. The CLR-4, a precision sniper rifle, and the Type 84 handgun both utilized 7.62mm caliber ammunition. The Type 92 pistol, Type 95 assault rifle, and the Type 191 automatic rifle all utilize 58mm caliber ammunition. Zhang Xun is particularly enamored with the Type 191 automatic rifle. It is equipped with 2 types of sights, a holographic red dot sight and a white light sight. The latter is a complex yet highly practical aiming device, featuring automatic range measurement, wind assessment, and ballistic calculation capabilities. Additionally, it boasts a 9-fold adjustable magnification and can function as an infrared targeting system at night. The accessories for the Type 191 extend beyond this, including a silencer, an extended stock, and transparent magazines, all contributing to its formidable performance. Given the abundance of 58mm ammunition, carrying the Type 92 pistol and the Type 191 automatic rifle would be the optimal choice for any future outings. This is not to imply that the other 2 firearms are without merit. They serve specific purposes in certain scenarios. For instance, precision sniping necessitates the use of the CLR-4, a high-precision sniper rifle. Similarly, for emergency illumination, the Type 84 pistol can fire 7.62mm tracer incendiary rounds. After much deliberation, Zhang Xun and his father-in-law reluctantly set the weapons down. Amidst a collection of scattered ammunition pouches, they discovered several small cardboard boxes, which upon inspection revealed hand grenades. something Zhang had previously overlooked. At this moment, his father-in-law volunteered to gather materials to construct packaging boxes for these weapons. Zhang Xun nodded in agreement and resumed perusing the manual. He needed to devise a method for live fire practice to accumulate experience. The confines of the shelter were too cramped, and he feared that stray bullets might injure someone. What to do? The game room was equipped with a laser simulation shooting system. He could disassemble the laser emitter from the prop gun and affix it to the real firearm, thereby firing with an empty chamber. This way, while no bullets would discharge, he could still experience recoil, sound, and other sensations. A splendid idea, Zhang Xun declared, ready to implement it. In truth, that system was not of Zhang Xun's own invention, but rather an addition by the designers at Resigning company. Such a device commanded a price of 250,000 RMB. Zhang Xun had previously researched online and found that the retail price for this system domestically exceeded 120,000 RMB, illustrating the exorbitance of Resigning company. The laser emitter was compact and did not occupy much space. The prop gun was excessively light, lacking in recoil and sound, rendering it devoid of any realistic feel. Zhang Xun extracted the Type 95 assault rifle, securing the laser emitter in front of the sight. He then connected the firing probe to the rifle's trigger. Completing this straightforward task, the next phase was testing. Zhang Xun raised the rifle, engaged the safety, mimicked the soldier's stance, and pulled the trigger. Pop, pop, pop. The sound of gunfire echoed, and the screen jolted as the simulated bullet struck the hostage's forehead. Exhilarating. The gunfire startled Jing and his mother, who hurried to the game room. They found him wearing VR goggles and wielding a gun, thoroughly engrossed in the experience, rendering them both amused and bewildered. Subsequently, upon noticing that his mother and Jing were also present, he invited them to partake in the experience as well. Jing, being pregnant, faced a stern reprimand from her mother. Yet, she took the initiative to experience the thrill of shooting. Hitting the target was indeed nerve-wracking, and after a few attempts, her mother lost interest and retreated to her room to dance. Zhang Xun, after indulging in the activity for a while, went to assist his father-in-law with some boxes. By the time he reached the first floor, his father-in-law had already crafted 2 boxes, primarily modeled after the previous packaging design. The boxes were roughly shaped from wooden planks, encased in a layer of aluminum alloy. Inside, they were insulated with thermal materials and lined with foam board. Finally, a radiation-resistant coating adorned the exterior of the aluminum surface. The ammunition boxes featured additional fire-retardant material, as the ammunition itself was vacuum-sealed, ensuring a high degree of safety. Grenades were stored separately on the first floor, while ammunition and firearms were housed in the warehouse on the second floor. It was July 17, 2025, and in just a few days, it would mark half a year since their lives had taken this turn. Zhang Xun anticipated a prolonged period of confinement, excluding trips to dispose of waste. Jing had likely been pregnant for 2 to 3 months, and their focus now was on ensuring a smooth delivery and the safe operation of their shelter. Last night, Jing posed a poignant question. Will our child resent us in the future? Given that the world is ending, why bring them into it? What will happen when we grow old and pass away, leaving them alone in this desolate world? Zhang Xun found himself unable to answer these questions. Perhaps the future would hold better prospects, or perhaps having more children would alleviate their solitude. The future remained uncertain. All Zhang Xun knew was that he must strive to ensure a good life for himself and his family in the present moment. Chapter 12. The Great Cleanup. As August arrived, Jing's belly visibly grew, and the family treated her with the utmost care, eager to shield her from any labor. However, the monotony of gaming and watching television soon became tiresome for her. After a few days of this sedentary existence, Jing could no longer endure it and insisted on finding something to occupy her time. Reluctantly, Zhang Xun agreed to let her resume her previous activities but established 3 strict rules. 1. She was forbidden from accessing the 5th floor or the 1st floor. The 5th floor was relatively noisy and cluttered with equipment, posing a risk of accidents. The 1st floor, being near the exit, had a higher radiation level than the living quarters due to Zhang Xun's frequent comings and goings. While the radiation was deemed harmless to adults, he worried about its potential impact on the child. 2. She was not to consume expired food. Zhang Xun had stockpiled a considerable amount of supplies, many of which had surpassed their expiration dates. Although he had hesitated to discard them, Jing required assurance that her food was safe. 3. She could not wander alone. The living area was compact, making it easy to locate one another, but venturing to other floors without company could be perilous. These stipulations represented Zhang Xun's final boundary, and Jing, with no other choice, reluctantly acquiesced. In the subsequent months, the frequency of the comprehensive drills for all personnel was reduced from 3 to 4 times a month to merely twice, a decision made to accommodate pregnant women. Zhang Xun even deliberately lowered the standards to facilitate this adjustment. During this period, my mother was particularly elated, as the chickens and ducks she had been nurturing had successfully hatched their young. After half a year of care, these fowl had consumed a considerable amount of feed, and while they laid eggs regularly, they failed to brood. Zhang Xun suggested that my mother consult the book Friends of Military and Civilian Dual-Use Talent. After a period of study, she finally discerned the underlying cause. The temperature within the shelter remained constant, leading the poultry to believe it was not yet the season to brood. Upon identifying the issue, my mother administered a small dosage of aspirin and periodically lowered the temperature of the breeding area, gradually restoring it afterward. After approximately a month of these efforts, the hens, ducks, and geese began to exhibit brooding behavior. To ensure the survival rate of the hatchlings, she raised the temperature by 2 degrees. During mealtime, my mother jested that once the young ones grew a bit larger, they could send their parents to the guillotine. This was an unavoidable reality, as the space in the breeding area was limited, and the previously stored feed was insufficient to sustain such a large number of poultry. Often, they resorted to feeding the leftovers from their meals to conserve feed. After the older chickens, ducks, and geese were slaughtered, they could be stored in the cold storage to ensure a future supply of meat. The waste in the breeding area was cleaned daily, with a portion repurposed as fertilizer for the agricultural zone, while the remainder was disposed of as refuse. Maintaining the cleanliness of the breeding area was paramount. It not only ensured the health of the fowl, but also prevented the proliferation of mold within the shelter. While mold was not entirely absent, its presence was minimal, with much of it already cleared away. In May, my mother unexpectedly discovered a cluster of mold in a corner of the agricultural zone. Initially, she thought little of it and casually mentioned it to Zhang Xun. However, he took it very seriously, recognizing that if left unaddressed, the mold could release spores that pose significant health risks. Mold spores can circulate in the air, infiltrating the respiratory system and proliferating rapidly. Prolonged exposure to mold can lead to respiratory illnesses and allergic reactions, as well as rheumatism. Individuals with weakened immune systems may suffer from headaches, fevers, and inflammation of the skin or mucous membranes, with severe cases potentially resulting in carcinogenic substances. Particularly vulnerable are infants, whose developing bodies are easily affected by skin ailments in mold-laden environments. Zhang Xun, unwilling to take any chances, promptly mobilized the community, initiating a vigorous public health improvement campaign. The shelter's air monitoring system had not included mold issues in its overall planning, which explained the lack of a prior warning regarding this event. Zhang Xun and his family meticulously inspected every corner of the shelter while simultaneously deploying all previously stored cleaning robots and floor washers to conduct a comprehensive cleaning of all 5 levels. The walls and certain corners were beyond the reach of the sweeping robot, necessitating manual intervention. Initially, a diluted solution of potassium permanganate combined with soapy water was employed to thoroughly cleanse all corners. This was followed by a rinse with clean water, and all fans in the shelter were activated to prevent an overwhelming odor from permeating the interior. The cleaning commenced on the 4th floor of the agricultural ecological zone, where the highest concentration of microbial colonies was discovered, warranting particular attention as a critical area. Every nook, including the distribution cabinets, storerooms, and the insides of boxes, underwent meticulous inspection and cleansing. Subsequently, the cleaning efforts extended to the equipment area on the 5th floor, the living area on the 3rd floor, the storage area on the 2nd floor, and the garage on the 1st floor. Given that it was already known that Jing was pregnant, she and her mother were assigned the task of cleaning the 2nd and 3rd floors, while Zhang Xun and his father-in-law undertook the cleaning of the 5th and 1st floors. This grand cleaning operation persisted for nearly a week, as the entire shelter spans close to 4,000 square meters, making it quite arduous for the 4 individuals to complete the task in a short time. The workload was particularly substantial on the 2nd and 1st floors, with the 2nd floor housing numerous shelves and storage boxes that required thorough cleansing, all of which had accumulated considerable dust. The 1st floor, connected to the corridor, had higher radiation levels compared to the lower floors, and 2 vehicles that had been outside were also present, prompting Zhang Xun and his father-in-law to prepare copious amounts of soapy water for repeated rinsing and wiping. The interior walls of the corridor were also meticulously cleaned. Due to the extensive water consumption, the 4 water tanks, which held nearly 50 tons of reserve water, were depleted by half, and the supply of soap diminished by 1/3. Subsequently, Zhang Xun had to reactivate the water pump to replenish the lost reserve from the tanks. And the activation of the activated carbon filter in the middle layer of the water tank required an additional 2 days. Once the cleaning of the floors was completed, Zhang Xun proceeded to systematically remove and inspect the filters of the air filtration system within the shelter, ensuring that even the plumbing in the restrooms was thoroughly checked to eliminate any potential oversights. This period of cleaning left the family quite exhausted. However, ensuring the safety and health of their family members was deemed essential for preemptive measures. Afterward, Zhang Xun specifically reviewed the data from the power system, noting that the electricity consumption for the week had increased by 45. This was primarily due to the activation of all the shelter's fans, which typically operated at a fraction of their capacity, consequently placing additional strain on the oxygen supply system. In an effort to expel unpleasant odors, the oxygen within the shelter was inevitably wasted. As a result, the oxygen supply system had to shorten the electrolysis cycle and extend the oxygen generation time, leading to a sharp rise in electricity consumption. This also included the power consumption of the water pump used later. Nonetheless, the family conducted a retrospective analysis of this endeavor, incorporating the subsequent mold issues into their monitoring projects, and aimed to continue optimizing such cleaning processes to reduce the shelter's energy consumption. They unanimously agreed that dispersing the problem into manageable tasks was the most effective solution. For instance, conducting small inspections weekly and partial cleanings bi-weekly would ultimately yield improvements in overall conditions. The meeting convened on the afternoon following the completion of cleanup efforts, lasting for a duration of 2 hours. It was presided over by the shelter director, Zhang Xun. During the session, the Minister of Health and Logistics, Zhang Xun's mother, the Minister of Supply and Demand, Jing's father, and the director of the political department, Jing, delivered keynote speeches in succession. The leaders unanimously expressed their robust support for the initiative and awarded commendations to a significant number of exemplary individuals who emerged during this endeavor. Concurrently, they engaged in both critiques and self-reflections regarding the shortcomings and reckless behaviors observed in their work. This assembly achieved a series of fruitful consensus and culminated in the formulation of meeting minutes. Consequently, the meeting declared a preliminary victory for the current operation, pledging to persist in implementing the spirit of the conference in pursuit of even greater triumphs. Chapter 13. Li Pan's plans in Changsha, the capital of Hunan province. Within the confines of a large-scale civil defense project, there exists a tent constructed of canvas and wooden frames adjacent to a slightly forward corridor. Within this nearly 3-kilometer-long, meandering civil defense facility, such tents are densely clustered. The better ones are wrapped in tin, while the poorer ones are merely shielded by tattered newspapers. Each of these shelters accommodates individuals, predominantly families huddled together in a cramped space of less than 5 square meters. Everyone appears vacant-eyed and pallid, wrapped tightly in layers, with only a flicker of vitality visible during food distributions. This civil defense project stands as one of the larger shelters in Changsha, initially housing nearly 100,000 individuals. However, now fewer than 10,000 remain, with countless perishing from hunger, illness, heat, cold, thirst, suicide, or being trampled or beaten to death. A pervasive numbness has settled over the inhabitants, and they linger here, awaiting the day of their demise. Utter despair cloaks this space. The managers initially organized by the government are no exception. Their daily routine involves searching for supplies, distributing what little they can find, and suffering through hunger when none are located. Although the entrance to the corridor has been sealed with concrete, some radiation contamination still seeps in through ventilation ducts. Despite the implementation of rudimentary filtration measures, it is too late. Everyone has succumbed to varying degrees of radiation sickness. The relentless cold now plagues each individual, rendering the earlier resistance and riots in the aftermath of the catastrophe utterly meaningless. No one wishes to expend their physical strength. Even the slightest exertion may signify a further shortening of their lives. The entire city, every shelter, has become a solitary island. Although communication exists, it is predominantly characterized by theft and violence. Resources are finite. What one consumes is lost to another, and survival becomes a zero-sum game. Thus, in this apocalyptic reality, any moral constraints have devolved into mere farce. Today, Li Pan leads a team in search of supplies. Their shelter dispatches dozens of small teams daily, of which Li Pan's group is but one. Their attire was decidedly peculiar. For instance, Li Pan was swathed in several layers of tin foil, with only goggles protecting his eyes. Others had fashioned thin sheets of metal into cylindrical shapes, encasing their limbs and torsos, while other areas were similarly shielded by tin foil. I wonder if we will find any supplies today. Hopefully, we won't encounter anyone from the Yuelu district, Li Pan lamented as he walked. He considered himself somewhat fortunate to have survived until now, having received news merely 10 minutes before the apocalyptic broadcast. As a member of a state-owned enterprise, particularly within a subsidiary, he had access to information that was somewhat more reliable. Those invaluable 10 minutes allowed him to secure time for himself and his family, enabling them to reach the civil defense facilities ahead of others. Unfortunately, his parents succumbed to various complications from radiation not long after the cataclysm. Now only he, his wife, and son remained, and their situation was far from optimistic. This could not persist. Change was imperative, and self-rescue was essential. How could he achieve that? The two shelters his company had previously constructed represented his greatest hope. The first shelter, located in Central Plains Province, had a construction cost of 600 million yuan, spanning 9 floors with a total area of 7,000 square meters. The second, in Inchi Prefecture, was a 5-story structure of 4,000 square meters, with a staggering construction cost of 900 million yuan. Each shelter possessed its own advantages and disadvantages. The latter's higher investment corresponded with a superior level of protection, offering greater assurance against various calamities. The former, despite its inferior protective capabilities and distance from Hunan province, had been constructed much earlier, suggesting it might harbor a more substantial stockpile of supplies and be easier for him to access. Li Pan recalled that on the day of the apocalypse, Zhang Xun had called him for a chat, mentioning he was vacationing with his family. This implied that Zhang Xun's shelter was likely unoccupied. However, this also posed a dilemma. How could he gain entry into such a formidable fortress? Opting for the Central Plains province was likely impractical. The distance was great, and he might perish from the elements or illness before he even arrived. A bitter smile crossed Li Pan's face. Was making a choice truly so difficult? The dimming sky provided a modicum of cover, and Li Pan's group had not encountered other survivors in the area for several hours. Yet, misfortune struck beneath the ice. They unearthed merely a box of expired spicy strips and a few self-heating hot pot meals, found amidst the ruins of an underground shopping center's convenience store. Other items had either been scavenged by others or had rotted away. These supplies, tainted with radiation, were nonetheless a necessity, if he wished to survive even one more day. He had to muster the courage to consume them. Exhaustion weighed heavily on everyone, and with no other option, Li Pan reluctantly decided to return home. To avoid drawing attention, he would have to distribute the meager supplies among the group to conceal them. Old Zhang, Li Pan broke the silence, seeking to alleviate the oppressive atmosphere. I've been meaning to ask, what did you do before all this? Alas, everything we do is for the sake of survival. I have undertaken numerous tasks in the past. Initially, I worked in a factory fastening screws. Then I transitioned to installing air conditioning units, and later, I provided after-sales service for security doors. Before he could finish speaking, Li Pan's eyes brightened with urgency. Are you familiar with smart locks? Old Zhang hesitated for a moment, pondering the relevance of such inquiries when he had lost even his tools. Why do you ask? He replied. Li Pan glanced at the others and excused herself. If you can unlock doors, we could wander around the neighborhood next time. Which neighborhood remains intact? Even if there are any, they have long been stripped bare. Old Zhang retorted. Li Pan forced a laugh, falling silent. Upon returning to the refuge, after surrendering supplies and collecting rations for the next day, Li Pan retreated to his dilapidated shelter. His mind was consumed with thoughts of how to escape this place. He needed to lure old Zhang to a secluded area, for their neighboring shelters were too close, making conversation exceedingly difficult. Gazing at his wife and son, who were already asleep, Li Pan regretted not having prepared for their departure sooner. In the early days of the apocalypse, time had been too fleeting, leaving him no choice but to seek refuge in public shelters. After enduring the catastrophic tremors and oppressive heat, they were met with acid rain, followed by torrential downpours. After the heavy rain subsided, He contemplated taking his family to those two shelters. However, they fell ill, and he had to venture out to procure medicine and food for them. Time passed, and unexpectedly, the temperature plummeted while oxygen levels diminished. The thought of venturing outside became torturous. With luck, one might obtain a protective suit, but without it, one was left to await death. Over the past 6 months, he could scarcely fathom how he had endured. In such an apocalyptic world, there was little left to cling to, were it not for his family. He would have contemplated ending it all. Holding his son, curled up beside him, he closed his eyes and strategized. If they were to leave, they would need to find 2 vehicles. If Old Li could indeed unlock doors, then his family must accompany him. In addition to vehicles, they would require fuel and provisions for the journey. Should Old Li prove unable to unlock the doors, they would have to devise another means to breach that formidable entrance. Even if they were still unable to gain entry, he would accept it as their fate. He had traversed that location multiple times by car and would need to locate a map for assistance. Otherwise, he would have to rely on a compass and instinct. Fortunately, the compass he had found during a previous outing, intended as a toy for his son, might prove invaluable. Li Pan felt a sense of relief knowing that the compass operated on Earth's magnetic field, rendering it impervious to the effects of nuclear radiation. Unlike mobile devices and other electronics that had become useless in the wake of the apocalypse. Currently, his wife and son were gravely ill, occasionally coughing up blood, and he hoped that Zhang Xun's shelter contained some medicine. Old Zhang had a young daughter. His wife had tragically perished in an accident before the apocalypse. Recognizing that many were falling ill, likely due to radiation, he had taken precautions early on, crafting a suit of tinfoil for his daughter, wrapping her securely. As a result, the little girl had not displayed any severe symptoms. Chapter 14. Haizi in the outskirts of Hughes Town, America, nestled within the indentation of a small hillock, lies a thick blanket of ice enveloping the hillside. Beneath this icy veneer, a white, square object reminiscent of a manhole cover is slowly revealing itself. The ice above is not particularly thick, and there appear to be signs of previous human excavation. The white cover first exposes a small opening, from which a plume of white mist emerges. Once fully unsealed, a head pokes through the aperture, cautiously surveying the surroundings for any signs of danger before gingerly ascending via a ladder. The individual dons protective gear and carries a red bucket, tethered with a rope. Positioned near the exit, he removes a chisel strapped to his body and begins to chip away at the ice. The fallen chunks are deposited into the bucket, which he then hoists down through the opening. After a few minutes, an empty bucket is drawn back up, and the chiseling resumes. With each stroke, fatigue sets in, his breathing quickening as he eventually collapses onto the edge of the exit. This individual is none other than Haizi, a high school classmate of Zhang Xun. Prior to the apocalypse, Zhang Xun had successfully wagered on sports, and in gratitude, gifted Haizi a sum of money, suggesting he invest in a doomsday bunker from Rising's company. Haizi, hailing from a relatively well-off background, mulled over the advice and ultimately decided to purchase the shelter. In fact, it was Haizi who initially procured the doomsday canned goods that Zhang Xun later recommended. Since the onset of the apocalypse, Haizi's gratitude towards Zhang Xun has only deepened. It is precisely due to Zhang Xun's counsel that his family has managed to survive in these dire times. He recalls that fateful day when the U.S. government's doomsday broadcast was conspicuously absent, and the public received alarming news from across the ocean in China. Despite the chaos, people were rendered speechless, fervently questioning the veracity of the government's silence. Yet, the American authorities offered no response, seemingly indifferent as they fled. Haizi's family plunged into profound panic. Upon processing the grim tidings, Haizi remembered the doomsday bunker he owned. Urgently, he instructed his family to gather their belongings and head to the shelter. Having chosen a location not far from home, nestled in the hillock at the city's periphery, the journey was relatively smooth due to the sparse population in the vicinity. As the U.S. government had abandoned any form of broadcast notification, the public's awareness came too late, coupled with the asteroid impact occurring a mere 1,000 kilometers off the coast of South America, leaving insufficient preparation time, less than an hour. The apocalypse struck hardest in the Americas, rendering it the most severely afflicted region on the planet. A colossal tsunami, towering at 500 meters, nearly submerged a significant portion of the American mainland. Simultaneously, powerful earthquakes reactivated the Yellowstone volcanic system, further ravaging the already devastated environment. It can be said that the entire Midwestern region of the United States has transformed into a desolate wasteland and a cluster of volcanoes, rendering human survival utterly impossible. Located on the southeastern coast of the United States, Houston has been spared from the more severe tsunamis, and the receding tides are relatively brief. The He family has temporarily escaped calamity. However, they have endured countless crises within their doomsday bunker. Although the fortress purchased by He spans 500 square meters and cost a mere $500,000, the price was quite low indeed. It was precisely this affordability that made it almost incapable of withstanding the initial waves of impact when the apocalypse struck. Like other shelters, it was constructed with reinforced concrete. Yet its shock absorption measures were rather inadequate. When the tremors hit, the shaking was so violent that standing became impossible, and the walls began to crack. The diesel generator they had prepared in advance was nearly damaged as well. The shelter comprises 3 levels. The topmost floor serves as a storage area. The second level houses the living quarters and a small agricultural planting zone, while the bottom level is designated for equipment and fuel. Although small yet complete, their lack of prior preparation rendered them ill-equipped to confront such a monumental disaster. For instance, regarding the cracked walls, the He family possessed no materials for repairs, resorting instead to venturing outside to gather mud for patching. The air filtration and water recycling systems were rather rudimentary. When the fiery meteor descended, ashes rained down upon Houston, making it nearly impossible for the shelter to filter out such debris, resulting in the entire family succumbing to respiratory ailments. Particularly during the intense heat, they nearly faltered. The sole consolation was that he had purchased several sets of doomsday rations and preserved food packages, sufficient to sustain them for several years. Today, they ventured outside primarily due to the water shortage. Since the torrential rains, they have been forced to chip ice for water, accepting the radiation risk as they had no choice. Thirst would surely lead to death. They still had some diesel left, and to minimize consumption, they operated the diesel generator for an hour every 2 to 3 days to recharge the batteries. Above the exit of the shelter, a thick layer of ice, approximately 3 meters deep, had formed. He had once climbed out, gazing towards the city, now unrecognizable, reduced to mere remnants of walls. What troubles he the most now is the severe coughing afflicting his family, accompanied by headaches and nausea, leaving him at a loss for solutions. He had once contemplated venturing into the urban area in search of luck, but lacking any means of transportation, his previous vehicle had long been swept away. This was no longer an option. Although the city and suburbs are connected, a distance of 7 to 8 kilometers remains. Furthermore, the sparsely populated suburbs offer little in the way of scavenging resources. Fortunately, there is a mountain bike in the shelter, and he plans to drag it onto the ice surface tomorrow to search for supplies, hoping to find some medication. After lowering several barrels of ice, he closed the heavy door to the exit and returned to the shelter. In the warehouse, there remained 7.5 portions of the doomsday meal. Originally, 8 portions were purchased, and over the past 6 months, half a portion has been consumed. The remaining supply is estimated to last another 7 to 8 years. Additionally, there are 7 or 8 jars of Lao Gan Ma seasoning, 2 bags of flour, a box of instant noodles, and 3 packs of toilet paper. These supplies were acquired at no cost from a small supermarket during their escape, and they are reluctant to use them, hence so much remains. Upon reaching their refuge, with only 15 minutes to spare, Hazy hurriedly turned on all the faucets in the shelter, filling every container with water, and he even siphoned gasoline from their vehicle. It was this water that sustained them through the torrential rain, preventing them from resorting to the acidic water. Besides medical supplies, energy scarcity is also a grave concern. Due to the frigid temperatures, the shelter's heating has ceased, forcing the family to huddle in a single room each day. In comparison to the 999 individuals in the United States, Hazy's family is relatively fortunate, yet the living endure greater suffering. His parents' health is deteriorating, leaving Hazy, his wife, and an unmarried sister as the primary labor force. During this time, they have been diligently transferring supplies and equipment from the first and third floors to the second floor, transforming it into their main activity area, while sealing off other passages, leaving only one for ventilation with the outside, primarily to prevent heat loss. Hazy often reminisces about the past, sometimes pondering whether his old classmates are still alive, and if so, whether they too are facing hardships akin to his own. Yet, he is aware that they will never meet again in this lifetime. Chapter 15. The Small Garden. Since the last incident, Zhang Xun has been contemplating how to further enhance the shelter's defenses. Before the apocalypse, due to the inability to acquire firearms, the shelter's security system primarily relied on surveillance and early warning methods. The crossbows and nail guns that were purchased initially could only be operated manually, and the new batch of firearms received is similarly incapable of automated control. It is not a matter of feasibility, but rather a lack of resources. After all, it is impossible to consider every aspect. Even micro-control motors were procured. Initially, there were plans to acquire toxic substances, but they were unattainable in the market, leading to abandonment of that idea. The current dilemma is how to eliminate intruders before they can breach the doors. Zhang Xun occasionally reviews the inventory list of the shelter, pondering if there are any viable strategies to achieve this. After days of deep contemplation, he has yet to devise a satisfactory solution and reluctantly decides to pause his efforts. In truth, compared to the civil defense facilities in urban areas, Zhang Xun's firstly, this location is exceedingly remote, known to only a select few. To reach it, one must endure the harsh trials of the external environment. Secondly, the shelter is predominantly situated underground, accessible solely through a formidable steel door and an escape passage. The air exchange channel, while spacious at the entrance for the convenience of filter replacement, narrows significantly towards the back, primarily serving as a conduit that one cannot navigate through. Both entrances are impervious even to the most ferocious assaults. Even if they were to breach the first door, they would still face the second barrier. And should they manage to overcome that, I could still employ a motorhome to thwart them. The security of this refuge is unquestionable. Zhang Xun's previous concerns primarily revolved around preventing the external facilities from falling into enemy hands, such as the identification systems, keyholes, ventilation ducts, and filters, as well as external surveillance cameras and radio antennas, which must not be subjected to malicious destruction. These assets are invaluable to Zhang Xun, and he cannot afford to let them be ruined by adversaries. However, the current predicament is that there seems to be no effective means to eliminate threats before they approach. On one hand, the external conditions are severe, rendering ordinary methods inadequate for maintaining weapon performance over time. On the other hand, there is the pressing challenge of ensuring timely alerts, controlling the weaponry, and guaranteeing precision. Without addressing these issues, repelling intruders becomes exceedingly difficult. A few days ago, during dinner, Zhang Xun inquired of his family about a previous encounter with armed individuals, asking if they would extend compassion to elderly, women, and children should they arrive unarmed. After a moment of silence, Jing spoke first, suggesting it would depend on the circumstances. If a boy was born, she might consider taking in a girl, and vice versa. However, if they exhibited severe radiation sickness, they would certainly not be welcomed. His mother nodded in agreement, expressing her lingering apprehension over the armed visitors, stating that had Xiao Du not been pregnant, she might have chosen to extend hospitality, but now that they were expecting a child of the Zhang lineage, the family's assets must not be entrusted to outsiders. His father echoed their sentiments, aligning with both his wife and son. With a consensus reached, Zhang Xun felt he had little further to add. His shelter was designed according to the survival standards of a large family, boasting top-tier functional specifications. After enduring over 6 months of the apocalyptic world's myriad adversities, it has demonstrated remarkable resilience. Overall, he felt a sense of satisfaction, though he acknowledged certain oversights in design and resource accumulation, which left him with some regrets. Unless he ventured out once more to the city in search of necessary equipment and supplies, he felt it prudent to remain within the confines of the shelter, especially with his wife expecting. He reasoned that, given the prolonged duration of the apocalypse, many who participated in the construction might not even be alive. In addition to contemplating the shelter's protective measures, from August 13th to 15th, Zhang Xun and his father-in-law engaged in another significant endeavor. In an endeavor to harmonize the living area with nature and to consider the future of their child, they have deliberately created a garden within the living space, connecting the living room to the upper and lower floors, as well as part of the staircase. A passage nearly 4 meters wide and 7 meters long, complemented by additional stair space, has been transformed into a verdant environment, serving as a nostalgic tribute to the past. The center of the passage is left open for a 2-meter entrance, with 1-meter wide edges on either side, bordered by walls made of cement and stone, approximately 30 centimeters high. Soil, sourced from the agricultural reserve on the 4th floor, amounting to around 5 cubic meters, has been laid on both sides of the passage. enriched with a mixture of nutrients and water. Finally, they trimmed some of the originally decorative potted plants, such as pothos, spider plants, cacti, and asparagus ferns, to incorporate them into this garden, as they are resilient and beneficial for air purification. Following the completion of the shelter's construction, efforts were made to alleviate the monotony of the living area by preparing an array of bonsais and potted plants. These included a diverse collection of trees, flowers, and grasses, with a significant stock of plant seeds stored in the warehouse. In addition to the aforementioned plants, they also procured roses, ivy, and grapes. Under the guidance and planning of Zhang's mother and Jing, Zhang Xun and his father-in-law meticulously planted various species according to their specifications, determining the spacing for tree plants, the placement of red and purple flowers, and the positioning of succulents. In terms of aesthetic sensibility, men often find themselves less adept than women. Once the climbing plants flourish, wooden trellises will be constructed overhead to facilitate their vines' growth. As Jing aptly stated, it will evoke a sensation of being immersed in a jungle, with the delightful prospect of plucking grapes from above. After this project reached a temporary conclusion, Zhang Xun immersed himself in a new task, conducting a comprehensive inspection of the electrical and plumbing systems. During a recent check, he discovered signs of aging and overheating in several electrical wires. Although the entire shelter was constructed with the finest materials, design flaws could not be entirely dismissed. Therefore, he seized the opportunity to rectify unreasonable designs and replace any aging wires and pipes. Additionally, he labeled those often overlooked areas to serve as reminders during daily inspections. Correspondingly, Zhang Xun also examined and tested the shelter's fire safety facilities, particularly the sprinkler system and smoke detectors. These tasks were labor-intensive, requiring meticulous attention to detail, as even a moment's negligence could lead to oversight. Should a crisis arise in the future, it would jeopardize the entire operation of the shelter. Viewing the shelter as a complex apparatus, daily maintenance and care are essential for its proper functioning. Despite the repetitive and tedious nature of Zhang Xun's tasks, the vast area and numerous systems necessitate an unwavering commitment to diligence and vigilance. Unlike the world before the apocalypse, the external environment is not as harsh, and the internal system operates with minimal pressure. When issues arise, help can be summoned at any moment. If repairs fail, one can simply replace the faulty component. In the event of a more severe incident, as long as there are still people present, one can always abandon this place. However, in the face of an apocalypse, such a mindset proves unfeasible. When the situation reaches an irretrievable state, there will be no refuge to flee to. Although the daily tasks are monotonous and repetitive, Zhang Xun finds solace in the company of his family, cherishing the happiness it brings. Chapter 16. Nuclear Contamination on August 20th, 2025. External monitoring data from the refuge indicated radiation 720 millisieverts, temperature 57. 2C PM2. 5. 198, PM10, 120, sulfur dioxide, SO2 170, oxygen content 163. Jing continued to transcribe the data displayed on the screen, marking the 8th month of the apocalypse. All indicators were on the decline, which should be a positive sign. Yet the temperature and oxygen levels were glaringly alarming. Sighing silently, she pondered how much longer this situation would persist. With a temperature of 57°C, Zhang Xun recalled from memory that they were nearing a critical threshold. As for the oxygen levels, they were likely to continue their descent. The Earth had very little new oxygen to offer. The eruptions of volcanoes, the combustion of materials, and the decay of flora and fauna were all consuming the precious oxygen reserves. It was uncertain how many more years the Earth's oxygen supply could last. Zhang Xun prayed silently for the resilience of marine algae. Otherwise, hope would truly be extinguished. Since the early days of the Earth, primitive algae in the oceans have provided oxygen. The cataclysmic impacts certainly affected marine life significantly, yet at present, there are no means to assess such effects. While nuclear radiation posed a considerable problem, it was expected that the radiation levels would gradually decline over time. Zhang Xun was unaware of the total yield of nuclear weapons deployed by various nations, but the intense radiation resulting from nuclear detonations in the short term was indisputable. However, in the long run, the impact would likely not be as severe. He had struggled to comprehend this nuance until he recently delved into literature concerning nuclear matters, which illuminated his understanding. Since 1945, the world has conducted a total of 2,061 nuclear tests. The United States has performed 1,032 tests, the Soviet Union 715, France 210, the United Kingdom 45, China 45, India 5, Pakistan 6, and North Korea 6. Such a multitude of nuclear tests has allowed the radiation pollution to be diluted by the Earth's atmosphere to near insignificance. However, Zhang Xun speculated that the current deployment of nuclear weapons could be causing prolonged and widespread effects for two primary reasons. 1. The yield of the nuclear weapons deployed by various governments far exceeds that of the test detonations and was released in a single instance, exponentially amplifying the scale of nuclear contamination. 2. The nearly 600 nuclear power plants globally, along with thousands of reactors, have generated persistent radiation pollution. The most significant distinction between a nuclear power plant and a nuclear bomb lies in the temporal nature of energy release. A nuclear bomb expels its energy in a fleeting moment, with the resultant radioactive emissions swiftly diluted by the atmosphere. Conversely, the leaks and accidents associated with nuclear reactors extend over prolonged periods, potentially lasting hundreds or even thousands of years. These emissions gradually disperse through the atmosphere, resulting in extensive and enduring nuclear contamination. Consider the Chernobyl disaster. It disseminated radioactive materials across Ukraine, Belarus, Russia, and other European nations, affecting an area exceeding 200,000 square kilometers. The repercussions of these radioactive substances on the environment, flora, fauna, and humanity are varied and profound. For instance, the land. The contamination from the incident rendered vast expanses of soil unsuitable for crop cultivation and pasture. Before the apocalypse, Ukraine still harbored over 4,000 square kilometers of land severely afflicted by radioactive pollution, leading to the death of 950,000 people and causing cancer in 270,000, resulting in an indelible human tragedy. This occurred despite the Soviet government's desperate measures, erecting a 60-meter concrete wall as a barrier. In the present day, with over 600 nuclear power plants and thousands of reactors worldwide, all of which have suffered damage, the scale of nuclear pollution released daily is unfathomable. Although external radiation levels are gradually decreasing, the remaining decline still originates from the nuclear explosions. What is truly agonizing and maddening is the insidious manner in which these nuclear power plants lethally affect all species. It is assured that due to human actions, the calamity faced by Earth this time will surpass that of 66 million years ago, with the recovery period and challenges multiplying exponentially. Nevertheless, Zhang Xun clings to hope for the external world, believing that the mere existence of humanity offers a glimmer of optimism in accelerating the recovery process. While the vast majority may perish in this catastrophe, he is convinced that a minuscule fraction of individuals, like himself, will struggle to survive amidst this disaster. Striving to adapt and transform Earth's environment. Numerous shelters exist globally, both private and governmental, with many having endured the initial onslaught, particularly in nations distanced from the impact sites. Core political figures and military leaders are likely sheltered in bunkers, their chances of survival significantly higher than those of ordinary citizens. Furthermore, these state-level shelters boast vast areas and facilities far superior to Zhang Xun's refuge, supported by elite scientists and technicians capable of maintenance and modification. Zhang Xun believes that in the emergency protocols at the national level, a select group of elites will undoubtedly be hastily filtered into such shelters, ensuring the continuity of a microcosm of human society. After such analysis, Zhang Xun could only manage a wry smile, recognizing one immutable truth. Even in the face of disaster, humanity remains unequal. Had he not retained those memories, it is likely he would still be enduring a wretched existence in the official small shelter. Every day, one must brave the radiation to seek out supplies, only to find that they are not truly one's own, but rather must be submitted for collective distribution. Zhang Xun finds it difficult to fathom how he and Jing have survived nearly 2 years in such dire conditions. Fortunately, fate has bestowed upon him an opportunity to choose an alternative path, one that could save his family and bring closure to the regrets of his memories. Life is but a fleeting few decades, and with his parents aging, he cherishes every day spent in the shelter, relishing the happiness of their companionship. Throughout the first half of August, he found himself in a state of constant busyness, whether tending to the garden or inspecting and renovating the plumbing and electrical systems, which gave him the illusion that he was still at work. In the latter half of the month, apart from the routine inspections, Zhang Xun entered a state of languor. Each morning after breakfast, he would conduct inspections on various floors, followed by playing games with his wife. After lunch, he would either take a nap or practice shooting. The afternoons were spent watching movies with his wife or inviting his parents to play mahjong together. In the evenings, after dinner, he would perform a simple inspection of each floor before engaging in prenatal education with his wife. Such a humble and unadorned day would come to a close. The shelter also operates in an energy-saving mode. Based on months of work and living patterns, Zhang Xun, with the assistance of the intelligent AI steward, adjusted several unnecessary or infrequently used power-consuming devices. For instance, the lighting systems in certain floors or rooms could automatically shut off when unoccupied. The refrigeration units in the cold storage also operated intermittently rather than continuously. Additionally, the first and second floors, particularly the first, were seldom visited, thus necessitating a reduction in heating supply. Each time Zhang Xun inspected the first and second floors, he would don an extra layer of clothing, although it was cumbersome. These measures indeed alleviated the shelter's burden and energy consumption. Such optimizations required periodic reassessment and improvement, both to ensure that all systems functioned at their best and to foster a more harmonious interdependence between the inhabitants and the shelter. Chapter 17. Testing as September approached. After a week or two of languid existence, it was time to venture out to dispose of the garbage. However, this outing entailed more than merely discarding refuse. There were two additional tasks at hand. One was to install a ladder for the air filtration passage and camera situated above the main entrance. Due to the icy and steep terrain, each ascent proved arduous, prompting his father-in-law to devise a ladder system to be secured in place. During this period, he had been assembling these ladders using rebar and steel plates. 4 rebar rods formed a framework, with the lower 2 rods connecting steel plates at intervals, while the upper rebar served as a handrail. With Zhang Xun's assistance, his father-in-law managed to construct several ladders of varying lengths. During their last outing to dispose of garbage, they had coordinated to measure the approximate distances. The lengths of these ladders were determined based on prior measurements, followed by route planning to ascertain the required number of ladders. At the appointed time, one must align the ladder correctly, drive in the nails, and secure it to the surface of the mountain. However, it is imperative to first address any unevenness before fastening the ladder. Additionally, there is another matter at hand, which is to evaluate the performance of the drone. Previously, Zhang Xun procured a batch of quadcopter nuclear emergency drones from the United States, which have been gathering dust in the warehouse. Seizing this opportunity, he intends to conduct a performance test. The primary objective is to ascertain the drone's flying and control range in such low temperature and radiative conditions, as well as its endurance time. The specifications indicate a maximum flying distance of 230 kilometers and a battery life of 12 hours under standard pre-disaster conditions. However, given the current apocalyptic scenario, he must determine the extent of the drone's performance decline, so he is prepared should the need arise in the future. The flight system of this batch of drones is provided by DJI, not due to Zhang Xun's reluctance to support domestic products, but because DJI primarily focuses on consumer-grade drones. Larger models of this sort have yet to be developed, and similar nuclear emergency drones are not available to the civilian sector in China. Furthermore, the American drone manufacturer holds shares in DJI, which is why DJI's flight system is employed, as the company possesses significant expertise in this domain. The drones themselves are constructed with advanced materials and sensors from the United States, making them relatively high-performing among quadcopters. The batch purchased by Zhang Xun includes both wired and wireless modes. Previously, he had concerns regarding nuclear radiation interfering with the drone's wireless communications. In July, he undertook a journey that confirmed the efficacy of radio communication within a certain range, thus ensuring the wireless mode of the drone is not rendered obsolete. After departing, Zhang Xun and his father-in-law transported all the ladders, tools, and drone equipment outside, subsequently disposing of the waste in a distant ravine using a cart. His father-in-law then set about clearing obstacles while Zhang Xun operated a wired drone, ascending to the maximum length of the connecting cable and activating hover mode. He then left it unattended to assist his father-in-law with the ladder assembly. Approximately an hour later, they had connected the ladders for both passageways, at which point the drone's battery was nearing depletion, prompting its automatic return. This test was conducted to measure the drone's endurance under fixed position and altitude conditions. In this frigid environment, The drone's endurance indeed decreased by 20 minutes. Once the wired drone was retrieved, Zhang Xun promptly stored it in its specially designed case and opened another box containing a wireless version of the drone. In fact, both wired and wireless modes are interchangeable. Connecting the line activates the wired mode, while detaching it switches to wireless. After placing it on the icy surface, Zhang Xun signaled to the camera of the shelter, while Jing operated the drone internally, directing it toward Enchi City, approximately 80 kilometers away, making the round trip a mere 160 kilometers. The aim was to see if the drone could successfully reach its destination. Jing had undergone training in the shelter a few days prior, thus displaying a commendable level of proficiency in operation. Due to the absence of a navigational map, she could only rely on a general sense of direction and distance, utilizing the drone's imaging capabilities for recognition. However, the efficiency of video transmission was woefully inadequate, plagued by significant delays that rendered many features ineffective. At this juncture, the advantages of the DJI flight system's autonomous control became evident. In conditions of weak signal, as long as the operator set the parameters for distance, direction, and speed, the drone would adhere to these commands. Simultaneously, it would relay images captured along the way. However, the slow video transmission meant that viewing would have to wait until the drone returned. Next, it was Jing's turn, as Zhang Xun had gone to assist his father-in-law. Inside the shelter, Jing observed the incoming images and quickly identified the location of the hotel in the previously visited town, noting that other structures had completely vanished. Without pausing to reflect, she adjusted the flight direction in a timely manner, directing the drone to fly along the valley towards the urban area of Enchi City. After approximately 10 more minutes, Jing spotted a cluster of buildings in the upper left corner of the images relayed by the drone, indicating she was nearing the city, with an initial estimate of 15 kilometers remaining. However, given the slow image transmission, she decided to input a command for the drone to continue flying for another 20 kilometers, setting its course towards the upper left. For a while, no further images were transmitted, yet the final information still indicated that the battery retained 60 power. 23 minutes later, the drone sent back an image signaling its return. It autonomously navigated back along the same route. Typically, consumer drones on the market feature 3 return modes: 1 key return, low battery return, and out-of-control return, with the latter 2 being mandatory. However, the drones procured by Zhang Xun resembled military-grade models, capable of autonomously determining whether to continue flying or to return based on the battery information in the event of a loss of control. After a short while, Zhang Xun, stationed outside the shelter, spotted the returning drone and approached to retrieve it once it had landed. The installation of ladders was nearing completion, estimated to take about another hour. They continued their work, and once the ladders were fully assembled, they tested them together, finding them stable and satisfactory. The process thereafter became considerably more manageable, as they worked together to clear the eyes from both the internal passage and the exit, which took nearly 2 additional hours. They concluded their tasks after 2 o'clock in the afternoon, tidying up the remaining tools before returning to the shelter. Despite the biting cold, both were surprisingly sweating, and the father-in-law remarked that every outing felt akin to running a marathon, exhausting. Zhang Xun, upon hearing this, could not help but smile. The lengthy decontamination process was not yet complete, and Zhang Xun inquired through the intercom in the passage about whether Jing had saved the drone's video. As they neared the shelter, the video transmission was more efficient, eliminating the need to remove the storage disk. Furthermore, the wireless drone still had some battery life remaining, sufficient to support video transmission to the display device. Upon receiving Jing's confirmation that everything was in order, Zhang Xun finally breathed a sigh of relief. This outing not only facilitated the installation of the ladders, but also validated the drone's performance metrics, rendering it a resounding success. In the future, there will be no need to laboriously climb to clear the passageways and the camera protective covers. Not only is it strenuous, but it also poses a certain degree of danger, particularly for someone of my father-in-law's advanced age. Should an unfortunate incident occur, managing the aftermath would be exceedingly cumbersome. As for the drone, in hover mode, its endurance lasts for 1 hour, while in flight mode, it operates for approximately 50 minutes, covering a range of 160 to 190 kilometers. True to expectations, its performance was still considerably lacking. However, the communication range has indeed extended somewhat. Previously, during a test drive, the connection faltered at around 50 kilometers, Yet this time it persisted until 65 kilometers before interruption, likely due to the elevated flying altitude. Later, I reviewed the footage captured by the drone with my family. It contained merely 3 minutes of urban scenes. The cityscape appeared as a vast expanse of white, littered with collapsed buildings, devoid of any human presence, a veritable ghost town enshrouded in ice and snow. Chapter 18, Departure Location, Changsha. Li Pan has been diligently preparing for this journey, as the distance from here to Enshi Prefecture is approximately 400 kilometers. Driving there will take at least a day. Assuming a general knowledge of the route and favorable road conditions, the speed cannot be too swift, especially when navigating such frigid icy terrain. Currently, the surface, regardless of whether it was once submerged by floods, is coated with varying thicknesses of ice due to the extreme cold. As for transportation, I managed to find a reasonably intact small van, measuring 5 meters in length, which still contains fuel, albeit frozen, but that is easily resolvable. In terms of personnel, there are 5 of us: Li Pan, along with his wife and son, and old Zhang with his 3.5-year-old daughter. I had previously discussed this matter with old Zhang, and without hesitation, he agreed to join. To be candid, I am uncertain about my ability to unlock the door to the shelter. Since conventional methods seem futile, alternative strategies must be employed, such as implanting a virus to reset the recognition system. Fortunately, this is within my expertise. It was previously a core internal secret of my former company, utilized to tackle formidable smart lock systems. Old Zhang was once a key member of the lock repair department in the company and, naturally, has the authority to wield such a decisive tool. This clandestine approach, which is also illegal, ultimately led to the company's closure. Inside Old Zhang's backpack lies a USB drive containing this virus, to safeguard against any unforeseen circumstances. We also procured a supply of C4 explosives and various tools such as hammers. We initially sought an electric drill and saw, but were unable to locate batteries, thus abandoning that idea. Acquiring additional supplies, such as food and heating materials, proved to be quite challenging, consuming a significant amount of time and effort. To discreetly acquire some resources from the other team members, we exhausted various strategies. The food we managed to obtain cannot be taken back to the shelter and must be concealed outdoors. Even then, we remain constantly vigilant, fearing it may be confiscated by others. Fortunately, after more than a month of relentless effort, we successfully prepared enough provisions for the 5 of us to last 3 days. In order to insulate the truck and shield it from radiation, domestic quilts and similar items were repurposed. The interior of the truck's compartment was wrapped, and a layer of aluminum foil was spread over the quilts. Initially, Zhang had contemplated placing a metal basin inside the cargo area to create a fire for warmth, but he was scolded by Li Pan, who deemed it a foolish idea, given the already limited oxygen supply. Lighting a fire in such a confined space would be akin to inviting disaster. Even if they were not to succumb to asphyxiation, carbon monoxide poisoning would surely ensue. After receiving a thorough reprimand, Li Pan became more prudent and proposed hanging 2 metal boxes outside the truck to burn fuel, while inserting several water-filled tubes through the compartment, employing the principle of radiators to provide warmth. Upon reflection, Li Pan realized it could indeed work, though the quilts lining the compartment would be at risk. However, considering the external temperature was so low, the heat from the metal boxes should not cause significant harm as long as there were no open flames. To conserve fuel, neither he nor Zhang intended to use the truck's air conditioning. Without delay, while their team was not deployed, Li Pan and Zhang ventured out to gather the necessary materials and supplies. During this time, Li Pan fortuitously met a local from Enshi Prefecture, a driver named Du Chun, who frequently transported goods between 2 locations. He had narrowly escaped disaster as he happened to be delivering supplies to an underground market in Changsha on the fateful day. Du Chun had been attempting to return home for months, but each effort had ended in failure. With parents, a wife, and children still in Enshi, his singular aspiration was to return home. Li Pan resolved to integrate him into their team as a guide. Yet this decision posed a challenge as their food supply would be insufficient. After some deliberation, he decided to wait a while longer, ensuring they were adequately prepared before embarking on their journey. Throughout this period, Li Pan and Zhang diligently sought materials while Du Chun scoured for food. After expending considerable effort, the two managed to gather the necessary materials, and the next step was to modify the truck's compartment. By September, their progress had been less than smooth. On one hand, there were tasks to complete at the shelter that consumed valuable time. On the other, they had to remain vigilant to avoid detection, often pausing for extended periods at the slightest noise. Fortunately, they completed the modifications without major incident. Du Chun also managed to find some food and pried open several abandoned vehicles' fuel tanks, returning with dozens of liters of condensed gasoline. Due to the diminished oxygen levels in the air, starting vehicles had become increasingly difficult, with engine combustion being less efficient, resulting in a greater fuel consumption than before the calamity. They needed to prepare more fuel. Previously, a vehicle could travel 400 kilometers on approximately 60 to 70 liters. But in the current environment, they would require at least 200 liters to cover the same distance. Currently, they had gathered around 120 liters, including the truck's existing fuel, which was still insufficient, necessitating further efforts to siphon fuel. The city's gas stations were out of the question, having been obliterated during the initial disaster. Besides gasoline, they focused their search on heating fuels, such as wood, solid alcohol, and books. However, these items are exceptionally difficult to locate. Since the onset of the Ice Age, the primary supply lists of various shelters have revolved around food and heating materials. Unfortunately, after months of scavenging, the already ravaged cities have become even more challenging to navigate in search of these essentials. Li Pan and his companions have no choice but to direct their gaze towards the outskirts of the city, which inevitably extends their exposure to the radioactive environment. Each of them is already afflicted with radiation sickness, and the prolonged time spent outdoors over the past month has exacerbated the redness and sores on their skin. Additionally, both Old Zhang and Du Chun have begun to experience gastrointestinal issues, frequently suffering from vomiting and coughing up blood. Li Pan feels helpless in the face of their plight. The three of them have resigned themselves to a fate they believe is sealed, with only one conviction guiding them. He and Old Zhang are motivated by their children, while Du Chun yearns to return home. The endeavor to reach the city's edge on foot is fraught with difficulty. At times, when they cannot return before dusk, they are forced to seek shelter, huddling together to endure the night. Observing the deteriorating conditions of Old Zhang and Du Chun, Li Pan is genuinely concerned about their ability to endure until the day of departure. He himself is not faring much better. In their quest for their children's survival, they are willing to forsake everything, even their own lives. After several arduous searches, they have managed to gather the necessary supplies, but time is of the essence, and they must set forth without delay. Li Pan has instilled hope in Old Zhang and Du Chun, and now it is their turn to provide hope for the children. On September 11th, 2025, Li Pan set out in a small cargo van, destined for the Yishangwen shelter in Enshi Prefecture. However, the vehicle bore an oddity, with a pair of iron boxes emitting black smoke affixed to either side of the cargo compartment. When retrieving his family from the shelter, Li Pan and Old Zhang discreetly clothed the children in the protective tinfoil suits they wore. Li Pan's wife watched silently, understanding his determination without the need for words. Previously, while he and Old Zhang were away, his daughter had been cared for by his wife. Du Chun occupied the passenger seat, guiding Li Pan along the route. As the vehicle departed, a glimmer of hope illuminated the otherwise fearful countenances of the travelers, as if they could envision their family waiting at the door, smiling in welcome. The following day, Old Zhang, within the confines of the cargo area, struggled to open an irregularly shaped window on the side of the van. He added firewood to the iron box outside, using all his strength to close the window once more. He maintained that position for an extended period. Li Pan heard the sound of muffled sobs from behind him and fought to suppress his own tears, knowing they would freeze, while his hands had already grown numb. Old Zhang had passed. Even upon reaching their destination, no one would be able to open that door. Li Pan did not look back, and Du Chun remained silent. For that place represented Old Zhang's final wish and their collective hope. Together, they continued their journey toward the light of hope. Chapter 19. The objective in the urban area of Enshi, the leader inquired. All preparations are complete. When shall we depart? A frail young man with dyed yellow hair responded. Are the small vehicle-mounted radios we found last time functional? Inquired the man referred to as the boss by the yellow-haired one. Lu Feng responded, they are operational. As long as we have power in our vehicle, we're good to go. The yellow-haired one pressed on. What about that formidable weapon? Has Lu Feng figured out how to operate it? The man inquired again. I have a preliminary understanding, but we only possess 2 shells. Isn't that rather insufficient? The yellow-haired one expressed his concerns. As long as we aim correctly and fire, I refuse to believe we can't blast open the warehouse doors. Just ensure you remember the precise location. "We cannot afford to make a futile trip," the man, known as Sun Xiaohua, replied. He was the proprietor of a wholesale market in Inchi Prefecture and, following the apocalypse, had managed to seize control of a civilian shelter through some cunning. However, his refuge was now on the brink of collapse. From an initial crowd of 5,000 to 6,000, only a little over 300 remained, rendering his title of boss somewhat hollow. Last month, a seemingly innocuous remark from the yellow-haired one had rekindled a flicker of hope within him. The yellow-haired one had previously been a local delivery driver, frequently traversing between the wholesale market and various destinations. As resources dwindled, he remarked in front of the boss, "If only we could venture to the Yasen Pass. The warehouses there are brimming with supplies." Naturally, he was referring to the storied warehouse constructed by Zhang Xun, a place he had delivered goods to on multiple occasions and remembered vividly. The speaker was oblivious, but the listener was astute. Sun Xiaohua probed further and discovered it was indeed that individual. He had previously procured numerous items from his market, which had once spurred gossip among shopkeepers. He had dismissed it until the yellow-haired one mentioned the abundance of food within the warehouse, which ignited his urgency to ascertain its location. The distance of 80 to 90 kilometers loomed as an insurmountable chasm. 2 months prior, Sun Xiaohua would not have dared to even contemplate such a journey. However, now he possessed a valuable asset, an armored vehicle. Last month, while scavenging for supplies, they unearthed it amidst the ruins of a military-industrial complex. Though referred to as a military facility, it was merely a repair shop where malfunctioning military vehicles from the province were sent for maintenance. They had discovered more than just this vehicle, but regrettably, only this one could be extricated from the debris. In the interest of communication, they had also salvaged 2 small radios for interaction. During this period, Sun Xiaohua had been preparing diligently, gathering an armored vehicle, an off-road vehicle, along with fuel, food, and other essentials. He had even entertained the hope of finding firearms, yet he dared not venture too deeply into the collapsed factory. To his delight, the armored vehicle was equipped with a small caliber cannon, and remarkably, it still contained 2 shells, presumably for testing purposes after repairs. According to Lu Feng, it appeared to be a reconnaissance armored vehicle, boasting not only the cannon atop, but also a retractable mast equipped with various electro-optical reconnaissance sensors. It has become increasingly difficult to find sustenance outside. Thus, venturing to the location indicated by the young man with yellow hair is an imperative undertaking. The survivors within the sanctuary are predominantly acquaintances and relatives of him and his companions. If new supplies cannot be procured, their fate is sealed. Sun Xiaohua is not one to be trifled with. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, he has taken countless lives, which is precisely why he has ascended to the position of leader within the refuge. The young man with yellow hair is shrewd and obedient. While Lu Feng possesses technical expertise, his recommendations were pivotal in establishing the sanctuary's radiation defense measures, which is why Sun Xiaohua holds both of them in high regard. He summoned his cousin and informed him, "We shall depart shortly. If I do not return within 2 days, you must manage the sanctuary on your own." "May I accompany you?" his cousin inquired. "What purpose would that serve? Look at how few of us remain. Every day of survival counts. If we can await the arrival of those from the provincial city, perhaps we may evade death," Sun Xiaohua reprimanded. He then sighed and continued, "Perhaps I am being too pessimistic. The worst-case scenario may be a fruitless return, but with fortune on our side, we might still enjoy a spell of better days." Reluctantly, his cousin nodded in acquiescence. After a moment of contemplation, Sun Xiaohua added, "If we do not return, remember not to attempt to seek us out." 20 minutes later, he set forth with 6 individuals and 2 vehicles. He, along with the young man with yellow hair and Lu Feng, occupied the front of the armored vehicle, while the other 3 drove a 4-wheel drive in pursuit. The reconnaissance mast of the armored vehicle remained retracted to conserve fuel, and even the onboard air conditioning was set to its lowest setting. On September 19, 2025, the 2 vehicles departed from the urban area of Enchi City, their destination being Yisangwan. However, before their departure, a box truck had briefly paused at the same location before continuing in the same direction. The occupants of that vehicle were Li Pan's family and the 3.5-year-old daughter of old Zhang. Earlier, during their passage through Inchi Prefecture, he had dropped Du Chun off. As he gazed at Du Chun's frail figure stumbling into the dim snowy abyss, Li Pan glanced back at his wife and children, released the brake, and pressed onward. They had traveled nearly 2 days and covered 400 kilometers, yet the journey remained incomplete. Were it not for Du Chun's faint recognition of the mountains flanking the road, he would have been lost. With only 80 kilometers remaining, they merely needed to follow the valley ahead to reach their destination. Li Pan pressed the accelerator a little further. Having driven less than 10 kilometers, a glimmer of clarity appeared in his eyes as the biting cold invigorated his senses. He had lost count of how many times he had experienced hallucinations. Driving had become increasingly unsteady. Within the vehicle, his wife stifled her cough with great effort, a drop of blood staining her sleeve. Sensing the vehicle's instability, she cradled their 2 children and cast a worried glance toward the driver's seat, remaining silent. After 2 days of starts and stops, she had relinquished all hope. With 2 children in tow, it seemed destined for their family to perish together. An hour later, Li Pan believed he had spotted the familiar small town they often frequented. It could not be far now. Is that a bird flying ahead? He wondered. Damn it. Hallucinations have returned. Li Pan slapped himself and pressed on. Over 40 kilometers behind him, Sun Xiao's convoy had just exited the city limits when Huang Mao shouted, "Boss, look. ISNT that a tire track on the ice to our right." Upon hearing this, Sun Xiao quickly turned to observe. Faintly, 2 tire tracks were visible. He instructed Lu Feng, the driver, to halt the vehicle and use the radio to summon the subordinates in the off-road vehicle to disembark for a closer inspection. Indeed, the subordinates confirmed that a vehicle had passed through here not long ago, and it was a singular vehicle. After pondering for a moment, Sun Xiao concluded that one vehicle should not pose a significant threat, yet he remained uncertain of its intent. Was it also seeking the same supplies as he was? Or could it belong to the warehouse owner? How many individuals might be at their base? However, the thought of being in an armored vehicle, armed with 2 shells, bolstered his confidence considerably. He instructed Lu Feng to accelerate, eager to investigate what treasures lay ahead. Chapter 20. Old Friends, September 15th, 2025, afternoon. A Pair of Kings was played by Zhang Xun. To a raise, Du Jing unhesitatingly laid down 2 cards. "We are on the same side. Why are you targeting me?" Zhang Xun grimaced, glancing at Du Jing in annoyance. Du Jing made a face, then retorted defiantly, "What s with the anger? I simply forgot." Once again, Zhang Xun's mother emerged victorious in this round. As he contemplated relinquishing his place to his father, the shelter's warning system suddenly blared an alarm. The 4 were instantly startled and rushed to the control room. Zhang Xun observed the alert indicating a suspected moving target. He hastily accessed the surveillance footage for examination. The screen displayed an object resembling a cargo truck passing along the provincial road in front of the shelter. This road had been constructed to facilitate access to the shelter during its establishment. One of the surveillance cameras positioned above the shelter was perfectly aligned with the intersection of these 2 roads. Given the distance of approximately 1 kilometer, the footage merely captured a white blur, somewhat indistinct. Upon pausing and magnifying the image, it was clear that it was indeed a box truck. His brow furrowed in concern, and Du Jing along with his parents felt a growing tension, sensing that these individuals might be heading towards their shelter. Yet, the vehicle appeared to be moving away. Could it be that they were unaware of their presence? "Honey, you all stay here. I'll go take a look," Zhang Xun said, uneasy and determined to investigate. "I'll accompany you," his father-in-law replied. "That vehicle has already departed. Perhaps we shouldn't go out. They might just be passing by." Du Jing hesitated. "It's not that simple. Our location is so remote. It's unusual for vehicles to pass through consecutively. Don't worry. I'll take the armored vehicle, and I'm armed, so nothing will happen." Zhang Xun reassured Du Jing, then turned to his father-in-law, saying, "I can manage alone. If anything arises, you can assist me at the door." His father-in-law nodded in agreement. Just as Zhang Xun was about to change into protective gear, the warning system blared again, this time less than 3 minutes after the previous alert. The live monitoring screen revealed that the box truck had made a return. Pausing briefly at the junction before heading towards the shelter, Zhang Xun, neglecting to bid farewell to his family, hurried to the first-floor garage. Approximately 10 minutes later, the truck arrived in front of the shelter, and a man, thoroughly bundled up, emerged from the vehicle. This man was Li Pan, who, after struggling to exit the truck, nearly lost his balance due to the prolonged sitting. Once he regained his composure, a look of joy illuminated his pale face as he surveyed the surroundings of the shelter. Noting the traces of debris that had been cleared away and the tall antenna standing above the passageway, there were indeed people living inside. Li Pan felt a mix of excitement and trepidation. He was thrilled that his son and wife might be saved, but anxious about whether the inhabitants would open the door for them. With old Zhang gone, Li Pan had no means to breach the shelter's entrance. He attempted to straighten his hunched figure, though his strength was waning, raising his head and extending his arms. He waved at the overhead camera, confident that those inside could see him. After approximately 7 or 8 minutes, the shelter's door swung open, and an armored vehicle slowly emerged. Li Pan instinctively took a few steps back, his heart racing. "Who are you, and what is your purpose here?" A voice boomed from the vehicle's loudspeaker. "Zhang, it's me, Li Pan." He recognized Zhang Xun's voice and felt a surge of joy. "Li Pan." Zhang Xun scrutinized the frail figure before him, puzzled by his altered appearance. "Who else is in your vehicle?" Zhang Xun retorted with a question. Li Pan offered a bitter smile. It seemed Zhang Xun harbored doubts about him. With trembling steps, he approached the truck's compartment. Zhang Xun pressed the accelerator, one hand on the steering wheel while the other reached for the passenger seat, where a firearm lay. 2 minutes later, a woman carrying 2 children emerged from the truck. Upon reaching the front of the armored vehicle, the woman set the children down, and they all knelt before it. "Zhang, please take in our children. I implore you," Li Pan cried out. Zhang Xun's brow furrowed in deep thought, momentarily at a loss for what to decide. He opened the vehicle door and approached Li Pan, evaluating the 4 individuals closely. Among them, Li Pan and his wife appeared the most unwell, likely not surviving much longer. The young boy, around 8 or 9 years old, also bore a sickly visage, possibly suffering from severe radiation sickness. Conversely, the girl, wrapped in tin foil with only her eyes visible, seemed to retain a spark of vitality in her gaze. "Li Pan, although we share a bond, I cannot permit you all to enter my shelter. My own supplies are dwindling, and you carry severe radiation sickness. I must prioritize my family's safety," Zhang Xun stated firmly, locking eyes with Li Pan. The kneeling woman, upon hearing Zhang Xun's words, broke into tears, pleading, "Please, let our 2 children in. Li Pan and I will not enter. We won't be a burden to you." Li Pan continued to bow deeply, weeping. "I understand that my wife and I are beyond salvation, but these 2 children are still so young. For the sake of our past friendship, I implore you to take them in." Sighing, Zhang Xun refrained from making any hasty decisions and told Li Pan to wait a moment. He took out his walkie-talkie and communicated the situation outside to gauge his family's sentiments. He was not devoid of compassion. He simply had invested too much effort into this sanctuary and wished to avoid any unforeseen circumstances that might jeopardize their tranquil lives. Jing and her parents were watching the surveillance footage, although they could not hear the audio. After a brief moment of silence, Jing said to her mother-in-law, "Mom, could you step outside for a moment? I need to speak with Zhang Xun privately." Her mother-in-law nodded, allowing the younger generation to make their own decisions. Once the elders left, Jing picked up the walkie-talkie and said, "Please step back a bit. I have something to ask you." As Zhang Xun retreated a few paces and adjusted the volume of the device, Jing inquired, "Darling, how are those 2 children faring?" The older boy appears to be suffering severely from radiation sickness, while the younger girl, whose face I cannot see, seems to have a milder condition, Zhang Xun responded. "Listen to me. Based on your description, I fear that the little boy will not survive much longer, while we can reassess the little girl later," Jing advised. "Agree to take them in. This way, your conscience will remain clear. They can stay on the 1st floor for now. We can still provide for their needs. And if the 2 children perish, it will not be our fault." Jing's calm analysis struck a chord with Zhang Xun, filling him with admiration for his wife. The little boy seemed unlikely to live for long, and what he would be contributing was merely some food and effort, which would not impose a significant burden on the sanctuary. Zhang Xun set the walkie-talkie down and approached Li Pan, saying, "Li Pan, sister-in-law, after discussing it with my wife, we have decided to take in the 2 children." The couple was instantly overjoyed and bowed deeply to express their gratitude. "What are their names?" Zhang Xun inquired. "The boy's name is Lian. He is my son, 9 years old. The girl is the daughter of a friend of mine, named Zhang Pingping," Li Pan hurriedly introduced. Zhang Xun broke into a smile and then told Li Pan, "You and the children should say your goodbyes. The longer you stay outside, the greater the danger." With tears of gratitude, Li Pan and his wife embraced their children, weeping as they imparted their final instructions. 5 minutes later, Li Pan retrieved a notebook from the car and handed it to Zhang Xun, saying, "This contains the children's names and birthdays. I entrust them to your care." Zhang Xun accepted the notebook with a nod, remaining silent. He then turned to the two children and said, "Uncle will take you to have something delicious." The two children, trembling from the cold, looked up at Li Pan and his wife, who nodded with tears in their eyes, before they walked towards Zhang Xun.